Chapter 1. Early log into the game. The Empress had just completed her bath, yet at this moment, she was still the second princess in the 53rd year of the Xian era, on the 3rd day of March, in a secluded courtyard of the Duke of Easttown's residence in the capital. Early spring had arrived. The heavy snow that had enveloped the capital throughout winter had only just begun to melt, and the sky remained bitterly cold. Xia Chen, clad in thin garments, was drenched in sweat as he practiced his swordsmanship amidst the chilling winds. His handsome face was flushed, blood and energy surging within him, his eyes reflecting a determination that was palpable. Holding a long, crimson blade, Xia Chen sliced through the air, creating ripples as if to cleave the biting wind itself. With each swing, lines of small text manifested within his field of vision. Successful swing. Basic swordsmanship proficiency 1. Successful swing. Basic swordsmanship proficiency 1. Successful swing. Basic swordsmanship proficiency 1. Basic swordsmanship perfected. You have comprehended the advanced technique Shuyang, demon slaying blade. Your vitality has reached the peak of the 9th rank. Do you wish to break through immediately? As these lines appeared, a smile broke across Xia Chen's youthful face. In that moment, the crimson blade in his hand transformed, and the energy within him seemed to boil violently, tendrils of vitality escaping his body and coalescing behind him into a great crimson sun. This sun resembled the primordial light of creation, slicing through chaos and darkness, bursting with vitality and fervor. Empowered by this radiant orb, Xia Chen trembled intensely, his entire being akin to molten lava, the energy within him reaching its zenith, as if he could incinerate rivers and boil seas. This process did not last long. Xia Chen's gaze sharpened, and the youthful innocence on his face gave way to solemnity. With a single stroke, the courtyard transformed from winter's grip to the warmth of early summer. One strike, and the world was altered. Simultaneously, a crack echoed from within Xia Chen's body, as if an invisible shackle had shattered. The boiling vitality found its release, surging forth like the Yangtze River rushing into the sea. And in that moment, Xia Chen's aura peaked. He had ascended to the 8th rank of refinement. Slowly, he opened his eyes, their brilliance flickering as if two orbs had merged to form a singular, extraordinary gaze. However, this phenomenon was fleeting, and Xia Chen soon returned to calmness, his aura retracting, transforming him back into an ordinary youth. It has been 2 months since I arrived in this world, and I have finally broken through to the 8th rank. A smile graced Xia Chen's lips. 2 months prior, he discovered that he had entered the early version of that mysterious game ahead of time, in his previous life. The game had suddenly appeared on Earth, its origins shrouded in mystery. It was said that a select few fortunate individuals could enter a world that felt strikingly real. This time, it was the era of Emperor, one of the Great Wu. Xia Chen had limited knowledge of this period, having entered the game early, while the official launch would coincide with the Empress's reign. Now is the time of the second prince's struggle for the throne 5 years hence. The third prince's coup will invade the capital, breaching the White Tiger Gate and storming the palace, resulting in the death of the crown prince. The third prince, driven to madness, will massacre the entire royal bloodline, yet the ultimate victor will not be him. Xia Chen pondered the narrative of this tumultuous time, recalling the events, but regrettably, he had entered the game during the first open beta, by which point the Empress had already been on the throne for 6 years. Thus, his understanding of the past was superficial at best. He knew that while the struggle appeared to be between 2 dragons vying for dominance, an unseen dragon lurked in the shadows. 5 years later, during the coup at the gate, the second princess would descend from the skies wielding the sword of the ancestor, leading cavalry into the White Tiger Gate. That night, the palace would echo with the sounds of battle, blood staining the pure white snow, and ultimately, the second princess would quell all insurgents. However, the emperor won, the crown prince, the third prince, and all male direct descendants of the royal family would be slaughtered in this coup, meeting their end on the spot. In the end, the Great Wu would welcome its first female emperor, heralding the dawn of a glorious era. Is it because of this jade seal that I am able to enter this world 11 years early? Xia Chen opened his palm, revealing a jade seal imprinted upon it like a totem, visible only to him. This jade seal was intricately carved with 9 dragons, exhaling chaos. It emanated a primordial purple aura, and Xia Chen could faintly discern the sun, moon, and stars encircling it, with the sun, moon, and Ziwei star at its center. Xia Chen wished to continue his observation, but the jade seal dimmed completely. Becoming inscrutable, he withdrew his gaze and exhaled a breath of turbid air, seeking to calm his heart. Regardless of the jade seal's mysteries, enhancing his strength and influence was paramount. At present, during the era of Emperor I, the court was chaotic, banditry rampant. Although stability prevailed overall, the realm had devolved into a state of fragmentation. This presented his opportunity. Circumstances create heroes, and only in times of turmoil could one rise to prominence. That I must seize the moment. Once the Empress ascends, quelling the Eight Kings' rebellion and consolidating the power of the Great Wu, we shall enter an era of unification. Xia Chen realized he needed to strategize ahead of time. For although the era of unification promised safety, economic prosperity, and cultural flourishing, opportunities would diminish significantly. By then, the Great Wu would stand as the sole dominion, exerting influence across the seas, commanding the lands, compelling all, be they Buddhists, Taoists, or self-proclaimed players, to bow before the Empress. Only later, when a version of spiritual revival commenced and the realms merged, would this world truly transform into reality. The pinnacle of martial prowess would rise, the Empress would vanish, the Great Wu would fragment, and the era of celestial and martial conflict would begin, ushering in new opportunities. As Xia Chen contemplated these matters, he filled a basin with water, took a towel, and began to wipe the sweat-soaked body. In this life, his initial circumstances were quite favorable, being born into the Duke of Easttown's residence. The Great Wu had been established for 800 years. 637 years ago, the Ling Emperor had favored eunuchs and relied heavily on the nobility, leading to a rebellion among the lords and the fall of the capital. The eighth son of the Ling Emperor, Emperor Wuzong, restored the realm through northern campaigns, reclaiming the old capital and re-establishing order, thus shaping the current 19 provinces of Great Wu and revitalizing its fortunes for 600 years. The first Duke of Easttown, Xia Xuanjin, had followed Emperor Wuzong from the frontiers, rising from a mere soldier to a renowned general. During the northern campaigns, he commanded the eastern route, and when the other two armies faced setbacks, he led 5,000 cavalry over vast distances, piercing into the capital like a dagger, breaching the city, claiming the enemy's head, and turning the tide of battle, restoring the realm. The grand ceremony of rewards. Emperor Wu, in the presence of his ministers, proclaimed, externally strong, yet internally wise, sharpest among the realm. Thus, Xia Xuanzhen's feats placed him above all others, earning him the title of Duke of Easttown. There were whispers that Xia Xuanzhen's achievements were sufficient to grant him kingship, yet due to the tradition of not granting royal titles to outsiders, he was merely named Duke of Easttown. Otherwise, he would have been King of Easttown. Presently, the Duke of Easttown was in its 17th generation, having thrived continuously, never in decline. Although still referred to as the Duke of Easttown, the family had long since become a lineage of 3 dukes. Though I may not be esteemed within the Duke's household, it is still a remarkable beginning compared to many others. Xia Chen felt content with this start. He was aware that in his previous life, many players who entered during the closed beta began as nameless commoners, some even as beggars, facing a hellish start. According to the game's balancing principles, those who entered earlier typically had poorer starting identities. Yet now Xia Chen had defied this norm, being born into a noble family. Third young master. There's a letter from the second master. At that moment, a hurried figure entered, a young servant in green, breathless and flushed, whether from the biting cold or from running was uncertain. The emperor possesses unparalleled insight and, from a young age, has demonstrated unwavering determination, diligently practicing and relentlessly honing his skills, wielding his sword countless times in the courtyard, ultimately achieving great success. One day, he initiated a technique in the courtyard, naming it the Shouyang Demonic Blade. History of Xia, Volume 1, Annals of Emperor Taizu. Chapter 2, Princess Shang. In the small courtyard, the large locust tree had sprouted tender buds, shimmering radiantly under the embrace of spring sunlight, teeming with vitality. The second master has sent a letter for you, young master. A hint of joy graced Xia Chen's face. The second master had finally remembered the young master. If memory served, the last letter had been 3 years prior. Xia Chen calmly accepted the letter from Xia Chen's hand, his expression neither joyful nor sorrowful. He merely remarked, somewhat astonished, has something occurred in the outside world? After 3 years of silence, this sudden correspondence led Xia Chen to suspect that matters were far from simple. You truly possess foresight, young master. There's great news. The second master has slain a third-grade peerless monster in Donghuang. The IT is said to be a dominant force within the Donghuang mountain range. Following this victory, all monsters retreated 100 miles, and the calamity in Donghuang has been eradicated, greatly enhancing the prestige of our martial nation. Xia Chen, still quite young and a year junior to Xia Chen, had just turned 16, brimming with youthful exuberance as he spoke, as if he himself had slain the third-grade monster. Everyone is saying that within a year or two, Donghuang may be completely pacified, and at that time, the second master and the second madam will return to court. The youthful Xia Chen's face glowed with excitement. 14 years had passed, and the young master would finally reunite with his family. Upon hearing this, Xia Chen's eyes revealed no delight. He had inherited all of the previous Xia Chen's memories, a stark contrast to the disconnected recollections one might experience when logging into a game. It felt as though he had been born into this life, deeply imbued with all of Xia Chen's emotions, as if he were Xia Chen himself, having merely awakened to his past memories too. Months prior, in his mind, the figure of the second master, Xia Yuan, his biological father, surfaced from Xia Chen's words. Xia Yuan, the Marquis of Dongyan, had showered Xia Chen with affection in his early childhood. Before the age of 3, he was doted upon, but after being diagnosed as a waste body during the martial arts assessment at 3, Xia Yuan fell silent for a time, yet ultimately remained resolute. Though my son is a waste, as my eldest, I shall seek great fortune to alter his destiny. The very next day, the Donghuang monster tide erupted, and Xia Yuan was appointed as the commander against the monsters, leading an army of 100,000 in the eastern frontier. Xia Chen's mother, Su Xiaoxue, a powerful sorceress, accompanied him into battle. The young Xia Chen, unaware of the implications, solely wished to follow his parents to Donghuang, but was firmly denied, as the region was deemed perilous. At merely 3 years old, Xia Chen was left alone at the Marquis's residence, and that departure marked 14 years. For the first 3 months, letters frequently arrived at the Marquis of Dongyan's residence, bringing monster blood to refine Xia Chen's physique. After 5 months, the correspondence dwindled. Young Xia Chen believed the chaos stemmed from the raging monsters in Donghuang, that the battlefield was ever-changing, consuming his parents' energy and leaving little time for letters. That a year later, he finally learned from a servant at the residence that the Marquis of Dongyan was expecting another legitimate heir. Upon inquiry, he discovered he had a younger brother. Su Xiaoxue had conceived shortly after accompanying Xia Yuan into battle. Following the birth of his brother, letters from Donghuang shifted from monthly to biannual, and after the age of 6, there was but a single letter, with no more elixirs or blood essence sent. The original Xia Chen firmly believed that the war-torn battlefield of Donghuang, fraught with countless formidable monsters, rendered his father too preoccupied to attend to him. Only later did he learn from the servants that his younger brother, born on the battlefield, had been tested and found to possess unparalleled talent, hailed as a prodigy. It dawned on Xia Chen that he had been forsaken. Now, Xia Chen had grown accustomed to a life of freedom and ease, though he remained somewhat inconspicuous within the Marquis's residence. Yet, unlike the melodramatic tales often depicted in dramas, there were no scenes of malicious servants bullying their masters or condescension. His uncle and aunt treated him with great kindness, raising him as their own son. Yet now, with his parents returning and a brother he had never met who possessed extraordinary gifts and the legendary supreme, Xia Chen pondered whether he could continue to live as freely as he had, especially knowing that the bone was said to be the fabled supreme bone. While it may not rival his innate dual pupils, in the future, during the era of spiritual energy revival, it could still unleash astonishing brilliance. After 14 years apart, even the servants within the residence had learned about Donghuang before he did. Thus, although he shared blood ties with them, it felt as though he were a stranger. You may leave now, and also inform the kitchen to double the meal portions for lunch today, Xia Chen smiled and nodded at Xia Chen, who had been at his side since the age of where they had spent 12 years together. Xia Chen could be considered family, albeit a distant branch, having separated from the main lineage over 200 years ago. Despite the diluted bloodline, they still shared the surname Xia. It was this connection that allowed Xia Chen to be raised in the Marquis's residence, serving alongside the direct descendant, Xia Chen. Xia Chen nodded, aware of his young master's recent dedication to martial training, resulting in increased appetite. However, he was still surprised by the notion of doubling the portion swollen that mean one person consuming over 20 servings. Watching Xia Chen depart, Xia Chen slowly lowered his gaze, focusing on the aged yet intricately embossed letter in his hand. After a moment of silence, he extended his finger and gently sliced his fingertip with the crimson blade in his hand, allowing a drop of warm, vivid blood to fall. Instantly, the embossed qilin pattern on the envelope seemed to awaken, radiating a brilliant light, accompanied by a faint roar of a qilin. This process lasted for a brief moment before the light receded, restoring calm. Xia Chen understood this to be the handiwork of his mother, Su Xiaoxue. Although the current stage had not yet reached the revival of spiritual energy, martial prowess still existed. One individual could rival an army of 10,000, and a single sword could cleave a great river. Yet, those who reached such levels were exceedingly rare in the world, with only a handful capable of such feats. Most, despite their strength, remained within the realm of ordinary individuals. The system was somewhat rudimentary, divided into martial artists and sorcerers. In his past life, Xia Chen had merely viewed this as a mysterious and intriguing game, simplifying the distinction between the two into warriors and mages. Moreover, this world was inhabited by monsters. Su Xiaoxue was a formidable sorceress. This letter, crafted specifically for Xia Chen, could only be unsealed with his blood, a method to prevent outsiders from intercepting and discovering its content. Such techniques could not be grasped by crude martial artists. As Xia Chen opened the envelope, he found fine rice paper, smooth and delicate to the touch, but the message contained only a few terse words. Father will return in no less than 6 months, no more than 2 years. Additionally, the Emperor has arranged a marriage as my son. You are to wed the second princess. Perform well and do not tarnish the dignity of our Marquis house. The succinctness of the message left Xia Chen with a profound impression. The first half did not surprise him given the recent victory in Dongwang. The ongoing war that had lasted 14 years was finally drawing to a close. What truly caused Xia Chen's pupils to constrict was the latter half was to wed a princess, the second princess, no less. The future Empress? Chapter 3. My younger brother. In the courtyard, the spring breeze carried a hint of chill, leaving Xia Chen's heart in turmoil. The Empress, a paragon of power in the unified empire version, commanded reverence across the realm, with all bowing to her might, consolidating the world's fortune and establishing eternal laws. Subsequently, leveraging the grand fortune of the unified empire, she erected temples and proclaimed ambitious vows to the heavens, transforming the Great Wu dynasty into a dynasty of fortune ahead of its time, where the aura of destiny reigned supreme. Henceforth, those not the Great Wu were deemed heretics, progressing slowly in their cultivation, while those holding official titles within the dynasty could harness varying degrees of royal fortune to expedite their training. Heroes from across the land fell into this web. This state of affairs persisted until the phase of spiritual energy revival and celestial fusion. When the Empress vanished, the fortune of the Wu dynasty collapsed, and the unified empire disintegrated, liberating the heroes from the suppression of the Great Wu's national destiny. However, once Pandora's box was opened, there was no turning back. Subsequently, every monarch of a dynasty emulated the Empress, using fortune to suppress their realms, with royal fortune becoming a boon for cultivation, higher ranks leading to swifter progress, and the dynasty's rulers reaping the greatest benefits. Upon reflecting on the subsequent plot, Xia Chen realized that in his previous life, he had merely treated this world as a game, therefore neglecting the early stages and only skimming the surface. However, as the celestial fusion version commenced, this world transformed into the primary realm, and everything became palpable. The players no longer possessed immortality, and he recognized the discrepancies. He had never heard of the Empress having a fiancé. Shaking his head, Xia Chen earnestly recalled, attempting to deduce the current situation from the unfolding narrative. Yet regrettably, he had entered this world during the early stages of a unified empire version, with no knowledge of what transpired during the Wen Emperor era, when the Empress was still the second princess. Yet, it was evident that during the unified empire period, the East Town Marquis still shone brightly, with countless talents emerging. His younger brother, Xia Hao, possessed the legendary Supreme Bone, an extraordinary talent who became a pillar of the empire during the Empress's reign, serving as the sharpest spear in the expansion of the Great Wu, earning remarkable military accolades. The Empress, with her grand vision, broke ancestral customs to bestow the title of King of East Town upon his younger brother. Nevertheless, there were whispers in the alleys that his younger brother Xia Hao's ascension to kingship was due to a betrothal with an ordinary scion of the East Town Marquis during the Empress's time of concealment. Tragically, this noble youth perished in the coup. After the Empress ascended the throne, the betrothal was forgotten, but it was precisely because of this incident that the Empress compensated the Xia family, granting Xia Hao the title in an unusual manner. Initially, Xia Chen believed these tales to be mere gossip, fabrications intended to tarnish the reputations of the Empress and the King of East Town. However, it now appeared that perhaps all of it was true. The Empress indeed had a history with the East Town Marquis, and that nameless noble youth, whose name was not recorded in history, was none other than him, Xia Chen. Was his existence merely a dark chapter, an unworthy past that would tarnish the Empress's illustrious image? So much so that he could not even bear a name? Xia Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly, yet deep within his gaze, an otherworldly phenomenon flickered. His eyes seemed to merge the sun and moon into one, exuding strands of chaotic energy, with a glint of icy light shimmering within. If that were the case, his narrative would conclude with the coup. No wonder he had never heard of a legitimate son named Xia Chen from the East Town Marquis. While the resplendent pillar of the empire, Xia Hao, had a brother, Xia Chen's expression regained its composure, resembling the stillness of an abyss devoid of ripples. He stepped into the house, adorning himself in splendid attire. Previously, the courtyard had been filled with maidservants, but after he turned 12, they were all withdrawn. This was not due to the Marquis's disdain for his youth, but rather a common practice among all scions. Before reaching the 8th rank, martial artists were cautioned against indulging in distractions. Just as he exited the courtyard, a beautiful young woman draped in a green silk gown approached gracefully. Baizhu. Xia Chen recognized her. Third young master. The master and madam request your presence. Baizhu halted before Xia Chen, bowing respectfully, her demeanor far from the arrogant attitudes often portrayed in dramas, showing no contempt towards this somewhat inconspicuous young master within the Marquis. I understand. Xia Chen nodded and followed Baizhu, his gaze drawn to her graceful figure, causing a surge of blood within him. He hastily averted his eyes, having just undergone a breakthrough, his vitality surging. Baizhu, the maidservant to the matriarch of the Xia family, Chui Mengru, had long been intended to assist Xia Chen in his daily life once he reached the 8th rank. As he diverted his attention, he began to map out the relationships within the Marquis, which had been established for 6 centuries, now with only 3 direct lines. The elderly Marquis, Xia Chen, though 86, remained vigorous but had ceased managing family and court affairs, retreating to focus on achieving a higher realm. The elderly Marquis had 3 sons. The eldest, Xia Chen, the master referred to by Baizhu. The second, Xia Yuan, Xia Chen's biological father, known as the second master within the household, and the youngest, Xia Han. Currently, the affairs of the Marquis were overseen by the eldest, and Wu Ho, Xia Chen. Xia Chen followed Baizhu through the winding outer courtyard to a grand hall. Upon entering, he beheld a stern-faced, middle-aged man seated at the head position, accompanied by a woman in her 30s, elegantly maintained, exuding regal grace. Uncle Aunt. Xia Chen approached the hall and respectfully bowed. Chener, we are family. There is no need for such formality. Xia Chen smiled, urging Xia Chen to rise, while the beautiful lady echoed his sentiment. Chener, it has been a while since you dined in our quarters. Have you grown distant from your aunt upon hearing that your younger sibling is returning? Chui Mengru gently reproached Xia Chen, her gaze imbued with the allure of a mature woman. Chui Mengru, the matriarch of the Xia family, had cared for Xia Chen since childhood, treating him as her own aunt. I have been diligently practicing martial arts lately, hence my absence. Xia Chen replied warmly, taking a seat beside Cui Mingru. Feeling a surge of warmth despite his biological mother having neglected him over the years, lavishing all affection on her second son. However, his uncle and aunt treated him with genuine kindness, never looking down upon him due to his innate frailty. He had grown up in the Marquisate from the tender age of 3 without enduring significant hardship, thanks to the care of Xia Chen and Cui Mingru. Upon hearing Xia Chen's comment about his rigorous training, both Xia Chen and Cui Mingru's expressions darkened, sighing inwardly. Though the innate frailty could practice martial arts, achieving greatness in this lifetime remained a daunting challenge. Even with 100-fold effort, the rewards were meager. Xia Chen and Cui Mingru inquired if Xia Chen lacked anything, and the three engaged in amiable conversation, creating a familial atmosphere. Your father has accomplished great feats in the eastern wilderness. The emperor has bestowed a marriage contract, promising the second princess to you. Are you aware of this matter? What is your perspective? After the pleasantries, Xia Chen broached the subject. Only just learned. Xia Chen nodded, his expression turning serious. Is there still room for negotiation regarding this matter? He did not desire to marry a princess. To outsiders, such a union was a tremendous honor. Yet for the Marquisate and for himself, it would merely be a gilded embellishment, potentially constraining his freedom. Particularly, the individual in question is destined to become the future empress, making the prospect of marriage exceedingly perilous. Who can ascertain the circumstances of one's demise in a past life? In his youth, the emperor exhibited a lack of martial talent, resulting in a rather tepid affection from his parents. They departed for the battlefield and, after a prolonged absence of 14 years, rarely communicated, leading to a certain emotional distance from the emperor. By the age of 3, the emperor resided alone within his clan, though he was fortunate that his uncle and aunt treated him as their own child, nurturing him with great care until he reached maturity. History of Xia, Volume 1. Annals of Emperor Taizu, Chapter 4. The Imperial Edict, that has stood resilient for 6 centuries, owing its endurance to the continuous emergence of talented individuals and formidable generals capable of commanding great armies. In the present day, the realm is divided into 3 factions. To the north lies the great, to the west and to the east the ferocious of the, with unbroken mountain ranges, and to the south the where thrives. The world cannot be deemed peaceful with such external threats looming. Thus, the need not overly pander to the emperor for favor. Instead, it is the royal family that often seeks the alliance, bestowing gifts during festivals, and this time, the betrothal of a royal daughter serves as the most evident signal. As for he has never been one to languish beneath others for long. Should he truly forge a marriage pact with the future empress, the impending turmoil 5 years hence, known as the, would render him constrained and powerless. Do you not wish to marry the princess? Inquired softly, her gaze lingering on, her mature beauty flowing with an enchanting grace. Absolutely not, replied emphatically, without a trace of hesitation. There remained no room for negotiation. At this juncture, the imperial edict should have already departed the palace and be en route to the side, and shook his head. This matter had long been deliberated and settled, and now it was merely the announcement of the conclusion. Fell into silence, fully aware that many decisions had been made long before, and given his current standing, he had no right to participate in such discussions. Yet, he was undeniably a central figure in this marriage arrangement, only to discover the truth once all dust had settled, how absurd and laughable it was. Originally, this union was not intended for him. The emperor had set his sights on his younger brother, but upon the envoy's arrival the proposal was graciously declined by his second brother. Thus, the protagonist of this union was shifted to him. Observing silence, pondered for a moment before revealing the rivalry behind the betrothal. Upon careful inquiry, learned that the marriage had initially been designated for his younger brother, but their parents had resolutely refused, citing that was still young and should devote himself to martial studies, not be distracted by matrimonial commitments. They subsequently submitted a petition, asserting that as the eldest legitimate son, was of an appropriate age to wed the second princess. After receiving this correspondence, they remained silent for 3 days, eventually issuing an edict this morning that concurred with his petition, thus confirming the marriage. Seeing S. composed demeanor, felt a pang of sympathy. For an ordinary person, becoming a prince consort would be akin to ascending to the heavens. However, for those of their esteemed lineage, it represented a form of constraint. 6 centuries ago, this favor towards eunuchs and his reliance on external kin led to widespread rebellion, nearly toppling the dynasty. Had it not been for this revival, the realm would have changed its name long ago. After securing the throne, learned from past mistakes, and decreed that henceforth, external kin were forbidden from political involvement or holding significant office. Although the influence of external kin was not entirely eradicated, it had significantly waned. A century ago, they began reintegrating them to balance court affairs. Today, while the situation for external kin has improved vastly, they still face numerous restrictions. Becoming a prince consort is undoubtedly a form of external kinship. This explains why, upon learning of the emperor's intention to betroth the princess to his younger son, preferred to offend the emperor rather than consent to the marriage. To marry the princess is to forsake all hope for the future. His eyes revealed a sense of resignation. His nephew's fate had always been tumultuous, yet the emperor's will was unyielding. A union must occur. If and his wife were unwilling to see their younger son wed, then their elder son would have to bear the burden. While this was profoundly unfair to, who was naturally less gifted, his years of dedication to military strategy had merely limited his martial prospects. Becoming a prince consort, combined with this support, would ensure a life of comfort and security, perhaps a blessing in disguise. Such thoughts occupied his mind as he reflected on his affection for this nephew he had watched grow up, feeling a closer bond to him than to the yet unmet. Yet, as the head of the family, he must prioritize the clan's interests. His younger brother's son was a prodigy, potentially capable of achieving the heights of their ancestor, and could become a future leader of the family. It was indeed inappropriate to bind him with the title of prince consort. Though harbored indignation, his gaze remained tranquil, a smile gracing his lips as he accepted the unfolding events. He was acutely aware of the intricacies involved. His own parents wished to safeguard the younger son's future, ultimately leading to the realization that they had cast him aside to defuse the emperor's seemingly amicable yet fundamentally oppressive maneuver. This marriage was merely a byproduct of a power struggle and compromise. His own desires and opinions held little weight. Even the Empress, who would one day command the world, had been utilized as a political pawn before wielding power. What could he not accept? A resolute optimism filled as he contemplated the situation, recognizing the original choice had not wished to marry her and had been returned. It was no wonder this chapter of history was shrouded in obscurity during his reign. To be unable to dictate one's own fate was indeed a source of distress. As he mused, a sigh escaped him, the last words lingering in the air, whether spoken to the future empress or to himself. In that moment, his resolve to seize power solidified. In the main hall, entered with a sense of urgency, yet maintained her composure and elegance. Master, madam, a delegation has arrived from the palace, led by the esteemed, and the occasion is quite grand. Exchanging glances, and comprehended the implications. Let us welcome the envoy together, rose silently, trailing behind them to embrace his destiny. Upon reaching this entrance, he encountered the described by. Though his hair was gray, he bore the countenance of youth, his complexion vibrant. Despite being a eunuch, he exuded an aura that commanded respect, and none dared to underestimate him. Known as, had served 3 generations of emperors, and had weathered the storm of the remaining a stalwart guardian of the palace during the reign of the Empress, possessing unfathomable power, an unwavering loyal servant of the imperial family. Such thoughts flashed through S. mind. This man was indeed the legitimate son of the remarkably handsome, beamed at, offering his congratulations. Recognizing this future figure who would shine during the respectfully bowed in acknowledgement. This surprised, who quickly regained his composure, smiling and nodding at, forming a favorable first impression of the youth. Although it was the focal point, many subsequent events were not directly tied to him. His role was merely to make an appearance. After welcoming into the proceedings continued with bathing and changing, culminating in reading the imperial edict. received the edict, and thus, the marriage was officially established. The entire process left feeling disoriented amidst the multitude of formal rituals that accompanied a royal decree. Typically, imperial edicts are conveyed through simple verbal announcements, devoid of such elaborate protocols. However, as this was a marriage to a princess, both the and the palace demanded a grand display to signify the importance of the union. The entire affair consumed the afternoon, and as held the intricately designed edict adorned with dragon motifs, he felt as though he were lost in a dream. He had truly become the future empress's fiancé. Yet, could he truly survive the impending and successfully assume the role of the emperor's consort? In that tumultuous event, his demise had seemed accidental. Was it truly so? Upon contemplating these thoughts, he gazed at his uncle and aunt ahead, no longer hesitating, and quickened his pace to join them. "Uncle, I have transcended to the 8th rank of refinement, and I seek to secure a position to serve our nation," Xia Chen declared with a deep breath, his voice resonating with conviction. In the days of his youth, the founding emperor was known for his composure and reserve, concealing his brilliance among his peers. Yet, the Empress of the Wu Dynasty discerned his extraordinary potential at a glance, believing he was destined for greatness. At that time, the Empress, Princess Yawang, was sought after by the Wu Dynasty's Wen Emperor for a suitable match. In turn, Princess Yawang took the initiative to propose, leading to the engagement between her and the founding emperor. History of Xia, Volume 1, Annals of the Founding Emperor. Chapter 5, The Shattering Demon Blade of Shouyang. Within the halls of the Marquis residence, a winding path of blue stones meanders gracefully, reminiscent of a lively ribbon weaving through a landscape adorned with blooming flowers. Spring has only just begun, yet certain exquisite blossoms can no longer contain their eagerness to bloom, vying for beauty and brilliance. A gentle breeze stirs, and the air becomes infused with an intoxicating fragrance that soothes the senses. Xia Chen and Cui Menglu abruptly halt in their steps, turning to gaze at Xia Chen, their voices tinged with disbelief. "You have broken through to the 8th grade? Under ordinary circumstances, the ascension to this rank might elicit little more than a flicker of acknowledgement from them. While the 8th grade is commendable, particularly for a mere 17-year-old, it pales in comparison to the plethora of prodigies within the Marquis lineage. Excluding a handful of exceptional talents among the direct descendants, even among the collateral branches, there are several gifted young individuals emerging in Xia Chen's generation. Thus, achieving the 8th grade is hardly astonishing. However, the fact that it is Xia Chen who has accomplished this feat is indeed remarkable, especially given Xia Chen and his wife's intimate understanding of his innate talent. Over the years, although Xia Chen's biological parents had not sent rare treasures from the East Wild, Xia Chen had provided him with numerous valuable resources to refine his body. Yet, despite the extensive resources expended by the Marquis household, Xia Chen had only barely managed to ascend from the non-classified realm to the 9th grade of body refinement. Xia Chen could not help but lament the truth of the saying that one's martial path can be fraught with limitations. Now, Xia Chen claims to have broken through to the 8th grade. In recent days, he had felt a stirring within, practicing diligently and rather unexpectedly, experiencing a moment of epiphany from the foundational sword techniques, which led to his unintentional breakthrough. Demonstrate your prowess. Upon hearing this, Xia Chen's expression turned grave, his heart filled with uncertainty. An epiphany derived from basic sword techniques? The foundational techniques of their household are far from ordinary. They have been honed over 6 centuries, even drawing inspiration from the royal family's most formidable 9th grade sword techniques, ultimately culminating in this method best suited for 9th grade body refinement. This foundational sword technique has reached a point where it is beyond further advancement or modification. Xia Chen himself had studied this very technique in his youth. Yet now, Xia Chen asserts that he has gleaned something new from it. In his own youth, Xia Chen had been ambitious, aspiring to contribute to his family by improving this technique. But even after attaining his current level, he had not attempted any modifications. Neither had Xia Chen's biological father, Xia Yuan, nor their patriarch, the true master of the Marquis household, Zhendong Ho Xia Chu Tian. "Draw your blade," Xia Chen instructed his attendant. "Use this one." Without hesitation, Xia Chen unsheathed a long blade that shimmered with a chilling radiance, its entire form a deep, dark hue. At the moment of its emergence, Xia Chen perceived a shadowy serpent leaping from an abyss, its cold scales seemingly capable of devouring the heart. This vision was fleeting, and soon the blade returned to calm. Xia Chen realized that this moment was no mere illusion. It was a divine weapon, born from the blood of a third-grade demon, its essence harboring the soul of a great demon. This was one of the marquee hidden treasures. Xia Chen grasped the long blade firmly. Yet even so, he felt a weight pressing upon his hands. Although the blade had retracted its ethereal qualities, its sheer mass was still extraordinarily heavy. Had he been at the 9th grade, he would have struggled merely to lift it, let alone wield it. This blade itself was a test, a measure of his current capabilities. Observing Xia Chen's steady acceptance of the long blade, Xia Chen nodded in approval. This young man had indeed broken through to the 8th grade. With this thought, Xia Chen felt a surge of anticipation regarding Xia Chen's claimed epiphany. As Xia Chen gripped the dark blade, a fervent light ignited in his eyes. His flesh and blood felt as if they were boiling, strands of vital energy coursing through him, while the illusion of a great sun rose behind him. The energy in the atmosphere shifted subtly. Cui Menglu's eyes sparkled. Coming from a prestigious family, she was attuned to the energies of the cosmos. An overwhelming surge of solar energy was drawn into Xia Chen's body, ultimately converging within the dark blade. Shouyang's shattering demon blade, Xia Chen proclaimed with a resounding voice. Though standing in the garden, he seemed to confront an army of thousands, a legion of demons. With his back to the onlookers, he brandished the blade towards the abyss. His momentum reached its zenith, his vitality ablaze, spirit and essence at their peak. As he swung the blade, the heavens themselves darkened. Xia Chen watched as a radiant sun flickered in Xia Chen's palm, catching the brilliant blade of light with a single hand. Though it did not pierce his skin, he could hardly conceal his joy, unable to remain composed. Have you truly improved the foundational sword technique? Though his tone was questioning, Xia Chen was already convinced. Witnessing it firsthand, he recognized that while the technique differed significantly from the foundational one, at its core, it remained unchanged. It was undoubtedly an advanced version of the foundational sword technique. Drawing upon the essence of the sun, it harnessed the energy of destruction, compelling all evils to retreat. It served both as a means to vanquish foes and as a foundation for refining one's flesh. Cui Menglu astutely discerned the essence of the shattering demon blade. To her, the art of killing was secondary. The true marvel lay in its ability to commune with the cosmos, absorbing the sun's essence to refine the body. Could a mere martial artist achieve such a feat? This technique appeared to blend the realms of martial prowess and sorcery, a truly unique sword art. Cui Menglu found her heart tumultuous. Although Xia Chen was not a sorcerer, he quickly grasped the significance. The paramount importance of the 9th grade of body refinement, 8th grade of essence refinement, and even 7th grade of spirit refinement lay in the cultivation of the body and the refinement of flesh. While martial artists typically lack the ability to communicate with the energies of the cosmos, relying instead on arduous effort and time, or consuming rare treasures, this sword technique could actively engage with celestial energies for the purpose of refining the body. It could undoubtedly expedite the cultivation process from 9th to 7th grade. Xia Chen soon recognized the invaluable nature of this technique. Keep your insights regarding the sword technique confidential, and do not disseminate this knowledge. He spoke with a serious countenance, surveying the attendants and maidservants behind him. Fortunately, these individuals were trusted family members. Otherwise, today could have ended in chaos. This sword technique shall be dedicated to the family. It is entirely at your discretion, uncle, Xia Chen stated without hesitation. Revealing this technique was merely a means to obtain resources for advancement. Moreover, the family had invested considerable resources in him over the years. Even if he were to offer it freely, he would have no objections. Very well, Chener. Your improvement of the sword technique is a great service to the family. I shall report your achievements to the Merit Hall and inform the clan elders. Furthermore, you may visit the Techniques Hall to select an additional technique. Additionally, regarding your desire to seek employment outside, I will assist you in that endeavor, Xia Chen declared resolutely. The family's endurance through 6 centuries was attributed to their comprehensive merit system, ensuring no individual who contributed significantly to the family would go unrecognized. Chapter 6. Who says a woman cannot be an empress? In the noble residence, blossoms bloom in vibrant hues, and Xia Chen reveals a radiant smile. He is indifferent to the opinions of others, yearning only to venture forth and establish his own legacy. Though the noble residence is splendid, it ultimately does not grant him autonomy. He can only leverage its influence, not entrust himself entirely to it. Xia Chen is acutely aware that the noble residence belongs to all, not solely to him. His interests do not equate to those of the residence. Nevertheless, he can currently utilize the resources and prestige of the noble residence to secure a favorable official position. Why toil up from the bottom when a shortcut is available? Xia Chen has never been one to suffer in silence. Accompanying Xia Chen, he proceeds to the merit hall to meet the clan elders, to receive accolades and engrave the true essence of the Shouyang demon-slaying blade. East of the palace, a grand yet understated residence rests beside the main avenue. Its vermilion doors tower majestically, adorned with copper studs that glimmer with the passage of time, flanked by imposing stone lions. This is the Princess Yaoguang's estate, home to the second princess, who is now in the bloom of youth. However, over a year ago, she requested the freedom to enter and exit the palace at will. Just after the recent spring festival, she voluntarily moved out of the palace, an act that deviates from customary decorum. Traditionally, even upon reaching adulthood, a princess is expected to remain within the palace until her marriage to a prince. The court was left bewildered as to what conversation transpired between the second princess and the emperor that led to such consent. Soon, the court learned that she had been betrothed to the son of the Eastern and Marquis. In the front hall of the princess's residence, 3 women and 2 men sit quietly, yet all eyes are drawn to the casually placed imperial edict beside them. At the head of the table sits a woman of exquisite beauty, her skin like fine jade, her brows resembling distant mountains, her eyes twinkling like stars, radiating a profound tranquility. Her delicate nose is perfectly sculpted, and her flowing black hair, enhanced by her resplendent attire, appears even more lustrous and soft. Merely her presence diminishes the allure of all others in the room. That edict rests beside her. The second princess, titled Princess Yaoguang, Xia Chen, in the Eastern and Marquis residence, is almost invisible, clearly overlooked. She is a treasure beyond compare, and how could Xia Chen possibly be worthy of her? A woman in the audience, unable to contain her frustration, breaks the silence. What have you done about this? The second princess's gaze remains unperturbed, revealing no trace of joy or sorrow. The disgruntled woman finds herself at a loss for words. Indeed, the emperor's decree has been made public, and thus, it is beyond remedy. Why not send an assassin to eliminate Xia Chen? I hear he is not favored in the Marquis' residence. The Eastern and Marquis has been away at the Eastern Wilderness battlefield for 14 years, and letters from him are scarce, indicating his indifference toward this legitimate son. A man on the left side suggests in a low voice, "Such nonsense. Assassination is a despicable tactic that should not be employed lightly. Even if it were effective, it would bring endless trouble, regardless of whether it succeeds or fails." The young man at the forefront on the left shakes his head, admonishing the suggestion. His name is Hua Qiming. Though he is a scholar, he is not one to be easily mired in rigid thinking. If assassination could indeed resolve matters, it might be justifiable, but the repercussions of either success or failure would be catastrophic. Xia Chen may be deemed a waste, overlooked by the Eastern and Marquis in the noble residence, yet he remains the legitimate son of the noble house. Moreover, this marriage is a decree from the emperor, intended to draw the noble residence closer and demonstrate imperial favor. The identity of the second princess's husband is of little consequence, as long as he is of noble lineage. Therefore, even if Xia Chen were to perish, it is highly probable that the second princess would still be betrothed. Su Jun, witnessing Hua Qiming's reprimand, harbors resentment, yet suppresses it in the presence of the princess. Yaoguang listens quietly to their discourse without intervening, though deep within, she feels disappointed in Su Jun. Both Su Jun and Ho Qiming were recently recruited as her advisors from the Imperial Academy, yet it is evident that Ho Qiming possesses superior intellect. While assassination is not entirely off the table, targeting the legitimate son of the noble residence is far too frivolous. If all matters in this world were to be resolved through murder, chaos would have long since ensued. The Eastern and Marquis residence, while not the highest in rank, is renowned for its martial prowess. The Marquis, Xia Chen, is celebrated as a military deity of the previous generation. 36 years ago, during the Huaiyang War between Dao and Dafeng, the conflict endured for 3 years. Ultimately, Commander Xia Chen led an army of 200,000 to vanquish the renowned General Xiao Yu of Dafeng, penetrating deep into Dafeng territory, drawing near to its capital. Had it not been for the encroachment of Deqing from the west and the eastern wilderness demons taking advantage of the situation, the campaign could have resulted in the near annihilation of Dafeng, or at least the acquisition of half its territory. This victory brought fame to the Eastern and Marquis, and thereafter he voluntarily relinquished military power, retreating to focus on martial cultivation. This act garnered the trust and favor of the Wen Emperor, resulting in continuous rewards. The second princess is acutely aware that the Marquis' strategic retreat alleviated the Emperor's suspicions, while simultaneously granting the Xia family's second generation the opportunity to shine. Brothers Xia Chen and Xia Yuan began to emerge in the military, achieving remarkable feats and becoming leaders among their peers. 21 years ago, the eldest son, Xia Chen, inheriting one of the other 2 Marquis titles, distinguished himself in a battle against the southern barbarians. Following this, he emulated his father's example, retreating into seclusion and returning to the capital to manage the noble residence. Though he has remained out of the public eye for many years, he is not to be underestimated. The second son, Xia Yuan, inherited the title of Eastern and Marquis. 14 years ago, he was appointed commander of the Eastern Wilderness battlefield in a time of crisis. For the first 13 years, he maintained a steady course, avoiding any major blunders, thus ensuring stability in the eastern frontier. The court rejoiced, while simultaneously breathing a sigh of relief. Xia Yuan's ability to stabilize the eastern front was indeed a significant achievement, but in comparison to his father and brother, he was no longer regarded as extraordinary. However, a month prior, Xia Yuan's careful strategy culminated in the slaughter of a third-grade demon, shocking the realm. The emergence of 3 commanders from one family is bound to astonish the world and provoke the royal family's unease. Yet, amidst the current turmoil, Dao does not stand alone. In dealing with the noble residents, suppression is not an option. Rather, they must seek to ally with them. In such circumstances, assassination against the noble residence's legitimate son is unthinkable. Xia Chen, a mere waste, poses no threat. This matter has been settled, and there is no need for further discussion. The Eastern and Marquis residence is loyal to the Emperor and has made significant contributions to the state. Alleviating the Emperor's worries is indeed a commendable act. The second princess beams, illuminating the hall with her presence, yet her gaze remains serene. Deep within, she harbors grand ambitions, unspoken to anyone. Her peculiar behavior, refusing to confine herself like other princesses within palace walls, is driven by this aspiration. Who says a woman cannot ascend to the throne? Princess Yawang is determined to become the first of her kind in history. Chapter 7. The Golden Generation. Deep within the esteemed residence of the town, East Marquis, amidst the grandeur of a 7-story ancient tower exuding a unique aura, the foundational sword technique has indeed been enhanced. 7 elderly men, their hair grizzled and bearing an imposing presence, either stood up abruptly from their seats or inadvertently tugged at their own white beards, some spilling tea from their cups. Their hearts stirred with unrest. The foundational sword technique, as its name suggests, serves as the bedrock for martial arts cultivation, a fundamental principle. An individual's combat prowess and future potential are intimately tied to this foundational technique. Thus, the foundational sword technique of the Marquis household is a closely guarded secret, accessible only to the direct descendants of the Marquis and those exceptional talents who have undergone rigorous testing. This technique has been the cornerstone of the Xia family's enduring legacy for 6 centuries. Every martial aristocratic family possesses its own unique foundational technique, all shrouded in secrecy to maintain a monopoly on knowledge, thus ensuring their perpetual prominence. The Xia family's foundational technique was conceived by their progenitor, Xia Chen, and has been refined over generations by successive clan leaders and elders, believed to have reached a state of perfection, rivaling even that of the royal foundational techniques. Yet now, to their astonishment, it has been improved upon by a younger generation. Gazing at the fierce crack in the ground, which Xia Chen had just demonstrated before them, they may have questioned vocally, but internally they had already accepted its validity. Their overwhelming reaction stemmed from sheer incredulity. Well. Although your martial talent may be lacking, your comprehension is indeed extraordinary. In terms of contributions to the clan, you surpass even your father, Xia Yuan, exclaimed the first elder, a man with hair like silver, his tone direct and laughter-hearty. Yet, within his heart, he felt a profound sorrow, lamenting the unfairness of fate. This child possesses unparalleled insight, but lacks martial talent. Otherwise, the Xia family would surely witness the emergence of another prodigious genius. His name is Xia Yu, the elder brother of Marquis Xia Chutian, the uncle of Xia Chen and Xia Yuan, and in terms of lineage, he is Xia Chen's great-grandfather. Among the 8 brothers of Xia Chutian generation, he ranked 3rd. Yet due to his exceptional talent and intellect, he was chosen as the head of the Xia family, inheriting the title of Marquis of Town East. The other 7 brothers also held military positions in their youth. 36 years ago, during the Huayang War between the Great Wu and the Great Feng, Xia Chutian achieved legendary status in battle, ultimately choosing to relinquish his military power and retire, while the other brothers gradually returned their military authority to serve as elders in the Marquis' household, dedicating themselves to mentoring the next generation and enhancing the family's foundation. Even the highest military accolades pale in comparison to your creation. Another elder remarked, identifying himself as Xia Chen's 5th uncle, Xia Chen. The Marquis' household has enjoyed 6 centuries of glory, producing generations of talents. Over 300 years ago, their ancestors were re-awarded the title of Anwu Marquis for significant contributions. And 173 years ago, they secured the title of Anong Marquis. Thus, the Xia family boasts 3 Marquis titles. For them, military achievements are hardly lacking. The enhancement of the foundational technique, however, bears immense significance for the family, promising that future generations will be even more exceptional with accelerated cultivation speeds. Upon leaving the Tower of Merits, Xia Chen, who had entered the tower for the first time, reflected on the reactions of the elders, realizing they must have heard of his infamous reputation as a waste of talent over the years. This newfound recognition would undoubtedly enhance his standing within the Marquis' household. The 7 elders regarded him favorably. Exchanging the Shouyang breaking demon blade for such esteem was certainly worthwhile. Xia Chen mused, indifferent to the notion of inscribing his name in the family history or being honored in the ancestral hall alongside other distinguished talents of the clan. He sought only a legacy during his lifetime. Posthumous fame was not his current concern. As he navigated the winding paths of the back courtyard and traversed the martial arts arena, he observed the vibrant scene before him. Young children, age 5 or 6, practiced their foundational punches under the guidance of martial instructors, while 11 or 12-year-olds trained with long spears, their movements sharp and formidable. Others lifted heavy stones, sweat pouring down their brows, yet their eyes radiated determination and perseverance. Brother Chun, at that moment, a boy of 13 or 14, with a physique reminiscent of a monkey, quickly approached Xia Chen, having tossed aside the stone he had been lifting. "Brother Chun, are you here to watch me?" The lad, with a round face and playful demeanor, appeared endearing. His name was Xia Wen, the son of Xia Chen's 3rd uncle, Xia Han. Although born into a martial family, Xia Han favored the literary path over martial pursuits, naming his son Xia Wen with high hopes for his academic achievements. However, Xia Wen, with exceptional martial talent, showed little interest in scholarly pursuits. Due to Xia Chen's own perceived lack of martial potential, Xia Han had taken him under his wing, teaching him to cultivate a noble spirit through classical studies. Thus, Prior to turning 10, Xia Chen often dined at his uncle's home, forging a close bond with Xia Wen. I came to the Tower of Merits to select a martial technique, and thought I'd stop by to see you, Xia Chen replied with a smile. In the Marquis's household, all children, regardless of gender, began their martial training at the age of 5, enduring the elements and dedicating themselves daily. However, given Xia Chen's lack of martial talent, his uncle, Xia Chen, had allowed him to forego daily training to preserve his dignity. In his youth, Xia Chen had begrudgingly attended the martial arts arena, but as his peers advanced rapidly while he struggled to even grasp the basics, he gradually ceased his visits. Surveying the arena, he noted that many familiar young faces had vanished. Those who had once been his contemporaries were now largely absent. He understood that most had already broken through to the 8th grade refinement realm and were entering the military, a customary tradition within a Marquis's household, where age mattered little compared to cultivation level. Brother Chun, another voice called out, and Xia Chen turned to see a delicate girl, appearing around 10 years old, shyly approaching him after completing her training routine. Her cheeks flushed. She was the daughter of Xia Qian and Shui Mengru, named Xia Yushi. Brother Chun. Several others joined the gathering, children of the 7 elders and a few exceptionally gifted younger cousins, who hesitated momentarily before approaching, recognizing Xia Chen's status as a direct descendant. Though Xia Chen had been somewhat inconspicuous in the household over the years, his reputation was nonetheless significant, being the first person in this illustrious lineage to be deemed talentless. Some greeted him warmly with smiles, while others maintained a calm demeanor, merely nodding in acknowledgement without overt friendliness, but no one dared to insult him. Most of the young ones were quite mature for their ages, possessing keen emotional intelligence. No one would casually offend a direct descendant, even one lacking martial talent, especially as they were all aware of Xia Chen's recent elevation to the status of a prince consort. Moreover, in terms of lineage, Xia Chen was the elder brother of all present. The Xia family, having thrived for 6 centuries, placed great importance on fraternal bonds and respect. Xia Chen greeted each individual with a warm smile, his tone gentle, creating an atmosphere akin to a refreshing spring breeze. His gaze fell upon the few young men gathered, his expression serious, for he recognized that they were destined to shine brightly in the future. Xiao Wen, style Xuanba, is the younger brother of the Heavenly Emperor. From a young age, the Heavenly Emperor imparted wisdom to him, fostering a relationship of both intimacy and reverence. In his youth, the Emperor, like a hidden dragon in the depths, concealed his brilliance and patiently awaited the opportune moment, thus remaining unremarkable among his peers. Within the imperial clan, only Wen remained steadfast in his emotions, unaffected by external influences, maintaining a close and deeply fraternal bond with the Heavenly Emperor. Annals of Xia, Volume 1, Family Records. Chapter 3. Chapter 8. The Hidden Skill Pavilion. At this moment in the training ground, it was a respite period, and the martial masters observed the gathering of individuals engaged in friendly banter without interruption. Among them, a somewhat aloof youth of 12 or 13 caught Xia Chen's attention. His name was Xia Chen, a member of the Xia family's collateral line. Xia Chen was aware of him as they had exchanged greetings earlier. In the forthcoming era of the Grand Unification, he would be a formidable general, commanding the mighty cavalry of Dawu and traversing the eastern wilderness battlefield. Yet, at this moment, this divine general still bore the innocence of youth. Xia Chen's gaze shifted to another youth, Xia Hao, the legitimate grandson of his 6th grandfather, who was also destined for remarkable achievements. Brother Chun, are you about to embark on your journey for training? Xiao Wen inquired cheerfully. Xia Chen candidly shared his intention to visit the Hidden Skill Pavilion. I too shall soon break through to the 8th tier. I will come find you then, Xiao Wen expressed, his intentions untainted, and with the straightforwardness of youth, he harbored no ulterior motives. Xia Chen was taken aback. Xiao Wen was merely months shy of his 12th birthday, yet was on the verge of breaking through to the 8th tier. Indeed, the prodigious talent of the Xia family was as illustrious as the legends suggested. The younger generation of both the Xia family and the Dawu dynasty emerged like bamboo shoots after a rain, heralding the advent of a golden age. Xia Chen mused. His heart stirred. The golden generation had yet to fully mature, and the accumulated fortune of the Xia family over 6 centuries would soon be unleashed, propelling them to unprecedented heights. He realized he must seize the opportunity ahead of time. The hidden skill pavilion stood tall with 7 stories. Xia Chen had only visited once before while learning the basics of swordplay. This time, due to his notable contributions, he was granted access to all levels below the 6th. Rather than hastily rushing to the 5th floor, he entered the 1st floor, approached the bookshelf on the right, and picked up a volume to peruse. The Sword Art of the Wind swiftly captured Xia Chen's attention, though his thoughts were not entirely focused on the swordplay. Collection of techniques, he calmly affirmed within himself. Collecting techniques. 125, 100. A virtual interface appeared before Xia Chen's eyes. Although he had entered this world ahead of time and was no longer a player, the auxiliary system remained intact, granting him full access to its features. For instance, it assisted in comprehending advanced sword techniques, as well as the current collection function. Initial players possessed only the rudimentary ability to enhance proficiency, simple and crude, while his auxiliary system had long since evolved into the spiritual awakening version. Thus, even when players from the Empress era arrived, Xia Chen could easily outperform them with his advanced functions. As he wandered through the pavilion, he rapidly collected techniques from the entire 1st floor of the hidden skill pavilion. However, the vast accumulation of over 6 centuries within the Marquis's residence, even after filtering, meant that ordinary techniques were not stored in the pavilion, leaving the 1st floor brimming with an ocean of knowledge. Xia Chen focused on collecting key techniques, then moved on to the 2nd floor. The techniques on the 2nd floor catered primarily to practitioners at the 8th tier of the refinement mirror level. They encompassed swordplay, saber techniques, spear methods, halberd arts, and various body tempering skills, alongside diverse military formations and even some sorcerer's cultivation methods. Although the Xia family was founded on martial prowess, their extensive history of over 6 centuries included the eradication of rebellious sorceress sects, allowing them to absorb their techniques. Xia Chen prioritized the military formations, recognizing that while martial artists and sorcerers were formidable, a well-organized army could harness collective lethal energy to vanquish them. However, he noted that the military formations available were primarily basic ones, often consisting of 3 or 5-person units, with only a small fraction capable of forming a 7-person formation. Xia Chen was not overly disappointed. Such military strategies were closely guarded secrets, the bedrock of noble families. The grand formations composed of tens of thousands were exceedingly rare treasures, even within the Xia family, as not everyone could learn them. Xia Chen surmised that the techniques of such caliber were likely stored on the 5th floor or higher. In the entire Wu Dynasty, families capable of commanding armies exceeding 10,000 were fewer than 10. Deep within the hidden skill pavilion, Xia Huang and Xia Hong exchanged glances, having already noticed Xia Chen's peculiar behavior on the 2nd floor. They were Xia Chen's 4th and 6th grandfathers, respectively, and previously observed Xia Hao, the legitimate grandson of Xia Hong, in the training ground. Their usual duty was to guard the hidden skill pavilion, and having been summoned to the mirror pavilion, they learned of Xia Chen's improvements to the basic saber technique, which left a profound impression on them. What is he doing? Just wandering aimlessly? Xia Hong pondered, perplexed, unable to comprehend the purpose behind Xia Chen's actions despite his 70 years of experience. If you ask me, who should I inquire? Xia Huang retorted, equally baffled. This lad possesses great comprehension, yet he remains too youthful, his resolve still unformed. His martial talent is somewhat lacking. He must be guided properly. Should he develop a restless spirit, his achievements could be severely limited. Xia Hong scrutinized Xia Chen for a while, then shook his head, offering his critique. A martial artist must have a clear target, unwavering as a thunderous charge. Yet Xia Chen's mind is indecisive. Each time he picks up a technique, he glances briefly before hastily setting it down. Such a disposition is detrimental to great accomplishments. Alas, it is a pity. It is no wonder Xia Yuan neglects this child, directing all his attention to his younger son, Xia Hao. Xia Hong sighed, withdrawing his gaze and refraining from further observation. Unbeknownst to Xia Chen, every move he made was being scrutinized and evaluations were formed about him. However, even if he were aware, he would remain unperturbed. Though he appeared calm on the surface, his heart was filled with elation. Observing the completion notifications on his system panel, a smile crept upon his lips. This time, he intended to empty the entire vast hidden skill pavilion of the Marquis's residence. After sensing the passage of time, which had already reached an hour, he swiftly collected some unique techniques from the second floor before ascending to the third. The techniques on the third floor were fewer in number compared to the first two, yet their quality was markedly superior. Xia Chen even encountered some Taoist and Buddhist practices specifically organized in a distinct area. Xia Chen was astonished to find such techniques within the Marquis's residence. As the Buddhist and Taoist practices flourished in the spiritual awakening version, their techniques were anything but simple. Some seemingly ordinary scriptures would, in that era, reveal profound truths. Some individuals gleaned the Arhat breathing method from the Arhat Sutra, while others envisioned the celestial palace diagram from the Taiping Sutra, thereby stepping into the extraordinary. Xia Chen regarded the scriptures of both sects with utmost importance, prioritizing their collection. Chapter 9. The Red Sun Body Refinement Technique. In the third and fourth levels, Xia Chen diligently absorbed all the techniques without exception. He then proceeded to the fifth level. The fifth level was vast, yet it held merely 100 martial arts manuals. Xia Chen maintained his methodical approach, sensing that the time required to assimilate techniques varied by floor. For instance, on the first level, he could typically absorb a technique in 2 to 3 seconds, whereas on the fifth level, it took at least 1 to 2 minutes. Patiently, he awaited the completion of his task. In this level, he discovered techniques related to a 1,000-man formation, capable of harnessing the strength of the entire army to enhance one's own power. A total of 10 manuals were uniquely positioned in a designated area. Another section housed Buddhist and Taoist arts, while yet another corner displayed Confucian calligraphy and paintings. Each piece imbued with a special Taoist essence and contained profound, true energy, greatly beneficial for scholars following the Confucian path. Engraving. Xia Chen approached these artworks and immediately began the engraving process. Observing the progress bar on the panel, a smile spread across his face. Once he completed the engraving of all techniques on the fifth floor, he picked up a manual titled Red Sun Body Refinement Technique and feigned a thoughtful examination. However, inwardly he resolved to initiate the derivation and infusion process. System derivation in progress. 5 minutes later, new text appeared on the panel. Infusing true meaning of Red Sun Body Refinement Technique. Progress value, 5. Progress value, 35. Progress value, 78. The entire transmission process lasted 3 minutes. Xia Chen felt his skin become intensely warm, as if his flesh and bones were being tempered by molten lava. Each fiber of his being was akin to being sculpted by a divine craftsman, expelling impurities. In his eyes, a great sun ascended, merging the previously comprehended essence of the Shouyang demon-breaking blade with the profundities of the Red Sun Body Refinement. Each drop of blood thickened, infused with the essence of pure yang. The entire fifth floor radiated with heat reminiscent of peak summer. Xia Chen transformed into a piece of steel freshly forged from a high-temperature furnace. Elders Xia Hong and Xia Huang suddenly appeared in the fifth-level space, their expressions grave as they observed Xia Chen's transformation. Has he comprehended the Red Sun Body Refinement Technique? To grasp its essence so swiftly? They exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with disbelief. They were well aware of the benefits the Red Sun Body Refinement Technique offered to martial artists, even to those of the fourth tier, which justified its placement in the fifth level of the martial arts repository. Initially, they had merely observed Xia Chen casually perusing the techniques, but now they were utterly baffled by his sudden comprehension of the Red Sun Body Refinement Technique. Xia Chen slowly opened his eyes, the radiant sun within them gradually fading, and the overwhelming power coursing through his pores began to subside, his skin returning to its natural hue. Grandpa Fourth, Grandpa Sixth, what brings you here? Xia Chen feigned curiosity, fully aware that such a significant place as the martial arts repository would undoubtedly have guardians. How did you comprehend the Red Sun Body Refinement Technique so quickly? Xiang, impatient by nature, was the first to inquire. I'm not quite sure. I was merely observing, and suddenly it struck a chord. Xia Chen scratched his head, adopting an endearing demeanor reminiscent of a more naive version of Xia Wen. Xia Hao, perplexed, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. You don't know? It just happened like that. Xia Huang stepped forward, seizing Xia Chen's hand as a surge of true energy flowed into Xia Chen's body, probing for any inconsistencies. He harbored doubts about his grandson's abilities. However, after traversing Xia Chen's meridians, he found no issues. Instead, he sensed Xia Chen's physique was exceptionally robust, with a remarkably deep foundation. While his innate talent might be ordinary, his underlying strength was impressive. Xia Huang, still puzzled, questioned, "Why did you choose this particular technique among so many? Also, what were you doing earlier?" Xia Hong expressed his confusion, as Xia Chen's earlier behavior had been quite perplexing. I heard that ancient sages perused myriad texts, blending the essence of many schools, thereby creating remarkable arts. Hence I, too, sought to emulate the ancients. Xia Chen rubbed his hands together, feeling a bit sheepish. Regarding his choice, he felt that this technique resonated with the Shouyang demon-breaking blade he had previously grasped, thus leading him to select it. Xia Huang burst into laughter, a sound that soon transformed into hearty guffaws. You wish to emulate the sages? He chuckled, recalling how long it had been since he had heard something so amusing. However, he quickly realized that such a boisterous response might discourage the young lad, so he tempered his laughter with a gentle admonition. You're still quite young, and your experience is limited. Moreover, your current realm is too low. It's too early for you to traverse the vast sea of knowledge. You must concentrate intently on one path. Even if you possess exceptional talent, you should at most pursue a secondary path. One cannot learn too broadly, lest it proves detrimental to your cultivation and state of mind. Xia Chen nodded earnestly. Though your martial talent may be lacking, your comprehension is remarkable. Perhaps in the future, you shall achieve great things, Xia Hong encouraged. Indeed, Xia Chen engaged in further conversation with Xia Hong and Xia Huang, who patiently imparted various cultivation insights before he finally took his leave. As he departed the martial arts repository, Xia Hong sighed. What a pity for this child. His comprehension is truly exceptional, yet he possesses a frail constitution. How unjust is the heavens. Why was he not allowed to pursue the Confucian path? Wasn't it said that he followed third Uncle Xia Han in his youth? Why was he not permitted to continue on that path? With such astonishing comprehension, had he cultivated the righteous qi of Confucianism, perhaps our Xia family could have produced a great scholar. Xia Huang lamented, genuinely distressed over the squandered potential. For 6 centuries, the Xia family had primarily been rough-and-tumble martial artists, often looked down upon and suppressed by literati in the court. If Xia Chen were to become a distinguished scholar, it could lead to the emergence of a scholarly lineage within the Xia family, achieving a balance of yin and yang. Xia Hong fell silent, eventually speaking slowly. It is said that once second uncle received a letter from the Eastern Wilderness battlefield, advising third uncle that his child should practice martial arts. Even if he is frail, he must wield a sword on the battlefield rather than a brush. A profound silence enveloped the martial arts repository. After a long while, a voice broke the stillness. Alas, second Uncle Xia Yuan was a fine man and an excellent general, gifted with intelligence and exceptional talent. He never brought shame upon our house. However, in matters of fatherhood, he appears to have faltered. Xia Huang shook his head, recalling Xia Yuan's attitude towards Xia Chen and sighing deeply. In his youth, the heavenly emperor found little warmth or affection from his parents, growing up in solitude within the clan. The elders of the clan doubted his martial talent. Yet, the heavenly emperor possessed an indomitable spirit, relentless in his pursuit of knowledge, diligently studying texts and gaining extraordinary insights. One day, while in a scripture repository, he suddenly comprehended a technique, leaving the clan elders astounded. History of the Xia, Volume 1, Annals of the Great Ancestor Emperor. Chapter 10, Official Position. Xia Chen returned to his courtyard, the night having long enveloped the earth. The bright moon hung high, casting delicate beams of silvery light that danced like fairies upon Xia Chen's fingertips. Having departed in the morning and engaged in a day filled with vibrant experiences surpassing the past 2 months, he felt invigorated. "Young master," Xia Chen exclaimed in delight upon hearing the commotion as she hurried outside. "Young master, I have heard that His Majesty has bestowed the second princess upon you in marriage. The news has spread throughout the estate, and gifts are arriving from every courtyard." "Yes, please ensure they are well collected," Xia Chen replied with a nod, not wishing to expend further energy on the matter. For the next 2 days, Xia Chen diligently remained in his courtyard, diligently honing his skills. As the proficiency levels on his system panel increment, he felt his progress accelerating at an astonishing pace. With a robust, pure yang, true energy coursing through him, his combat prowess had transformed significantly compared to before. He wielded the Shouyang demon-subduing blade to channel the extreme yang energy of the heavens and earth, specifically refining his flesh and blood. Concurrently, he practiced the Qiyang body forging technique to cultivate his true energy and strengthen his bones. Although these two methods bore some similarities, they complemented each other, resulting in a qualitative change in Xia Chen's physique. This tranquility was disrupted on the 3rd day when a longtime attendant of the family head, Xia Chen, knocked on Xia Chen's courtyard door. "Third young master, the master requests your presence." Being the 3rd in line among the direct descendants, Xia Chen was referred to as the 3rd young master within the estate. "Uncle Dong, what brings you here personally? You could have sent someone to summon me," Xia Chen said, quickly inviting the middle-aged man inside as he stood bare-chested, engaged in his body forging routine. Xia Dong, a capable assistant to Xia Chen, shared the bloodline of the Xia family, having branched off 156 years prior, thus maintaining a close blood relationship. He had been by Xia Chen's side since childhood, akin to a companion scholar, learning martial arts, military strategies, and later accompanying him to the barracks. 21 years prior, he had achieved great merit alongside Xia Chen on the southern frontier and was awarded the title of general by the court. However, upon Xia Chen's withdrawal from military service, he too resigned from his post, remaining by Xia Chen's side like an ordinary attendant. "It is best that I come personally regarding matters concerning the young master." Xia Dong smiled as he stood in the courtyard, observing Xia Chen's skin, which glistened like forged iron as the crimson hue gradually faded, his eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. "There is no need for such formality among family. Please, Uncle Dong, have a seat while I freshen up. I shall return shortly," Xia Chen replied with a smile, leading Xia Dong to a seat in the courtyard. Though Xia Dong regarded himself as a subordinate, no one truly perceived him as such. He wore a pleasant expression, finding a favorable impression of the somewhat unassuming 3rd young master, who treated him with much more respect compared to other young lords. Xia Chen soon finished freshening up, donning a clean outfit. Though a sense of joy bubbled within him, he maintained a steady demeanor, appearing as immovable as a mountain. He had surmised that Xia Chen's summons were likely related to the official position, which had finally been settled. The Duke's residence was expansive and unable to hurry. Xia Chen took his time walking. After over 20 minutes, he finally arrived at Xia Chen's abode. "Uncle, no need for excessive courtesy." The understated, modest front hall was furnished with several chairs. Once Xia Chen settled down, a maid promptly served tea before retreating. "Chener, your desire for external training has been addressed. Currently, there are 3 positions available, each quite commendable," Xia Chen stated calmly as he sipped his tea. Xia Chen beamed. Indeed, having the backing of the Duke's residence made tasks considerably easier. In his previous life, he had taken over half a year to attain an official rank, and that was the lowest level, a 9th rank official. Now, with 3 official positions to choose from, though he was yet unaware of their ranks, he was confident that an offer from the Duke's residence would not be lowly. The first is the Imperial Guard Yuan Wei, the second is the Qingzhou Garrison, and the last is the Southern Frontier Army, all of which are 7th rank positions. Xia Chen's gaze sharpened. The Xia family, being a prestigious clan, allowed its descendants to ascend to official positions through familial patronage, and the ranks were not insignificant. This was precisely why Xia Chen had sought Xia Chen's assistance. Being able to directly ascend without starting from the bottom ranks was advantageous. The notion of beginning as a mere soldier to prove one's capabilities was utterly ridiculous. Starting from a higher point would surely allow for the demonstration of one's abilities. I choose the Imperial Guardian way. Xia Chen inhaled deeply and made his decision swiftly. The Imperial Guards served as the Emperor's personal troops, tasked with safeguarding the palace and the capital's security. They were responsible for patrolling the capital day and night, maintaining law and order, managing access, and holding the authority to investigate and enforce laws against unlawful activities within the city. What appealed to Xia Chen was the enforcement power, which could potentially be leveraged to exert considerable influence. Furthermore, it was crucial to note that in 5 years, the coup d'etat, known as the door-seizing incident, would unfold, in which the Imperial Guard would play a significant role. Perhaps he could strategize in advance. A glimmer of determination shone in his eyes as he dismissed the other options. The Southern Frontier Army, while providing training and opportunities for merit, held little relevance for Xia Chen at present. With his system's assistance, he had no need to worry about the speed of his cultivation. "Are you certain?" Xia Chen inquired earnestly. "Uncle, I am certain. I choose the Imperial Guardian way." Xia Chen affirmed without hesitation. "Very well, await my news." Xia Chen smiled and waved his hand. Xia Chen, also smiling, turned to take his leave, elated. After 2 months, was he finally departing the novice village? Capital city, here I come. In his previous life, while he had started as an ordinary commoner in the game, he had quickly experienced the splendor of the capital. However, this time, despite his exalted status as a noble, the Duke's residence imposed many restrictions, preventing him from leaving the estate until he reached the 8th rank. Why do I still retain memories of the myriad schools of thought, Buddhist and Taoist scriptures, poetry, and songs from my previous life? Xia Chen suddenly pondered a crucial point. In his past life, players who descended into this world could only recall their immediate family and friends, while all knowledge of the other world-esque culture, philosophy, and classic literature was obscured, making it impossible to remember upon entry. It was as if this world forbade the existence of such things. Only with the subsequent launch of the Heavenly Fusion version was this restriction lifted. Xia Chen speculated that it likely pertained to the supreme principles and truths, with certain scriptures and philosophies not permitted to manifest prematurely. Have I become that overlooked individual? Xia Chen inhaled deeply, glancing once more at his hand, where only he could see the ethereal image of the 9 dragons' imperial seal. What is your true origin? Not only have you facilitated my early entrance into this realm, but you have also retained my auxiliary system and lifted the veil of obscurity. Xia Chen murmured to himself. As he questioned, the imperial seal emitted a hazy, radiant light, as if awakening, almost responding to his inquiry. Chapter 11. The Celestial Realm. Upon witnessing this extraordinary transformation, Xia Chen felt a tightening in his pupils. For the past 2 months, he had endeavored to awaken the Jade Seal, yet it had remained utterly unresponsive. Today, however, strands of light began to diffuse from it. Hastening his pace, he traversed the expansive Marca residence and entered his chambers, closing the door behind him. He sensed a searing heat in the palm of his hand, as if something were poised to emerge from his flesh. Xia Chen could distinctly perceive a connection with the Jade Seal, as if they were symbiotically intertwined, sharing the same roots and essence. A faint chaos aura emanated from the seal, and in a moment of reverie, he seemed to witness the intertwining of Tao and principle. With divine chains of order shooting forth, mysterious runes manifested upon the surface of the Jade Seal, revealing countless beings prostrating on the ground, engulfed in celestial flames. At the heart of this vast expanse, a towering altar constructed from 5-colored chaotic stones stood. An ancient and enigmatic ritual unfolded before him. Xia Chen could hear the call of a sacrificial chant that seemed to pierce the heavens. Were they calling for me? He felt dizzy, the sound resonating in his ears, sending chills across his body. At that moment, the once ethereal Jade Seal began to solidify, as if it were set to materialize in this world, descending from an unknown realm. Compelled by an irresistible force, Xia Chen approached the Jade Seal, which floated in his room, exuding wisps of violet mist. In the next instant, he vanished from the room, drawn into the Jade Seal. Outside, the tranquil marquisate of Zhendong, renowned for its multitude of powerful figures, remained blissfully unaware of his disappearance. Xia Chen rapidly steadied his mind and surveyed his surroundings, discovering he had arrived in an unfamiliar world. This realm was enshrouded in ice, steeped in silence. Only in his immediate vicinity was there a flicker of vitality, a semblance of normalcy. He found himself standing upon a grand five-colored altar, adorned with various offerings. Before him lay an ancient ferocious beast, its immense form dwarfed mountains, still oozing fresh blood as if it had been hunted only moments ago. Nearby rested a piece of chaotic jade and a phoenix egg, radiating chaotic energy. Was that a phoenix egg? Although he had never encountered these items before, information about them surged into his mind. In the distance, he perceived another egg suspended in the void, brimming with life, as if it were undergoing a rebirth. His heart trembled. He noticed that not far from the pure-blood phoenix egg, there was another egg, seemingly in harmony with it. A dragon egg. Xia Chen struggled to maintain his composure. Phoenixes and true dragons had long since vanished. As the apex divine beasts of the world, any trace of their existence would incite chaos and bloodshed. In the age of spiritual revival, there were those who ascended rapidly after acquiring but a few drops of phoenix marrow or dragon blood. Yet here, before him, lay a phoenix egg and a dragon egg, both seemingly alive. How astonishing! To offer ancient ferocious beasts and rare treasures, even pure-blooded dragons and phoenixes as sacrifices. Who were they venerating? The heavens? No, it cannot be. A tempest surged within Xia Chen. Who could possibly partake in such offerings? Instinctively, he felt it was a tribute to the heavens, but as he looked around, he immediately dismissed the notion, for he stood above the heavens, seated in the celestial realm. Before him lay an expansive palace complex, crafted from stardust, spanning millions of miles, as if it were suppressing the cosmos. At that moment, Xia Chen felt as though he had transformed into a deity of this place, with the entire world within his sight, granting him insight into some of its mysteries. He had obtained a certain authority. Longing to approach the offerings, he found himself hindered by an invisible barrier, thwarting his attempts. Despite numerous efforts, he ultimately surrendered, realizing that the full extent of this authority remained closed to him. Was it a lack of recognition, or was he simply unqualified? Xia Chen pondered, yet soon relinquished his worries, continuing to explore this enigmatic realm. Was this the celestial realm? Once resplendent and ruling the heavens, now reduced to a frozen state for some unknown reason? He beheld the frozen celestial soldiers and the names inscribed upon the palaces. Lingxiao Hall, War Department, Apothecary Pavilion, Hanlin Academy, the Hall of Exterminating Demons, the Hall of Sealing Deities, the Pavilion of Concealed Achievements, the Pool of Transcendence. Various departments abounded, each housing individuals radiating formidable auras. Yet all were encased in ice. Their lives seemed to have dimmed, yet within them glimmered crystals imbued with the unique resonance of the Tao, rich with the laws of the Great Path. As Xia Chen observed, a resonant roar echoed in his ears. His pupils constricted as he witnessed a golden divine dragon, spanning countless territories, erupting from the Lingxiao Hall. The dragon was elusive, its tail unseen, yet appeared to be in a dire state, exceedingly weak, its golden sheen dimming, as if it were on the verge of vanishing from existence. The Dragon of Fortune. Suddenly, its origins dawned upon him. The dragon's eyes sparkled with intelligence, and upon seeing Xia Chen, a profound joy illuminated its gaze. In the blink of an eye, it soared above Xia Chen's head, and before he could react, it plunged into his forehead, merging with him. Xia Chen felt his body teetering on the brink of explosion. A tremendous energy surged into him, causing his meridians to shatter instantaneously. Yet, this energy was accompanied by immense vitality, and what was once a fading corporeal form began to regenerate rapidly. Destruction and life intertwined, harmonizing in a cyclical dance. Xia Chen's body transformed into a vessel, achieving a peculiar balance. Simultaneously, his eyes were subjected to intense stimulation, revealing the once faint double pupils in their entirety. His obsidian golden irises seemed to mutate, and within their luminous depths appeared two distinct eyes, one embodying yin and the other yang. As if the sun and moon had converged, Golden-purple energy suffused the air, while the auspicious golden dragon flickered past, seemingly merging with his gaze. The double pupil, an ancient phenomenon, a manifestation exclusive to saints and emperors of yore, was said to bestow upon its bearer a supreme destiny. As long as one did not perish prematurely, they would ascend to dominance over the heavens. And now, Xia Chen's double pupils were awakening. The duration of this transformation was indeterminate. Yet when Xia Chen regained consciousness, he found his physique forged as if from adamantine, fundamentally altered from within. The golden divine dragon had coalesced from the fortunes of this fractured celestial realm, and now it resided within him. Xia Chen's expression grew grave. The dynasty of fortune could harness the world's fate, appointing divine officials who could cultivate through its auspices. This was the fundamental reason for the future celestial dynasty strife. In this realm of chaos, the contest was for the power of fortune. Only the sovereign of a dynasty could bear the golden dragon of its fate, yet now, it seemed he had absorbed that very dragon. Chapter 12. The supremacy of the emperor's path. Xia Chen meticulously examined his body. Yet the golden dragon of fortune had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. During his exploration, he felt that his vitality had reached an unprecedented peak. His condition was remarkably splendid. It seemed as though his foundations had been remolded, and his strength had astonishingly ascended to the 7th tier of the refining spirit realm. Xia Chen murmured to himself, aware that although he possessed an auxiliary system that merely required an increase in proficiency for improvement, the remolding of his foundations and the cessation of being a waste body were evidently significant. Regarding the enhancement of his own power, Xia Chen was only slightly astonished. A tremendous surge of energy had been injected into his body, causing him to feel as though he were on the brink of annihilation. However, he did not anticipate that this force harbored a rich vitality, enabling his body to undergo a rebirth. Steadying himself in the center of the altar, Xia Chen began to stride forward towards the Lingxiao Palace. Uncertain of how long he had walked, time seemed to stand still in this realm. A day, a month, a year, or perhaps even 10 years or a century. The distance ahead appeared to stretch across endless space. Eventually, he entered the Xixiao Palace, where monumental deities loomed, their forms more colossal than mountains, their gazes piercing through the abyss of the underworld. Their presence was capable of shattering mountains and rivers. Yet at this moment, they were all motionless, bowing their heads in reverence, as if they had exhausted their very essence. Within their sternums lay mysterious crystalline stones, and Xia Chen was deeply moved by the spectacle before him. The in his palm bore a significance greater than he had imagined. It seemed to encapsulate a dilapidated ancient heavenly court. Unable to restrain himself, Xia Chen gazed towards the multitude of deities bowing, focusing on a magnificent figure surrounded by celestial bodies, with 9 true dragons suspended like ornaments upon his arms. This figure stood silently, yet the aura of an emperor radiated from him. The supremacy of the emperor's path, all other paths submitted, as Xia Chen's heart trembled. The moment his gaze fell upon this emperor, the boundless chaotic energy that had concealed the emperor's visage gradually receded. Instantly, he was entranced by the emperor's eyes, which possessed a natural duality. At that moment, his own eyes seemed to awaken, resonating with the duality within the emperor's, as if they were calling to each other. Sensing a kinship, a beam of purple-golden light shot forth from the emperor's dual eyes. Another? Instinctively, Xia Chen wished to retreat, recalling the earlier golden dragon of fortune that had abruptly surged into his body. However, he found himself utterly immobile. The entire realm appeared to awaken. Myriad paths roared as the purple-golden light pierced directly into his mind. A surge of immense knowledge exploded within his consciousness. Xia Chen let out a groan, darkness enveloping him as he fell into unconsciousness. Upon awakening, a faint light glimmered on the horizon, gradually dispelling the enveloping darkness of the capital. As light returned to the world, he glanced at the clock produced by the Tianshi house, realizing that only a night had passed. Xia Chen examined his body and noticed that while his vitality was somewhat diminished, his physical constitution and blood vitality had reached their zenith. His realm had indeed ascended to the 7th tier of the refining spirit realm. What he experienced was not a dream. Opening his palm, he observed the totem of the jade seal slowly manifesting before his eyes, radiating a silvery glow as if celebrating its liberation from dust. Xia Chen could distinctly sense a unique connection with this jade seal. Reflecting on the events of the previous night in that shattered heavenly court, a sudden sharp pain pierced through his mind, as if pricked by a needle. The Taichu Emperor's path to sovereignty scripture? A new scripture had appeared in his mind, yet when he attempted to peruse it, he found it shrouded in a mist of chaos, as though it had yet to emerge into the world. This was an imperial scripture, imparted to him by the sovereign of the heavenly court. Yet why could he not access it? Was it because the time for the revival of spiritual energy had not yet arrived? Or was it that he had yet to establish a dynasty of fortune and condense his destiny, rendering him incapable of comprehending it? Xia Chen formulated several conjectures, but ultimately relinquished them, believing that when the time was right, the secrets of this scripture would unveil themselves. Sitting cross-legged upon his bed, he began to restore his vitality. Despite the significant enhancement of his strength, he had seemingly exhausted a considerable amount of energy in receiving the transmission of the scripture, resulting in his fainting. Xia Chen pondered that perhaps everything stemmed from his own weakness. Both his body and spirit were insufficient to bear such power, let alone cultivate it. He practiced diligently until the afternoon, finally opening his eyes, his complexion radiant, with vitality and blood restored to their peak. Stepping into the courtyard, he commenced his martial practice, the winds from his strikes howling and reverberating through the air. The distinction between the 7th and 8th tiers of strength was indeed profound. At this stage, being at the 7th tier was commendable. Even in the army, one could serve as a captain commanding 1,000 men. In the martial world, such prowess would be regarded as formidable. Young master, your documents have arrived, along with your armor. The Imperial Guard has also sent a message, Xia Chen announced, entering the courtyard while holding the documents and a set of armor. Xia Chen ceased his practice and accepted the documents, delving into their contents. This was an official appointment issued directly by the Ministry of War, marking his formal entry into the bureaucratic realm as a 7th-tier lieutenant. The status of a noble heir indeed bore its advantages. Xia Chen smiled, reflecting on the countless hours and effort he had expended in his previous life to attain a 7th-tier position. Yet now, it was achieved with such ease. The illustrious legacy of the Marquis spanning 6 centuries, the military achievements, and the sacrifices of ancestors had culminated in this moment. Xia Chen gazed at the document in hand, murmuring to himself as he fully comprehended the reasons behind his elevation. When will you assume your post, young master? Tomorrow, Xia Chen replied calmly, having awaited this moment for 2 months. So soon? Young master, I wish to accompany you. Xia Chen's eyes sparkled. Having grown up in the Marquis's estate, he longed to explore the outside world. He had demonstrated considerable talent, having broken through to the 8th tier of the refining essence realm a month prior. All right, prepare your belongings and accompany me tomorrow. Xia Chen nodded, aware that signs of military families were permitted to bring their retainers, a current regulation of the Great Wu Dynasty. This was to facilitate military scions in quickly mastering the dynamics of the barracks, preventing troublemakers from causing discord, as well as for their safety. Often, military scions were not merely gilding their status, but were meant for the battlefield, truly engaging in combat. This was why the civil officials of the Great Wu Dynasty held no objections. Whenever dissent arose, the military scions would respond. If you oppose the retention of retainers, why not send your own offspring to the battlefield to contend against barbarians and beasts? Such statements invariably left the court in silence. The following day, at the break of dawn, Xia Chen rose early, for today marked the commencement of his new role. Chapter 13. The Imperial Guards. Xia Chen donned his official military attire and stepped out of the small courtyard. Xia Chen was already waiting at the entrance, accompanied by 3 robust men exuding an aura of vitality. At a glance, Xia Chen discerned that these 3 were no ordinary individuals. They were enveloped in a fierce presence, radiating an innate ferocity simply by their stance. Young master, the 4 spoke in unison. Xia Chen was not surprised to see the 3 men. They were the household guards of the Marquis residence. Every scion of the Marquis was allocated several guards. serving both as protectors and as a means to rapidly familiarize the young masters with military affairs. "Let's depart." Xia Chen nodded, offering no further words. The five of them quietly traversed the Marquis estate, exiting through a side gate. The Marquis residence stood majestically in the heart of the capital, in close proximity to the imperial palace. Stepping outside, they found themselves on the Central Avenue, a thoroughfare established 800 years ago at the founding of the nation. Although termed a street, it resembled more of a grand plaza, wide enough to accommodate 12 carriages simultaneously. Though it was still early morning, the street buzzed with vitality, with various vendors lining the sides, engaged in their trades. The thoroughfare was teeming with pedestrians and carriages, and as dawn broke, the vast capital began to hum with life. After a casual breakfast at a roadside stall, Xia Chen and Xia Chen made their way directly to the headquarters of the Imperial Guards. Responsible for the security of the capital, the Imperial Guards were often required to serve as protectors during royal outings. Hence, they were stationed within the inner city rather than outside its walls. "Stop! Who approaches?" As Xia Chen approached a stately building near the palace, he was halted. Fully armored soldiers stepped forward, though their demeanor remained courteous. "I am Xia Chen, here to assume my position today," Xia Chen stated plainly, eschewing any unnecessary pretense or concealment of his identity. He was there to fulfill a duty, not to engage in theatrics. "Lieutenant." The soldiers at the entrance immediately stood at attention, saluting with respect. They had already received word of the arrival of a new lieutenant in their ranks, a scion of the esteemed East Town Marquis. Xia Chen nodded, maintaining a serious expression that exuded an air of distance. "Allow me to escort you inside, Lieutenant." A small officer at the front quickly approached Xia Chen, bowing with a humble demeanor and a beaming smile, personally guiding him into the building. As they watched Xia Chen disappear through the entrance, the remaining soldiers exhaled deeply, their voices lowering to murmurs. "Well, when did our superior ever display such a cheerful countenance?" His smile seems to have etched lines upon his face. The selection criteria for the Imperial Guards were notoriously stringent, primarily consisting of hereditary officers or those with remarkable military achievements, along with a few exceptionally formidable individuals from various military camps. Furthermore, as the Imperial Army, they held a certain prestige, leading to an understanding that they would typically not exhibit such subservience, even to a lieutenant. Of course, look at who it is. Though he may be known as a waste of potential in the capital, his lineage speaks volumes. One soldier remarked with a chuckle, anticipation glimmering in his eyes. "Having another noble scion among us might be neither a boon nor a bane. Let us simply enjoy the spectacle. Lieutenant, this is the barracks." Li Shi guided Xia Chen into the rear courtyard. Although it was the back area, it was expansive, resembling a military camp. Presently, troops were engaged in drills across the open space. "Where are my men?" Xia Chen inquired calmly, recognizing his unfamiliarity with the surroundings and needing a guide. The officer accompanying him seemed quite perceptive. "Over there," but at this moment, Li Shi hesitated, his expression revealing reluctance. Xia Chen furrowed his brow in inquiry. Yet Li Shi remained tight-lipped. "Lieutenant, you shall see for yourself." Xia Chen chose not to press further, lifting his leg to stride deeper into the camp. As he approached the right rear of the barracks, he was greeted by raucous laughter. "Ha ha, I've won again. This noon, drinks are on me at Deshun Tower." Xia Chen paused outside a tent, hearing the sounds of cards slapping against one another and boisterous laughter. Evidently, a game of cards was underway. In that instant, Xia Chen understood the implications. Such recreational activities were strictly forbidden within the military, especially when they involved gambling. However, he maintained a facade of calm, leaving Li Shi, who observed silently, somewhat astonished. The newly arrived lieutenant's thoughts were difficult to decipher. "I'll go call them out." Xia Chen, unable to contain herself, wore an expression of indignation. It was early morning, and while other squads were engaged in drills, this group brazenly played cards. "Allow me," Xia Chen interjected, his gaze piercing through the heavy canvas of the tent, revealing the scene within. This morning, he had noticed a peculiar change in his vision, granting him the ability to perceive certain hidden aspects. With this enhanced sight, penetrating the mundane was effortless. Xia Chen boldly lifted the tent flap, a gust of cold air awakening the two soldiers stationed at the entrance, causing them to shiver in anger. Upon noticing the unfamiliar figure entering, they shouted, "Who are you to intrude upon the barracks?" Having just roused from their slumber, their minds were still foggy, emboldened by their familiarity with the Imperial Guards. Their shouts quickly drew the attention of others inside the tent, causing the card players to rise in alarm. "Xia Chen," he announced calmly, his voice resonating with authority. "Who is in charge here?" A sudden silence enveloped the camp. Some recognized Xia Chen immediately, their faces betraying nervousness as they hastily concealed their cards within their armor. Yet, others remained unfazed, smiles adorning their faces, lacking any sense of reverence. "Ah, it's young Master Xia. How eager you are. The appointment was only finalized yesterday, and you've already come to assume your duties." A mocking voice echoed from within the tent, showing no fear of Xia Chen's presence. Chapter 14. The first day in office. Within the military tent, a robust young man arose, shaking the placard in his hand with a smile, gracing his face as he regarded Xia Chen. Rather than displaying fear, there was a hint of defiance in his expression. This was Zhao Yu, the commander of the Feather Forest Army and the third son of the Duke of Jinwu, serving directly under Xia Chen. Xia Chen had already familiarized himself with the backgrounds of several officers under his command, as the Duke's residents had delivered their profiles to him the previous day, with particular emphasis on Zhao Yu. Xia Chen understood the animosity that Zhao Yu harbored towards him. It stemmed from the fact that Xia Chen had usurped his position. Had Xia Chen not been appointed as a lieutenant colonel, Zhao Yu's identity as the Duke's son would have guaranteed him that role. Just days prior, Zhao Yu had boasted before his subordinates that once the military appointments were finalized, he would treat everyone to a feast. However, in a mere 3 days, the situation had drastically changed with Xia Chen's sudden arrival, leaving Zhao Yu feeling deeply aggrieved. Since yesterday, he had instigated trouble, leading his men to avoid drills and instead engage in frivolity within the camp. His intention was to undermine Xia Chen and assert his dominance. Believing he would have a few more days to wait, little did he expect Xia Chen to arrive on his second day in the camp. Zhao Yu's gaze was ablaze with fury as he looked at Xia Chen, who now donned the military uniform that he believed should have been his. The thought of a subordinate engaging in card games within the military encampment was an affront. Xia Chen, unfazed by Zhao Yu's fiery glare, posed a direct inquiry. Though he was indeed an airborne soldier, Zhao Yu was not far superior. After all, he too had ascended to his rank through a similar method. Everyone resented privilege while simultaneously yearning for it. His family's legacy of service and sacrifice had been earned through generations of bloodshed for 6 centuries. The Xia family had contributed significantly to the nation. This was merely a reflection of Zhao Yu's inability to measure up to the Xia family's legacy, which had allowed Xia Chen to leapfrog into his position. Currently, there are no missions, and we are merely engaging in leisure activities during our downtime. Do you have an issue with this, young Master Xia? Zhao Yu retorted, his demeanor still dismissive. During work hours, titles must be respected. Xia Chen's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Zhao Yu. Furthermore, I am addressing you. Xia Chen's voice was calm, yet an unexplainable sense of intense pressure enveloped Zhao Yu, reminiscent of the authority he had only ever felt from his father or other high-ranking officials. This left Zhao Yu feeling flushed and humiliated, realizing he had been intimidated by this so-called waste of the Xia family. What? Is the newly appointed lieutenant colonel trying to establish his authority on his first day? Zhao Yu's eyes glinted with malice. His family had warned him to remain composed and avoid trouble in the coming days, yet he remained obstinate. They were all offspring of nobility, although Xia Chen was the legitimate firstborn. Zhao Yu had 2 elder brothers and was well aware that Xia Chen held little significance in the Duke of Jindong's household. The indifference of Duke Enong towards this firstborn had become common knowledge throughout the capital. Moreover, Xia Chen was notorious for being inept, which was a disgrace to their martial lineage. Thus, Zhao Yu did not believe his standing was inferior to Xia Chen's and was determined to confront him. I shall not grant him face in front of everyone. I will diminish his authority. Once I break this barrier, I will set a precedent for others, and he will find it difficult to maintain his status within the military. Zhao Yu resolved, intent on humiliating Xia Chen on his first day in office. Outside the military tent, numerous soldiers crouched at the edges, eavesdropping. From the moment Xia Chen entered the camp, they had gathered to witness the spectacle. The crowd outside grew larger, with nearly everyone not engaged in drills converging to observe. In the center of the camp, two middle-aged men were enjoying tea. Should we intervene? One suggested. Let us pretend we are unaware and continue enjoying our tea. There is no need for us to meddle in a conflict between the sons of dukes. But Xia Chen is the legitimate heir of the Duke of Jindong and also a prince consort. We are the Emperor's personal army. If we allow Zhao Yu to continue his antics, it may not end well. The other, a square-faced general, expressed his concern. Patience is key. Precisely because of his special status, we should refrain from intervening. Today is his first day. If he cannot even manage his subordinates, it may disappoint some. The general, dressed as a civilian, yet exuding a fierce demeanor, spoke with authority. General, are you implying that someone is watching over Xia Chen, perhaps the emperor? The square-faced officer, named Qin Mu, suddenly recalled something, but before he could finish, the general shot him a stern glance, prompting him to silence himself. We are the emperor's personal army. While it is customary for martial offspring to join us, it is critical to scrutinize who enters and how they do so. Without the emperor's approval, even the Duke of Jindong would find it challenging to place someone here, Li Wenzhong remarked, his gaze drifting, as if piercing through the camp to the distant commotion. Qin Mu nodded in understanding. Disrespecting superiors, instigating unrest, and gambling in the barracks. Do you comprehend the gravity of these transgressions? Xia Chen's voice resonated within the tent, echoing far enough for all those outside to hear. Zhao Yu frowned, feeling discomforted by Xia Chen's calm demeanor, which made him feel as if he were being scrutinized by someone of higher stature. Does he truly believe himself to be a significant figure? Zhao Yu scoffed inwardly, growing increasingly dismissive. What can this Xia Chen do to me? Lieutenant Colonel, you do not intend to punish me, do you? Not with your capabilities. Zhao Yu burst into laughter, drawing some soldiers closer, positioning themselves behind him, creating an invisible aura of intimidation. In an instant, Xia Chen and his companions released their imposing presence, no longer suppressing their energy. All three offenses shall be punished collectively. As per military orders, 100 lashes with a military rod, followed by expulsion from the camp. Those who obstruct this shall suffer the same fate. Xia Chen remained composed, seemingly oblivious to the escalating tension, but as soon as he uttered this decree, his demeanor shifted dramatically. His blood thickened and surged with heat, coalescing behind him into a blazing, sun-like energy. He unsheathed a crimson blade from behind him and, with a single stroke, aimed it directly at Zhao Yu. The strike sliced through the air like a blazing sun, and in that moment, every hair on Zhao Yu's body stood on end, a visceral sensation of impending doom washing over him. Zhao Yu swiftly unsheathed his military sword, channeling his internal energy into it, determined to parry Xia Chen's blow. He had never anticipated that this so-called waste from a capital would dare to draw his weapon in public. Why did this strike feel so overwhelmingly fearsome? A fierce spark ignited upon their blades' collision, and in an instant, Zhao Yu's expression turned pale as he sensed an immense force surging from the clash. He let out a cold snort, his face flushing crimson before a violent spray of blood erupted from his mouth. He was hurled backward, crashing against the tent before being flung outside, landing atop a soldier who had been eavesdropping nearby, both tumbling to the ground. The entire military camp fell silent, with everyone frozen in place. Chapter 15. Expulsion from the military camp. The scene unfolded with such rapidity that none could react in time. The audacity of the situation was startling. It was only when the onlookers beheld Zhao Yu, his arms listlessly hanging by his sides and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, that they awoke from their stupor. "Commander!" someone in the tent exclaimed, hastily rushing out to assist Zhao Yu. Who would have thought that this seemingly cultured lieutenant possessed such a tempestuous temperament? Wasn't he reputed to be a notorious weakling? How could his prowess be so formidable? Zhao, the commander, had reached the pinnacle of the 8th rank. In the military camp, whispers arose from a distance, filled with astonishment. Observers noted that Xia Chen had vanquished Zhao Yu with a single strike. It was well known that Zhao hailed from a noble family and practiced no ordinary martial arts. He was capable of exchanging blows with several 7th-rank experts in the army. Though Zhao had been caught off guard, such a decisive defeat was unexpected. Li Shi, who had escorted Xia Chen in, wore an expression of shock. He had anticipated a clash, but never imagined that the local bully, Zhao Yu, would suffer such a significant setback right from the onset. His gaze towards Xia Chen began to shift. This reputed waste from the noble family appeared to possess genuine skill. Not only was Li Shi astonished, but even Xia Chen's companions, including Xia Chen, showed signs of surprise. Xia Chen sensed that his master had undergone significant changes during this period. His thoughts were inscrutable, and his strength seemed to have surged remarkably. After defeating Zhao Yu, Xia Chen's demeanor remained unchanged. He slowly sheathed his crimson blade, lifting the tent flap as sunlight poured over him, casting a golden hue that made him appear almost divine and dignified, exuding an aura that demanded respect. What a handsome visage! This was the first reaction of everyone who laid eyes upon Xia Chen. Though clad in armor and devoid of ostentatious attire, his appearance and charisma were strikingly exceptional. Xia Chen approached Zhao Yu, who lay pale and weakened. "What do you intend to do to my master?" Zhao Yu, although feeble, attempted to raise his arms, only to find them shattered from Xia Chen's earlier strike. His 3 soldiers quickly stood in front of him, trying to shield him. "These are Zhao's family soldiers." Zhao Yu scorned, "You've already subdued me. Where's the discipline squad?" Xia Chen ignored Zhao Yu's inquiry, instead surveying the surroundings. His words rippled through the camp, resonating throughout. Soldiers exchanged glances, but soon a few began to gather in formation. Initially hesitant, the soldiers, upon seeing their comrades assemble and glancing at the bloody Zhao Yu, gritted their teeth and joined the ranks. In mere moments, the 98th Battalion was assembled. "Where's the discipline squad?" Xia Chen's voice rang out, and 5 individuals stepped forward with precision. This newly appointed lieutenant paid no heed to the Zhao family and struck without hesitation. His authority was palpable, and he commanded respect. "Take him away. 100 military lashes, and let the Jinwu noble house come to retrieve him. From this day forth, he is expelled from the Imperial Guard." Casting a glance at the fallen Zhao Yu and then at the discipline squad, Xia Chen's emotionless voice echoed throughout the camp, sending chills down many spines. "Expelled from the Imperial Guard?" The squad leader, Li Zheng, trembled as he posed the question. "Can you not hear clearly? Shall I elaborate further?" Xia Chen's gaze bore down on Li Zheng, who felt as though he were being scrutinized by a fearsome beast. For reasons unknown, the new lieutenant emitted a pressure stronger than that of any court minister. "Why, yes, I understand." Li Zheng nodded vigorously. "What authority do you possess to expel me from the Imperial Guard?" Zhao Yu, though weakened, managed to regain some strength. Hearing Xia Chen's words, rage filled him, and he spewed forth another mouthful of blood. He bellowed in fury, his eyes bloodshot. Being expelled would not only strip him of his dignity, but would also tarnish the reputation of the Jinwu noble house, turning them into a subject of ridicule among the elite of the capital. Xia Chen disregarded Zhao Yu entirely. This fool had the audacity to openly gamble in the military camp and boldly provoke him. The military valued humility above all. Was he not practically handing Xia Chen the knife to assert his dominance? The Jinwu noble house is renowned for its wisdom. How could they have spawned such a simpleton? Xia Chen even questioned whether Zhao Yu was truly of their lineage, as he seemed to have inherited none of their qualities. "What are you waiting for? Execute the punishment." Xia Chen's displeasure was evident as he glared at Li Zheng. Li Zheng shuddered, no longer hesitating, and led his subordinates toward Zhao Yu. The Zhao family soldiers attempted to intervene, but Xia Chen and his companions swiftly disarmed several of them. Having accompanied Xia Chen to the military camp to bolster his authority, they found themselves sidelined as Xia Chen effortlessly seized control of the situation. As the camp watched Zhao Yu being dragged away, anguished cries soon echoed from a distance, sending shivers through the onlookers. Despite Zhao Yu being the scion of the Jinwu noble house, the heir of the Jindong house showed no restraint, treating him with utter disregard. None among the gathered dared to underestimate Xia Chen any longer. He had unequivocally established his dominance. Xia Chen's actions were decisive and efficient. akin to autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. He capitalized on the situation, acting swiftly, accurately, and ruthlessly, thereby solidifying his position. In the center of the camp, the square-faced Qin Mu nodded slowly, a hint of admiration in his eyes. Although Zhao Yu's methods were somewhat crude, relying on his noble birth, he had anticipated that Xia Chen would exercise caution. Instead, Xia Chen acted without restraint, employing sheer force to subdue the morale of the troops. It seemed this young man had studied military tactics at the Zhendong house. Li Wenzhong, a general in the Yuan army, sipped his tea with an unruffled demeanor. He is your subordinate. Once he establishes his authority and fully controls the situation, bring him to see me. To enter the Yuan Guard without first reporting to me is a breach of protocol. Li Wenzhong spoke somewhat irritably, but quickly adjusted his tone upon noticing Qin Mu's serious expression. Be respectful. Yes. Qin Mu replied earnestly. Li Wenzhong sighed, lamenting the limitations of their small Yuan army. This new lieutenant was not only the scion of the Zhendong house, but also a prince consort. His status was far too exceptional to treat as an ordinary subordinate. Who could fathom the intentions of the increasingly enigmatic emperor? Perhaps the decision to place Xia Chen in the Imperial Guard was part of a grander scheme, with the emperor's gaze fixed upon this very place. Chapter 16. The Advantages of Being a Son-in-Law. Xia Chen followed closely behind Qin Mu as they made their way through the military camp towards the general's tent. The Imperial Guards, part of the elite troops, comprised a regiment of 3,000 men, with the highest commander being the lieutenant general, a position of the 4th rank. Beneath the lieutenant general, there were 3 captains, each overseeing 1,000 guards, and Qin Mu was one of these captains, Xia Chen's immediate superior. Below the captains were the lieutenants, each responsible for 2 battalions, totaling 200 men. Further down the hierarchy were the brigade leaders, with Zhao Yu commanding the previous battalion. The A Company, whose members were currently playing cards inside the tent. Xia Chen was already acquainted with Qin Mu, and to his surprise, found him to be quite courteous despite his superior status. Xia Chen quickly deduced the reason for this demeanor. Captain, may I inquire as to the reason for the lieutenant general's summons? Xia Chen asked softly as he approached Qin Mu. Unclear, but you shall find out upon entering. Qin Mu replied with a smile, shaking his head. However, it seems to be a trivial matter. You have just assumed your post today. According to protocol, you should have first reported to the lieutenant general. Qin Mu observed Xia Chen, whose demeanor was calm and gentle, a stark contrast to the fierceness he had displayed toward Zhao Yu, prompting him to add more. Xia Chen pondered for a moment, realizing that he had overlooked this detail. He had been let in by the guards, initially believing he was to meet the lieutenant general, only to be brought directly to the tent. Narrowing his eyes, he recognized that everything had been meticulously orchestrated. As he contemplated this, a soldier emerged from the spacious tent. Captain, the general requests your presence. Xia Chen nodded in acknowledgement, maintaining his composure as he entered the tent. Upon entering, he was greeted by a middle-aged general seated within. Salutations, General. Xia Chen immediately clasped his fists together in a respectful military salute. In the military, titles dictated the formality of address, and even discussions of backgrounds were reserved for private conversations. Subordinates were required to show utmost respect to their superiors, which was fundamental. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, any offense toward a superior was considered a grave transgression within the military, justifying Xia Chen's bold decision to expel Zhao Yu from the Imperial Guards. Even if the matter escalated, Zhao Yu would bear the blame. No need for such formalities, Li Wenzhong said with a warm smile, motioning for Xia Chen to take a seat as he poured him a cup of tea. I called you here for no particular reason other than to meet and get acquainted. Haha. Li Wenzhong exhibited no airs of superiority, continuing, we are both scions of military merit. We are akin to family. Moreover, I have significant ties to the Duke of Zhendong's household. 2 centuries ago, my ancestors accompanied that duke on campaigns, earning great military accolades and becoming vanguards in battle, ultimately securing a marquisate for our family. Though this title is not hereditary, it has integrated us into the ranks of military honor, leading to my current position as lieutenant general. So if you don't mind, you may address me as uncle. Li Wenzhong regarded Xia Chen, eager to foster a closer relationship. Uncle. Xia Chen responded without hesitation, smiling. Simultaneously, he remained composed internally, swiftly analyzing the detailed introduction regarding Li Wenzhong that had been delivered to him by his uncle Xia Chen. While the Li family was indeed a part of the military meritocracy over the past 800 years, countless martial families had flourished during the reign of the Dawu dynasty. Over time, only 3 families had survived from the founding heroes. The Emperor Wuzong's reclamation of the territories could be deemed the hallmark of a founding sovereign. Countless meritorious subjects were rewarded in those times. However, only 6 families had persisted to this day, while others had long since faded from prominence. Presently, the backbone of the military meritocracy consisted predominantly of families that had achieved nobility through military accomplishments in recent centuries. The Li family was among them. Unfortunately, the Li family's marquisate had long ceased to exist. From the generation of Li Wenzhong's father, the family began its decline. The Li family's fate might have followed the typical trajectory of many martial families, gradually fading into obscurity. Yet, just as they were on the brink of collapse, Li Wenzhong unexpectedly rose through the ranks of the Imperial Guards, swiftly advancing to the position of Lieutenant General, commanding the Imperial Guards. This resurgence had revitalized the Li family, granting them a degree of influence within the military meritocracy. He is favored by the emperor, Xia Chen concluded swiftly, despite the absence of explicit mention in Xia Chen's dossier. The rapid ascent within the Imperial Guards could only indicate one possibility. He had garnered the emperor's favor. Otherwise, such a critical position as the commander of the Imperial Guards would not be entrusted to just anyone. Given the favorable treatment he received, it appeared that his identity as the emperor's son-in-law was more advantageous than he had initially anticipated, particularly within the Imperial Guards, where the status proved exceptionally beneficial. Xia Chen quickly grasped the reasons behind the cordiality of both Qin Mu and Li Wenzhong towards him. While his lineage from the Duke of Zhendong's household played a part, the fundamental reason was likely his status as the emperor's son-in-law. If the royal family is likened to a household, the Imperial Guards clearly serve as the household's retainers. Thus, as the emperor's son-in-law, he was akin to a half-master. Until the higher-ups clarified their stance towards him, the subordinates naturally dared not treat him with indifference. Reflecting on these revelations, Xia Chen's demeanor became increasingly poised. He maintained a respectful yet confident posture in Li Wenzhong's presence, engaging in conversation over tea as their rapport grew closer, with both soon addressing each other as uncle and virtuous nephew. As Xia Chen exited Li Wenzhong's tent, a smile graced his face. This beginning exceeded his expectations. The influence he could wield within the Imperial Guards might well surpass his initial assumptions. Upon returning to his own camp, Xia Chen hurried over. "Young master, General Li did not give you a hard time, did he? Within the military, we ought to refer to titles. Refrain from calling me young master in the future." Xia Chen waved his hand dismissively and continued, "No, I had a pleasant conversation with General Li." Xia Chen briefly recounted the circumstances to Xia Qian and the 3 household guards who accompanied him, named Xia Hui, Xia Shao, and Xia Kong. These men were seasoned warriors who had seen true battle, with Xia Hui even attaining the 7th rank in the refining spirit realm. In the military, he could undoubtedly serve as a lieutenant or even a captain. As Xia Chen conversed with the 4, a voice rang out from outside the tent. Subordinate Qian Nan requests an audience with the captain. Xia Chen welcomed his fellow brigade leader, Qian Nan, into the tent. Upon entering, Qian Nan immediately performed a respectful military salute, pledging his loyalty, clearly having heard of Zhao Yu's downfall. To be honest, he was already sweating profusely at the prospect. Zhao Yu had approached him yesterday, proposing they join forces to intimidate the newly appointed captain. Fortunately, Qian Nan had been out patrolling with his troops this morning. Avoiding any confrontation, had he encountered Zhao Yu, he feared he too would have been expelled from the Imperial Guards. At that moment, he felt an immense sense of relief. Chapter 17. The Marquis of Jinwu. Within the military tent, Xia Chen scrutinized Qian Nan, who remained silent for a considerable time. Qian Nan, feeling the cold sweat trickle down his forehead, was gripped by a sense of dread. Just as his heart raced with trepidation, a calm voice broke the tension. "Rise, Lord Xia." A wave of relief washed over Qian Nan as the oppressive atmosphere dissipated. What had felt like an eternity was merely a fleeting moment. He perceived that the newly appointed officer possessed a commanding presence that was even more formidable than that of the middle-ranking generals in the army. Is this the demeanor of a direct descendant from the Marquisate of Zhendong? Truly remarkable. Xia Nen mused inwardly. How went the patrol? Xia Chen inquired. All is well. We encountered a theft incident midway, but the thief has been apprehended and taken to the criminal department's prison. Xia Nen promptly replied with respect. Xia Chen continued to ask several questions, primarily concerning the duties of the feathered forest guards and certain precautions. Most of this information was already known to him. He sought clarification on specific details. Recently, the capital has been somewhat unsettled. Spies from the Great Qing have begun to surface. Our feathered forest guards have been ordered to assist the lantern bearers in swiftly uncovering these spies. Qian Nen mentioned another matter that piqued Xia Chen's interest. The lantern bearers were an organization unique to the Dawu dynasty, operating independently of the cabinet and the six ministries, directly accountable only to the emperor. It bore some resemblance to the Jinyui of the Ming dynasty, as Xia Chen recalled. Xia Chen nodded thoughtfully, refraining from further inquiry. Although the imperial guards wielded significant power, during peacetime, their influence in the capital was not as formidable as one might imagine. Typically, when incidents or enemy spies emerged, the emperor's first consideration would be the lantern bearers, followed closely by the criminal department and the Supreme Court. The feathered forest guards were primarily tasked with assistance or, at most, intervening once matters had settled to apprehend culprits or conduct searches. At noon, Xia Chen invited his colleagues and subordinates to dine at Tongfu Tower in the capital. All those without assignments in the military attended, showing great respect for him. Eventually, even Li Wenzhong and Qin Mu arrived, causing Xia Chen's colleagues to feel a sense of awe. They were all astute individuals well aware of the significance of this gathering. Thus, they treated Xia Chen with increasing reverence, frequently raising their cups in toasts. Meanwhile, turmoil erupted at the Marquis of Jinwu's residence. Young master, what has happened? The guards at the grand entrance spotted Zhao Yu being brought back by the family soldiers. Zhao Yu appeared horrifically disheveled. His arms hung limply, and his back was a bloody mess. He had already slipped into unconsciousness. The guards, witnessing this scene, were taken aback, had he not possessed martial prowess. Such grievous injuries would have likely claimed his life. The previously tranquil Marquis of Jinwu's estate became a flurry of activity, with servants and maids bustling about. Some hurried to the eastern city to summon the best physician from the Xuanji Medical Pavilion. My son. The Marquis's wife rushed into the room and saw her son lying motionless on the bed. Who did this? How could anyone be so vicious? Showing no regard for the Marquis of Jinwu's estate, Lady Zhao glared at the soldiers who had accompanied Zhao Yu, her voice rising with indignation. Yet as she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Just that morning, he had left in good health. How could he now return in such a state? Could it be the spies from enemy nations? Madam, several soldiers hastily knelt to plead for forgiveness, recounting the events in detail. This wretch acted with such cruelty toward his colleagues. Our Marquis of Jinwu's estate is renowned for its martial achievements, yet he disregarded all sense of loyalty. We must bring this matter to the attention of my husband. Lady Zhao's eyes glinted with vengeance as she recounted how her son had been disarmed and beaten with 100 strikes, and subsequently expelled from the Imperial Guards. Is there no justice in this? Enough. A middle-aged man entered the room, eyeing the furious Lady Zhao with displeasure. Husband, you must stand up for Yuer. That little brat intends to ruin him. Upon seeing Marquis Zhao Yu enter, Lady Zhao quickly pulled him to Zhao Yu's bedside, pointing at her son in distress. Marquis Zhao Yu's expression hardened upon seeing his son in such a state, yet he maintained his composure. He brought this upon himself. Just yesterday, I specifically summoned him to the study to explain the gravity of the situation, urging him not to provoke that young man from the Xia family, who is now his direct superior. It would be a simple matter for them to manipulate him. I even promised to secure a position as an officer for him in due time. Yet, that fool still chose to confront him. Not only that, but his methods were utterly reckless. He lacks any semblance of intelligence. Anger flickered in Zhao Yu's eyes, compared to his two elder brothers. This son was woefully lacking in both intellect and capability. He hardly resembles the Zhao family. with his lineage. How could he still be languishing in such a minor position at his age? Lady Xiao was taken aback by her husband's tirade, her face paling. It is true that you instigated the conflict, but we are a family of martial distinction, united in the same cause. Even if there are disagreements, must we resort to such brutality? Had you not reached the 8th rank, 100 strikes would have surely killed him. Upon hearing his wife's words, a flicker of ferocity crossed Marquis Zhao Yu's gaze. The reason swiftly regained control. Matters in the military are not to be trifled with. On his very first day in office, he set a precedent by asserting his authority. If he does not establish his reputation now, how will he navigate the ranks of the Imperial Guards in the future? From a moment that fool decided to cause trouble, this matter could not simply be resolved. Is that how it will end? He has directly expelled you from the Imperial Guards. Does that small officer even have the right to do so? Lady Zhao retorted angrily. Enough. I have my own plans regarding this situation. While he lacks the authority to do so, your son is too foolish. He has provided them with ample reasons to act against him. Should this be reported, the outcome will be the same. For now, it is best to remain discreet and refrain from targeting him. His circumstances are peculiar, and perhaps the Emperor himself is watching him. Do you understand? Marquis Zhao Yu warned his wife with a serious glare. Why, yes, I understand. Seeing her husband still unwilling to relent, Marquis Zhao Yu sighed. My eldest and second sons inherited my intellect, yet this youngest one seems to have taken entirely after you, lacking any of my wisdom. Chapter 18. The Astonished Second Princess. Yaoguang Princess Manor. In the serene garden, a graceful figure gazes wistfully at the pond. The central pond ripples gently, adorned with verdant lotus leaves and delicate pink and white lotus flowers standing elegantly, reminiscent of bashful maidens dancing upon emerald jade. Goldfish frolic in the water, occasionally splashing crystalline droplets, adding a touch of vitality to this tranquil tableau, which resembles a beautifully painted scroll. This idyllic scene is abruptly interrupted by a hurriedly approaching woman clad in yellow, shattering the poetic essence of the moment. Princess, news regarding Xia Chen has just arrived. Would you care to hear it? Has he taken up his post? The second princess does not turn, continuing to admire the lotus flowers. How did the princess know? The woman in yellow, named Li Wei, is astonished, for she is yet to utter a word, and yet the princess is already aware. Li Wei, strikingly beautiful, has a penchant for candied hawthorn, and is a prodigy in swordsmanship. At 25, she ventured alone to Sword City to challenge the Sword Saint, defeating him thrice. Astonishing the world, he has remained at the residence of the Eastern Town Marquis, and aside from rumors of his supposed martial inadequacy, there has been little news of him. Recently, however, the Eastern Town Marquis's residence has been strategizing for his appointment, rumored to be within the Imperial Guards, which the princess surmises is the matter at hand. Such a deduction is hardly difficult. The second princess replies coolly, her tone indicating her understanding. Truly impressive, Your Highness, Li Wei exclaims sincerely, wondering why she had not thought of this herself. You should learn more from Ziyue. There is much wisdom to be gleaned from books. The second princess shakes her head, noting that while her maid is commendable in many respects, her intellect leaves something to be desired. Reading makes me drowsy. Ziyue enjoys it, but I find great joy in culinary delights. Li Wei laughs and playfully rushes to the side of the second princess. Having grown up alongside Ziyue, they share a bond that allows for a less formal demeanor. Do you wish to hear his news? He is to be your future consort. Li Wei approaches Yaoguang, her cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness. As Yaoguang's personal maid, she is bound by the customs that dictate her service after the princess's marriage to the prince. I have no desire to hear. The second princess shakes her head at Li Wei's eager expression, though a glimmer of amusement dances in her eyes. She wishes to tease Li Wei, yet she is genuinely uninterested in the man who is to be her husband. How can it be like this? I must tell you. Li Wei pouts adorably, clinging to the arm of the second princess, hastily recounting the events of Xia Chen's encounters within the Imperial Guards. After Li Wei finishes her tale, the previously serene demeanor of the second princess is stirred with emotion. He incapacitated Zhao Yu with a single move? Indeed, they say Xia Chen was incredibly fierce, confronting an entire battalion alone, while the others were too intimidated to move, Li Wei affirms with earnest conviction. Did he engage with his family soldiers? Not at all. The second princess nods thoughtfully, her brow furrowing in contemplation. What troubles you, princess? Is something amiss? Li Wei, though quick-witted, does not lack insight. Noticing the typically astute princess in such a state, she promptly inquires. The Eastern Town Marquis's residence has a long-standing rule. Only those who attain the 8th grade in martial training may leave the estate to join the army. For Xia Chen to emerge means he has reached that level. But isn't he a martial waste? The princess reflects. I had assumed he achieved the 8th grade through the Marquis's substantial investment in elixirs. Yet, it appears my initial assessment may be flawed. His combat prowess must have reached the 7th grade, for while one can rely on elixirs for cultivation, true combat strength is determined by various factors. Could it be that he consumed a divine elixir? Li Wei's eyes sparkle with intrigue. Such miraculous elixirs are mere myths. Xia family, is this a secret you have concealed? The second princess furrows her brow, recalling that all rumors about Xia Chen's inadequacy originated from the Xia family, with no outside contact with him. This suggests that the information may have been deliberately disseminated by the Xia family. But for what purpose? To obscure the existence of an ordinary genius? Yet, the Xia family has a history of producing prodigies, and several exceptional talents have already emerged in this generation. Thus, is it necessary to conceal merely Xia Chen? The astute second princess finds herself perplexed, unable to fathom the reasoning behind it. Continue to monitor Xia Chen and report any developments to me. She instructs Li Wei, who, at some point, has produced a candied hawthorn skewer from nowhere, licking it contentedly, prompting the princess to chuckle and shake her head. Very well. I shall keep an eye on him. After speaking, Li Wei retrieves another skewer of candied hawthorn. Princess, would you like to try? There are so many delicious treats outside the palace. Life beyond the palace walls is far more enjoyable. Li Wei beams, taking another lick of her skewer. The delightful sweet and sour flavors bursting on her palate, making her eyes squint in joy. I shall pass. Just one. I bought plenty. With that, Li Wei eagerly thrusts a skewer into the second princess's hands. A quarter of an hour later, the second princess holds a skewer of candied hawthorn, savoring it while admiring the flowers. Surprisingly, the treat is indeed quite sweet. A faint smile graces the usually aloof second princess's lips. Afternoon. With no pressing matters at hand, Xia Chen, feeling somewhat idle, gathers the personnel from his 2 battalions to familiarize himself with them. By the end of the afternoon, he has acquainted himself with nearly 200 individuals. While this may seem a trivial task, it holds significant importance. He appoints his family soldier, Xia Hao, to temporarily lead the Jiazi battalion as commander. With a 7th grade martial cultivation, Xia Hao previously held the rank of deputy commander in the frontier army, overseeing over 1,000 troops, making the management of 100 soldiers a mere trifle. Appointing him as a minor battalion leader would be a disservice to his talents. Although Xia Chen's appointment may be somewhat irregular and procedurally improper, when he submitted the matter for approval, Lieutenant General Li Wenzhong did not hesitate to facilitate the necessary paperwork. While this may be fundamentally incorrect, it is merely a matter of principle. Li Wenzhong is more than willing to grant this favor. Furthermore, Xia Hui's position is only temporary. Should Xia Chen leave the Imperial Guards or be assigned elsewhere, Xia Hui will undoubtedly accompany him. Having previously held the position of deputy commander, he has no attachment to such a minor rank as a battalion leader. Chapter 19. Case analysis. That evening, Xia Chen returned home. Initially, he was supposed to patrol the streets during curfew, but upon inquiry, he learned that the curfew assignment for the 2 battalions under his command had already been completed 2 days prior. Consequently, he found himself with nothing to do that night. And since he could not indulge in the pleasures of the pleasure quarters, he chose to return home instead. Young master. Not long after Xia Chen entered his room, the voice of Xia Chen echoed from outside. Guomin, young master, the information you requested regarding the undercover agents from Deqing is arriving. Xia Chen entered, holding a stack of documents. This material comprised internal records of the Yulin Wei, and as a school officer, Xia Chen had the authority to access them. In recent weeks, the situation in the capital had become somewhat tumultuous, with reports reaching the emperor's ears inciting his anger. The lantern-bearers had been mobilized, resulting in the apprehension of numerous individuals, causing widespread unease among the citizenry. Military defense maps have been stolen. As Xia Chen perused the documents, he began to grasp the gravity of the situation. The northwestern border of the De Wu Kingdom bordered Daqing and Defeng, with 200,000 border troops stationed there. The theft of military defense maps was indeed a serious matter, explaining the emperor's fury, which led to the mobilization of the lantern-bearers to conduct widespread arrests in the capital. The theft of such crucial military maps from the Ministry of War without arousing suspicion indicated the presence of an insider. Xia Chen murmured to himself as he examined the records. For decades, De Wu and Daqing had been embroiled in strife. Yet apart from the significant Huayang battle 36 years ago against Defeng, there had been no large-scale conflicts, only minor skirmishes along the borders. The current theft of the military defense maps could potentially trigger considerable unrest. It had been 36 years since the events of Defeng, and it was likely that they had regained their strength. Since the Battle of Huayang, Daqing and Defeng had drawn closer together, creating a formidable alliance against De Wu. As Xia Chen continued reading, he discovered that the military defense maps had been pilfered by a minor official from the Ministry of War, who subsequently handed them over to a blacksmith in the western district of the capital. When the lantern-bearers acted on this information, they found both the official and the blacksmith had already taken their own lives. The trail ended there. Days had passed, and it was evident that the military defense maps had already been disseminated. It seemed that significant changes were imminent in the northwestern region. Xia Chen pondered. Regardless of whether the undercover agents could be uncovered, the maps were certainly lost, perhaps even returned to the capital of Daqing. There must have been at least one intermediary between the minor official and the blacksmith. Yet this intermediary was not mentioned in the records. Was this an oversight, or was someone deliberately concealing the truth? Xia Chen soon noticed a peculiar detail in the documents. The minor official had access to the Ministry of War and had managed to steal the military defense maps from its core. It was unlikely that he could have achieved this alone. Furthermore, Xia Chen observed that the minor official resided in the inner city of the northern district, while the blacksmith lived on the outskirts of the western district. The direct distance between the two locations exceeded 20 miles, making it implausible for the minor official to have delivered the maps personally to the blacksmith. During curfew hours, both the inner and outer cities were strictly off-limits unless one possessed a special pass. This meant that no one could traverse the streets, and the military defense maps had vanished during the night. Lying in bed, Xia Chen contemplated these matters. The only individuals permitted to move freely at night were the imperial guards and the lantern-bearers, indicating that both parties were under suspicion. Alarmingly, it suggested that both factions had been infiltrated. As he unraveled the threads of this case, Xia Chen's thoughts raced, yet he lamented the scarcity of information at his disposal. He could only glean this analysis from the records, and he suspected that the case file was incomplete. The lantern-bearers surely possessed more information. They were professionals in both investigation and case resolution. Regrettably, he lacked the authority to request documents from the lantern-bearers, even if he were to visit in person. The Yulin Wei was merely seen as auxiliary support in their eyes, likely treated as mere enforcers. It was widely acknowledged that the Yulin Wei did not excel in case handling. They typically did not concern themselves with such matters. Only when those in high positions conducted thorough inquiries would they be summoned to assist with arrests and searches. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Xia Chen gradually drifted off to sleep. The following day, Xia Chen arrived early at the Yulin Wei headquarters. "Boss, good morning." As he stepped into the military camp's courtyard, he spotted Li Shi, who had shown him in the previous day. Li Shi approached with an eager smile, clutching a bag in his hand. "Boss, would you like some buns? I specially bought them from the Quanbali bun shop. Their buns are the best in the capital. You must try them." Xia Chen regarded Li Shi, whose face was creased with smiles. Appearing much older than his 20-something years, he narrowed his eyes, reflecting on whether this young man had intended to trick him or merely sought to witness the unfolding events. "Boss, they are truly delicious, exquisite in flavor. These buns are hard to come by. You need to make a reservation in advance." Li Shi seemed oblivious to Xia Chen's changing demeanor, maintaining his cheerful expression as he nearly thrust the buns into Xia Chen's hands, as enthusiastic as a loyal hound. Xia Chen cast a sidelong glance at him, and then at the fragrant buns. Despite their unappealing name, Quanbu Li, the buns indeed emanated an enticing aroma. How curious it was that such delightful buns bore such a name. After all, dogs are our loyal companions and would never betray us. If they did, one might end up with dog meat buns. As Xia Chen inspected the bun in his hand, he found it to be generously filled with meat and quite delectable. No wonder some of the capital's dignitaries favored this establishment. He munched on the bun while casually remarking, "These buns are quite good. Make sure to bring me one every day." Upon hearing this, Li Shi's expression shifted slightly, realizing that his previous antics had been seen through by this school officer. Given how Xia Chen had dealt with the son of the Duke of Jin the previous day, it was clear he was not one to be trifled with. The thought of facing retribution in the future was daunting. "Very well, I will bring you breakfast every day," Li Shi exclaimed excitedly, his anxiety dissipating as he watched Xia Chen walk away, relieved. Xia Chen, however, paused in his stride, a peculiar expression crossing his face. What did he mean by bringing breakfast every day? It sounded as if Li Shi was pursuing him. He glanced at the enticing bun in his hand and thought to himself, indeed, the name Quanbu Li was rather unfortunate. Chapter 20. Entertainment and Leisure Activities. At noon, Li Shi came running over again, his radiant smile revealing a face adorned with humorous wrinkles. "Boss, after the evening assembly, I invite you to a delightful place." Li Shi leaned closer to Xia Chen, speaking in a conspiratorial tone, his face lit up with a rather mischievous grin. Despite being merely a junior officer, he boldly addressed Xia Chen as boss, aiming to foster a sense of camaraderie. Xia Chen regarded him with a curious expression, wondering if this young man intended to lead him to a brothel or tavern. In this world, entertainment options were scarce, especially at night, limited to drinking, listening to music, and engaging in intimate exchanges thereafter. Consequently, the industry of such exchanges thrived, with brothels being considered high-end establishments akin to upscale clubs, where the ladies were exceptionally beautiful. However, the costs were exorbitant. A single visit could consume the income of an ordinary family for half a year. And if one desired to spend the night with a courtesan, mere money would not suffice. In this context, taverns flourished as well, albeit of a lower class than brothels. Yet they offered affordability and high value, making them accessible to common folk. To be frank, Xia Chen harbored a certain yearning for such establishments. Although he considered himself a gentleman, he believed in sharing joy with others. Embracing this philosophy, Xia Chen readily agreed to accompany Li Shi. "Since I have no engagements tonight, and you seem so mysterious, I shall join you for an adventure." With a pat on Li Shi's shoulder, he added, "You have a bright future ahead." Li Shi left Xia Chen's military tent, beaming with excitement as he began to arrange their evening plans. How delightful it was to be in a leadership position, where entertainment and relaxation were effortlessly arranged without the burden of counting coins or worrying. Yet, Xia Chen pondered whether this could be deemed a peculiar form of indulgence, a sort of escapade that might require broader boundaries. As night fell, the day had been uneventful. In the afternoon, Xia Chen had accompanied his subordinates on a stroll through the bustling capital, leaving Xia Chen, who followed him, utterly dazzled. Along the way, they passed the Princess Yao Wang's residence, briefly glancing at the imposing lions that stood guard at its entrance, weathered by the passage of time. Xia Chen quickly shifted his gaze, not lingering further. Additionally, Xia Chen familiarized himself with the locations of several brothels, not for personal indulgence, but as the upright gentleman he was, known as Chao Mingde. Rather, a man who eschewed the company of women. That evening, this virtuous young man, accompanied by Li Shi, stealthily exited the Yulin Guard's gates with Xia Chen, slipping into a narrow alley. The deeper they ventured, the more Xia Chen felt an unsettling discord. This route diverged from the brothels he had studied during the day. "Heh, boss, it's fun. Music and dance await." Li Shi finally unveiled the secret with a grin that seemed to stretch his face. "I know you hail from the Duke of Jindong's household, where strict regulations prevail. Before reaching the 8th rank, one is not allowed to roam freely, let alone spend the night outside. I surmise you have never visited such places. Tonight, I shall treat you, allowing you to experience our capital's vibrant nightlife." Before Xia Chen could respond, Xia Chen, his face flushed, interjected, "Why is the young master not returning to the duke's residence tonight? Is it to visit such places?" He admitted he had never been himself, but had heard tales from the kitchen servants about these splendid venues that were said to be utterly captivating. "Surely, we are not heading towards Suyu Street, where most brothels are concentrated?" Xia Chen inquired calmly, feeling a twinge of suspicion that this might be a trap. Was the Zhao family plotting revenge, luring him into this dark alley for retribution? Li Shi seemed to sense Xia Chen's apprehension and quickly reassured him. "Taverns and music halls are somewhat beneath your status, boss. Brothels are quite decent, yet due to your unique position, those places can be crowded and chaotic. If word got out, it could tarnish your reputation. Thus, I have specifically chosen a place called Qingya Shaozhu, where one can enjoy music and dance, and even spend the night, with all patrons wearing masks for utmost confidentiality." Li Shi spoke as if seeking approval, aware that the engagement between Xia Chen and the second princess was common knowledge throughout the capital. Xia Chen regarded him with a peculiar expression. This young man indeed had a thoughtful approach. Could he truly be a talent in his own right? In the Great Wu Dynasty, frequenting such establishments was not particularly unusual. In fact, in recent years, it had even been romanticized by scholars. Among literati, failing to visit such places before reaching adulthood was deemed a disgrace. Reflecting on this, Xia Chen mused on the audacity of scholars to take pride in such activities. It was no wonder that during the reign of the Empress, there was a crackdown on the industry of intimate exchanges, leading to lamentations among players like Xia Chen, who entered this world only to find the flourishing days of your had vanished before they could be savored. Some players even contemplated rebelling against the Empress to restore male glory, although one such individual met his end at her hand. "I thought you were going to take me to the Jiaofeng office?" Xia Chen jested. "How could I possibly afford that? Just entering requires 5 taels of silver, and drinks and music come at an additional cost. As for spending the night with a lady, 10 taels would barely suffice." Li Shi shook his head, his eyes gleaming with longing for the Jiaofeng office, having heard that the women there were breathtakingly beautiful. Moreover, the allure lay in the fact that many of the women were daughters or wives of officials, making the experience all the more exhilarating, as one might find themselves with a lady tied to a former superior or colleague, an exhilaration that transcended mere monetary value. The Jiaofeng office stood as the pinnacle of entertainment in this world, its resources unmatched by brothels or other venues. As they walked, Xia Chen remained silent, absorbing Li Shi's insights on etiquette and behavior within such establishments, gradually forming a clearer picture of this world of pleasure. These venues were not solely about physical relations. They had evolved to include music, poetry, and other cultured pursuits, with the more refined aspects garnering greater admiration. The Qingya Shaozhu, to which Li Shi intended to lead them, represented such an establishment. Naturally, the primary service of overnight stays was also available. After all, who would venture out at night merely to enjoy music and poetry without seeking something more? Soon, the trio arrived at a concealed alley, stopping before a courtyard that blended seamlessly with the surrounding residences. A simple sign at the entrance read Qingya Shaozhu. To the unknowing observer, it appeared merely as an ordinary dwelling. In his youth, the founding emperor was entirely devoted to the path of martial excellence, serving in the imperial guard. When his contemporaries invited him to indulge in revelries at the pleasure quarters, he resolutely declined, stating, "In my youth, I must dedicate myself to the martial arts and not squander my time in frivolity or be ensnared by the allure of women." Thus, he steadfastly refused their enticements. Consequently, the emperor's prowess in martial arts advanced significantly, far surpassing that of his peers. Annuals of Xia, Volume 1, Chronicle of Emperor Taizu, Chapter 21, The Elegant Abode. The name Elegant Abode is indeed melodious. Summer Chen marveled at such a refined title, yet little did he know that it served as a sanctuary for soulful exchanges. Li Shi, possessing keen insight, knocked on the door while explaining to Summer Chen. The Lady of Elegance, the proprietor of this quaint courtyard, enjoys a modest reputation in the capital and is quite sought after by men of letters. It is said that even some officials from the court occasionally grace this establishment with their presence. Upon entering the courtyard, aside from the admission and beverage fees, Whether one can remain for the night depends on whether the Lady of Elegance finds their talents worthy. However, even if she does not deem one worthy, there is still the option to select from the maidservants. The Lady of Elegance is highly esteemed in the capital, renowned for her beauty. Summer Chun was somewhat astonished. This Lady of Elegance possesses a shrewd business acumen. This elegant abode is nothing short of a high-end private club, capitalizing on her personal brand. She has crafted a distinguished reputation, setting herself apart from other establishments through a unique appeal, thereby enhancing her competitive edge. This allure of mutual consent is sure to pique the curiosity of literati, who are known for their lofty standards and would never consider themselves inferior to others. Moreover, the more elusive something is, the more it ignites desire, prompting patrons to return time and again, driven by that tantalizing feeling of being close yet unattainable, thus increasing the likelihood of repeat visits. How ingenious! Summer Chen nodded. His curiosity towards this Lady of Elegance piqued, though he remained uncertain whether the true master of this abode was indeed the Lady of Elegance or someone else entirely. Just then, a small head peeked out from behind the grand door, revealing a round-cheeked, charmingly delicate face. Li Shi quickly handed over the invitation, and soon the door swung open. Summer Chun, having donned the mask prepared by Li Shi, stepped inside and was immediately enveloped by the fragrant scent of rouge. A round-faced maid led the trio into the courtyard, which was already bustling with approximately 20 to 30 elegantly dressed individuals. Their attention barely flickered upon the newcomers before they returned to their own conversations. Taking a seat at the end of the gathering, Summer Chun began to observe intently. The courtyard was alive with a flutter of maidens dancing gracefully, while others engaged in games of poetry and wine. His gaze shifted to the center of the courtyard, where a dancer twirled elegantly. Her attire was slightly revealing, yet her demeanor exuded an air of sophistication, reminiscent of a cultured lady, which explained the popularity of this seemingly ordinary, elegant abode. Truly, it radiated elegance and refinement. One could only wonder what the Lady of Elegance herself looked like. Surely, her beauty must be exceptional, for otherwise, her renown would not be so widespread. As Summer Chun pondered, a melodious tune from a guqin wafted through the air, causing a stir among the guests. The Lady of Elegance was about to make her entrance. He listened intently to the enchanting music until it faded, only to be interrupted by Li Shi's voice. The Lady of Elegance is well-versed in poetry, song, and music, particularly excelling in the guqin, which has garnered her accolades. Some have even claimed her skills rival those of the finest musicians in the capital. Summer Chen nodded, his eyes drawn to the interior of the room, where a graceful silhouette emerged, illuminated by the soft glow of lanterns, casting a delicate shadow upon the screen. "Esteemed gentlemen, I apologize for the wait." A clear and melodious voice resonated as a beautiful lady stepped forth, a smile gracing her lips. Instantly, every masked face in the room lit up with admiration. What a refined lady she is! Upon witnessing the true visage of the Lady of Elegance, Summer Chen could not help but smile. Was this a play on contrasts? How delightful! Ah, my dear friends, we are merely here to indulge in libations. The night has just commenced, and we cannot consider it a long wait. Boomed a man seated at the front, adorned in opulent attire, his gaze fervently fixed on the lady. Indeed, a beautiful maiden is always worth the wait, chimed in another rotund gentleman. The Lady of Elegance chuckled softly, playfully concealing half her face with a handkerchief, exuding a shy allure that made one yearn to cradle her in affection. With her entrance, the Lady of Elegance eclipsed the charm of all the maidens present, rendering them somewhat overshadowed, thus capturing the undivided attention of every guest. The atmosphere in the courtyard reached a crescendo as the guests, no longer restrained, began to vie for her attention, eager to elicit a smile from the enchanting beauty and secure their place in her favor. The Lady of Elegance surveyed the gathering, her gaze sweeping across the masked faces. When her eyes lingered on Summer Chun for a moment, it seemed as if she sought to pierce through the mask to discern his true identity. The onlookers, noticing this detail, turned their scrutiny towards Summer Chun. Though he wore a mask, his nonchalant demeanor and the ease with which he sipped his drink set him apart, exuding an undeniable charisma. Some whispered among themselves, speculating whether he might be of noble birth, but no one appeared overly anxious. After all, they were all patrons here, masked and equal in this game of chance. Esteemed gentlemen, shall we commence with a round of the poetry game? Flying flowers? The Lady of Elegance proposed with a smile. This game, favored by scholars, involved participants reciting verses containing specific keywords, with the losers facing a penalty of drinking. Everyone nodded in agreement, their confidence palpable. Xia Chen participated in a few rounds, contributing a line or two without striving for the limelight, ensuring he blended into the gathering. Though hailing from a family of military nobility, he had been educated in the arts, possessing a foundational knowledge of poetry. As time flowed, various games unfolded, from flowing wine to passing the flower, culminating in poetry recitations. The courtyard felt neither too cramped nor too spacious, yet the ambience was fervent. Xia Chen could not help but admire the Lady of Elegance. She deftly orchestrated the proceedings, elevating the atmosphere to its zenith. Throughout the evening, several scholars distinguished themselves with their compositions, impressing even Xia Chen with the quality of their verses. My dear guests, I find myself a bit fatigued. I shall take my leave for a brief respite. May you all enjoy yourselves. The Lady of Elegance rose and gracefully bowed to the assembly, her demeanor exuding warmth and elegance, reminiscent of a true lady of high society. The guests nodded in agreement, though their expressions bore a hint of tension, aware that the main event was upon them. They wondered who among them would be fortunate enough to catch the Lady of Elegance's eye and become her devoted admirer this evening. Among those who had shone brightly that night, several scholars stood, their confidence radiating, convinced that they would be the ones to remain in her favor. Chapter 22. An overnight stay. In the courtyard, most individuals were no longer focused on the game. However, a small group was aware that they had little hope of being chosen by Xia, and their gazes began to linger on the maidens in the yard. Chief, shall we select a maid or return home tonight? Li Shi whispered as the hour approached the curfew. The three of them were not particularly conspicuous, and Xia had not paid them much attention, prompting Li Shi's inquiry. Xia Chen blushed in the background, feeling out of place. It was his first visit to such a venue, leaving him quite awkward. Let's wait and see, Xia Chen said calmly. Li Shi pondered, but chose not to press further. Logically, Xia Chen should have been inexperienced in such establishments, yet he exhibited an air of nonchalance, as if he were well acquainted with the surroundings, displaying the composure of a seasoned patron instead of a novice. Inside the room, behind a screen, steam rose and mist filled the air. A graceful figure stepped into a wooden tub, her skin pressed against the warm water, while flower petals floated atop the surface, filling the space with fragrance. Xia's fragrant shoulders and collarbone were exposed to the air. Her damp hair framed a delicate, beautiful face, tinged with a hint of melancholy. This visage evoked a desire for tenderness. In this moment, her demeanor was devoid of the radiant smile she had previously displayed. Instead, she appeared ethereal, akin to a celestial being from the heavens. If Xia Chen were to witness Xia in this state, he would undoubtedly exclaim how this woman possessed a chameleonic grace, perfectly suited for role-playing. At that moment, a maid, while adding water to the tub, inquired, "Miss, shall we keep someone tonight?" Xia's establishment did offer overnight services, but she did not entertain guests every night, typically only once or twice a week. Yet, this exclusivity heightened her allure. Previously, a wealthy man had offered 1,000 taels for a single night, only to be turned down, subsequently elevating Xia's reputation. Upon hearing this, Xia furrowed her brows, suddenly struck by a thought, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Inviting the young man wearing the white mask, whose demeanor is quite extraordinary. Let him stay tonight. The maid hesitated, puzzled. His performance tonight was rather unremarkable compared to others. Keeping him overnight may incite discontent among them. Tarnishing our establishment's reputation for fairness, let him stay tonight. Perhaps he can help us navigate the troubles we've encountered these past few days. A faint smile graced Xia's lips, revealing an enchanting beauty. Is this person of a special identity? The maid, intrigued, noted that although she was also striking, she was overshadowed by Xia's presence. He is the legitimate son of the Duke of Zhendong, who recently became engaged to the second princess of Dawu. He currently serves as a lieutenant in the Imperial Guard and reportedly expelled the son of the Jinwu Marquis from the guard yesterday. He must be quite established within the military. Qingya's expression brightened, taking on a somewhat sweet demeanor, her versatility evident. The maid, Xiao Yin, was taken aback. She knew her mistress possessed unique eyes capable of seeing through masks. Very well, I shall fetch him. Without further hesitation, Xiao Yin exited the room. Qingya sighed, rising gracefully from the tub, her flawless form revealed to the air. The pristine water droplets cascaded down her delicate skin, glistening under the light, evoking a visceral reaction. Yet this beautiful scene was unseen by any appreciative eyes. Outside the courtyard, esteemed young master, just as Xia Chen and his companions quietly sipped their drinks and observed the dance, a young man wearing a white mask approached. My father, Li Gang, is an official in the Ministry of Revenue. I noticed your distinguished demeanor, but it appears this is your first visit to Qingya's establishment. The young man smiled and quickly added, I am Li Kuei, courtesy named Eshan. Li Kuei, dressed in scholarly attire, bowed to Xia Chen and confidently opened his folding fan, speaking with assurance. Upon hearing the name Li Kuei, Xia Chen's mouth twitched slightly, wondering if behind the mask was a burly man with a beard who would address him as brother. Do you have a brother? Xia Chen couldn't resist asking. Why do you say that? I am the only child in my family. Li Kuei replied while fanning himself, as though this would highlight his unique charm. Oh, merely out of curiosity. My name is Yang Shi. No courtesy name, just call me by my name. Xia Chen jested, but seeing that no one understood his joke, he grew disinterested and stated seriously, one must adopt an alias when venturing into such places. It is only prudent to conceal one's true identity. So you are young Master Yang. Li Kuei bowed again, yet his mind raced to identify any prominent Yang families in the capital with whom he had no connections. Despite his efforts, he could not pinpoint a target, and seeing Xia Chen's lack of intention to disclose his background, he hesitated to press further. Could he be a scion of the esteemed Yang family? Li Kuei suddenly recalled Yang Yin and the esteemed Yang elder in the cabinet, feeling a stir of excitement. Though he deemed it unlikely, knowing the strict upbringing of the Yangs, and having never heard of their progeny frequenting such establishments, Xia Chen remained blissfully unaware of Li Kuei's speculations regarding his background. Even if he did, he would not care. An official of the Ministry of Revenue, a mere fifth-rank position, held little significance in the capital, and thus did not warrant his concern. Li Kuei observed Xia Chen's lack of enthusiasm and felt uncertain about his background, but surmised that the young man must come from a reputable family, given his undeniable aura. He attempted to engage again. Young Master Yang, it seems your chances of having Qingya stay with you tonight are slim. How about we venture to Suyu Street instead? It is quite lively there, and I know of a brothel with exceptionally beautiful maidens. Let's enjoy some drinks there and spend the night. It will be on me, Li Kuei boasted, thumping his chest with a sense of camaraderie. As the saying goes, men bond through shared experiences, whether through schooling, combat, sharing spoils, or indulging in vice. Li Kuei prided himself on his keen judgment and rarely misjudged character, believing that perhaps this Yang Shi hailed from a distinguished family in the capital, where several prominent families bore the surname Yang. If he were to guess correctly, it would be quite the stroke of fortune. Li Shi, standing behind Xia Chen, listened attentively to Li Kuei's proposition, eyeing him warily. What? Does this fellow wish to ingratiate himself with my chief? Tonight, he had invited his superior to Qingya's establishment. Yet this upstart sought to lure him away to another brothel, implying that his arrangements were inadequate and that his chief would not have an enjoyable evening. In an instant, Li Shi's perception of Li Kuei shifted drastically. Chapter 23. The Favor of the Second Imperial Princess. Li Kuei remained blissfully unaware that he had inadvertently offended someone. Just as he was basking in a moment of confidence, a young lady emerged from within. It was Miss Xiaolian. The crowd, initially prepared to withdraw, suddenly brightened with excitement. Although there was no opportunity for Miss Qingya to stay the night, the prospect of spending the evening with Miss Xiaolian was indeed tantalizing. Li Kuei's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Xiaolian, who, in her beauty, rivaled the most renowned courtesans of the brothels. If he could have the honor of her company tonight, his visit would not be in vain. As he contemplated this, he noticed Xiao Lian greeting the others before making her way directly toward him. His heart raced. Had he been chosen? Did Miss Xiao Lian perceive his outstanding demeanor? Perhaps aware of his father's esteemed position as a minister, and was she planning to keep him for the night's revelries? Caught in his daydream, he saw Xiao Lian glide past him toward the gentleman he had intended to befriend, Yang Shi. "Young master, my lady requests your presence," Xiao Lian called out, curtsying to Xia Chen. Instantly, her pristine white attire clung to her figure, accentuating her graceful curves and revealing her well-rounded form. The air was thick with anticipation as onlookers held their breath, their gazes fervent and breaths heavy. Yet, a wave of confusion washed over them. What? Miss Qing, you had chosen to keep this person? They recalled that she had lingered a moment longer on this individual earlier, but during the game, her attention had not returned. Yang Shi's performance had been rather unremarkable, leading the crowd to lose interest. Several previously favored scholars stood up, their expressions filled with indignation. Why should a newcomer surpass them? Was it merely their reluctance to compete? Such jesting was all too serious when it came to the possibility of intimate exchanges with Miss Qing. None were willing to relinquish this opportunity. Miss Xiao Lian, this seems rather unfair. This man's performance has been far from exceptional, someone boldly exclaimed. Meanwhile, Li Kuei, who stood beside Yang Shi, was already in a state of shock. He had just claimed that Miss Qing would not keep them for the night. And now, this very Yang Shi had been selected? What was the reasoning behind this? They were all masked, indistinguishable in appearance. Was it merely due to a slight edge in charisma? Witnessing the rising tension in the courtyard, Xiao Lian inhaled deeply before donning a bright smile. Gentlemen, whether one may stay at the Qing pavilion tonight ultimately lies in my lady's wishes. She has made her decision, and I invite you to return another day. After speaking, she turned her gaze back to Xia Chen. This young master, please proceed. You may all leave now. Xia Chen rose and addressed his companions, Xia Chen and Li Shi. As Xia Chen opened his mouth to speak, Li Shi, grinning widely, interjected, "All right, chief, but we must rise early tomorrow. There's a task awaiting us at the camp, likely involving the lantern bearers." He whispered to Xia Chen, casting him a knowing glance. Xia Chen paid little heed to Li Shi and followed Xiao Lian, but as he passed by the still-dazed Li Kuei, the latter seized his arm, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. "Brother Yang, is there some secret to how you managed to catch Miss Qing's eye?" Li Kuei paused, hesitating to utter the words backdoor entry. He too wished to know how to gain such favor. What a thrill it would be. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Chen patted Li Kuei on the shoulder and whispered, "Perhaps it is simply that I am more handsome than the rest of you." With that statement, he departed, leaving behind an air of mystery. The others, particularly those who had previously excelled, wore anxious expressions, fearing that Xia Chen might indeed have secured an advantage with Miss Qing. They were eager to follow, but two imposing figures who had been lurking in the shadows stepped forth, blocking their path. The scholars exchanged glances with the hulking men and silently retreated to their seats, pretending as if nothing had transpired. For scholars, adaptability is key. As Xia Chen entered the room, he discovered an unexpected expanse within the courtyard. It was remarkably spacious. Quietly trailing behind Xiao Lian, he absorbed the sights as they walked. "Young master, we have arrived," Xiao Lian announced as they reached a chamber in the inner courtyard. Halting her steps and gesturing for him to enter. Standing at the threshold, Xia Chen hesitated for a moment, contemplating the alluring silhouette beyond the paper door. Ultimately, he steeled himself and pushed the door open. Upon entering, he was greeted by an intoxicating fragrance that enveloped him. An enchanting blend reminiscent of blooming flowers mingled with the delicate scent of a woman. Inside, Qing was seated at her vanity, seemingly oblivious to Xia Chen as she quietly attended to her grooming. The copper mirror reflected her exquisite countenance, droplets of water glistening on her hair like fragments of jade. With a gentle touch, she lifted a silk handkerchief to wipe away the moisture, her movements as delicate as caressing the petals of spring blooms. Subsequently, she picked up a wooden comb, methodically working through her lustrous tresses, each stroke releasing a faint, elusive fragrance. Her 3,000 strands of hair cascaded smoothly, shimmering like dark jade in the candlelight. Clad only in her undergarments, not a hint of excess skin was exposed. Her cheeks flushed with a radiant glow, exuding the grace of a refined lady, which hinted at the enticing events that were to unfold. Xia Chen observed this scene in silence, choosing not to interrupt, but rather to appreciate the beauty before him. Young master truly possesses remarkable composure. Suddenly, Xinya's cool voice broke the silence as she turned her head, revealing her breathtakingly beautiful visage. Such a sight, if disrupted, would surely mark me as lacking in refinement. Xia Chen chuckled lightly, adopting a playful demeanor. Now that you're within my chamber, why do you not remove your mask? Xinya's gaze held a hint of longing, drawing him closer as she approached. I thought that wearing a mask would heighten the intrigue. Xia Chen replied with a smile, while Xinya paused, momentarily puzzled by a suggestion that a mask could enhance the experience. Yet, being astute, she understood the implication of deeper engagement. This realization prompted a silent scoff within her. Men, it seems, are only ever captivated by a woman's form. Xia Chen chose to sit at the table, casting a lingering glance at Xinya's graceful figure, particularly her prominent bosom, which promised to unleash a tempest of passion. The moon is beautiful, and the night is long. If it is your desire to see, we should indeed be forthright. Xia Chen grinned, and without hesitation, he removed his mask. His handsome features, with deep, bright eyes and a nose like a peak, were complemented by slightly curved lips that bore a hint of a smile. His skin was pale as jade, exuding a captivating sheen in the interplay of light and shadow. Although Qing had caught a fleeting glimpse of Xia Chen's face earlier, it had been but a hurried glance. Now, in their proximity, her gaze lingered, momentarily entranced, unable to divert her eyes from his striking visage. Chapter 24. The Four Beauties of the Capital. What a handsome visage! Xingya could not help but marvel inwardly. It was her first encounter with a young man possessing such unparalleled beauty. Instinctively, she found herself recalling the second imperial princess of the Great Wu. How fortunate she was to have a future husband with such striking features. Surely, she would never tire of him in the confines of her chamber. With this thought, Xingya felt her cheeks flush and quickly averted her gaze. She was puzzled as to why such chaotic thoughts had surged in her mind. Quickly composing herself, she regained her natural poise. Sir, your beauty is truly exceptional. You could certainly compete for the title of the most handsome man in the capital. Xingya smiled, noting that some well-meaning individuals had compiled a list ranking the capital's most attractive men and women. 4 individuals were selected, dubbed the 4 beauties and 4 handsome men of the capital. Although the title seemed somewhat cliché, the 8 individuals on the list, regardless of gender, possessed an otherworldly grace and charm. Thus, it could be said that Xingya had indeed encountered one of the so-called 4 handsome men of the capital. Xia Chen poured himself a cup of tea, displaying an air of confidence that suggested he was in command of the situation. I have had the fortune of meeting one, but he pales in comparison to you, sir. Xingya, enveloped in a fragrant aura, took the initiative to sit beside Xia Chen. Her words were not mere flattery, but a sincere truth. According to her information from the imperial city, Xia Chen was only 17 this year. In a year or two, as he reached his youthful prime, his beauty would surely ascend to even greater heights. Upon hearing this, Xia Chen could not help but smile. Am I to become the male version of Yang Guifei? He mused. With beauty that is hard to conceal, nurtured in solitude, will my emergence cause a stir? This phrase unexpectedly flitted through his mind. Indeed, he had scarcely ventured out of the Marquis's residence for 17 years, and few recognized him in the world beyond. He then thought of his future fiancée, destined to become an empress. Perhaps he truly had the chance to become an otherworldly version of Yang Guifei. By the way, what are you pondering, sir? Noticing Xia Chen's distant gaze, Xingya felt a twinge of curiosity. Hadn't she merely praised his appearance from the heart? Oh, it's nothing, Xia Chen replied, regaining his composure, causing Xingya to smile. Could it be that this young man is visiting such a place for the first time? Sir, the night is long, and drinking tea can be rather dull. We have fine wine here. Xingya's beautiful eyes sparkled with amusement as she poured Xia Chen a cup from a nearby, exquisite wine jug. I wonder just how beautiful the four beauties of the capital truly are. Xia Chen sought a topic, as he was not well versed in the gossip of the capital. You are unaware of this? Qingya exclaimed, surprised. Aren't men typically most intrigued by such matters? However, her professional demeanor soon quelled her curiosity. These four beauties are each of remarkable lineage, even more credible than the so-called four handsome men, without a doubt. One is a direct disciple of the current celestial master, while another is the contemporary Buddhist nun of the heavenly dragon temple. The other two are of noble birth. One is the legitimate daughter of Prime Minister Lin Hanpu, and the other is Princess Yao Guang, the second daughter of the current emperor. By the way, I heard recently that Princess Yao Guang has been betrothed to someone, seemingly a legitimate son of the Eastern Town Marquis. Qingya added this detail deliberately while scrutinizing Xia Chen's expression. To her disappointment, his face revealed no emotion, as if the Marquis' son were a stranger to him. The Celestial Master's residence and the Heavenly Dragon Temple are also participating in the selection? Xia Chen inquired, intrigued. The Celestial Master's residence and the Heavenly Dragon Temple were sacred grounds of Taoism and Buddhism in the Great Wu Dynasty, even considered the sanctuaries of the world's spiritual paths. The leaders of both sects were the pinnacle of their realms, yet neither engaged in worldly affairs. They resided on opposite sides of the capital, seemingly in opposition to one another. They did not enter the competition, yet some well-meaning individuals have included them on the list. Qingya spoke softly, her voice imbued with the charm of Jiangnan. How does your beauty compare to these four? How could I possibly compare to them? Qingya momentarily paused, then shook her head with a gentle laugh. Please do not jest, sir. In terms of status, appearance, and demeanor, I am world apart from them, unworthy of comparison. She said this with self-deprecation, then rose gracefully. Sir, it is getting late. Do you truly wish to engage in conversation with me until dawn? Qingya seemed reluctant to pursue the topic any further. She moved to the bedside, gracefully lifting her foot to ascend the bed. Instantly, her demeanor transformed from that of a poised lady to the most enchanting enchantress. Her sultry gaze radiated allure, and the atmosphere in the room turned palpably intimate. Xia Chen smiled, his steps light as he approached the bed. Ah, it seems that Qingya can no longer contain her impatience. Xia Chen teased, taking a seat on the bed, gazing at the beauty before him. Is it not that you, sir, are too cold-hearted? Amidst this splendid scenery, you remain preoccupied with conversation instead of engaging with me. Qingya's eyes glimmered with playful reproach, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. Xia Chen chuckled and was about to embrace the striking lady, but just as he made a move, he suddenly felt weak, collapsing onto the bed and descending into a deep slumber. Bah! Truly, not a single man is worthy of trust. Having just been engaged, he rushes to such places. Little Lotus entered the room with a scoff, resembling a small lioness. She had been stationed outside the door, aware of Xia Chen's identity, and had overheard Qingya discussing the second imperial princess's marriage. I never anticipated he would come to me, but it presents a fortuitous opportunity. Perhaps we can leverage his position to provide some information to the lantern bearers. Their recent investigations have been excessively thorough, and our underground network in the capital has suffered grievously. If this continues, it may lead to significant trouble. Qingya sighed, casting a glance at the now slumbering Xia Chen. She descended from the bed, restoring her dignified and elegant posture, with the previous allure entirely vanished, leaving her appearing ethereal and transcendent. Damn, those people from the Great Foam. Had we not intervened back then, they would have long been extinguished by the Great Wu. Little Lotus fumed, her voice laced with indignation. Now that they have regained their vitality, they dare to ensnare us, stealing military maps and framing us for their misdeeds. Many of their members had recently been captured, mostly peripheral figures, but it was only a matter of time before they would be implicated. What's more critical is that the secret agents of the Feng National Inspection Bureau have leaked information about our Imperial City's intelligence to the Lantern Bearers, resulting in severe losses for our organization. Chapter 25. The Imperial City Division. It is evident that there is an undercover agent from the Inspection Bureau within our ranks. Otherwise, we would not have been caught in such a dire predicament. Our current identities have become precarious, and it is time for a change. Qingya spoke coldly, and Xiaoyan nodded solemnly in agreement. After exchanging glances at the slumbering Xia Chen, Xiaoyan could not help but inquire, "Miss, what shall we do next? Should we directly use our illusions to convey some clues to him? But even if he learns of the clues, will he take the initiative to investigate?" Xiaoyan expressed her concerns. The reconnaissance work is primarily managed by the lantern bearers, while Xia Chen is merely a captain of the Imperial Guard. Can he truly be of any assistance? Those with distinguished backgrounds, like him, usually aspire to achieve great deeds in the official realm. The records indicate that he did not join the Imperial Guard just to pass time. Regardless of the outcome, we must take the initiative. We cannot allow the Inspection Bureau to lead us by the nose. As Qingya spoke, she approached the bedside, her gaze shimmering like rippling water, infused with an extraordinary energy. I shall first draw him into a dream, subtly influencing him within that realm, prompting him to visit the Spring Flower Pavilion tomorrow. There, he will uncover certain clues, believing he has discovered these details through his own brilliance, unaware that he has become a tool in our hands. A smile graced Qingya's lips. Had it not been for the need to gather intelligence, she would never have allowed that odious man into her chamber, let alone permit any physical contact. Regardless of who it was, anyone entering her room would be immediately ensnared in her dream, a realm so vivid it could easily deceive the senses, even influencing thoughts and perceptions. Qingya was enveloped in a crystalline glow, her eyes shimmering with a mystical light. Two ethereal butterflies emerged from her gaze, drifting into Xia Chen's body. However, as soon as they entered, Qingya's expression shifted. Within her line of sight appeared a pair of eyes gazing down upon her, devoid of emotion, as if belonging to a deity. Astonishingly, these eyes possessed 4 pupils, seemingly containing the essence of truth and the ultimate mysteries of existence. Transformed into a butterfly, Qingya felt her soul quiver, frozen in place. In the next instant, the 2 azure butterflies that had infiltrated Xia Chen's consciousness shattered, leaving nothing but an ephemeral illusion. Qingya opened her eyes, her complexion pale, a flicker of terror lingering within her gaze. Just as she contemplated retreating, her delicate, jade-like arm was grasped firmly by a large hand. A surge of immense strength coursed through her arm, causing Qingya to lose her balance and fall onto the bed. When she regained her composure, she found herself nestled in Xia Chen's embrace, who looked at her with a bemused expression. In that moment, Qingya seemed to perceive that Xia Chen's eyes had merged into a singular gaze, as deep as a black hole, capable of consuming one's very soul. "Release my lady." The sudden turn of events unfolded too swiftly for Xiaoyan to comprehend. By the time she realized her mistress was being choked, she felt a deep unease. Had Xia Chen not succumbed to the illusion and fallen into a deep slumber? With a beauty in his arms and a gentle, jade-like touch, the atmosphere should have been charged with intimacy, yet neither party displayed any inclination to further their interaction. To her astonishment, the renowned Qingya was indeed a formidable sorceress, forcibly drawing others into her illusions. Could she even dream of committing murder within that realm? Xia Chen inquired with evident curiosity, gently lifting Qingya's flawless chin, akin to a wealthy young master playfully teasing a virtuous woman, as he scrutinized her exquisitely perfect visage and the sapphire-like glow emanating from her eyes. Their bodies were pressed closely together, breaths mingling as they brushed against each other's cheeks. In that instant, Qingya's skin prickled with goosebumps. Her cheeks flushed as if she had indulged too much in drink. Xiaoyan, witnessing Xia Chen's complete disregard for her presence as he laid hands on her mistress, felt a surge of urgency. She unleashed her energy, her blood surging, her body taut like a coiled spring, ready to pounce. A sorceress and a 7th-tier martial artist, the Imperial City Division harbored secrets within the seemingly modest Qingya's abode. Yet Xia Chen remained unfazed, unabashedly tracing his fingers across Qingya's perfect features, each caress igniting a warmth that spread through her skin as though his touch possessed some enchantment. This sensation was unlike anything she had ever experienced before. "You were fully aware throughout, having overheard our entire conversation. How is that possible? You clearly consumed the tea and wine laced with my sedative." Qingya, nestled in Xia Chen's arms, struggled to regain her composure. Realizing the situation was spiraling beyond her control, she felt a pang of fear at the thought of him violating her integrity. Hastily, she sought to divert Xia Chen's attention. Tonight, to ensure absolute safety, I added an additional layer of precaution, incorporating a colorless sedative developed by our Imperial City Division into the tea and wine, complemented by my technique. Yet, it appears to have no effect on you. Perhaps I am simply more robust. Your dosage was insufficient. Xia Chen replied casually. His system scans any foreign substances entering his body. If harmful, they are neutralized. Thus, he possessed a body impervious to toxins. Xia was taken aback. What nonsense was this? Insufficient dosage? The courtyard is filled with our people. You cannot escape. Be wise and release my lady, or else what? Do you intend to attack me? Do you truly believe you can subdue me in this situation, relying solely on your 7th-tier strength? Xia Chen raised his gaze, appraising Xiaolian, a mere maid, seemingly youthful, yet possessing the 7th-tier spirit refinement mirror, indicating that Xingya's background was more significant than he had presumed. Even if she had gone missing in the Imperial City, she was unlikely to be a mere nobody. Tonight, he may have ensnared a significant catch. You may attempt to strike or summon those in the courtyard. Perhaps there are 6th or even 5th-tier experts among them who could restrain me. However, I would caution you on 2 points. First, those individuals are likely also part of the Imperial City Division, not your household servants. Should they witness your lady in such a compromising position with me, I cannot be held accountable for the rumors that may ensue. Second, it is now curfew. Lantern bearers and the Imperial Guard patrol the area. If a conflict were to erupt, do you believe the experts among them would not sense it immediately? Xia Chen spoke with a disarming smile, his demeanor audacious, as he continued to caress Xingya's delicate, smooth face. His confidence in his abilities and the security of the capital emboldened him to allow Summer Qian and Li Shi to return alone. Chapter 26, my lady. He did not impose anything upon you last night, did he? A profound silence enveloped the room, only interrupted by the melodic laughter of Xia Chen, who held a beautiful woman in his embrace, reminiscent of a villain tormenting an innocent maiden. Xiao Lian gritted her teeth, her face flushed with indignation. Yet she found herself powerless. The truth was as Xia Chen had stated. Should a conflict erupt here, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the skilled fighters from the capital. At that moment, none of them would be able to escape. Young master, since you are already aware of our identities, why not release me first? Let us sit down and discuss this matter earnestly. At this point, Xingya had regained her composure. She gazed intently at Xia Chen with her bright eyes, sensing that this seemingly inconspicuous scion of the Zhendong Marquis had secrets that belied the mundane portrayal in the records of the Imperial Capital's Bureau. Can we not converse while on the bed? Xia Chen's fingers lightly caressed Xingya's alluringly smooth back, sending shivers coursing through her body, turning her skin a vibrant red, as if struck by an electric jolt, a peculiar sensation flooding her heart. Xia Chen was warning her, making it clear that she had become a captive and could not hope to control the situation or wield the power of discourse. Young master, since you have overheard our conversation, I shall speak plainly. The military defense map was not stolen by us, but rather, it was a scheme devised by the Great Feng Inspection Court, using us as scapegoats. Why should I believe you? I know not who pilfered the military defense map, but you are indeed a member of the Imperial Capital's Bureau. That is an undeniable fact. Moreover, considering your rank within the Bureau, capturing you and dismantling your stronghold would be a significant achievement. Xia Chen smiled, for regardless of who had stolen the map, delivering the culprit would be a notable triumph. Why seek distant rewards when the near ones are so readily available? Both Xingya and Xiao Lian fell into silence, unable to refute his claims. For Xia Chen, whether he apprehended members of the Imperial Capital's Bureau or the Inspection Court, it would be a commendable feat. There is another option. The Great Feng Inspection Court has infiltrated your Imperial Capital Bureau, and I am certain you have similar arrangements. Why not provide me with information regarding the members of the Inspection Court spread throughout the capital, along with evidence proving that the military defense map was not stolen by your faction? In return, I shall release you. Suddenly, Xia Chen's voice echoed once more, illuminating the previously darkened expressions of Xingya and Xiao Lian, sending their emotions on a roller coaster ride. Xia cast a deep glance at the young man, so near to her that she could almost feel his breath. This youth was not only remarkable in appearance, but also harbored ambitions that exceeded those of his peers. Xia Chen's eyes sparkled with ambition. Capturing members of the imperial capital's bureau was undoubtedly a commendable feat, yet it was insufficient. If the military defense map indeed had not been pilfered by them, the truth would eventually surface as the lantern-bearers continued their investigation, thereby diminishing the glory of his capture. However, if he could unearth this issue first and not only expose the clandestine network of the Great Feng Inspection Court in the capital, but also inflict significant losses upon them, it would surely draw the attention of Emperor Wen. Xia Chen pondered. He was not merely satisfied with dismantling a stronghold of the imperial capital's bureau. He sought rapid advancement through this endeavor. If successful, although it would overshadow the lantern-bearers and draw scrutiny from all sides, the benefits would outweigh the drawbacks. With only 5 years remaining, he was still merely a lowly 7th-rank lieutenant. Thus, he must rise swiftly. What reason do I have to trust you? If I hand over the inspection court's intelligence, and you turn against us, would I not be utterly defeated? I cannot provide you with proof. The only trust you can place is in my character. You may choose not to gamble. Xia Chen gripped Xia's delicate chin, compelling her mesmerizing gaze to meet his with an air of dominance. A mysterious aura seemed to ripple from his eyes, influencing Xia's judgment. In that fleeting moment, she recalled the vast, celestial eyes she had encountered when she had intruded upon Xia Chen's consciousness. After a prolonged silence, a voice finally emerged from Xia's alluring lips. Very well, I shall provide you with the information on the inspection court's agents. As the first rays of dawn broke, sunlight flooded the room, casting a golden glow throughout. On the bed, Xia slowly opened her eyes, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over her. Her waist ached. Her legs felt numb, particularly at the knees, as if she had knelt for too long, marked with bruises. As her consciousness returned, she recalled the events of the previous night. She abruptly turned to her side and discovered a man sleeping beside her, his hand resting on her waist. Sensing her movement, his warm hand tightened, pulling her gently into his embrace. Feeling the heat radiating from his broad chest, her cheeks flushed crimson. She looked down at her attire, feeling a sense of relief. Her clothes were still intact, albeit somewhat disheveled, remnants from the previous night. Good morning. Xia Chen's eyes remained closed, seemingly still in slumber. Yet his voice resonated in the air. Is it possible for you to release me now? Xia urged herself to remain calm. Though she had utilized her unique identity to gather information, she had never allowed a man to touch her body. Her purity had remained intact. Even though this man had not forced himself upon her, spending an entire night alone together, lying on the same bed with physical contact, was significant. Contemplating this, Xia bit her lip, her gaze complex as she looked at Xia Chen. Although the final act had not transpired, her innocence was undeniably tarnished in the hands of this formidable prince. It is unwise. Your people fill this courtyard. If I release you, and they collectively attack, what then? Xia Chen kept his eyes shut, yet it seemed he could perceive everything. He remained vigilant, even at the brink of the final act. It is time to prepare the information I requested. Shao Yin, feeling the warmth of the hand on her waist. Xia's expression was a mix of emotions as a blush crept upon her cheeks. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself and called out to the outside. The door swung open, and Shao Yin rushed in, her eyes aflame with fury, brandishing a long knife. My lady, that scoundrel did not impose anything upon you last night, did he? Chapter 27. The compliance test. Shao Yin had spent the entire night standing in the courtyard, unable to sleep. Initially, she wished to remain in her room, yet Summer Chun had forcibly expelled her. I'm fine. Xia shook her head, though her expression betrayed her unease. Last night, Summer Chun had not been excessively forward, but as the night wore on and she sensed him finally asleep, she contemplated escaping his grasp. However, just as she made her move, Summer Chun seemed to awaken with an omniscient awareness, seizing her once more. As punishment for the disobedient beauty, Summer Chun compelled her to kneel in a humiliating posture, resulting in bruises upon her delicate, ivory knees. It was only when she became utterly exhausted that he allowed her to lie down and rest, and from that moment on, she dared not attempt any further subterfuge. This young man is rather uncanny. Xiao Yin observed the unnatural expression on her mistress's face, growing increasingly anxious. While she had not heard any significant disturbances from the room the previous night, the mere fact that her mistress had spent an entire night in the presence of this man left her troubled about what might have transpired. "Please hand me the documents. It's getting late, and we must get to work." Xia Chen beckoned to Xiao Yin, his demeanor resembling that of a master summoning a servant, which only served to infuriate her further. As he glanced at the sky, he realized that if he delayed any longer, both Xia Chen and Li Shi might genuinely believe he had been too vigorous last night, resulting in their fatigue this morning. Xia Chen was not inclined to let them think he was incapable due to such trivial matters. "Hand over the documents." Although Qing did not fully grasp what Xia Chen meant by work, she truly wished to avoid further entanglements with him. After all, the previous night had yielded her no advantage. Reluctantly, Xiao Yin retreated, soon returning with a stack of documents, which she begrudgingly handed over to Xia Chen. Casually reclining on the bed, Xia Chen accepted the documents with one hand while releasing Qing with the other. Feeling the warmth of his hand that had rested on her shoulder, Qing sighed in relief. After the tumult of the night, her attire was disheveled, exposing part of her fragrant shoulder, thus leaving no fabric to separate them. Despite Xia Chen's withdrawal and his gaze fixed on the documents, Qing dared not move. Having witnessed the boy's uncanny abilities the previous night, she was certain he had been asleep, yet he had managed to anticipate her actions and restrain her as if he had foreseen her intentions. Such talent was formidable. No wonder he had invited her to sleep beside him, seemingly unafraid of any potential threat during slumber. Interesting. It appears you have embedded numerous agents within the Inspection Institute in the imperial capital, Xia Chen remarked, a smile gracing his lips as he perused the detailed documents. As one of the world's foremost dark organizations, the Emperor's Sharpblade, both the Lantern Bearers of Dao and the Royal City Division of Daqing, along with the Inspection Institute of Dafeng, were deeply intertwined. The most intense battleground lay within the capitals of the three nations. Dao's capital served as the primary domain of the Lantern Bearers, yet it concealed agents from the Royal City Division and the Inspection Institute, a well-known secret among the officials and even the common folk. This situation arose not from the Lantern Bearers' complacency, but rather from their acute awareness that even if they eradicated all the agents from the Royal City Division and the Inspection Institute within the capital, new infiltrators would inevitably arrive. Neither Daqing nor Dafeng would relinquish their hold on the political center of the capital. Similar circumstances prevailed in the capitals of Daqing and Dafeng, with various covert operatives lurking in the shadows. This was the territory of the Lantern Bearers. Ideally, they and the Inspection Institute would form an alliance. If not for mutual aid, at least a refrain from backstabbing one another. Yet this time, the Inspection Institute had chosen to wield them as tools, leaving no room for surprise when the Lantern Bearers retaliated. India spoke coldly. After a moment of silence, Xia Chen finished reviewing the documents, then raised his hand, slicing his fingertip to draw forth crimson blood, which seemed to glimmer with a peculiar energy. "Open your mouth," he commanded. Qing was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. However, as a practitioner of the arts, she instinctively sensed something unusual about this blood. She knew that some sorcerers could employ their own blood as a medium to perform strange spells. Observing her lack of reaction, Xia Chen wasted no time. He grasped her face and forcefully pried her mouth open, thrusting his bloodied finger inside. Coughing and gasping for breath, Qing covered her mouth. "What have you done?" "This is a technique for my marquis household, accessible even to martial artists. Your body now contains my essence, allowing me to sense your whereabouts from this moment forth. Therefore, I trust this information is accurate. Additionally, you may want to consider changing your identity. If you comply, there may be opportunities for further collaboration." Xia Chen smiled, gently pinching Qing's smooth, rosy cheek, resembling a devil as he rose from the bed. "It is getting late. Assist me in washing and dressing," Xia Chen asserted, treating the space as his own domain, his tone simultaneously gentle yet commanding. Lying on the bed, Qing bit her lip her expression complex. Ultimately, she rose slowly to groom and prepare Summer Chen. This was her first time serving someone, and the unfamiliar techniques made the process clumsy, yet Summer Chen displayed remarkable patience, never contemplating a change of attendance. The entire experience felt akin to taming a creature. If any observers from another realm were to appear at that moment, they would undoubtedly recognize Summer Chen's actions as a compliance test, a term specifically designated for such behavior in their world. Summer Chen walked into the government office, feeling invigorated. Young master, Xia Chen was already waiting inside, hurrying over upon seeing Summer Chen. Boss, how did it go last night? On the other side, Li Shi also approached, his eyes glinting with an understanding smile that men often share. How else could it be but delightful? Summer Chen clapped Li Shi on the shoulder, a smile adorning his face. As long as the boss is comfortable. Li Shi shuklat foolishly. Have all the brothers arrived at the office? Summer Chen inquired, surveying the room. Most have arrived. Good. Assemble the A and B teams. Summer Chen's smile faded, his expression turning serious. Xia Chen was taken aback, uncertain about the sudden call for assembly, yet he refrained from questioning. Meanwhile, Li Shi remained composed. Soon, the 200 men under Summer Chen's command swiftly gathered in the camp. Chapter 28. Should there be resistance, execute without hesitation. In camp, the expressions of the soldiers from various battalions were filled with confusion. Unable to comprehend why the 1st and 2nd battalions were preparing for a major confrontation so early in the day, Xia Chen called Xia Hui aside and whispered certain matters in his ear. As Xia Hui listened, his expression grew increasingly solemn, culminating in Xia Chen's directive. We shall split our forces into 2. Speed is of the essence. Should anyone dare to resist, eliminate them on the spot. However, the core individuals must be captured and brought back. Understood, sir. In the military camp, Xia Hui addressed Xia Chen by his title, refraining from calling him young master. Xia Chen then addressed all the soldiers. The 1st battalion will follow Commander Xia, while the 2nd battalion will accompany me. Beyond that, he uttered no further words. The 200 elite soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, yet none inquired about their mission. They understood that their sole duty was to follow orders, presumably to attack the imperial palace. The 100 fully armed elite soldiers swiftly surged out of the Yulin Wei headquarters, heading straight for East Street. Young master, what exactly are we going to do? At this juncture, Xia Chen quietly approached Xia Chen, seeking clarification. Do not ask too many questions. You will soon find out. Xia Chen recoiled slightly, aware that his young master's demeanor signified that momentous events were about to unfold. A quarter of an hour later, the group arrived at East Zheng Street, a hub of tea houses and theaters, essentially the cultural epicenter of the capital. Various popular operas and storytelling performances first emerged here before spreading throughout the realm. At Baiyu Lu, a renowned theater in the capital, Xia Chen commanded, surround this theater. Allow not a single fly to escape. Anyone who disregards this warning and attempts to break through shall be executed on the spot. His stern demeanor sent shivers down the spines of the elite soldiers behind him. Given the presence of numerous dignitaries in the capital, particularly at Baiyu Lu, which held great renown, rumor had it that even members of the royal family frequented this establishment. Any potential mishap involving a person of significant background could lead to dire consequences. Yet, considering their leader's pedigree, the soldiers hesitated not and promptly surrounded the entirety of Baiyu Lu inside Baiyu Lu on a grand and opulent stage. A myriad of performers were showcasing their talents. Recently, a play titled The Legend of the Mandarin Ducks had captivated the elite of the capital, originating from this very theater. This production was performed at least thrice daily to cater to the unceasing influx of nobility. The tale narrated a love story, where the male protagonist was the scion of a marquis, and the female lead was a princess of the eastern wilderness's fox tribe. Initially frowned upon by society, the two ultimately overcame numerous obstacles to pledge their lives to one another. What should have been a blissful romance took a tragic turn when, just as the audience expected the couple to find happiness together, the fox princess perished, leaving the spectators in stunned silence. The male protagonist then succumbed to darkness, embarking on a quest for vengeance. This unconventional narrative captivated the audience, making tickets to the legend of the Mandarin ducks exceedingly coveted. Suddenly, chaos erupted. The soldiers surrounded Bai Lu. Just as the plot reached a climax, the attendants from various estates rushed into the auditorium, their expressions fraught with alarm. The doors of Bai Lu were forcefully flung open, and armed elite soldiers streamed inside. Panic ensued as the patrons were bewildered by the unfolding events. Elite soldiers, stand down. Remain where you are. Disobedience will result in immediate execution. Just as the theater teetered on the brink of chaos, a commanding voice resonated, jolting everyone into a momentary stupor. Xia Chen stood resolute at the forefront, flanked by over 10 elite soldiers who drew their blades in unison, while crossbows and firearms were aimed at the audience. Any sign of resistance would be met with swift retribution. The combined firepower of these weapons would be nearly impossible to evade, even for the most skilled fighters. Initially displeased by the interruption, the dignitaries in attendance found their attention riveted as the tension in the air thickened. Any words of protest died in their throats, and they settled back into their seats. Xia Chen scanned the crowd, his gaze quickly honing in on a striking young actor at the center of the stage, portraying the male lead in the legend of the Mandarin ducks. The young actor, in turn, scrutinized Xia Chen, their eyes locking. What a handsome fellow, yet nothing extraordinary. The initial thought of the young actor upon glimpsing Xia Chen was swiftly followed by Xia Chen's own assessment, which dismissed the actor as merely a pretty face. Despite the acclaim he garnered among the capital's noble women. Seize him. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Chen pointed at the actor, his voice icy and unyielding. Instantly, 5 elite soldiers unsheathed their long blades, charging toward the actor with the swiftness of a predator among its prey. The actor's countenance grew grave. He had sensed something amiss the moment the soldiers entered. Now, with them directly targeting him, it was evident that he was the focus of their assault. This was no mere coincidence. They had come for him. In a swift move, a female warrior character from behind the actor stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of him, ready to unleash hidden weapons. The 5 elite soldiers swiftly raised their blades to defend against her, while 3 more rushed to the actor's aid. Immediately, the stage erupted into chaos. The audience, initially captivated, now stood aghast as daggers and hidden weapons flew perilously close, chilling them to the bone. They had not anticipated that these performers would possess such formidable combat skills and would dare to confront the elite soldiers, who clearly had their sights set on them. Advance! Xia Chen maintained his composure amidst the turmoil, showing no signs of panic. Instantly, 10 more skilled fighters surged forth from behind him, while more elite soldiers continued to pour in through the entrance. Standing at the center of the stage, the actor felt the weight of despair settle upon him. His identity was now exposed, and today could very well mark his downfall. Even if he managed to escape Bai Lu, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of patrolling soldiers and the hidden lantern bearers. There was no retreat. Nonetheless, the actor was not prepared to surrender easily. Within his sleeves lay an assortment of paper figurines, some wielding great blades, others brandishing long swords. As he activated them, these paper figures swiftly grew in size, appearing almost lifelike. Soon, they displayed remarkable offensive capabilities, engaging the elite soldiers in a fierce clash. Chapter 29. The Azura Officer. Inside the Baiweb building, occasionally, cries of alarm and panic echoed through the hall. The flashing blades terrified the audience, leaving many pale-faced. Fortunately, the venue was filled with Imperial guards, which brought them some comfort. Xia Chen narrowed his eyes. The situation was dragging on longer than he had anticipated. He desired a swift and decisive strike, catching the Intelligence Bureau's undercover agents off guard. However, he found himself hindered. Altogether, swiftly subdue them. With that, Xia Chen drew the crimson longsword from his back. As his vital energy surged, the sword radiated a fiery aura. Xia Chen's presence intensified, exuding an overwhelming force. He swung his sword at a paper figure, which instantly ignited in flames. A figure that could withstand 2 or 3 Imperial guards was annihilated in an instant. Leading the charge, he cut down one paper figure after another, resembling a tiger among sheep, while behind him, Xia Chen led the Imperial guards in a fierce assault. As he dispatched the paper figures, Xia Chen remained focused on the actor. The information provided by Qingya indicated that this actor held a significant position within the intelligence bureau in the capital, directing many of its operations. Moreover, the theft of military defense plans was closely linked to him. The actor's expression was grave. Even in this critical moment, he remained composed, swiftly surveying his surroundings for an escape route. "Break through," he commanded coldly, releasing more paper figures. However, it appeared that maintaining these figures drained too much energy, leaving the actor pale. "You go first, I'll hold them off." The martial artist, armed with a large blade, positioned himself protectively in front of the actor just as Xia Chen closed in. With a mighty roar, the martial artist lunged. His blade aimed to cleave Xia Chen in two, as if a mountain were descending upon him. Xia Chen, seemingly foreseeing the attack, struck first. In a fleeting moment, all present beheld a radiant sun emerge from the arc of his blade, illuminating the ground. When they opened their eyes, they saw a crimson gash appear in the center of the martial artist's torso, and in horror, they watched him split in half, blood staining the stage. The scene was gruesomely vivid. In the private boxes above, noble ladies and young maidens turned pale, their gazes towards the striking youth now filled with fear rather than admiration. A living person had been brutally dismembered, and any normal individual witnessing such a sight would be terrified. Blood splattered across Xia Chen's face, rendering him a vision of a hellish demon. After dispatching the foe before him, Xia Chen pressed on towards the actor without a moment's pause. "You are Xia Chen, the so-called waste of the Earl of Jindong's house. It seems everyone has been deceived. You have concealed your true strength well." Slaying an 8th-tier martial artist with a single blow, the actor retreated, coldly scrutinizing Xia Chen. The intelligence bureau had his dossier, but it was evidently erroneous. A 17-year-old 7th-tier martial artist was undoubtedly a prodigy, even within the Earl's household. Xia Chen had no time for dialogue. His gaze was solely fixed on the actor, intent on cutting off the head of the operation. He disregarded the others attempting to shield the actor. As he charged forward, Xia Chen activated the Qiyang body refinement technique, his vital energy radiating from his body like armor, protecting him. His speed was akin to lightning. The world around him slowed, as if time itself had warped. The actor, spotting a nearby window, prepared to leap to freedom. But suddenly, a figure resembling a demon appeared behind him. A hand reached out, and the actor felt the air around him vanish. In the next instant, pain shot through his neck as Xia Chen seized him effortlessly, akin to lifting a chick. As a sorcerer, he possessed numerous abilities, yet if a martial artist closed in, it became perilous, especially against Xia Chen. With the actor captured, order was swiftly restored in the Baiwei building, as Imperial guards executed those attacking them, while the remaining assailants were subdued. The entire process, though complex, unfolded rapidly. Within 10 minutes, they had secured their target. "Take everyone from the Baiwei building back to the precinct. Until I return, no matter who comes. Do not let them steal our prisoners," Xia Chen instructed Xia Qian, delegating the task of escorting 30 men back. "Boss, let me accompany Brother Xia Qian. With so many in the Baiwei building, it would be safer if I helped with the escort." Li Shi interjected, eager to share the burden. Xia Chen glanced at him and nodded. Inside the Baiwei building, the Imperial guards administered blood-sealing needles to the Intelligence Bureau's undercover agents who cowered on the ground. These needles, developed by the Tianshi Bureau, restricted martial artists significantly. Once implanted, it became exceedingly difficult to mobilize their vital energy. Xia Chen observed the actor, who was glaring at him with a frigid intensity, as though he wished to devour him whole. "With such a clear intent directed at me, it seems you have grasped our information. You wish to claim credit from the lantern bearer. Your years of concealment reveal considerable ambition." The actor glared fiercely at Xia Chen, having anticipated an approach from the lantern bearer, yet never imagining he would fall into the hands of the Imperial guards, particularly not to Xia Chen, whom he had dismissed. Xia Chen remained silent, delivering a decisive blow to the back of the actor's head, rendering him unconscious. His methods were brutally straightforward, yet remarkably effective. He held the actor firmly, opting not to hand him over to Xia Qing or Li Shi for transport, choosing instead to oversee the prisoner personally. "Bring some men. We're heading to another location. Xia Chen led a group swiftly away from the Baiwa building, intent on executing a lightning strike that would catch the intelligence bureau off guard. Boss, where are we heading now? Are there more undercover agents? Li Shi inquirit Intrigue, as he patted Xia Chen's arm. I don't know. Xia Chen shook his head, choosing to remain reticent as he turned to address the aftermath at the Baiwa building. The audience who had come to enjoy the performance breathed a collective sigh of relief, whispering amongst themselves as they witnessed the capture of all the undercover agents. Were they from the Imperial City or the Intelligence Bureau? Who would have thought the Baiwa building was their stronghold? One person murmured, visibly shaken. In his youth, the great ancestor served in the Imperial Guards, displaying remarkable intellect and acuity. When the capital was struck by the theft of military defense plans, the great ancestor discerned the enemy's schemes, leading the Imperial Guards with resolute and swift action, successfully capturing the enemy's undercover agents, thereby unraveling the case of the stolen military plans. For this decisive victory, he earned the moniker Jade-Faced Lord. Xiaoshu Volume 3, Chronicles of the Great Ancestor, Chapter 30, The Third Prince. Who was that formidable leader? Though Xia Chen concluded the battle with remarkable swiftness, he left a profound impression on all present. Silent throughout the engagement, his demeanor was one of sheer determination. How domineering and cold-hearted! That military officer was exceptionally handsome. It is astonishing to find such a striking figure in the capital. Within the tower, several elegant women gazed with eager eyes. Despite the preceding bloodshed, the aftermath had rekindled their interest in Xia Chen's appearance. They inquired about his origins and marital status. Some young ladies blushed with infatuation. On the third floor of Baiwa Tower, in the most central and well-placed private room, a young man of exceptional demeanor was seated with a captivatingly charming woman, both enjoying tea. Even amidst the chaos, they remained composed, as though observing a grand performance, while the rest were merely actors in this play. Su Buliu, the military officer from earlier, exhibited remarkable skill. The young man chuckled lightly, addressing the swordsman standing silently in a dim corner. This individual, manifesting both grace and mastery over his own vitality, executed a strike that gathered all his strength into the blade's tip, having already comprehended the essence of the sword. In the realm of the 7th rank, few could rival him. Beyond this, it was unclear if he concealed further capabilities. Su Buliu, appearing to be around 27 or 28, assessed Xia Chen thoughtfully. If you were at the same level, victory might be possible. Intrigued by Su Buliu's words, the young man inquired further. One must engage in combat to ascertain the outcome. Oh, you are indeed a renowned genius swordsman in the capital. Even you lack unwavering confidence. The young man expressed surprise. I am now at the pinnacle of the 5th rank, soon to ascend to the 4th. If I were to suppress my strength to the 7th rank, defeating him would be effortless. However, in my past 7th rank state, I would still need to engage in battle to know for certain. Su Buliu spoke sparingly, but elaborated patiently upon the young man's inquiry. The young man's curiosity about Xia Chen deepened. How fascinating! Investigate who he is and bring him before me. I wish to meet him. I never anticipated such promising talent within the Imperial Guard. The young man smiled, addressing his attendants. Su Buliu is a celebrated swordsman in the capital, destined to ascend to the 3rd rank in a decade or two. Yet, now emerges a peer of his caliber. To cultivate such a genius as a subordinate would indeed be intriguing. There's no need for further investigation, if I'm not mistaken. He is likely connected to us. At that moment, the previously silent, beautiful woman turned her head, a captivating smile gracing her lips. She exuded an enchanting aura. Appearing roughly 30 years of age, dressed simply yet radiating an air of nobility. Oh, my dear aunt knows his identity. The young man was taken aback, recalling that his aunt was not one to shy away from ambition, engaging in court politics and gathering many allies. It was no surprise she possessed such knowledge. He must be the legitimate eldest son of the Marquis of Anong, recently betrothed to Yaoguang. My informants report that he is extraordinarily handsome, rivaling the so-called 4 great beauties of the capital. Upon seeing him today, he surpasses even them. The beautiful woman reminisced. a soft smile illuminating her features as she recalled Xia Chen's visage. Princess Pingyang, mature and alluring, was deeply invested in power, remaining unwed throughout her life, longing for love, yet unwilling to settle. My niece is indeed fortunate, she mused. Princess Pingyang was the youngest sister of Emperor Wen, raised by him despite not being a full sibling. Having ascended the throne for over 50 years, Emperor Wen treated her as a daughter. Upon reaching maturity, Princess Pingyang exhibited a keen interest in politics, which the emperor tacitly permitted, allowing her to engage in state affairs, rendering her a unique figure within the royal family. At this moment, the third prince was further astonished, realizing that the seemingly insignificant military officer he intended to recruit was indeed related to him in such a manner. Is my aunt's information accurate? I recall Xia Chen being notorious for his incompetence. The Marquis of Anong has neglected him for years. Why is he so formidable now? Recently, the Xia family had secured a position for him as a military officer in the Yulin Guard, and his status and appearance matched. As for his cultivation level, it was indeed surprising. Princess Pingyang appeared pensive, resting her delicate chin upon her hand, lost in thought. Unbeknownst to Xia Chen, within Baiwa Tower, Princess Pingyang and the third prince had been closely observing the scene of his capture. He was currently hastening to another location, a tavern that served as an intelligence hub for the Inspection Institute in the capital. The military defense plans were likely disseminated from this very place. Although the capture faced resistance, the fully armed Imperial Guard swiftly apprehended the tavern's owner. Meticulously search. Not a single piece of information should be overlooked. Take everything, Xia Chen commanded. He immediately led his team to the next destination, a charity hall akin to a modern orphanage or nursing home. Upon arrival, he discovered it was deserted, save for a few children and several incapacitated elderly individuals. Sir, there is no one here, and we found nothing, one of his men whispered. Throughout the operation, Xia Chen had maintained a stoic silence, leaving his subordinates unaware of the identity of those they were pursuing. Return to the office, Xia Chen gestured, realizing they had already raised alarms. Continuing the search would be futile. Upon returning to the Yulin Guard office, Xia Chen encountered Qin Mu at the entrance. I heard you took 200 men out early this morning. What is this about? Have you captured so many? Qin Mu approached quickly, bewildered. Though the Imperial Guard possessed the authority to apprehend, the scale of this operation, conducted without his knowledge, had spread throughout the capital. They're all from the Inspection Institute. The situation was urgent this morning, and I could not seek your approval beforehand. I will personally explain to the general shortly. Xia Chen acknowledged he had overstepped by not consulting first before leading such a large contingent to capture individuals. Had they been ordinary citizens, Qin Mu might have immediately summoned others to detain him as he entered. Chapter 31. Dividing the Cake. Qin Mu's expression stiffened. The reprimands he intended to voice remained unspoken. Xia Chen pulled Qin Mu aside and whispered, "My lord, I recognize that the process has been somewhat irregular, but rest assured, once the Zhonglong general learns of this matter, he will undoubtedly be overjoyed. Not only will he not blame you, but perhaps with this merit, you might even be promoted." Xia Chen wore a radiant smile, a stark contrast to his previous cold demeanor. Although Qin Mu was merely a deputy, he was still Xia Chen's superior. Xia Chen had studied the wisdom of the ancients, and he understood that in politics, one must cultivate numerous friendships and minimize enmities, uniting all who can be united. When the moment is critical, allies will naturally elevate you to the highest position. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu's eyes brightened. Just as he was about to respond, Xia Chen's voice rang out again. Since we have already apprehended the individuals involved, we need not rush. Let us go together to see the Zhonglong general. Xia Chen smiled brightly. What? Are you suggesting that the military defense map was actually stolen by the secret agents of the Inspection Institute? Zhonglong General Li Wenzhong exclaimed, springing from his seat, spilling tea all over himself in his astonishment at Xia Chen's words. Qin Mu, standing nearby, was equally shocked. He was well aware of the recent major events in the capital, particularly the theft of the military defense map, and their unit, the Yulin Guard, had been ordered to assist in the thorough investigation. The consensus was that the map had been stolen by the Imperial City Division. Even the inspectors believed this to be the case. Yet now, Xia Chen was presenting an alternative narrative. According to the information I have gathered, the military defense map was orchestrated and directed by the individuals I apprehended today. The culprits have been captured, and all will be revealed through interrogation. Moreover, even if the military defense map is not directly linked to these individuals, it is an established fact that they are agents of the Inspection Institute. Regardless, we have achieved a significant accomplishment, Xia Chen reported respectfully. Li Wenzhong sat back down, calming his emotions, yet the more he pondered, the more his smile broadened. If it were indeed true that the military defense map was stolen by agents of the Inspection Institute, it would be a monumental achievement. Conversely, even if Xia Chen were mistaken, as long as the captured individuals were indeed agents, it would still count as a remarkable victory. There would be no loss. However, there was a concern that they might offend the inspectors, and he wondered whether he could withstand the pressure from that quarter. Before Li Wenzhong could voice his thoughts, Xia Chen interjected, "The Inspection Institute operates independently from the court and wields considerable power. If the military defense map's loss is attributed to them, it would signify a grave dereliction of duty on their part. Our monumental achievement would, in essence, elevate us at the inspector's expense. Not to worry, we, the Yulin Guard, are the Emperor's close military forces. The inspectors cannot reach us here. Furthermore, we have the authority to intervene in this matter, which legitimizes our involvement." Li Wenzhong hesitated for only a moment before his gaze firmed. The opportunity for glory was right before him, and if he hesitated now, it would only reflect cowardice. The inspectors wielded immense power. Did he, Li Wenzhong, not have his own backing? We shall keep this matter discreet for now. Let us extract confessions from the captured individuals and gather evidence. At that time, I shall enter the palace and request an audience with His Majesty to commend everyone. Li Wenzhong concluded, his gaze landing on Xia Chen. This young noble from the Marquis' estate was more astute than he had anticipated. Devoid of the arrogance he had displayed upon his initial arrival, he was remarkably pragmatic. Xia Chen, upon hearing this, revealed a smile and respectfully clasped his fists. "I shall heed the general's command." A seasoned politician must understand the art of division, the ability to allocate benefits to subordinates while also feeding those above. One must never indulge in self-serving greed. History teaches us that those who attempt to hoard all for themselves ultimately meet a tragic fate. Xia Chen was certainly not one to make such a blunder. Moreover, he was still too weak. Directly confronting the inspectors would yield no advantages. It was far wiser to share a portion of the credit, allowing Li Wenzhong to bear the banner into battle while he remained in the background, developing in secret. The ensuing conflict with the inspectors was not one he could engage in at his current level. As Qin Mu stood by, observing Xia Chen and Li Wenzhong engaging in fervent discussion about the next steps, he found himself momentarily dazed. He could not help but recall a saying. In that year, at 35, I stood as a mere pawn. Wait, was he Xia Chen's superior? Why was it that his subordinate and superior were engrossed in such a lively discussion, while he could not interject a single word? However, upon reflection, he realized that he had no burdens to bear and could simply reap the rewards. This was indeed delightful. He decided to content himself with playing a supporting role. Qin Mu resigned himself to his fate. As Xia Chen exited Li Wenzhong's tent, he encountered Xia Hui and his men entering. "How goes it on your end?" "My lord, I have dismantled 3 hideouts and captured all the key figures. However, when I reached the 4th location, it was already deserted." Xia Chen fell into deep contemplation upon hearing Xia Hui's report. He had only secured 2 hideouts, while the Inspection Institute's operatives had evidently received the news too late. "Bring them in," Xia Chen commanded. He had little else to say. The most crucial players had been apprehended, making this endeavor far from a failure. Noon arrived. The entire Yulin Guard sensed an unusual atmosphere. It felt as though tension had permeated from the top down. The Zhonglong general, who had previously remained in his tent sipping tea, had made several appearances, personally visiting the small prisons at the back of the Yulin Guard headquarters, emerging with a smile that was impossible to suppress. This must be related to the individual Xia Chen had captured that morning. Many speculated as much. Xia Chen remained diligently within the military tent, only accompanying Li Wenzhong to interrogate the entertainers. Although referred to as a prison, It was merely a few airless rooms. Among the court, only the Ministry of Justice and the inspectors possessed independent prisons. To swiftly extract useful information, Xia Chen imparted a few techniques for memory recovery, aiding the entertainers in recalling the details of the military defense map's theft. Xia Chen refrained from involving himself in these procedures. He was only aware that after teaching the memory recovery technique, the small prison echoed with the sounds of anguished cries, relentless and chilling, causing those who heard to shudder. The individuals applying the memory recovery techniques began to regard Xia Chen with a newfound respect. This new deputy was undoubtedly formidable. To conceive of such brutal punishments was beyond comprehension. Even the specially trained agents would likely struggle to endure it. Chapter 32. The Essence of Speed in Warfare. Afternoon. The lantern-bearers have arrived. Neither Xia Chen nor Li Wenzhong were particularly surprised. This morning, the Imperial Guard had made a significant move, apprehending numerous individuals. Such news could scarcely be contained and had already spread throughout the capital. As an intelligence organization, how could the lantern-bearers remain uninformed? Initially, they paid little heed, but as more intelligence trickled in, their expressions grew grave, realizing that a significant event was unfolding. Captain Kai Ming of the lantern-bearers, under the directive of our commanding officer, has come to collect individuals. Kai Ming, accompanied by a dozen men, presented his badge with a courteous tone. Yet his demeanor was resolute, immediately stating his purpose. Captain Kai, you must be mistaken. This is the Imperial Guard. What individuals do you intend to collect from us? Qin Mu, personally leading the charge, intercepted Kai Ming at the entrance, regarding him with a puzzled expression, his countenance betraying confusion. Lieutenant Qin, do not feign ignorance. This morning, word came that the Imperial Guard had apprehended a batch of spies. The matter of spies has always been under the jurisdiction of the lantern-bearers. The Imperial Guard oversees the security of the city, and now that individuals have been apprehended, they must be handed over to us for confinement, Kai Ming insisted. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu chuckled, unfazed. Indeed, we did apprehend a group this morning, but we have no spies among them. We received reports from the citizens that those apprehended were lawbreakers, plotting to engage in activities detrimental to the safety of the capital. Our duty as the Imperial Guard is to protect the safety of the city. We are currently conducting investigations to prevent any accomplices. Once our inquiries are complete, we shall naturally hand them over to you. Kai Ming's lips twitched in disbelief. Did they truly think to deceive the lantern-bearers? Lieutenant Qin, I have no desire to prolong this discussion. Be it spies or mere lawbreakers, simply hand them over to us. We will handle the subsequent matters, and any merits will not be overlooked by the Imperial Guard. Kai Ming's tone was unwavering, and after delivering his ultimatum, he attempted to push past Qin Mu. The latter's expression darkened, taking a step forward. This is the stronghold of the Imperial Guard. Even as lantern-bearers, you lack the authority to trespass at will. He commanded his soldiers to form a barrier, preventing anyone else from entering. Kai Ming's face turned ashen. He scrutinized the obstinate Qin Mu, his expression shifting between anger and contemplation. After a tense pause, he regained his composure, stating coldly, "Very well. I shall report this matter to the commanding officer. You, the Imperial Guard, have no authority to detain prisoners. We lantern-bearers will ensure this is noted in your records." With that ominous declaration, Kai Ming turned and led his men away. He recognized that storming in was not an option, especially as it was evident that someone was benefiting from the situation. How could a mere lieutenant exhibit such audacity? "What shall we do next, Captain?" one of his subordinates inquired. "What else can we do? We must report back to the commanding officer. As a humble captain, I cannot stir up trouble in their territory," Kai Ming replied, seething with frustration, kicking at the ground, yet maintaining a calm exterior. Is the Imperial Guard unwilling to hand over those individuals because they harbor significant merit? Are they afraid we might claim their achievements? Or is there another reason? Kai Ming's mind raced, quickly connecting the dots to the military defense maps. The only thing that could provoke such a resolute stance from the Imperial Guard must pertain to this matter. An ominous premonition settled in his heart. They had obtained reliable information indicating that the individuals captured by the Imperial Guard that morning were agents from the Investigation Institute. However, the specifics remained elusive. Xia Chen and Li Wenzhong had already sealed off the information, and only a select few were privy to the full truth. Furthermore, interrogations were strictly controlled to prevent any leaks. Although the Lantern Bearers were an intelligence organization, the Imperial Guard was of a unique nature. Unless sanctioned by His Majesty, indiscriminately inserting spies within the ranks of the Imperial Guard could lead to grave consequences. Thus, even at this juncture, the Lantern Bearers remained unaware of the precise developments. Upon relaying his suspicions, Kai Ming garnered immediate attention. The Lantern Bearers, when fully mobilized, could be a formidable force, especially with a singular purpose in mind. Evening. Following the earlier actions of Xia Chen, the Lantern Bearers apprehended agents from the Investigation Institute who had received advance warning and evacuated their stronghold. Under intense interrogation, they finally extracted the crucial insider information. Late at night, what? The military defense maps were stolen by agents from the Investigation Institute? Commander Lu Li of the Lantern Bearers spoke in a low tone, his gaze fixed intently on the subordinate reporting to him. The subordinate trembled as he spoke. The investigation results indicate as such. Lu Li sank back into his seat, inhaling deeply, realizing the gravity of the situation. The Lantern Bearers had committed a grave error. They had misidentified their targets after days of investigation. Should His Majesty learn of this, what would he think? Would he question Lu Li's capability to carry out his duties? It was no wonder that after several days of inquiry, no critical results had emerged. They had pursued the wrong lead, making success seem impossible. Summon Shen Fang. How could he have mismanaged this matter? Lu Li seethed, but he quickly regained his composure. Bring me my attire. I must head out. Though it was the middle of the night, and he had already retired to bed. Having been roused from the embrace of his beautiful concubine, he was now wide awake. He needed to reach the Imperial Guard immediately, retrieve the key individuals, and consult with Li Wenzhong. This issue must be transformed from a failure on their part into a collaborative discovery between the Lantern Bearers and the Imperial Guard, leading to the eventual capture of the Investigation Institute agents. In doing so, not only would they avoid blame, but they would also attain merit. However, as he donned his clothing and stepped into the hall, his butler rushed in, breathless. "Sir, someone from the palace has arrived." Upon hearing this, Lu Li's expression shifted, realizing it was too late. The Imperial Guard had already made their move. Xia Chen awoke invigorated, having enjoyed a restful night. The previous evening, he had stayed late at the Imperial Guard headquarters, ensuring that all evidence confirming the Investigation Institute agents had stolen the military defense maps was meticulously prepared before his departure. He understood that the subsequent developments were no longer his concern. The machinations of those involved lay beyond his current reach. As Xia Chen practiced a set of martial arts in the courtyard, preparing to head to the headquarters for his shift, a family soldier appeared outside his courtyard. "Third young master, the head of the family requests your presence. He has matters to discuss with you." "Very well." Xia Chen nodded, shifting his direction from west to east, heading towards the inner courtyard. He anticipated inquiries regarding the military defense maps, for both he and Li Wenzhong understood the necessity of prompt action. Before others could react, they aimed to resolve the situation decisively. Hence, last night, Li Wenzhong had entered the palace to finalize these matters. Chapter 33, Emperor 1, Mingda Courtyard. This courtyard is where Xia Chen resides, adorned with the vibrant beauty of spring flowers, with a history spanning 4 centuries. Every generation of the family has made this courtyard their home, leaving traces of time etched within. Second brother, as Xia Chen arrived, he spotted a young man emerging from the courtyard, handsome and in his early 20s. This young man, Xia Xian, is the second son of Xia Chen, currently serving in the Imperial Dragon Guard, having ascended to the rank of commander in just a few short years, making him one of the prominent figures among the younger generation of the Imperial Guard. Xia Xian nodded at Xia Chen, his thoughts drifting back to the words their father, Xia Chen, had just spoken, and his gaze towards Xia Chen shifted subtly. It was the first time such an event occurred within the Imperial Guard, where credit for an achievement was taken from the shoulders of others, and the pivotal figure was none other than his younger brother before him. "Please go inside. Father is awaiting you." Their exchange was brief, and Xia Xian turned to leave. Xia Chen was not surprised. Xia Xian had always been someone different. Yet there was no malice in his demeanor. In their childhood, Xia Chen often visited this courtyard, and their relationship was relatively good. However, as they grew older, Xia Chen moved to a separate residence, leading to a natural distance between them. Chenia. Upon entering the courtyard, Xia Chen immediately noticed Xia Chen seated in the garden, seemingly waiting for him. After offering a respectful greeting, Xia Chen took a seat without hesitation. A maid poured tea for him before retreating to a distance. Xia Chen picked up a pastry from the table and began to eat. Surprisingly, it was quite delicious, perfect for breakfast. He was well acquainted with this courtyard, recognizing every plant and maid. Before the age of 12, he had spent most of his time here. However, as he matured, he developed a sense of pride and chose to move away from Mingda courtyard, only returning during festivals, preferring to remain in his own small courtyard. Xia Chen observed Xia Chen eating with a contemplative expression before slowly speaking. The military defense map incident was your design. With no outsiders present, Xia Chen spoke candidly. Early this morning, he received news about significant events that transpired in the palace the previous night. Indeed, but I allocated the credit, allowing Li Wenzhong to take the forefront. Xia Chen swallowed a piece of pastry, washed it down with tea, and replied calmly, "You handled this well. After all, you remain a mere captain, newly entering the political arena. Being too conspicuous could prove detrimental." Xia Chen nodded in agreement, his gaze towards Xia Chen now imbued with a hint of approval. "Do you know what transpired last night?" he inquired, shifting to a more serious tone. "After General Li entered the palace overnight, I returned and did not involve myself further." Xia Chen replied, shaking his head. There was no need for him to meddle in matters beyond that point. Lu Li has fallen. The calm delivery of Xia Chen's words concealed a bombshell of information. Lu Li had wielded power over the lantern bearers for 26 years. Having been personally promoted by Emperor Wen, he was, without a doubt, the King of Darkness, overseeing all of Dawu's shadowy dealings. Now, such a figure had fallen from grace, which foretold a seismic shift within the political landscape of Dawu. During this upheaval, many so-called powerful individuals would find themselves crushed. Is this due to the military defense map incident? Xia Chen speculated. Indeed, the theft of the military defense map reflects Lu Li's dereliction of duty, and he erred in his targets, committing two significant mistakes in succession. Last night, he was directly stripped of his command. Xia Chen sighed deeply, his mood somber. As if lost in thought, Xia Chen fell silent. Truthfully, he had not anticipated that his actions would lead to the downfall of someone as influential as Lu Li, a figure ranking among the top 5 in the Dawu political hierarchy. While it may appear that his downfall resulted from a professional misstep, it was likely a consequence of various factions seeking to eliminate him. He mused. He surveyed the surroundings, took another sip of tea, and continued calmly. Xia Chen's expression shifted, his eyes sharpening as he took a moment before exclaiming, "Silence! Tread carefully." Though his tone was chastising, a glint of astonishment shone in his eyes, as he regarded Xia Chen with newfound respect. He had not expected that his son, who had grown up within the confines of their estate, lacking exposure to the outside world, could analyze the intricacies of court politics with such depth and insight. While the Xia family was not lacking in talent, strategic political acumen was a rarity among them. Even his two sons were not particularly attuned to political affairs. Yet, Xia Chen possessed such insight. Could it be that when fate closes one door, it opens another? Reflecting on this, Xia Chen's gaze softened as he regarded Xia Chen. The Xia family had never been short of exceptional talents. What they lacked were individuals with a strategic vision and sensitivity to political matters. Without such minds to guide them, the family, no matter how resplendent, would inevitably approach decline. Perhaps sending Chen to the military was a misguided choice. He should have been encouraged to pursue scholarly studies instead, allowing his third brother to share the burden of pressure. Sighing inwardly, Xia Chen lamented that he had initially intended for Xia Chen to study alongside his brother Xia Hao, but was dissuaded by his second brother Xia Yuan's letter. Had he known, he would not have heeded his second brother's advice. Xia Chen remained unaware that his comments had prompted such reflections in Xia Chen. He observed his father's momentary distraction and continued to probe. Our sovereign is exceedingly intelligent, yet profoundly self-serving. Over the years, He has consistently incited conflict between the civil and military factions to maintain a balance in governance. Moreover, he has manipulated Liu Li and Princess Pingyang to reclaim a portion of authority, placing them in visible positions while he remains shrouded in the shadows, surveying us from afar. Liu Li, stained with blood, has been the instrument of many significant events, yet all the accolades accrue to the emperor while Liu Li bears the blame. Our sovereign has mastered the art of rulership to an exquisite degree. After a thorough examination of the current political landscape, Xia Chen found the emperor's demeanor reminiscent of the Jiajing emperor from his own world, self-serving yet exceptionally gifted, having ruled for over 50 years with unparalleled control over power. What are your thoughts? To Xia Chen's surprise, Xia Chen displayed no sign of offense at his irreverent remarks, but instead pressed further for his insights. Chapter 34. Major events in the capital. In the courtyard, Xia Chen gazed at his uncle, a subtle smile gracing his lips, for everything unfolded as he had anticipated. The illustrious Hou residence, with its 600 years of splendor, could not have endured the relentless shifts of power solely through the principle of loyalty to the emperor. The question of whether the Hou family remained loyal to the throne was open to debate. Both the old lord of the East and Xia Chen had maintained a discreet presence within the Hou residence for years, largely due to Emperor Wen's suspicions. For the safety of the family and the future opportunities of the younger generation, they had no choice but to remain withdrawn. Recently, his father, Xia Yuan, had achieved great merit in the eastern wilderness and would soon return to the capital, with an outcome that seemed inevitable, relinquishing military authority and remaining aloof from court affairs, awaiting a future conflict to emerge. Such political acumen could not be devoid of emotion. How could one remain indifferent in such circumstances? The fall of Liu Li was undoubtedly a source of delight for the civil officials. Xia Chen spoke solemnly, affirming that this time, it was indeed Lord Li who had taken the initiative, and perhaps the emperor's abandonment of Liu Li stemmed from deeper reasons. Xia Chen nodded, acknowledging that while the lantern bearers were established to balance the civil and military factions, their primary aim leaned toward suppressing the civil officials, whose influence had grown rapidly, now posing a threat to imperial authority. Recognizing such dynamics was commendable. You, indeed, were the catalyst of these events. On the surface, it appeared that Li Wenzhong was leading the charge, yet he had consistently remained impartial and was not adept at investigations. It was unlikely he would take such risks to claim credit from the lantern bearers. According to my sources, you apprehended individuals before reporting to Li Wenzhong yesterday. Did you not? Xia Chen remarked, his gaze fixed on the distant scenery, his tone calm. Xia Chen was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Xia Chen was aware of this matter. This is something I can surmise. Others can too, for the capital is not devoid of intelligent minds. Xia Chen gazed deeply at Xia Chen. During this period, maintain a low profile. I shall assist you in navigating certain matters. Thank you, uncle. Xia Chen responded with a respectful bow, embodying the demeanor of a modest gentleman, earning a nod of approval from Xia Chen. You may leave now. Xia Chen gestured, allowing Xia Chen to depart. Wise individuals require no excessive words. In the ensuing days, the political landscape of the capital trembled. The Ministry of Justice and the Imperial Guard sprang into action, the downfall of a prominent figure eliciting excitement among many. Positions were limited, and only when those above fell could others ascend. In a realm hidden from the ordinary populace, the lantern bearers mobilized, launching fervent assaults on the Great Fang's inspection bureau. Numerous spies concealed within the capital were apprehended or ruthlessly executed. Meanwhile, in the distant northwestern frontier, troop movements surged as preparations for war commenced, with vigilance directed towards the neighboring kingdom of Qing and the northern Great Fang. The entire military honor group summoned several representatives to the imperial palace for strategic discussions, and even the cabinet engaged in deliberations regarding potential commanders should conflict arise in the northwest. Amidst this atmosphere thick with tension, Lord Anwu, Xia Chen, was summoned to the palace multiple times. Xia Chen heard through the grapevine that the emperor intended to employ Xia Chen, and possibly even call upon the retired old lord of the East, Xia Chutian. 36 years prior, Xia Chutian had nearly obliterated the Great Fang during the Battle of Huaiyang. and the prospect of his return instilled confidence across the political spectrum. It is unlikely they will call upon your grandfather. His military accolades during the Huaiyang campaign were too resounding. Should war indeed erupt again and victory be secured, he could very well be bestowed a princely title, but such a scenario is improbable. Thus, neither the emperor nor the cabinet would allow this situation to materialize. In the garden, Xia Chen and Xia Chen strolled, engaging in conversation. Since that day, Xia Chen had frequently summoned Xia Chen, sharing insights and soliciting his thoughts, which left Xia Chen quite astonished. Xia Chen observed Xia Chen, who lagged slightly behind, with a complex expression. Who could have anticipated that the recent upheavals in the court were intertwined with this modest military officer? Therefore, if the kingdom of Qing seeks to initiate warfare once more, the only candidates for command would be you and the Grand Marshal. Xia Chen remarked with a smile. In the current era of the Great Wu, few possess the capability to command large-scale military operations, and among those, only the old Lord of the East, Xia Chutian, and Xia Qian, who had shone brightly in the Southern Border War over 2 decades ago, alongside the current Grand Marshal, Ouyang Jing, stood a reasonable chance against the Kingdom of Qing. Notably, 2 of these 3 individuals hailed from the Xia family, which explained the family's historical discretion, consistently relinquishing military power after every conflict. Any emperor would harbor suspicions. The emperor has decreed that my second brother swiftly conclude the battles in the eastern wilderness. The pressure of fighting on 2 fronts is overwhelming. If the situation drags on, the Kingdom of Qing will undoubtedly intervene, and that would spell danger. Furthermore, the emperor would certainly not permit both my brother and me to command troops simultaneously. Xia Yuan currently commanded over 100,000 soldiers in the eastern wilderness, and if war erupted with the Great Foam, at least 300,000 would need to be mobilized. The Xia family would command over 400,000 troops, wielding nearly half the military might of the Great Wu. In such a scenario, no one would dare to gamble. Xia Chen fell silent, realizing that his father and mother would soon return from the eastern wilderness. Xia Qian observed Xia Chen's impassive demeanor and sighed inwardly. The atmosphere grew increasingly charged. The lantern-bearer spies confirmed troop movements within Great Foam, prompting the cabinet to convene several late-night meetings. In addition to this pressing matter, a significant event unfolded in the capital. The lantern-bearers appointed a new commander named Ma Song. His ascension took everyone by surprise, as Ma Song had previously held a low profile within the lantern-bearers. Even among the 8 divisions, he wielded the least power. Yet, rather than fall alongside Liu Li, he had seized the opportunity to rise, claiming the final prize and emerging as a significant victor, prompting much contemplation among the populace. Xia Chen was aware of this development, but chose not to dwell on it further, as his connection with the lantern-bearers was tenuous. He awaited promotion, anticipating that with the military defense situation gradually stabilizing, it would soon be time to reap the rewards of victory. A smile crept upon his face as he considered this. Additionally, he was concerned about another matter. Qingya Cottage had burned down on the night following his departure, leaving naught but ashes. All who had visited mourned deeply, for their goddess, the graceful maiden, would be forever lost to them. Chapter 35. The shift of power, alas, for the graceful maiden, who at such a tender age has perished. Xia Qian, trailing behind Xia Chen, lamented while holding a fried dough stick in one hand and a cup of soy milk in the other. As one of the trio who accompanied Xia Chen to the elegant abode that fateful day, she had encountered Qing Yin, and upon hearing the news of her demise, could not help but feel a sense of regret. Xia Chen, without turning back, took a bite of the bun in his hand, the savory oil bursting upon his palate. Indeed, these buns were delectable, yet truth be told, Xia Chen preferred rice noodles for breakfast. The noodles, steeped in a rich broth and served with various accompaniments, were a culinary delight. Regrettably, such delicacies were scarce in the capital. Despite his efforts to find a satisfying bowl, the flavors always fell short. Shaking his head at this thought, he swallowed the bun and spoke. Every individual has their own fate. Some may have departed yet still linger in spirit, while others may breathe, yet their essence has long been extinguished. Xia Qian scratched her head, clearly perplexed by Xia Chen's philosophical utterance. A smile crept upon Xia Chen's lips. and he chose not to elaborate. He harbored no belief that Qin Yan had truly perished, although she had suffered a considerable loss at his hands. She was undoubtedly an astute individual. Such a significant upheaval had transpired in the capital that even the powerful commander, Lu Li, had fallen from grace. All instigated by Xia Chen. This would inevitably draw the attention of many toward him, raising questions about how he had discerned the concealed identities of the inspectors lurking within the capital. Though Xia Chen's group had maintained a low profile that day, the capital was rife with influential figures, and the Qin Yan residence could easily be scrutinized. It was unlikely that Qin Yan would take such a risk, hence the flames that obliterated her identity. Bold indeed, to remain concealed within the capital. Xia Chen silently observed a small red dot marked on his system panel, representing Qin Yan. That day, he had deceived her. His blood bore no tracking capabilities. He was merely a martial artist, devoid of any mystical arts or spells. Nevertheless, simplicity is profound. Xia Chen possessed a system with a mapping function, and over the past few days, he had traversed the vast capital, perfecting 95 of the system's map, save for the Imperial Palace. That morning, he had marked Qin Yan within the system. Within the confines of his map, she had nowhere to hide. Currently, the map indicated that Qin Yan was in the western district of the capital. Xia Chen had no immediate intention of seeking her out. As long as she remained within the city, she was always within his reach. Thus, he resolved to plan a surprise for her under the cover of night. In the Yulin Guard's headquarters, as Xia Chen entered his military tent, Qin Mu approached him with an air of mystery. "What brings the commander here, personally?" Xia Chen smiled, but did not rise. "Please, just call me Lao Qin if you don't mind." Qin Mu chuckled, his face creased with joy, entirely shedding the stern demeanor he had displayed upon their first encounter. He seated himself beside Xia Chen and poured himself a cup of tea. Clearly, their bond had grown significantly after recent events. "After this, you might find yourself promoted to the rank of commander, and we will be equals," Qin Mu remarked, taking a sip of tea and exhaling a breath of relief. At 17 years old, Xia Chen's future seemed boundless. Has there been a resolution regarding the military defense map? Xia Chen quickly grasped the implications. It appeared that matters were coming to fruition, and it was time to reap the rewards. Otherwise, Qin Mu would not be so animated. Indeed, while the military affairs in the Northwest have taken precedence, the officials have not forgotten about the military defense map. Our Yulin Guard's resolution of this case is a significant achievement, and rewards should be forthcoming. Qin Mu suppressed his excitement, striving to maintain composure. "Congratulations are in order." Xia Chen smiled, raising his cup in a toast to Qin Mu. This is largely your achievement. The colonel has already reported this matter, and you will undoubtedly attain at least the rank of commander," Qin Mu expressed, reflecting on how, if not for Xia Chen's youth, the accolades for resolving the military defense map and dismantling the dark web of the Grand Inspection Bureau in the capital would have guaranteed a promotion far exceeding mere commandership. In truth, a 17-year-old commander of the 5th rank was a rarity in the 800-year history of the Great Wu Dynasty. Xia Chen smiled, but chose not to elaborate further. "The colonel may soon be reassigned to the Longwu Guard as its Grand General. I might accompany him, which would conveniently open a spot for you," Qin Mu continued, his spirits soaring. Though the Yulin and Longwu Guards were distinct, their powers were fundamentally different. The Yulin Guard consisted of only 3,000 personnel, tasked with maintaining order in the capital, while the Longwu Guard boasted 6,000 elite soldiers responsible for safeguarding the inner city and escorting the emperor. Although the Grand General of the Longwu Guard held only the 3rd rank, the authority wielded was immense, with only one superior, the emperor himself. Thus, if Li Wenzhong were indeed appointed as Grand General, he would have firmly established himself in the emperor's inner circle, becoming a central figure in the power dynamics of the Great Wu Dynasty. "Is the news reliable?" Xia Chen inquired, as the official decree had yet to be issued. Yet it seemed the colonel had entered the palace twice in recent days, suggesting certainty in the matter. Upon hearing this, Xia Chen's mind raced. Such shifts in position would inevitably lead to a realignment of power. To be appointed Grand General indicated that Li Wenzhong was undoubtedly a confidant of the emperor, validating Xia Chen's previous conclusion that Li Wenzhong was backed by the emperor. Previously, the Grand General of the Longwu Guard had been closely aligned with the Crown Prince, which posed a potential threat. Suddenly, Qin Mu glanced around and leaned closer to Xia Chen, whispering discreetly. His words remained unfinished, yet Xia Chen grasped the underlying meaning. The Grand General of the Longwu Guard served as a protector of the Emperor, and the proximity of such a guardian to the heir apparent was a signal that the Emperor could not abide. The relationship between the Emperor and the Crown Prince has always been intricate, embodying both inheritance and rivalry, with the Crown Prince being the only one who could openly challenge the Emperor's authority. Xia Chen quickly cataloged this information, deciphering its implications. The Emperor's distrust of the Crown Prince had prompted him to support the third prince in a bid for balance, instigating a conflict between the two. While this strategy was not flawed, it laid the groundwork for the upheaval that would transpire 5 years hence. A glimmer of insight sparked in Xia Chen's eyes. The political stage was resplendent, and he too yearned to take part in the dance. Chapter 36. The Art of War. Afternoon. Xia Chen remained in the military camp, refraining from his usual patrols through the streets. Whispers from various quarters hinted that a promotion edict was imminent. He held a military treatise in hand, engrossed in its study. This particular text was authored by a renowned strategist of this realm, and nearly every student of military strategy had perused its pages. Though it was not Xia Chen's first encounter with this work, he could not help but acknowledge that some of its philosophies were indeed profound. "Sir!" At that moment, a voice called from outside. "Come, Xia Chen replied, his gaze fixed upon the book, showing no sign of distraction. Li Shi entered, his eyes falling upon Xia Chen, who sat poised at the desk. He found himself momentarily entranced by the sight. What a refined young gentleman, his beauty unparalleled. At that moment, Xia Chen, holding the scroll of military strategy, had shed his armor, clad instead in simple attire. His long, dark hair was casually pinned up, exuding an air of natural grace, reminiscent of a celestial being. "What is it?" Xia Chen inquired calmly, his expression unperturbed. "Lord Zhonglong has summoned you. It is likely to be good news." Li Shi lowered his head, hesitant to gaze any longer, as he felt that the young officer before him possessed a demeanor so ethereal. It seemed he might ascend to the heavens at any moment, untouched by earthly affairs. "Understood. You may leave." Xia Chen waved dismissively, his emotions remaining unshaken. As the crucial moment approached, he found his thoughts growing tranquil, free from distractions. After Li Shi exited the tent, Xia Chen stood to tidy his appearance and attire, before making his way at a leisurely pace toward the tent of Li Wenzhong. Upon entering, he found Li Wenzhong seated at his desk, coincidentally holding the same military text. "The Art of War," as Xia Chen, the treatise states, "for a commander, one must clear the mind to establish strategies and cultivate an inspiring atmosphere to govern the troops." Before Xia Chen could speak, Li Wenzhong posed a question first. "Indeed," Xia Chen replied instantly without hesitation, recognizing it as the opening line of the text. "A commander must maintain absolute rationality, regardless of the circumstances, whether in joy or sorrow, to avoid emotional turmoil. Your composure is commendable, a true testament to the illustrious lineage of the Xia family, known for its great generals throughout history." Setting the art of war aside, Li Wenzhong smiled, clearly impressed. Despite the tumultuous happenings in the capital, Xia Chen had never sought him out to inquire about developments or potential rewards, exhibiting a temperament more akin to that of a seasoned statesman than a mere 17-year-old. "I trust in your judgment, my lord. Since you have taken charge, I shall await the outcome in silence." Xia Chen smiled, embodying a graceful confidence. "You may call me Shu in private. There is no need for formality." Li Wenzhong gestured for Xia Chen to sit. "Curious about your reward, are you?" This morning, Colonel Qin mentioned that a promotion to replace him as the deputy commander is likely, and he will accompany you to the Longwu Guard. Xia Chen responded calmly. That was the initial plan, yet circumstances appeared to have shifted. Furrowing his brow, he pondered the unexpected turn of events. Have unforeseen developments arisen? He mused, just as Li Wenzhong continued. Both Qin Mu and I have confirmed our transfer to the Longwu Guard, primarily because of you. Me? Xia Chen looked at Li Wenzhong, slightly taken aback. He had assumed the issue lay with Li Wenzhong's appointment as the Grand General of the Longwu Guard, yet it seemed to concern him instead. It was indeed intended to promote you as the deputy commander. However, the emperor has intervened. Li Wenzhong cast a deep glance at Xia Chen. The emperor? A glimmer of light flickered in Xia Chen's eyes. He had not anticipated that the emperor would take a personal interest in his promotion. Do not be overly concerned. The emperor has not denied your appointment as deputy commander. He merely suggested that your promotion should not be rushed, advising that young talents require further honing, Li Wenzhong remarked, sipping his tea with a smile. At last, he observed a shift in Xia Chen's expression, which no longer bore the calmness of a sage, but rather the fervor of youth. This is a favorable sign. Among the countless officials in the court, few are fortunate enough to capture the emperor's attention, he added, patting Xia Chen on the shoulder. Prepare yourself. You will accompany me to the palace shortly. To the palace? Xia Chen echoed, his heart racing at the prospect of an audience with the emperor. Indeed, His Majesty wishes to meet with you personally, Li Wenzhong replied gravely. Over the years, the emperor had seldom attended court, with many officials only glimpsing his visage during the annual audience. Most decisions were made following consultations with the Grand Council and executed directly by the cabinet. The fact that the emperor sought to meet Xia Chen personally signaled a significant message to the outside world. Was it a sign of favor or an indication of greater importance? I understand. Xia Chen took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. Entering the palace was merely a formality. He had earned his merit and held the status of a prince consort. Surely, the emperor would not act against him. Half an hour later, Li Wenzhong and Xia Chen boarded a carriage, which slowly made its way toward the heart of the inner city. The emperor had ruled for over 50 years, largely eschewing worldly pleasures. The first 20 years were devoted to Buddhist practices, followed by a decade of Taoist pursuits. It was only after ministers urged him that he fathered heirs, the crown prince, the second princess, and the third prince. With the birth of heirs, the emperor's demeanor softened. Yet in recent years, he had become increasingly inscrutable, leaving no one able to fathom his thoughts. Thus, during the audience, it was prudent to hold back one's opinions. As Li Wenzhong advised quietly, outlining the etiquette for entering the palace. Xia Chen nodded, forming a more accurate impression of the emperor in his mind. Success and failure are both in the hands of fate. Over the past 50 years, the Dou kingdom had flourished under the emperor's governance, achieving numerous victories in foreign conflicts. Notably, the Battle of Huayang 36 years ago nearly led to the downfall of the Great Feng Dynasty. More than 20 years ago, in the Southern Frontier War, they also emerged victorious, extending their borders southward by hundreds of miles. Now, the conflict with the Eastern Wilderness and the Demon Tribes was drawing to a close. The Dou kingdom now stood as a formidable power, instilling fear in both the Eastern Demon Tribes and the Southern Barbarians. However, years of continuous warfare had imposed a heavy toll on the citizens, resulting in deep-seated domestic strife. Although the Dou kingdom was currently the most powerful nation, it appeared to be on the brink of collapse. Without the emergence of a female emperor in the near future, the kingdom might very well face a complete disintegration in the upheaval anticipated 5 years hence. Within the carriage, Xia Chen continuously analyzed the current and future situations. Soon, the carriage halted before a grand and towering city wall. Li Wenzhong and Xia Chen opened their eyes simultaneously. The palace had arrived. Chapter 37. The first audience in the palace outside the city walls. A contingent of armored soldiers stood guard. Upon spotting Li Wenzhong's carriage, 2 soldiers approached. Please disembark. The carriage cannot enter. Li Wenzhong was the first to alight, with Xia Chen following closely behind. Lord Li. The soldiers saluted upon recognizing him. They were from the Longwu Guard, and the news of their general's impending downfall had spread among them, with Li Wenzhong being the anticipated successor. Very well. Conduct a search. I wish to enter the palace. Li Wenzhong nodded and spread his arms, understanding that even as the head of the cabinet, he must comply with the protocol of inspection before entering. The rules must not be altered for anyone. My lord, the emperor's decree has already been issued. You may proceed directly. The soldiers conducted a cursory inspection and quickly urged him on. Li Wenzhong nodded, while Xia Chen remained silent, observing intently. If he was not mistaken, The inscription White Tiger Gate on the city wall would mark the origin of a palace coup 5 years hence. The third prince would lead an army through the White Tiger Gate, flooding the palace with blood. The towering walls were fortified with magical defenses, manned by crossbowmen clad in armor. An assault would require a vast army of thousands, making a direct attack nearly impossible. Xia Chen took in the layout of the White Tiger Gate. Outside the capital, 3 major camps guarded the city, comprising a total of 50,000 soldiers, along with the imperial guards. These camps could only be commanded by the emperor's orders, and under any circumstance, the 50,000 troops could not breach the capital. Thus, the only way to open the White Tiger Gate would be from within, necessitating an internal breach. The third prince must have bribed the commander stationed at the White Tiger Gate, or perhaps that individual was already in league with him. Xia Chen pondered, realizing that some members of the Longwu Guard had defected to the third prince, an essential piece of intelligence. As Xia Chen contemplated, Li Wenzhong followed, a leading eunuch, through the palace corridors. Xia Chen ceased his musings and began to admire the palace. The glazed tiles shimmered under the sunlight, resembling stars adorning the rooftops. The intricately carved beams and painted rafters encapsulated the splendor and legends of bygone eras. Palace lanterns swayed, casting shifting shadows in the corridors, creating an ethereal ambience. Auspicious birds and mythical beasts perched on the rooftops, seemingly safeguarding this magnificent domain, epitomizing royal majesty and opulence. 800 years of history imbued every brick and tile with the marks of time, evoking a sense of reverence. "Generally, you may enter with the prince," the leading eunuch said with a beaming smile, devoid of the arrogance typically reserved for outsiders, appearing genuinely akin to an ordinary servant. "Understood," Li Wenzhong nodded, refraining from excessive pleasantries. He was soon to become the general of the Longwu Guard, and felt no need to overly regard a mere eunuch, save for the few in charge of the 12 supervisors. "Thank you for your hard work, Eunuch Ma." Xia Chen produced a silver coin from his sleeve and pressed it into Eunuch Ma's hand. Ma's eyes brightened, but he quickly regained composure, waving his hand. "It is merely the duty of a servant. How could I accept the prince's silver?" Eunuchs who run errands for the emperor are typically astute, and Eunuch Ma was aware of the young noble's standing. If it were an ordinary prince, such courtesy would be unnecessary. However, given Xia Chen's background as a member of the Xia family and the fact that the emperor himself summoned him, Ma had not witnessed anyone receiving such a personal audience in years, aside from a few cabinet elders and high-ranking officials. Thus, he dared not accept Xia Chen's silver. "Though you serve the emperor, it was only a small token for your long wait, merely to buy a jug of wine." Xia Chen smiled and said nothing further, deftly slipping the coin into Eunuch Ma's belt before waving him off and proceeding into the palace. As Eunuch Ma felt the weight of the coin against his waist, he gazed at Xia Chen's retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought. Though he served the emperor, he held no real power, and no official had ever shown him such respect or concern for his weight, let alone offer him silver. Feeling the lingering warmth of the coin, Eunuch Ma took a deep breath, placed the silver in his pocket, and his expression returned to calm. "Your servant bows before your majesty." Upon entering the palace and traversing a long corridor, they reached a grand hall. Before Xia Chen could absorb the surroundings, Li Wenzhong pulled him down to kneel. "Arise." A voice, ethereal and enigmatic, resonated throughout the hall. Only then did Xia Chen perceive the environment. At the center of the hall sat an elderly man clad in a Taoist robe, adorned with Buddhist beads around his neck. His hair was flecked with gray, and he faced away from them, obscuring his features. This was none other than the ruler of the great Wu Empire, Emperor Wen. "This is the token of the Longwu Guard. Take it and assume your post tomorrow." Emperor Wen remained turned away, as if in meditation or contemplation. An ineffable aura surrounded him, and Xia Chen fleetingly glimpsed a shimmering golden dragon, several meters long, flicker past the emperor. Was this golden dragon a manifestation of fortune, indicating that the time had not yet come, or that the strength of the great Wu Empire was currently insufficient? Or was it a personal matter of Emperor Wen himself? As Xia Chen mused, Li Wenzhong knelt with a thud, his voice tinged with fervor. "I humbly thank your majesty. I shall not fail your expectations." "Very well. You may leave," Emperor Wen waved his hand, reminiscent of a celestial being. As Li Wenjong rose and passed by Xia Chen, he offered an encouraging glance, seemingly conveying to him not to be anxious. Once Li Wenjong exited, only Xia Chen and Emperor Wen remained in the chamber. The fragrant incense wafted through the quiet room, allowing Xia Chen to hear his own breathing. He patiently awaited the Emperor's next words, refraining from speaking first. "Please sit." Time slipped by before Emperor Wen's voice echoed once more. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Xia Chen swiftly knelt, expressing his gratitude, and then found a seat nearby. "Your temperament does not resemble that of the Duke of Anong." Emperor Wen continued to face away from Xia Chen, seemingly indifferent to turning around, yet appearing to perceive everything behind him. "I was separated from my father at a young age and have few memories of him. Over the years, our correspondence has been sparse, leaving me unfamiliar with his character. Your Majesty's presence is as formidable as a mountain and as divine as the deities above, exuding an imposing and unapproachable aura. Yet, inexplicably, I find Your Majesty to possess a certain warmth, which alleviates my tension and emboldens my spirit." Xia Chen replied respectfully, his words bold yet sincere. Upon hearing Xia Chen's response, Emperor Wen fell into a contemplative silence, his eyes glimmering with thoughts unspoken. Chapter 38. A frenzied display of acting skills. Within the opulent yet chillingly imposing palace, the voice of Emperor Wen resonated like a thunderclap, devoid of emotion. "I have heard that Lord Wu has neglected you over the years and even sired a brother for you in the eastern wilderness. Do you harbor any grievances?" Xia Chen's figure quivered slightly, and in an instant, his expression shifted like a tempest. First, a flicker of anger ignited in his eyes, akin to a smoldering flame, only to be swiftly overshadowed by a cloud of sorrow. Yet he restrained himself fiercely. His lips trembled, but ultimately transformed into a choked voice. "Your Majesty, I indeed have grievances." The Emperor's tone abruptly turned stern, akin to a cold wind sweeping across a frozen lake. "Do you not know that for 800 years, the great Wu dynasty is governed through filial piety? Your father, as a son, should not bear grievances." Xia Chen fell to his knees, his forehead striking the ground with conviction. "The great Wu dynasty governs through filial piety. As rulers and ministers, fathers and sons must maintain their roles. Your Majesty, as our sovereign father, how could I dare to deceive you?" At that moment, a glimmer of light flashed in the Emperor's eyes, like the sun breaking through the clouds. Xia Chen felt an overwhelming pressure surge toward him, as if a colossal beast, long dormant, was awakening. He was taken aback. Is the Emperor also a sorcerer? His mastery is indeed profound. This formidable aura seems to transcend the mortal realm, undoubtedly indicating a master of at least the third rank, possibly even the second. Xia Chen pondered the paradox. How could such a powerful emperor be slain by the third prince 5 years hence, even when besieged by an army? The emperor should be able to retreat unscathed unless a coup was orchestrated by someone of equal or greater strength. As thoughts raced through his mind, his expression remained earnest. At this moment, his acting prowess was nothing short of extraordinary. What an insightful proclamation of the roles of rulers and ministers, fathers and sons. If our great Wu dynasty had more individuals like you who understand the clarity of these roles, I would be spared many troubles, the emperor remarked, turning to scrutinize the youth kneeling before him. "Raise your head and let me see you." Upon hearing the command, Xia Chen lifted his gaze, quietly noting that the emperor usually referred to himself as a rather than the more imposing Your Majesty. "Indeed, a handsome visage, worthy of my daughter Yaoguang." The emperor nodded in approval. With deep-set, penetrating eyes and a youthful appearance, the emperor exuded vitality akin to the morning sun. At such a young age, to articulate the roles of rulers and ministers, fathers and sons, you must have read extensively in the Lord's residence. Your knowledge surpasses that of many esteemed scholars in the court. Although the emperor often donned the guise of a sage-like figure before his ministers, none could deny his remarkable intellect. Even upon hearing this for the first time, he keenly discerned the profound significance it held for the stability of political order. It was a cornerstone, reinforcing monarchical authority and emphasizing order and hierarchy. compelling all to submit unconditionally to their sovereign. The emperor was exceedingly fond of this sentiment. "Did someone teach you this?" The emperor inquired. "Your Majesty, this is my own contemplation," Xia Chen replied succinctly. "Very well. It is said that the lord of the eastern town boasts a flourishing martial tradition. Yet I did not expect a scholar of such caliber to emerge from this generation, rivaling even the greatest scholars." The emperor rarely displayed such a smile, causing astonishment among the maids and eunuchs stationed in the corners of the palace. They had served the emperor for many years and had never witnessed such a display of emotion, not even during audiences with cabinet elders. "Do you know why I summoned you today?" The emperor's tone shifted. "Your Majesty, I am unaware," Xia Chen replied respectfully, fully aware that he had garnered some trust from the emperor. This notion of the roles of rulers and ministers, fathers and sons, was his heavy artillery. For a feudal monarch, it was akin to an invincible artifact, an unparalleled treasure for maintaining dominion. "I have heard you have uncovered the military defense map case and apprehended numerous spies from the inspection office within the capital. Originally, with such merit, you could be promoted to the position of Du Wei, yet I do not intend to grant you this title. Do you have any grievances?" "I bear no grievances. Both thunder and rain are the emperor's grace. I firmly believe that your decision not to grant me the position of Du Wei is made with deeper intentions. Thus, I leave it to your Majesty's discretion." Xia Chen spoke earnestly. What a profound understanding of the emperor's grace. If all court officials shared your level of insight, there would be far fewer disputes in the court. Xia Chen's words seemed to strike a chord deep within the emperor. The emperor's gaze towards him had entirely transformed. What began as a casual remark had unexpectedly yielded such delightful surprises. "Had you studied diligently from a young age and pursued a scholarly career, you would surely possess the potential for the position of the prime minister." The emperor's calm words echoed in the palace, causing the maids and eunuchs hidden behind the columns to change their expressions dramatically. Were anyone else to claim such potential, it would likely be dismissed as flattery. Yet when spoken by the emperor, though seemingly casual, who could ascertain whether he truly harbored such intentions? "My lifelong aspiration is to protect my family and country. Should your Majesty require my service, I am willing to be your sharpest blade, even if it means perishing upon the battlefield," Xia Chen declared resolutely, his performance so compelling that he nearly believed it himself. To perish upon the battlefield, indeed. The emperor murmured, seemingly savoring the tragic and desolate undertones of those words. "You are indeed worthy of cultivation in martial arts." Finally, the emperor spoke slowly. "You are correct. I do intend to employ you heavily. Your talents would be wasted in the Imperial Guard. I wish for you to serve as a lantern bearer." The preceding conversation had assured the emperor of this young man's unwavering loyalty, as well as his underlying grievances with the lord of the eastern town, particularly his father, Lord Ndong, which suited the emperor's intentions perfectly. "A lantern bearer?" Xia Chen feigned confusion. "Do you not wish to go?" The emperor asked. "Your Majesty, regardless of destination, as long as it is your command, I am eager to comply." Xia Chen's expression reflected excitement, embodying the fervor of a youth eager to prove himself before the emperor and achieve great feats. The emperor nodded in satisfaction. "The lantern bearer's 9 divisions are lacking a division chief. You shall temporarily assume that role." "Your Majesty, I fear my qualifications are insufficient for such a position." Xia Chen's face revealed hesitation. The division chief of the lantern bearers was a 4th-rank official, while he was currently merely a 7th-rank officer. Such a leap from 7th to 4th rank was indeed irregular. "I decree it. None shall dare voice dissent. It is but a temporary appointment, and I am sending you to the lantern bearers for a specific task." The emperor's words were authoritative, yet his tone grew grave towards the end. "Your Majesty, what task awaits me? Whether it be to scale mountains of blades or traverse seas of fire, I shall vow to accomplish it." Xia Chen's voice was fervent, his complexion flushed. At this moment, his acting could easily win him an Academy Award. "P.S. Brothers, it is now 1:05 a.m. on December 13th, 2024. I have just completed this chapter, and the book has reached 80,000 words, entering the verification period. The transition from 80,000 to 100,000 words is crucial, impacting the book's future success. Therefore, during this time, if you find it satisfactory, please refrain from hoarding the book. Read a little each day. From 80,000 to 100,000 words, I will post 2 chapters daily. As the verification period lasts 7 days. I cannot post more, but I will have manuscripts ready. Once we reach 100,000 words, I will begin to release chapters in abundance. Thank you all for your support. 5. Chapter 39. You and I are the same kind. Within the palace. The flickering candlelight cast eerie shadows that danced upon the walls, resembling silent specters. The faint rustling sound produced by the burning wax resembled the gentle brushing of a dancer's skirts, with each flicker of flame stirring the tranquil air. Emperor Wen sat high above, gazing down at the prostrate figure of the young Xia Chen before him, and nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. I do not require you to brave fire and water. Merely discern the schemes of the inspection agency to prove your wit. I hereby appoint you as the lantern bearer to assist Ma Song in uprooting Lu Li's faction. The emperor's gaze was piercing, seemingly penetrating Xia Chen's skin to probe the depths of his soul, assessing whether he was truly loyal. After a prolonged silence, Xia Chen slowly lifted his head. Your Majesty, is that all? His voice was calm, yet held a note of inquiry. What else do you believe should be addressed? The emperor's voice was ethereal, as if emanating from a distant realm, laced with a touch of amusement. Since your Majesty has summoned me to the palace, it stands to reason that there is more to discuss. Xia Chen replied boldly, meeting the emperor's gaze with unwavering confidence. You are indeed astute. There is indeed another task I wish to entrust to you. Rise. The emperor's tone softened slightly, transforming him into an ordinary elder, though the aura of authority surrounding him left no room for overstepping. Thank you, Your Majesty. Xia Chen rose and took his seat before the emperor with composure. Your primary duty as the lantern bearer is to uncover the hidden spies within the Imperial City's inspection agency. The emperor's words were tranquil, yet they fell upon Xia Chen's heart like a boulder, creating ripples of anxiety. The lantern bearer has been infiltrated? Xia Chen could not help but exclaim. Perhaps infiltrated is too strong a term, but there is undoubtedly a traitor among them, and their rank is likely not low. Otherwise, how could Lu Li commit such a fundamental blunder as to misidentify the target of the military defense plans? The emperor narrowed his eyes slightly, seemingly recalling the tangled circumstances. I shall ascertain the truth within 3 months. Xia Chen pledged with unwavering conviction. Oh, 3 months? You are quite confident. The emperor raised his eyelids gently, his gaze sharp as it scrutinized Xia Chen. I speak with sincerity before your Majesty. Xia Chen replied resolutely, showing no signs of retreat. Well spoken. After 3 months, I shall await good news. The emperor waved his right hand, and a platinum token floated gently before Xia Chen. Depart for your post tomorrow. The investigation is urgent, and I grant you permission to select several from the Imperial Guard to accompany you as lantern bearers. With that, the emperor gestured for Xia Chen to withdraw. Your humble servant takes his leave. Xia Chen performed a bow with the precision of a textbook example, every gesture radiating respect. The emperor could not help but take a closer look. Inside the carriage, Xia Chen sat opposite Li Wenzhong. Do you not wish to know what the emperor and I discussed? Xia Chen broke the silence first. The emperor has bid me to avoid discussing matters of secrecy. Thus I see no need to pry. Li Wenzhong did not lift his eyelids, seemingly immersed in his own world, resting with his eyes closed. The emperor has entrusted me with a heavy responsibility, appointing me as the head of the lantern bearers. Xia Chen's words struck like thunder, echoing in Li Wenzhong's ears. What? Li Wenzhong's eyes flew open, his gaze electric, the brilliance slowly dimming. Following Lu Li's downfall, 2 heads of the 9 divisions have vacated their posts. However, Lu Li held power over the lantern bearers for over 20 years, and many have benefited from his favor, making it difficult to count those loyal to him. The emperor's decision to send you is surely to assist the new commander, Ma Song, in restoring order. A storm of bloodshed among the lantern bearers is likely inevitable. Li Wenzhong's gaze deepened, his tone filled with reflection. For over 20 years, I have witnessed Lu Li's soaring glory. Yet who could have predicted his swift decline? Akin to a collapsing edifice, evoking my deep lament. The power of the lantern bearers is profound, existing outside the strictures of court hierarchy. Originally a blade in the emperor's hand. Yet Lu Li's recent prominence led him to cultivate confidence within the lantern bearers, causing many to forget the emperor in favor of Lu Gong. His downfall is not merely due to the military defense plans. It is a consequence of his own hubris. Xia Chen's expression remained calm, his tone unperturbed. Though Lu Li's defeat arose from his own actions, the root lies in the emperor's intentions. The military defense plans were merely a spark. Li Wenzhong regarded Xia Chen with a deep gaze, internally acknowledging that this young man was far more astute than he had anticipated. To be a minister is to walk with a tiger. While being favored by the emperor is a rare opportunity, it is fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead one into an abyss of despair. Lu Li of the past, I of the present, Ma Song of the lantern bearers, and even you, all navigate this whirlpool of power. Li Wenzhong's gaze wandered far beyond, his head gently resting against the carriage wall, as if striving to see through the illusions of this world and discern the trajectory of fate. Xia Chen too regarded Li Wenzhong, surprised that this typically cautious and traditionally martial general would reveal such heartfelt sentiments before him. Uncle, you are about to be appointed as the Grand General of the Dragon Guards, a trusted minister of the Emperor. Do you not fear that I might inform the Emperor of your words? Xia Chen observed him with a faint smile, a hint of mischief in his eyes. Though our acquaintance has been brief, I cannot claim to know you well. However, I have always been keenly perceptive of others. In your eyes, I see no reverence, neither when you look at me, nor when you speak of the Emperor. I am not as outwardly loyal as I appear, nor are you. We are, in essence, kindred spirits. Li Wenzhong's gaze remained steady as he regarded Xia Chen once more. I hold you in high esteem. As long as you avoid significant mistakes and perform well, you might shatter the centuries-old notion that the imperial relatives cannot grasp power. At that time, I may very well rely on you. Consider it an early investment. A hint of a smile graced Li Wenzhong's face as he raised his teacup in a gesture toward Xia Chen before drinking deeply. After a prolonged silence, Xia Chen finally lifted his teacup in return. As the ancients say, great wisdom appears foolish. This surely applies to you, uncle. It is said that all the officials in court are among the most astute individuals in the world. I believe that had you chosen a scholarly path, your achievements would rival theirs. It is rather unfortunate that you chose a military career. Xia Chen praised with a smile. Great wisdom appears foolish. I cannot accept such flattery. It is merely a matter of navigating the world. In the capital, the realm is a chaotic mix of dragons and snakes. The sun of heaven high in the clouds. The powerful soaring through the skies, the tyrants who bully the weak, the seemingly reckless warriors, the cunning politicians, the hidden conspirators, and the leaders of the rabble. Who among them is not exceptionally intelligent? How can one tread lightly in the presence of such individuals? Li Wenzhong shook his head, sighing softly, his gaze once again landing on Xia Chen. But you, among the younger generation I have encountered, are the most perceptive. Uncle, let us cease this mutual flattery. Xia Chen hastily interrupted, unwilling to prolong the topic. As the carriage moved forward slowly, the two leaned against opposite corners, each lost in their thoughts. Suddenly, breaking the tranquility, Li Wenzhong's voice resounded once more. If one day I fall from grace, could you safeguard my family? Why do you speak thus, uncle? Xia Chen's expression grew solemn as he gazed at the composed Li Wenzhong, a heavy sense of melancholy washing over him. Chapter 40, Each for Their Own. The gentle spring breeze rustled the curtains of the carriage, while an eerie silence enveloped the interior. Why is uncle so pessimistic? Xia Chen mused as he observed Li Wenzhong. Do you know how many generals of the Dragon Guard have changed hands over the past 50 years? Li Wenzhong's voice was remarkably calm, yet his gaze was profound. 8 in total, especially in the past 2 decades. 5 have been replaced. Upon hearing this figure, Xia Chen fell into silence. Indeed, the position of the General of the Dragon Guard is perilously precarious, with 5 leaders in less than 20 years. In recent years, His Majesty has become increasingly inscrutable, concealing his emotions and fostering an atmosphere of suspicion. The best general of the Dragon Guard in recent memory was Zhao Chong, over 30 years ago, who returned home to retire in tranquility while the others faced ruin. Li Wenzhong's words, though calm, betrayed an undercurrent of menace. This position, while seemingly glorious, is fraught with peril. I understand now, uncle. Xia Chen nodded solemnly, refraining from further comment. The carriage continued its slow advance, the wind stirring the bells, producing a melodious chime. As the breeze in the capital grew stronger, Xia Chen realized that Li Wenzhong was not merely placing the stakes solely upon himself. He was equally concerned with the powerful Hou family behind him, based on the average tenure of 4 years for each general over the last 20 years. It was evident that Li Wenzhong had faith in Xia Chen. However, 4 years is a fleeting span, and it was clear he doubted Xia Chen's ability to influence the court or sway his majesty at that time. His true focus was on the Xia family. Li Wenzhong appeared to be conversing with him, but was, in reality, addressing the Xia family behind him. By intentionally revealing so much, even exposing his vulnerabilities, he was effectively pledging allegiance. As Xia Chen pondered this, the carriage came to an abrupt halt. My lord, there is another carriage blocking our path ahead. From the insignia, it appears to belong to the third prince. The Li family steward whispered. Li Wenzhong frowned, recalling how his predecessor, the former general of the Dragon Guard, had fallen from grace due to his close association with the crown prince. Now, with the third prince approaching, it was clearly a precarious signal for him. Let them pass, Li Wenzhong commanded in a low voice, but it was evident that this was not a possibility. Zhengge Street, being a main thoroughfare, was wide enough to accommodate 6 carriages side by side, yet it was clear that the opposing carriage was deliberately targeting him. Indeed, the opulent carriage came to a halt beside Li Wenzhong's. I heard that General Li is about to be promoted. I was quite pleased upon hearing the news, and coincidentally, I encountered you here. Ahead lies Deshun Tower, where officials often celebrate promotions. Why not join me for a drink now and celebrate together? The luxurious carriage's curtain was lifted, revealing the handsome visage of a young man who smiled broadly. It was the third prince, the same one who had previously witnessed a splendid performance in the private box at Baiwa Tower. Li Wenzhong knew he could not evade this encounter, so he pulled back the curtain and replied in a cool tone, Your Highness, urgent matters await me at home. I cannot accompany you to Deshun Tower today. Should there be a banquet for my promotion, I will certainly send you an invitation. Li Wenzhong firmly distanced himself, for who in the court was unaware of the fierce rivalry between the crown prince and the third prince. Given his current sensitive position, how could he afford to entangle himself with the third prince, unless he truly wished to abandon any aspirations of becoming the general of the Dragon Guard? General Li is overly cautious. I have long admired you, especially since this is a public gathering, not a private meeting. My father possesses a magnanimous heart and would not harbor suspicion over such a matter. The third prince replied with a smile, exuding an air of carefree confidence. Your Highness, I truly have pressing matters to attend to today. Li Wenzhong shook his head, fully aware that the third prince had ulterior motives. If he genuinely sought to cultivate a relationship, a private conversation would have sufficed, but in the midst of a bustling street, who would dare to engage in lengthy discourse, let alone share a meal? Oh, could it be that one of your concubines is about to give birth today? The third prince inquired with feigned curiosity, his interest piqued. Li Wenzhong's mouth twitched, yet he maintained his composure, responding earnestly, My wife is virtuous, and our family has struggled with offspring. Thus, she has arranged a matchmaking event today to select a concubine. I anticipate that by this time next year, there will indeed be a joyous occasion to celebrate, and I will be sure to invite your Highness. Li Wenzhong clasped his hands in a formal bow. Xia Chen quietly listened to their exchange, his expression a mix of amusement and bewilderment, as Li Wenzhong continued to surpass his expectations. The third prince, momentarily caught off guard, had intended to corner Li Wenzhong, but found himself outmatched in wit. His gaze shifted into the carriage, landing on Xia Chen. What a pleasant surprise to encounter an acquaintance, Master Xia Chen of the Xia family. Your Highness, Xia Chen returned the greeting with a bow, though he made no move to disembark the carriage. You are the consort of my second elder sister. We are all family here, so there is no need for such formality. The third prince waved his hand, exuding warmth. Master Xia, we are indeed family. General Li is overly cautious and refuses to join me for a drink to avoid any appearance of impropriety. Why don't we enjoy a few cups together? The third prince extended the invitation. Indeed, we are family. No need for such formality. Just call me brother-in-law, and I shall address you as your highness. Let us each maintain our titles, for anything else seems overly distant. Xia Chen smiled warmly, extending his hand out the window as if to grasp the third prince's hand. The third prince's lips twitched slightly. Today, both Li Wenzhong and Xia Chen were behaving rather unconventionally. Particularly, Xia Chen's audacity was striking. He dared to suggest that he be addressed as brother-in-law, despite the fact that the third prince was already 20 years old, while Xia Chen was merely 17. How could he possibly utter such a term? Yet, from a generational perspective, Xia Chen was indeed his brother-in-law. Damn it! The third prince cursed inwardly, blaming his unreliable father for placing him in such an awkward position. As he gazed at Xia Chen, whose head was protruding from the window, he felt a pang of envy at the youth's striking features, which far surpassed his own. The third prince begrudgingly acknowledged his jealousy, but fought to suppress his discomfort, forcing a strained smile as he looked upon Xia Chen's youthful face. "Brother-in-law, your highness," Xia Chen replied, beaming with delight. It seemed this visit to the palace had yielded considerable rewards, as he had just acquired a rather ambitious young brother-in-law, a figure who might one day dare to instigate a coup, betraying kin and father alike. Truly a formidable character. Chapter 41. The lonely third prince on Zhengde Street. The attention of passers-by and shopkeepers alike was drawn to the two carriages at the center of the road. One was a magnificent and stately carriage that exuded an air of antiquity and restraint, unmistakably belonging to two distinguished figures. The carriage on the left was the exclusive vehicle of the third prince. From a nearby tavern, someone recognized the third prince's carriage. Who could possibly command the third prince to halt in the street for a conversation? A voice of confusion arose. If I am not mistaken, that should be the carriage of the Li family. The Li family? You mean General Li, who has recently gained prominence in the military defense map incident. I hear he is about to be promoted, rising to a position of significant power in the court. A person spoke solemnly, while others exhibited gleaming eyes, eager to spread the news. A current of excitement began to ripple through Zhengde Street. At the center of the gathering, Li Wenzhong wore a grave expression, aware that he had been ensnared in a plot. Regardless of the outcome, both the emperor and the crown prince might harbor suspicions about him, leading to an atmosphere of distrust. What an inauspicious beginning before even assuming his post. Your Highness, my brother-in-law, I have matters to attend to at home. However, rest assured, I have no concubines to bear children, nor am I seeking a concubine for matchmaking. My loyalty to your sister is unwavering. You need not worry about that. We shall gather again when the opportunity arises. Xia Chen jested, clasping his hands in a mock salute before drawing the curtains. The carriage slowly resumed its journey, leaving the third prince's carriage stranded in the middle of Zhengde Street. They are quite audacious, Li Wenzhong and Xia Chen, showing such blatant disregard for his highness, exclaimed a beautiful woman from within the spacious carriage. One serves the emperor, while the other is the legitimate son of the Xia family. In terms of status, he is still my brother-in-law. I am not the crown prince, so why should they regard me highly? In the carriage, the third prince maintained a stoic expression, revealing no hint of emotion. Yet their insolence is intolerable, especially that Xia Chen, daring to take advantage of his highness, said a yellow-clad maid, who was a close confidant of the third prince, not merely a common attendant. I am aware they will not accept my invitation. My visit today was merely to irk them. Li Wenzhong will surely not ally with me, so I will take delight in vexing my brother, the crown prince, and my father. As for Xia Chen, I genuinely wish to cultivate a relationship with him. I have heard rumors of his prowess in the capital and witnessed his skills at Baiwa Tower. He is indeed a formidable warrior, and even my father wishes to employ him. That is intriguing. Though he is 3 years my junior, referring to him as brother-in-law is somewhat embarrassing. Yet this bond may facilitate our relationship. He hails from the Jindong Marquis household. If I can gain their support through him, possessing military power, may render the title of crown prince less significant. The third prince reclined in the embrace of the yellow-clad maid, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke animatedly, while she listened intently. At times, she feigned ignorance, knowing that her beauty alone could not earn her the third prince's trust. She understood his solitude and his need for companionship and conversation. At that moment, the third prince seemed to have opened his heart, sharing his thoughts freely. My father was obsessed with the pursuit of immortality in his early years, practicing both Taoism and Buddhism. He has reigned for over 50 years, and it was only over 20 years ago that he fathered my elder brother, followed by my second sister and me. Although he is fixated on the idea of eternal life, he cannot relinquish power. To him, I am merely a pawn, a means to balance the crown prince. I know he has never intended to pass the throne to me, regardless of my merits. I am merely a tool in his hands. The third prince closed his eyes, his tone soft and unassuming, concealing the sorrow that flickered in his gaze. The yellow-clad maid, observing his handsome visage, gently caressed his forehead with a heart full of compassion. If he wishes to treat me as a tool, then I shall comply. If he desires to use me as a whetstone for the crown prince, then I shall sharpen myself for him. Ha ha ha. He believes he can control everything, that he is a divine being in this world. How absurd. Does he truly consider himself a god? I shall see if he is indeed the deity he fancies himself to be. The third prince's voice grew increasingly distant, imbued with an icy detachment. Indeed, this third prince possesses quite the keen insight. We exited the palace, and he followed closely behind. Xia Chen remarked, playfully toying with a dagger in his hand. Although it appears he is pursuing me, his true target is you. Li Wenzhong cast a sidelong glance at Xia Chen. He is merely coveting the support of the Jindong Marquis household behind me. Unfortunately, he has miscalculated. I am but an uncherished legitimate son within the household. Xia Chen replied nonchalantly, uncertain whether he spoke to the third prince or to Li Wenzhong. Although the Duke of Anong does not value you, your uncle Xia Chen treats you quite well, does he not? He is currently the head of the Xia family. Li Wenzhong remarked without lifting his gaze. Xia Chen smiled, choosing not to delve further into that topic. Li Wenzhong escorted Xia Chen to Wendao Street, where the Jindong Marquis household was situated at the street's heart. Tomorrow, I must report to the lantern-bearer. Well, my duties in the Imperial Guards. The Emperor did not specify otherwise. So it seems he intends for you to concurrently hold a position in the Imperial Guards. Li Wenzhong pondered for a moment before speaking. Xia Chen nodded, gracefully alighting from the carriage, waving farewell before striding into the Marquis's residence. Upon entering the household, Xia Chen bypassed his own quarters and made directly for his uncle Xia Qian's courtyard. The Emperor had reassigned him to the lantern-bearer under the pretense of investigating cases and seeking out traitors. Yet Xia Chen sensed a deeper significance. Despite the rift between him and his father and the Xia family, he still bore their bloodline. The Xia family was currently in a position of great power, commanding military authority. Did they not fear that the Xia family might infiltrate the lantern-bearers and seize control of the intelligence network of the Great Wu? Xia Chen relayed all the circumstances to Xia Qian. I understand. Return for now. I will send word if any developments arise. Xia Qian's expression was grave, unable to decipher the situation himself. Xia Chen nodded and returned to his own quarters. As night fell, it enveloped the capital like a great dark beast. The nightlife of the dignitaries and nobility began in earnest. On the street of pleasure houses, the signs of the wealthy and influential, along with numerous officials, congregated. A rumor spread among various circles. Have you heard? Today, the Emperor personally summoned the legitimate son of the Jindong Marquis household, Xia Chen. Is that even possible? Even several secretaries from the 6 ministries are rarely summoned by the Emperor. It is true. Do you know what the Emperor said when he summoned Xia Chen? Li, do tell. Don't keep me in suspense, it's killing me. The Emperor stated. If Xia Chen were to pursue the scholarly path from a young age and enter the Hamlin Academy, he would undoubtedly become the Prime Minister in 30 years. Wait, I heard it would be 20 years before he becomes Prime Minister. Nonsense. The Emperor clearly mentioned that this young man possesses the talents for governance and intends to have Xia Chen replace the current Prime Minister Lin Hanpu in 10 years, becoming a pillar of the Great Wu. The entire array of pleasure houses and social venues buzzed with discussions about Xia Chen's audience with the emperor, with various interpretations swirling about. In the end, it was even remarked that Xia Chen possessed extraordinary talents that could rival the heavens and the earth. Though he was but a youth, his intellect and wisdom had already surpassed that of the current Prime Minister, Lin Hanpu. Chapter 42. Renowned in the capital. The Cuckoo Tower. Among the most famous establishments in the capital, within an elegant private chamber, several young men sat around a table, each accompanied by a lovely maiden. Brother Lin, why don't we go and teach that Xia Chen a lesson? What sort of extraordinary talent could he possibly possess? His arrogance is quite outrageous, a young man clad in a purple robe remarked, glancing at the youth seated at the head of the table, gesturing with a clenched fist. How dare he belittle Minister Lin? Such audacity! This young fool is utterly unaware of his own insignificance. A brutish warrior. What culture could he possibly have? How shameless to seek fame in this manner. In that moment, the entire chamber buzzed with noise. These young men were well-known scions of the capital, their fathers or grandfathers being high-ranking officials. While the matter at hand undoubtedly involved the emperor, the embellishments of gossip had surely magnified the truth. The youth in the blue robe, seated at the head, slowly shook his head, displaying a rational clarity. Besides, he hails from the Duke of Eastern Town's household. As mere scholars, who knows who would prevail in a confrontation? Lin Zihan set down his cup of wine, his tone composed, yet his eyes betrayed a flicker of emotion. However, I am indeed curious about what abilities Xia Chen possesses that warranted a summons and public praise from His Majesty. I would relish the opportunity to experience them firsthand. The others exchanged glances, aware that although Lin Zihan remained level-headed, as the son of the Prime Minister, he was deeply concerned about his father's reputation. Princess Yaoguang is currently organizing a literary gathering, inviting renowned talents from the capital. Why don't we extend an invitation to Xia Chen as well? It would soon become apparent whether he is truly gifted or merely a pompous jester. Lu Bo, sitting beside Lin Zihan, fanned himself with an elegant smile, his tone casual. This is the first literary gathering hosted by Princess Yaoguang. How can we invite a coarse warrior? This is a celebration for us scholars. Someone shook his head, feeling that the very notion of sharing the gathering with a brutish fighter tainted the event. Over the years, the divide between the literary officials and the martial faction had grown increasingly pronounced, with both sides looking down upon one another, one deeming the other uncultured and brute, while the latter accused the former of being all talk with no action. What a splendid idea. It just so happens that Princess Yaoguang has a significant connection with Xia Chen. One person's eyes lit up, sensing that the ensuing spectacle would undoubtedly be captivating. The mention of the enchanting Princess Yaoguang being betrothed to a coarse warrior left many feeling a sense of dismay, as if they had swallowed a fly. The intricate dynamics of rulers and subjects, fathers and sons, there's wisdom in that. Not far from the Cuckoo Tower, in another brothel, 5 middle-aged men were enjoying wine and savoring freshly steamed base, a dish that had recently gained popularity in the capital. Each man was accompanied by a beautiful young woman. One bearded gentleman, exuding an air of authority, spoke in a low voice. Brother Lu, is this statement truly as profound as you suggest? A middle-aged man seated next to Lu Yun appeared puzzled. While he acknowledged the merit of the statement, he struggled to grasp its essence. Brother Lu, being a disciple of the great Confucian scholar Kong Song and ranking second in our examination years ago, naturally possesses a deeper understanding of scholarship than we do. Chen Zhizhong chimed in, laughing as he embraced the lovely maiden beside him, his hand resting in a rather familiar manner. I first heard several young scholars discussing this statement while passing by the Imperial Academy this evening, though I didn't pay it much mind at the time. Yet now, here we are, and it seems everyone is abuzz about it. Does it not strike you as odd how swiftly the events of this afternoon at court have circulated throughout the capital? Lu Hao did not answer immediately. Instead, he posed a question to the 4 men. Are you suggesting that someone is deliberately spreading this information? Chen Zhizhong's eyes brightened as he grasped the crux of the matter, recalling the phrase about the roles of rulers and subjects, fathers and sons, suddenly realizing he had touched upon a key issue. In the capital, who possessed the influence to disseminate the dialogue between the emperor and his ministers so rapidly. Making it common knowledge, Brother Lu implies. The atmosphere grew serious, and no one dared to continue. Only the lantern-bearers could possess such capability. Lu Hao sighed, knowing full well that the emperor had likely sanctioned this, for otherwise, the lantern-bearers would not dare act independently. All present were intelligent individuals who had passed through the rigorous examination system, and they each arrived at the same conclusion. Rulers must act like rulers, subjects like subjects, fathers like fathers, and sons like sons. Society functions best when everyone adheres to their roles and responsibilities. This wisdom is destined to endure through the ages. If this phrase indeed originated from Xia Chen, it would be truly remarkable. Lu Hao lamented, understanding that with just this single statement, Xia Chen's name could be etched into the annals of history, recited by scholars for generations to come. Even if scholars were to dismiss it, future monarchs would undoubtedly enshrine Xia Chen within the historical records. The expressions of the group shifted, astonished by the gravity of the revelation. Only Chen Zhizhong followed Lu Hao's line of thought, his curiosity about the young man from the Duke of Eastern Town's household swelling immensely. The following day, as the morning sun began to rise, Xia Chen awoke with vitality, the blanket artfully draped in a pyramid shape, a perfect tableau. He tossed aside the covers and released the accumulated tension of the previous night. After freshening up, he grasped the lantern-bearer's insignia and departed from the Duke of Eastern Town's residence. Brother Chen, are we heading straight to the lantern-bearers, or what? Xia Chen eagerly inquired from behind, her excitement palpable. Initially believing he would showcase his talents in the Imperial Guard, she was thrilled at the prospect of joining the enigmatic lantern-bearers, figure she had heard tales of since childhood. Not in haste. We shall first visit the Yulin Guard to arrange matters. Xia Chen replied steadily, making his way eastward. While the lantern-bearers were significant, he could not overlook the importance of the Imperial Guard. 5 years hence, during the coup that shook the capital, the Imperial Guard had played a pivotal role. He had intended to establish a foundation within the Imperial Guard, laying the groundwork for future endeavors. Yet, plans had shifted unexpectedly. Just as he had begun to make his move, the Emperor had summoned him to the lantern-bearers. This disruption was somewhat inconvenient, but such matters were trivial. Regardless of how circumstances evolved, the current situation remained within his grasp. Moreover, he held a keen interest in the lantern-bearer's dark prison, recalling that several remarkable talents from the Empress's era were presently confined there. Xia Chen smiled, knowing that all his strategies were well within his purview. Chapter 43. The Lantern-Bearer's Office. The Imperial Guard's Office. My lord, please take me with you. The lantern-bearer is unruly. You will surely need some loyal aides. I wish to serve you. In the military tent, Li Shi knelt half-heartedly, his gaze unwavering as he spoke. Xia Chen cast a deep glance at Li Shi, then spoke in a serious tone. We all serve the Emperor as loyal subjects, striving to alleviate his burdens. Rise, and given your dedication in bringing me breakfast these past days, accompany me. Xia Chen waved his hand, helping Li Shi to his feet. Thank you, my lord, Li Shi exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. You may prepare now. After watching Li Shi depart, Xia Chen turned to face the four behind him. Xia Qian, Xia Hui, Xia Shao, and Xia Kong. Xia Qian and Xia Shao, come with me to the lantern-bearer. Xia Hui, you take Xia Kong to develop the Imperial Guards. You both have merits recorded by the Ministry of War. I have already advocated on your behalf, and you can gradually rise in rank. My lord, this cannot be. The head of our house has assigned us to you. You are our master. Wherever you go, we shall follow to ensure your safety. Xia Kong responded anxiously. Each young master is accompanied by several family guards upon leaving the estate, binding their fates together from that moment. From then on, they belonged solely to Xia Chen, not to the entire Xia family. I have my reasons for assigning you here. Trust me. Besides, in the capital, who would dare attempt to assassinate me? The difference between having 2 more or 2 less makes little impact. Xia Chen shook his head and turned his attention to Xia Hui, whom he valued highly. He knew Xia Hui had commanded troops in the past, possessing certain military talents. Over the years, he had retired from the army but had not been idle in the Xia estate, diligently studying military strategy. Even his uncle, Xia Chen, had tested him on these matters and had personally instructed him in military tactics for a time. It was because of Xia Chen's departure that Xia Chen had specifically sent Xia Hui to assist him. In recent days, Xia Hui had displayed remarkable capabilities, leading Xia Chen to believe that appointing him as a mere battalion commander to oversee 100 men was a gross underestimation of his abilities. Rest assured, I will control the situation here within the Imperial Guards. At the very least, the 200 men under your command will always remain loyal to you. Xia. His demeanor earnest as he spoke to Xia Chen. The lantern-bearer's office, a magnificent yet ancient building, stood proudly on the central avenue, just 100 meters from the white tiger gate of the palace. The lantern-bearers walk in shadows, yet their stronghold is situated in the light. Both the high-ranking nobility and common folk know the precise location of the lantern-bearer's office, yet none dare approach within 100 paces. Have you heard? Our Eagle Eye Division is to receive a new director who will report for duty today. Airborne? Is he like the new director of the Shadow Division? Ugh, I detest these parachute officers. They each think they know everything, yet they are truly nothing. Sigh. Ever since Commander Liu fell from grace, our lantern-bearers are in disarray, with a sword of Damocles hanging over us, ready to fall and sever our heads at any moment. Shoo! Tread carefully. In an office, a man tightly covered his companion's mouth. He glanced around nervously, his expression betraying his anxiety. Are you mad? Do you not realize how tense our internal situation is? Some of the high-ranking officials have already been purged. As minor figures, we should not get involved. His companion's eyes burned with anger, but reason prevailed, leaving him slumped at his desk, devoid of spirit. Indeed, what do the power struggles of those high-ranking officials have to do with us? We should simply focus on our own tasks. Li Wei sighed, acknowledging that he had spoken too freely. Do you know the background of the new director? Zhang Jing raised an eyebrow. What does it matter to me? I do not know him. You actually do. Remember the person we met yesterday afternoon during our assignment to promote in the capital? That was him. Zhang Jing whispered in Li Wei's ear. You mean the young lord from the Zhendong Marquis? Xia Chen. Exactly. He is the one being parachuted in as the director of our Eagle Eye Division. Zhang Jing gave Li Wei a look that asked if he was shocked. How can it be him? If I am not mistaken, he is only 17 years old. That is far too young. What can we do? Look at his background. He is the son-in-law of the Emperor, the Emperor's own daughter's husband. We, the lantern-bearers, serve at the Emperor's behest. If the Emperor appointed Xia Chen as a director, or even as a commander, who could object? Zhang Jing lamented, feeling the unfairness of fate. As the two conversed, the door burst open, and someone rushed in. Brothers, hurry and tidy up our desks, then clean the place. Our new director is arriving soon. Xia Ping, breathless, began sweeping the floor of scattered papers. The others exchanged glances, hesitant at first, but eventually rose from their seats to join in. What could they do? They were merely minor players, and the power struggles of the prominent figures could crush them with a mere ripple. Even if they resented the new director, many felt their own sons were older, yet the fact remained that he was now the director, a reality they could not dispute. They lacked the audacity to challenge him. Such is the reality. Damn it, what is there to clean? A new kid who hasn't even arrived yet, dictating terms and expecting us to tidy up for him? I refuse to comply. A young man in his 20s kicked a chair across the floor, a deep scar running from his forehead to his chin, giving him a menacing appearance. Upon seeing him rise, the others shrank back and lowered their heads, their eyes shining with realization. Of course, how could they have forgotten this troublemaker? They may be insignificant, but he had an esteemed lineage. The current Empress was his aunt, and the Crown Prince was his cousin. He was truly of royal blood. I find him intolerable. Why does he not remain in the Imperial Guards? Why come here to stir trouble? I have heard that Commander Liu's downfall was orchestrated by this brat. Everything was planned by him. Another man stood, looking to be around 30, his face darkened with displeasure. The crowd brightened again. This man was Liu Li's adopted son, and it seemed they were in for quite a show. Chapter 44. One person can penetrate millions of troops. Liu Chun, one of Liu Li's adopted sons, stands out as the most capable among them. Liu Li, having placed him among the lantern-bearers, harbors no intentions of making him his successor. However, the divine will is inscrutable, Lu Li has served as the commander for over 20 years, and should Lu Chen ascend to that position, it is likely that the lantern bearers would truly bear the Lu surname. This is one of the reasons for Lu Li's downfall. The Eagle Eye Bureau comprises 5 factions, with Lu Chen and Du Qinyang, Cui Hu, each commanding one. As they spoke, their voices resonated with the crowd, though some, with shifty eyes, silently retreated to the corners, hidden among the throng. The clash of celestial beings is of no concern to mere mortals. Just as the atmosphere grew lively, a calm yet penetrating voice broke through the doors, altering the expressions of those present. The figure was not yet visible, but the voice commanded attention. As everyone turned to look, the doors were forcefully kicked open. Xia Chen, with a youthful visage now marred by a fierce demeanor, brandished a long knife and strode in first. Following closely were Xia Chen and Xia Hao, accompanied by Li Shi. Xia Chen wore a smile, a folding fan in hand, exuding an air of leisure as if he were merely on a scenic excursion. Coupled with his unparalleled looks, he resembled a dashing young gentleman of the world. This is the badge of the Eagle Eye Bureau's chief. From this moment forth, I am the chief, Xia Chen declared with a smile, retrieving a platinum badge from his belt and tossing it into the crowd with a nonchalant flourish reminiscent of a spoiled youth. The badge landed in Li Wei's hands, who felt a sudden stiffness as all eyes turned towards him, making the badge feel almost scalding. Well, is there a problem? If not, kindly return it to me. It was a personal gift from His Majesty. Xia Chen continued with a smile that was both captivating and intimidating, rendering the crowd momentarily dazed. As lantern-bearers accustomed to the company of many notable figures, they had never encountered anyone from the younger generation with such an imposing presence. Li Bei, feeling the weight of the moment, hurriedly and respectfully returned the badge to Xia Chen, initially dismissive and even antagonistic towards the new chief. He now found himself intimidated by this young man, who was several years his junior, but commanded an air of nobility that left him breathless. Could it be that some individuals are simply born noble, elevated beyond reproach? Though Xia Chen said nothing, his demeanor radiated an aura of authority that evoked an involuntary sense of trepidation in Li Wei and others, as if the very atmosphere had thickened, making it difficult to breathe. The entire Eagle Eye Bureau fell into an unsettling silence, no one daring to raise their voice. Even those who had been the most boisterous moments ago now avoided Xia Chen's gaze. Throughout, Xia Chen remained composed. Yet his presence was a formidable force that left the crowd awestruck. This was an intangible duel of wills. The east wind suppressed the west wind. Looks can be deceiving. Mere appearance does not equate to true ability. If you believe that your connections and background grant you freedom to act as you please among the lantern bearers, I advise you to retreat back to the Imperial Guards. Du Qinyang, Cui Hu realized that Xia Chen's succinct remark had utterly demoralized the crowd, prompting him to furrow his brow, aware that if he did not step forward soon, the situation would be irrevocably lost. You, a 17-year-old boy, what qualifies you? Lu Chen rose, his tone grave, and as he did, over 10 lantern-bearers stood with him, their silence speaking volumes. The atmosphere grew tense once more. Du Qinyang, young lord, if anyone else claimed to ascend through connections and status, I would not question it, but for you two to say such things is utterly ludicrous. Xia Chen laughed heartily, dismissing Lu Chen and Cui Hu as if they were inconsequential. The lantern-bearers near Xia Chen paled, sensing that their new superior was indeed formidable. This was not simply a matter of spiritual pressure, but an innate intimidation that made any hostile thoughts seem perilous. They felt as if they were in the presence of the Emperor himself, his might inscrutable, akin to a heavenly decree. Both Lu Chen and Cui Hu sensed this pressure, their brows furrowing in discomfort. Xia Chen's eyes glimmered with a strange duality, the depths of his gaze radiating an unusual light, unnoticed by those around him. He was acutely aware of this peculiarity. Since the night, he activated the 9-dragon imperial seal and entered that fragmented celestial realm. He had merged with the colossal dragon of fortune. Whenever he focused his energy, an innate aura of authority emanated from him, as if he embodied the very will of heaven itself. Moreover, he sensed that this pressure could be harnessed further. Among the lantern-bearers, there is no Duke Yunyang, only Chief Chui. Under Xia Chen's gaze, Chui Hu trembled internally, yet upon being addressed as Duke Yunyang, he frowned, his voice heavy with disdain. "What is so laughable? What we done wrong? What gives you the right to silence us?" Lu Chen's expression was cold as a serpent lurking in the shadows. "Is it not laughable that our Duke Yunyang is unaware of his own lineage?" Xia Chen surveyed the room, his gaze lingering on Lu Chen before shifting to Chui Hu. "I have stated, do not call me Duke Yunyang." Chui Hu's disdain for the title was palpable, resembling an enraged lion. His eyes locked on Xia Chen as if poised to attack. "The title of Duke Yunyang is a legacy of your ancestors, yet you dare not confront your own origins. You are unworthy to speak to me in such a manner." Xia Chen taunted, continuing, "You are correct. My rapid ascent is indeed due to my lineage and background. I began my career as a 7th-grade officer, a height unattainable for the average person in a lifetime. I understand deeply that my position is a result of my ancestors' sacrifices, and thus, I cherish it and boldly acknowledge it. There is nothing wrong in my acknowledgement. My rise from a 7th-grade officer is a testament to countless ancestors who shed blood on the battlefield for the nation. I have nothing to hide, and I am immensely proud. And what of you? You bask in the blessings of your forebears, yet you are ashamed to admit it, proclaiming that your accomplishments are solely your own. Do you not find that absurd?" Xia Chen pointed at Chui Hu, his voice icy, while across from him. Chui Hu's face flushed crimson, his eyes ablaze with rage, fists clenched, his mouth opening and closing as he instinctively sought to retort, yet felt utterly powerless. Chapter 45, The Dark King. The Grand Hall was enveloped in an eerie silence. At the entrance, a figure cautiously pressed against the wall, a lantern-bearer from another division, keenly observing the unfolding drama. Xia Chen's words flowed unfalteringly, seemingly intent on shattering Chui Hu's resolve. "You hail from the illustrious Chui clan of Qinghe, destined to inherit the title of Duke of Yunyang, with your aunt as the reigning Empress. From birth, you have borne these indelible marks. Do you truly believe that your ascent to this day is solely a product of your own merit? In our vast and expansive Dao, teeming with exceptional talents, countless individuals languish in obscurity. Were it not for these advantages, had you been an ordinary person, not only would you not have risen to the position of a lantern-bearer at your tender age, but you might not even have crossed the threshold of the lantern-bearer's domain. One must harbor gratitude for their ancestors and possess a keen awareness of their own capabilities, refraining from attributing their accomplishments entirely to personal prowess. Our journey to this point, including that of the esteemed officials in the court, is contingent upon the harmonious interplay of timing, location, and human effort. Certain elements cannot be achieved through mere diligence. The pivotal moment in life is akin to the amniotic fluid. Being born into privilege is paramount. Xia Chen's rhetoric resonated like the profound tolling of a great bell, reverberating through the hearts of those present. Many instinctively dismissed his assertions as fallacious, heretical nonsense, yet they found themselves at a loss for a counterargument. Some even nodded in reluctant agreement, as if Xia Chen's words had ignited an awakening within their minds. Yes, the pivotal juncture in life is indeed determined by one's birth. While effort and capability are undeniably significant, being born into privilege is of utmost importance. Do not think that this is merely directed at him. These words are meant for all of you, Xia Chen declared, gesturing towards Chui Hu and slowly surveying the assembly. Though you may perceive yourselves as insignificant figures among the lantern-bearers, in the eyes of the common folk, you are already towering figures. Each of you who has attained a place among the lantern-bearers has done so largely due to your forebears. It is only after the passing or aging of your predecessors that you have been able to ascend. Is this not reliant on connections? Your connections simply do not match mine, nor does your background rival my own. Hence you must refer to me as your superior. Essentially, what distinguishes you from me is merely the legacy of our ancestors, allowing you to stand at a starting point that an ordinary person would scarcely dare to imagine. Your indignation towards me, your discontent, stems solely from your envy of my background and status. How utterly laughable! Xia Chen pointed at the crowd, facing the 100-odd members of the Eagle Eye division, yet none dared to meet his gaze. For all that Xia Chen spoke was the unvarnished truth. They were all beneficiaries of their connections, for entry into the Lantern-Bearers' ranks was not achievable through mere effort, but primarily through inheritance. Hu hung his head, resembling a drenched and defeated bird, utterly devoid of spirit. Xia Chen gazed at Xia Chen with admiration, marveling at his eloquence that rendered all present speechless. Meanwhile, Li Shi regarded Xia Chen with an expression of intrigue. He had contemplated numerous strategies to break the stalemate, such as employing force or summoning Commander Ma Song for support. Yet, he was taken aback that Xia Chen had seized control of the situation solely through his words. Indeed, my appointment as a lieutenant was facilitated by my lineage. I do not dispute this. However, my elevation to your superior, as recognized by His Majesty, and my transfer from the Imperial Guard to the Lantern Bearers, is a testament to my personal abilities. Xia Chen continued, unyielding, shifting his tone for a heavier blow. If I am not mistaken, the investigation into the military defense map incident primarily fell to the Eagle Eye division, correct? As soon as his words fell, the expressions of the gathered individuals shifted dramatically. What do you mean? At last, the previously silent Lu Chen could no longer contain himself, stepping forward with a piercing gaze fixed on Xia Chen. Ah, Lu Chen. If I recall correctly, you personally led the team to apprehend the culprits behind the theft of the military defense map, yet you mistakenly arrested the wrong individuals. When you misdirect your efforts, can you truly expect to reach your destination? Xia Chen's gaze met Lu Chen's, who now bore a visibly grim countenance. What exactly are you implying? Lu Chen ground his teeth, feeling as though Xia Chen's words were daggers piercing his heart, inflicting anguish upon his proud spirit. I merely sensed your lingering dissatisfaction, especially after you questioned my qualifications to be your superior. Forgive my inquisitive nature. Since you harbor doubts, allow me to elucidate. Xia Chen's expression remained composed, concealing any trace of anger or elation. Why am I entitled to be among the Lantern Bearers? Why am I your superior? Because I am more astute than you. Because I possess greater capabilities. Because I have solved cases that you could not. Hence I am here. Thus, I am the division chief, while you remain merely a home master. So do you yield now? Each successive assertion struck like a resounding gong, leaving the audience pale and shaken. I refuse. Lu Chen's eyes blazed with fury, recalling how his adoptive father, Lu Li, had fallen due to this very individual. His fists clenched tightly, yearning to cleave Xia Chen in two. Xia Chen approached Lu Chen, the distance between them scarcely a yard, locking eyes with Lu Chen's fiery gaze, and spoke slowly. If you refuse, you are welcome to take action. Your blade lies conveniently at your side. With a swift strike, perhaps you could cleave me in two. Xia Chen smiled, exuding an air of madness, causing all to perceive their superior as somewhat unhinged. His disregard for his own safety was palpable. They understood Lu Chen's temperament well, aware that in such a fury he might indeed strike. The atmosphere in the hall became palpably tense. Lu Chen's gaze was sharp, as if plotting the trajectory of his blade. Li Wei felt a chill of trepidation, fearing that the next moment, Xia Chen might be gruesomely bisected. Huh, do you take me for that simpleton, Zhao Yu? On your first day in the Imperial Guard, you deliberately provoked Zhao Yu into an attack, then seized the moral high ground, overpowering him not only with brute force, but also establishing your authority, ultimately expelling him from the Imperial Guard. Do you think I am so foolish? Lu Chen suddenly laughed, closing his eyes momentarily. When he opened them again, they resembled a still pond, devoid of any emotion. He had narrowly avoided falling prey to Xia Chen's provocations and losing his reason. Regardless of the outcome, even if he succeeded in slaying Xia Chen, the mere act of usurping authority would ensure his own downfall. Xia Chen maintained a calm demeanor, unperturbed by the turn of events. His strategy was merely a spontaneous maneuver, and he was not surprised by Lu Chen's restraint. If losing one's temper were so simple, then this powerful Dark King, who had once held dominion over the realm during the reign of the Empress, would be sorely disappointing. Xia Chen wore a satisfied smile, though he was but a younger, less evolved version of the Dark King. The brilliance of gold cannot be concealed. Such a person would indeed present a thrilling challenge to conquer. Chapter 46. I am a kind-hearted person. The Eagle Eye Division once again fell into a profound silence. Contrary to the anticipated fierce confrontation, only a war of words ensued. The newly appointed director seemed akin to a sage, deftly countering the arguments of all present, rendering them speechless, particularly those who instigated the discord, Xia Hao and Lu Chun. The prowess of this new director's rhetoric was indeed remarkable, echoing the sentiments of all. At this moment, the future infamous Dark King, Lu Chun, had already masked all emotions from his visage, revealing nothing. He regarded Xia Chen with an almost indifferent tone, devoid of sentiment, and remarked, "I have investigated you. Although you are young, your actions are remarkably seasoned, akin to a matured and adept hunter, preferring to strategize before acting. From your initial appointment as a military officer to your pursuits in apprehending the covert agents of the Inspection Institute, you have consistently demonstrated formidable martial prowess. While the world may deem you a waste, I perceive you as one who conceals profound depths." Lu Chen's words resonated in the ears of the onlookers, leading some lantern-bearers to be astonished. They had initially assumed that Lu Chun refrained from acting due to the weight of the consequences associated with slaying Xia Chen. Instead, it became apparent that the reason stemmed from a lack of confidence in delivering a fatal blow. Could this reputed waste truly possess such strength? Lu Chun was renowned among them as a prodigious talent, capable of contending with martial artists of the 6th rank. Since you have researched me and still wish to act against me, such folly is unbecoming of an astute individual. Xia Chen chuckled and continued speaking. Lu Chun remained silent, lost in his thoughts. In that case, let us discuss how to conclude this situation. With over 100 of you encircling me, one might mistakenly believe you intend to rebel against me, Xia Chen casually remarked, causing many to alter their expressions. Such an accusation of rebellion was not easily borne. The director jests. "We are here to welcome you on your first day." A middle-aged man in his 40s stepped forth, beaming with a smile, approaching Xia Chen with small, respectful strides and bowing his head in deference. Xia Chen's lips twitched. The audacity of this old man was astounding. Had he not overheard the earlier grand proclamations of uniting against his esteemed son, he might have almost believed him. Yet the other lantern-bearer's eyes brightened, recognizing the reputation of old Zheng. It was no coincidence that Zheng, having served as a leader in the Eagle Eye Division for over 2 decades, was held in such esteem. So you all have come to welcome me. I am deeply honored." Xia Chen cast a glance at the middle-aged man sporting a goatee, whose face was adorned with a fawning expression, recalling the details he had gathered about him. Zheng Ping, one of the 5 leaders of the Eagle Eye Division, had maintained his position for over 20 years, a testament to both fortune and misfortune. Zheng had deep roots among the lantern-bearers, having displayed remarkable talent in his youth. Once a peer to the former commander, Lu Li, rumors suggested that they had once vied against each other, but while Lu Li ascended to prominence, Zheng had remained stagnant in his position as a leader for over 2 decades. Xia Chen's thoughts returned to the present. "While I appreciate your welcoming gestures, I distinctly recall hearing the 2 of you inciting trouble." Xia Chen surveyed the area, fixing his gaze upon Xia Hao and Lu Chun. "Some misunderstandings remain. Why do you 2 linger in silence? Do you not wish to greet the director?" Zheng Ping shot a glance at Xia Hao, then approached Lu Chun, giving him a gentle nudge. Xia Hao's expression shifted as he recognized the gravity of the situation, but it was only then that Lu Chun spoke up. "We pay our respects to the director." Xia Hao, realizing he had fallen behind, hurriedly echoed, "We pay our respects to the director." The 2 bowed respectfully. Xia Chen observed the scene with a smile, knowing his master had firmly established his footing among the lantern-bearers. "My esteemed son is indeed formidable with merely his words. He has rendered all hesitant to confront him, proving more potent than mere fists." Xia Chen thought, his gaze towards Xia Chen brimming with admiration. "Since you all acknowledge me as the director, that simplifies matters. Though I am known for my kindness and amiability, I am also a person of principles. Certain matters cannot be brushed aside so lightly. Though I shall not pursue others for today's incident, you too, who have disregarded hierarchy and sought to incite insubordination among subordinates, cannot simply escape unscathed. Xia Chen's tone remained calm, yet it exuded a chilling authority that unsettled the onlookers. My lord, it is but a misunderstanding. Today is your first day, and I have prepared a feast. Shall we not move to partake in it? We shall not return until we are intoxicated. Zheng Ping interjected, his expression shifting. You need not say more. Those who err must face consequences. Do you comprehend this? Xia Chen shot Zheng Ping a glance, and the latter felt as though struck by lightning. What manner of gaze was that? Emotionless, akin to the very essence of celestial law, its depths unfathomable, evoking a terror that left Zheng Ping speechless. With a cold demeanor, Xia Chen pointed at Chui Hu, Lu Chun, and the dozen or so individuals behind them. His voice steady yet laced with authority. Each of you shall receive 50 strikes with a military baton, and then you shall be redistributed among the other halls. From today onward, the 5 major halls and their respective captains shall undergo rotation. Do any of you dissent? Upon hearing this decree, the countenances of all present shifted dramatically, especially for Chui Hu and Lu Chun. 50 strikes with a baton might be bearable for hardened men, but the impending rotation threatened to dismantle the power structures they had painstakingly built over the years. My lord, is a rotation not a bit hasty? This may incite unrest. Zheng Ping could not help but voice his concern. Zheng Hao, master, I have made it clear that I am a benevolent person, endowed with a compassionate nature. Do you not grasp my intentions? I am here to rescue you. You are an intelligent man. Surely you can deduce why the Emperor has appointed me among the lantern bearers. You all have formed cliques and acted in self-interest. Do the lantern bearers serve you or the Emperor? Was Lu Li's downfall truly a result of my unearthing the military defense map incident? Surely, you must see the truth. Xia Chen concluded, patting Zheng Ping on the shoulder with a smile. My kind intentions to save you are met with ingratitude, leaving me profoundly disappointed. If you're unwilling to accept the rotation, so be it. Let be as if I never spoke of it today. I shall not impose my will upon you. You are free to decide as you wish. However, what will transpire thereafter remains uncertain. I cannot assure you. I possess a compassionate heart and sincerely hope that should we reach that juncture, it will not be I who wields the knife. If we indeed arrive at such a moment, reminiscing about the multitude gathered here today in joyful welcome, I trust one would show mercy. Xia Chen chuckled softly, while Zheng Ping was already drenched in cold sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably, his complexion paling. Chapter 47. The Empress. Why not assist me in fulfilling the duties of a wife? Xia Chen departed, entering the office belonging to the director in full view of everyone. He successfully took charge, leaving no one daring to obstruct him, while the onlookers remained silent. Old Zheng, you are usually the wisest among us. What do you propose? Should we rotate positions? If we truly do so, the foundations we have built over the years will be shattered. The other 2 heads of the faction, Liu and Chen Song, gathered around Zheng Ping, seeking his counsel. I am willing to rotate. Whether you accept is your own concern. Do not use me as a pawn. I am too old for such games and merely wish to live the remainder of my life in peace. Zheng Ping, having regained his composure from Xia Chen's words, glanced at the others, including Chui Hu and Lu Chun, shook his head, and then turned to leave. Liu, Chen Song, Chui Hu, and Lu Chun exchanged glances. I too accept the rotation, Lu Chun declared solemnly. With that, he led a group of over 10 individuals out of the hall. What? Liu and Chen Song looked at each other, their last hopes now resting on Chui Hu. Do you two not understand? Our internal solidarity has drawn the Emperor's attention, leading to the downfall of Commander Lu. Chui Hu remarked coldly, meeting their gaze. As colleagues, I have said enough. Yet, to disrupt all our subordinates at once is excessively tyrannical. Since time immemorial, has any newly appointed official acted in such a manner? Liu furrowed his brow. This upheaval threatened his very life. Even if he were to consent, could his supporters accept such a humiliation? That is all I have to say. Weigh the pros and cons yourselves and act accordingly. With that, Chui Hu departed, leaving the hall with only 2 factions remaining. They felt as if they were mere puppets, manipulated at will, once proud and disdainful of anyone, now utterly subdued. How is it that he, with nothing but his words, has brought them to heel? Chen Song cursed angrily, recalling how fiercely they had boasted before Xia Chen had even made a move. Now they were all cowed. In the garden of Princess Yao Wang's estate, vibrant flowers flourished, competing for beauty as butterflies danced amidst the blooms, resembling playful sprites. Surrounding the scene were pavilions and towers artfully arranged. Intricately carved railings winding around lotus ponds where goldfish frolicked and lotus leaves glistened like dew. Princess Yao Wang, intrigued, fed the goldfish in the pond when a maid in purple attire approached with a report, prompting her to turn in surprise. Beside Princess Yao Wang stood a woman in yellow, whose beauty, while not surpassing that of the princess, would still be deemed outstanding in the outside world. This enchanting woman held a skewer of candied hawthorn. Her demeanor endearing, she was Li Wei. The maid in purple and Princess Yao Wang had clearly grown accustomed to Li Wei's presence. The purple-clad maid, named Ziyu, was one of Princess Yao Wang's two closest attendants. Should Xia Chen be present, he would recognize Ziyu as the renowned female minister from the Empress's era, whose power had once eclipsed even that of the prime minister. Ziyu recounted all that had transpired with the lantern holders. Zheng, Bing, Kuiyu, and Lu Chun had all agreed to the rotation and were now kneeling at the door of the prince's office, voluntarily seeking a request for rotation. Meanwhile, Li Yu and Chun Song could not tolerate this humiliation and had taken their subordinates to patrol the streets. In Ziyu's expressive eyes sparkled intelligence, her long, raven hair cascading like a waterfall, simply secured with a jade hairpin, with a few strands framing her gentle face. She moved gracefully, dressed in a flowing purple gown that danced in the breeze, resembling a blooming flower in the tranquil night. As she conversed with Princess Yao Wang, her focus and wisdom shone through her features. This was an exceptionally captivating woman, yet her brilliance was somewhat overshadowed by her proximity to the princess. It seems I underestimated my fiancé. I initially misjudged him. Princess Yao Wang listened to Ziyu's report in silence, deep in thought before finally speaking. Zheng Ping and the others are astute. Li Yu and Chun Song are clever as well, but their allegiance to the crown prince and the third prince has given them undue confidence. It appears a major reshuffling is imminent within the Eagle Eye division. Princess Yao Wang's voice was cold, her lips slightly parted. Your Highness, you have long desired to extend your influence within the lantern holders. And now that the prince has taken charge of the Eagle Eye division, this presents an excellent opportunity. Furthermore, the prince hails from the Xia family. If we can gain their support, we could potentially obtain military power. Then, perhaps, you shall become the first empress of the Great Wu Dynasty. It would no longer be a mere dream. Ziyu's eyes gleamed with fervor. The crown prince and the third prince could only aspire to reach the level of the lantern holders, but if they were to secure the prince's backing, they would gain invaluable insight and influence. Do not call him the prince before marriage, Princess Yao Wang replied, turning her head, presenting them with a delicate profile. Her eyes flickered with contemplation. Should Xia Chen meet your highness, he would surely be entranced by your beauty. I refuse to believe that any man could withstand your charm. Li Wei exclaimed cheerfully, wrapping her arms around the princess's arm. The three had grown up together, and despite their master-servant relationship, their bond was extraordinary. Eventually, we shall wed. He will inevitably become the true prince. Ziyu added with a smile. I have heard that Xia Chen is exceptionally handsome. Some even claim he surpasses the so-called four great beauties of the capital. Princess Yao Wang teased, her smile illuminating the garden, causing the flowers to pale in comparison. Should I truly find myself wed to him, you two might end up serving as my attendants in the bridal chamber. It seems I am not the one growing anxious. Rather, you are the one smitten with Xia Chen. She playfully retaliated against her two maids, who had dared to jest with her, their faces now flushed with embarrassment. We would never dare to compete with your highness for a man. Ziyu laughed, her quietude reminiscent of an ancient painting, exuding a serene aura. Yet when she spoke, she radiated a lively charm that was impossible to overlook. Ziyu, once a hidden figure during the Empress's reign, was pursued by many, yet she remained as unattainable as the moon in the sky, beyond reach. At the pond's edge, laughter echoed, and even the goldfish seemed captivated by the enchanting scene. After the mirth subsided, Both Princess Yao Wang and Ziyu fell silent, the princess's expression becoming serious. Please send him an invitation, requesting his presence at the literary gathering in 3 days. It is indeed time to meet my fiancé. The exquisite beauty of Princess Yao Wang's face drew attention, as she regretted her initial judgment of him as a talentless fool. Yet in such a short span, he had stirred the capital's waters, successfully taking charge of the lantern holders, a feat she could scarcely comprehend. She had indeed misjudged him. Chapter 48. The invitation to the literary gathering. Xia Chen had just finished his first day as a lantern-bearer when he was intercepted at the intersection of Xingda Street. The enchanting and future-renowned Ziyu, standing before him, inquired with a hint of confusion. Indeed, Your Highness, my princess has been betrothed to you for some time, yet they have never met. In 3 days, my princess will host a literary gathering, allowing both you and the princess to meet and deepen your bond. Ziyu stepped down from her carriage without any hesitation and entered Xia Chen's carriage directly. Upon entering, she scrutinized Xia Chen's appearance, confirming that he was indeed remarkably handsome, unparalleled, and unmatched in the capital. Ziyu was suddenly reminded of her mistress's earlier words, which caused her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Xia Chen, puzzled, wondered why she was blushing since he had merely entered the carriage, without any inappropriate actions. This future hidden minister seemed rather unsettled, still resembling a young girl. Amused by this thought, Xia Chen decided to tease her. Deepening feelings? Does your princess long for me? He asked, playfully raising an eyebrow while toying with a jade pendant in his hand. Your Highness, that is mere jest. My princess merely wishes to meet and understand you better to avoid any misunderstandings that may affect their future marriage, Ziyu replied, her face reddening further. Oh, it's not the princess longing for me. Could it be you who harbors such feelings? Xia Chen quipped, causing Ziyu's face to flush from her cheeks to her ears, leaving her feeling quite flustered. Your Highness, please do not jest. Ziyu pressed her lips together, unsure why her thoughts had become so disordered upon entering the carriage. I entered your carriage thinking you might want to experience a taste of what your princess might feel. As Yao Wang's personal maid, you would eventually serve her in the same capacity. It is customary for the royal family to send a maid to assess the prince's suitability. I hope you are not the one chosen for that role, Xia Chen said with a teasing tone, while Ziyu's face turned crimson, finding her embarrassment amusing. Xia Chen noted the stark contrast between her bashfulness and the poised demeanor he expected from a future minister, who would typically command respect and authority in the court. Please, Your Highness, let us maintain decorum. The reason for my presence in your carriage is the throngs of people outside. Though I am a woman, I am a maid to the princess and, by extension, to you. There is no need for excessive caution. As for determining your suitability, that is a matter for the princess to decide. Ziyu regained her composure, her demeanor now exuding grace that rivaled even the most refined ladies of the capital. I have come to extend an invitation for you to attend the literary gathering. The blush on Ziyu's delicate face gradually faded as she redirected the conversation. A literary gathering is for scholars. What would a mere martial man do there? If your princess truly wishes to meet me, she could select a secluded spot or invite me to the palace to discuss matters privately, rather than attending a gathering filled with outsiders. Xia Chen smiled at Ziyu, who in the capital does not know that His Majesty has praised you, saying you possess talents that rival Lin, the Prime Minister. If you pursue the path of a scholar, you could surely rise to prominence. Upon hearing this, Xia Chen raised an eyebrow, recalling the morning's revelations and deducing that the lantern bearers were likely acting on the Emperor's orders to promote him. The Emperor intended to elevate him, and the more renowned Xia Chen became, the further his revolutionary theory of governance would spread. Despite his current fame, many scholars in the capital were openly critical of him, even threatening to confront him physically. The princess sought to aid him, believing that he could hold his own against the scholars at the gathering. Ziyu presented a finely crafted invitation to Xia Chen, curtsying gracefully before smiling at him as she exited the carriage. Xia Chen and Xia Hao climbed in, with Xia Chen wearing a mischievous grin. Even before the wedding, the princess is so eager to connect with you. Is she in a rush to marry? This princess is not as simple as you think. She did not come at any other time, but now, likely drawn by my current status. One must first elevate oneself to be valued by others. Otherwise, even anger may be perceived as charm, Xia Chen mused, lifting the curtain to watch Ziyue's carriage slowly disappear from view. No matter how extraordinary Princess Yao Guang was, she remained merely a woman, and her engagement had been decreed by the emperor, a fact that could not be altered. In 2 or 3 years, the marriage would inevitably take place. Xia Chen smiled dismissively, asserting that though the princess held a high status, she was still just a princess. Xia Chen shook his head, refraining from elaborating further. In the capital, who would foresee that the seemingly inconspicuous Yao Guang would ultimately emerge victorious, transforming from a dormant figure into a formidable force that stunned the world? Understanding the princess's formidable nature, Xia Chen refrained from complacency. Her outreach to him was not due to his merit, but rather because he controlled the intelligence system, which was vital for any organization. Whoever held that power held the advantage. Upon returning to the town East Marquis's residence, Xia Chen did not head straight to his quarters, but rather to Xia Qian's dwelling. He recounted in detail all that had transpired with the lantern bearers that day. You handled it splendidly, showcasing your authority while balancing strength with gentleness. You have firmly established your position. Now that the 3 major leaders have agreed to rotate, how do you plan to address the other 2 factions? Xia Qian pondered. Li Yu and Chun Song are affiliated with the Crown Prince and the Third Prince, respectively. We can ascertain this without doubt. His Majesty is surely aware as well. The reason he appointed me to the Eagle Eye Division is to eliminate the influence of the Crown Prince and the Third Prince within the Lantern Bearers. Their insubordination presents a perfect opportunity. As I embark on this journey, I must promote some of my own people. One must rise while another falls. It is time to cleanse the Lantern Bearers, Xia Chen stated calmly, yet his words carried a chilling undertone. Truth be told, he preferred action over mere words. Resolving matters with his fists seemed far less tiresome. Chapter 49. The Division of the Family. Xia Chen gazed at his nephew before him. Having long perceived that while this nephew was undoubtedly intelligent, he tended to approach matters with an excessive gentleness. He lacked the characteristic vigor and boldness of the Xia family, which left Xia Chen somewhat apprehensive that Xia Chen might stray from the righteous path, resorting instead to insidious schemes akin to a serpent lurking in the shadows. However, upon closer observation, it became evident that he had misjudged. His nephew exhibited a harmonious blend of strength and softness, a balance of yin and yang, favoring contemplation yet not lacking in decisive action. Among the 3rd generation, while Chun'er may not possess the most outstanding martial prowess in terms of intellect, none from the younger generation could rival him. Perhaps as I age, Chun'er will shoulder the responsibilities of the family, steering it forward. In this manner, the Xia family would not only possess martial strength but also intellectual might, potentially flourishing for centuries to come. Lost in thought, Xia Chen reflected on Xia Chen's recent performances, which displayed both courage and cunning, truly marking him as a natural leader. The Xia family's 600-year prosperity stemmed from its refusal to adhere to rigid standards. The capable and wise were entrusted with leadership roles. Xia Chen was no exception, wholly devoted to the family. Although his 2 sons were commendable, they lacked the broader perspective that Xia Chen embodied. Uncle, I intend to move out of the Marquis residence. Just as Xia Chen envisioned the grand future of the Xia family, Xia Chen's sudden declaration startled him. Why would you move out? Is it because your courtyard is too secluded and lacks servants? I shall arrange it immediately. Xia Chen furrowed his brow, his gaze stern. For 6 centuries, it was rare for a legitimate descendant to leave the Marquis residence. Such a move signified a division of the family. Not for that reason. Xia Chen shook his head, a smile gracing his features, his demeanor as gentle as jade, bringing forth a refreshing warmth. You wish to divide the family? Xia Qian's frown deepened. He had just considered grooming Xia Chen for future leadership, only to hear him express a desire to move away. It is not so grave, but I no longer find it suitable to reside in the Marquis residence. Xia Chen took a sip of tea, calming Xia Qian's emotions before continuing. His Majesty places great importance on our Marquis residence, yet harbors some distrust. The phrase merit overawing the sovereign has echoed throughout history. The reason our residence continues to thrive is that the realm remains fragmented and the world is still in disarray. Thus, His Majesty requires our support, yet he is wary of us. My current status is somewhat peculiar. I am a legitimate heir to the Marquis, yet also a son-in-law. His Majesty seeks to court my favor, as evidenced by my recent appointment among the lantern-bearers. He may have ulterior motives, perhaps wishing to use me to sow discord within the Xia family, ideally splitting it into two factions. To outsiders, I appear to have been undervalued in the Marquis residence, neglected by my parents and raised with little oversight, leading them to believe I have a poor relationship with the Marquis residence. Even His Majesty thinks so. This is precisely why I was chosen. Therefore, I must not appear too close to the Marquis residence, nor should they treat me too well. Xia Chen spoke calmly, while Xia Chen's expression shifted unpredictably. He wished to refute, yet found himself unable to voice his objections. Finally, he spoke solemnly. Is the situation truly as dire as you claim? For years, both your grandfather and I have willingly relinquished military power, and your father has remained dutiful and compliant. Can His Majesty truly harbor such suspicions of us? Even if we bear no ill will, a united and capable Marquis residence poses a significant threat to imperial authority, a prospect that no emperor would welcome. Xia Chen's gaze shimmered like celestial bodies, deep and tranquil as a vast abyss, his tone grave, invoking an involuntary tension. We must not gamble on whether a heartless emperor possesses compassion. After more than 50 years on the throne, His Majesty has transformed into a political machine. Any threat to his rule or anything beyond his control will be eradicated. Xia Chen regarded Xia Chen with utmost seriousness. Thus, if His Majesty desires to witness the division of the Xia family, to see you at odds with us, to observe a disunity among our 3 generations, let us perform for him, allowing him to rest easy while we secretly gather our strength. Is this your intention? Xia Chen's eyes blazed with a flickering light as he scrutinized his nephew, his tone grave. Indeed, the more estranged I appear from you, the more His Majesty will trust me, granting me greater authority, and in turn, our Xia family will be more secure. Xia Chen met Xia Chen's gaze at that moment. He no longer concealed his brilliance, radiating confidence like a blade unsheathed, leaving Xia Chen momentarily entranced. After a long pause, Xia Chen finally spoke softly. I comprehend your intentions. Proceed as you deem fit. The following day, at the lantern-bearer's office, Eagle Eye Division. At this hour, why hasn't he, the newly appointed director, arrived? I am eager to witness his strategies today. It is said that the rotation begins today. Though he is young, his heart is as ruthless as they come. I heard yesterday that the esteemed Zheng Tang and others approached him to request a rotation. Yet he made them kneel at the entrance for 3 hours before allowing them inside. This individual is extraordinary. He demanded the rotation, yet forced them to plead for it. A masterful maneuver indeed. As the crowd conversed, the clock edged toward noon. Yet Xia Chen had yet to arrive at the lantern-bearers. Something must have happened. Do not wait any longer. It seems the new director will not grace our office today. Someone hurriedly rushed into the Eagle Eye Division. What transpired? Is there yet another unforeseen event? The crowd clamored for answers, only to be met with shocking news. A piece of news swept through the upper echelons of the capital, leaving many astounded. Recently, the capital's headline figure, the one favored by His Majesty, now overseeing one of the 9 divisions of the lantern-bearers, the young lord of the Marquis of East Town, and son-in-law to His Majesty, Xia Chen's courtyard was ablaze. This revelation left many in disbelief. What? The Marquis of East Town is on fire? Hurry, extinguish the flames. Extinguish what flames? The Marquis of East Town is filled with experts. It cannot be a real fire. It appears this son-in-law has quarreled with the Marquis and is now directly moving out. My cousin's brother-in-law's sister's son's son witnessed it personally. Xia Chen is currently selecting a new courtyard with his subordinates, and payment has already been made. It seems he is genuinely parting ways with the Marquis residence. What could have caused such commotion? A division of the family is no trivial matter. It seems there hasn't been a legitimate descendant moving out of the Marquis residence in many years. I do not know. I only heard the situation has escalated dramatically. The head of the Xia family, the esteemed Marquis Xia Chen, has even summoned the clan elders to enact family law, reportedly nearly expelling Xia Chen from the family tree. Across the capital, from high-ranking officials to commoners, everyone was abuzz with this news, echoing through taverns and tea houses. In a flash, the entire capital was in an uproar. Meanwhile, the subject of the trending topic, Xia Chen, was moving into his newly purchased expansive courtyard, accompanied by a beautiful maid named Baizhu. "Young master, will you be going to the lantern bearers tomorrow?" Xia Chen quietly inquired as she followed behind Xia Chen, expressing concern that having just assumed the role of the lantern bearer, it would be unwise to leave those individuals unattended for an extended period, as it could lead to unforeseen complications. She suggested taking a day off tomorrow and attending the literary gathering the day after, while advising to let matters with the lantern bearer unfold naturally for the time being. Additionally, she reassured her companions that there was no need to support the book financially, as updates would continue throughout the day, ensuring an enjoyable reading experience for all. The climax of the story was approaching swiftly, and updates will be delivered punctually at midnight each day. Chapter 50, Rebirth and the Essence of the Blade. The newly acquired courtyard of Xia Chen, though it pales in comparison to the Marquis's residence, stands as a lavish abode in the capital. Nestled within the inner city and conveniently located near the main thoroughfare, it boasts an excellent geographical position. The courtyard's aesthetics and rooms are exquisitely crafted, captivating Xia Chen at first glance. Consequently, the purchase of this estate cost him a staggering 3,000 taels of silver, an astronomical sum for an ordinary family. In this era, the purchasing power of silver is remarkably strong. Xia Chen currently earns a meager 50 taels a month, totaling a mere 600 taels a year. The high cost of rice in Chang'an makes residing in the capital a formidable challenge. Standing beneath a peach blossom tree in the courtyard, Xia Chen sighed. One does not truly grasp the value of basic necessities until they are responsible for their own livelihood. Having lived in the Marquis's residence, he had never had to worry about expenses, so he lacked perspective. Now that he had moved out, he realized the difficulties of affording food, clothing, and daily necessities, all of which require expenditure. Over the years, the gifts received from elders during festivals had accumulated to just over 2,000 taels. Had it not been for Cui Mingru, who tearfully insisted on giving him 3,000 taels upon learning of his departure from the Marquis's residence, he might not have had enough to purchase the courtyard. "Young master," a gentle and enchanting voice broke the silence as a demure maid emerged from within the house. Indeed, Baizhu now belonged to Xia Chen. Previously, Baizhu had served Cui Mingru, originally intended to assist Xia Chen once he broke through to the 8th rank. However, Xia Chen had been preoccupied with official duties, and the transition had been delayed. Last night, upon realizing Xia Chen was leaving the Marquis's residence, Cui Mingru, with tears in her eyes, insisted he take Baizhu with him to care for him. Reflecting on these events warmed Xia Chen's heart. Although his biological parents were indifferent to him, his uncle and aunt had treated him like their own child, truly regarding him as family. "What do you think of this courtyard?" Xia Chen asked Baizhu, who averted her gaze shyly, unable to meet his eyes. The mistress had assigned her to the 3rd young master's room as a maid, but the underlying implication was clear. She was to warm his bed. In affluent households, young masters of certain age are typically assigned several bed warmers, who remain with them until marriage. After the young master marries, these maidens are promoted to concubines. It could be said that from this moment onward, she truly belonged to Xia Chen. "I still have over 2,000 taels. From now on, household affairs will be your responsibility. In the coming days, take someone to the West Market to procure some maids and servants. Age is not a concern, but they must come from reputable families." Xia Chen handed Baizhu a substantial stack of silver notes, yet she hesitated, fear evident in her eyes. "Young master, I'm merely a maid. How can I manage the household? Such matters should be overseen by the mistress, the princess. We do not know when we will marry. Should we wait indefinitely? We have just moved out, and everything must be re-established. If we wait for her, it will be too late." Xia Chen firmly took Baizhu's delicate hand and pressed the silver notes into her palm. "You are the only woman in the household now. If not you, then who else should manage it? Shall I ask Xia Chen to do so? It is settled. You will handle all matters within the house. I lack the inclination to concern myself with domestic affairs." Xia Chen smiled, while Baizhu lowered her head, unable to look him in the eye. She felt the warmth of his hand enveloping hers, her gaze slightly unfocused, much like a flower poised to bloom in spring. Occasionally, she would lift her eyes, her starry gaze filled with bashfulness, a delicate blush creeping across her fair cheeks. Young master is truly kind. Nightfall. The bright moon hung high in the sky. Xia Chen stood in the courtyard, practicing with his blade. His movements were exceptionally simple, comprising only the most fundamental techniques of chopping, thrusting, and slashing. He repeated these actions time and again, although they appeared quite ordinary. Those knowledgeable in the art would marvel at his precision. Each strike was imbued with an extraordinary focus, slicing through the air with the finesse of a fine thread. An exquisite display of skill that those with lesser understanding could not appreciate. Xia Chen was wholly absorbed, unwavering in his commitment, no matter how busy his day was. Upon returning to his courtyard, he would practice 1,000 strikes daily. Such relentless dedication and hard work naturally yield remarkable rewards. Within his line of sight, small text began to appear on his system interface. Proficiency 10, Proficiency 10, Proficiency 10. Blade skill experience, 9,830 10,000. As time flowed on, the young man continued his relentless practice, undeterred. Before long, he heard a chime. Your blade technique has reached perfection. You are about to comprehend a profound blade intent. Do you wish to accept it? Accept. You have comprehended pure yang blade intent. Blade intent level. First rank. Second rank blade intent requires 30,000 experience points. First rank blade intent. 030,000. Xia Chen paid no mind to the system notifications any longer, as he felt himself drawn into an extraordinary realm. He transformed into a 5-year-old child, following his master in practicing the blade. Days turned into nights, seasons changed, and regardless of the scorching heat or biting cold, Xia Chen steadfastly stood on a rocky cliff, enduring the elements. By the age of 8, he had achieved a rudimentary proficiency in his blade technique. By 11, he had attained mastery, and by 18, he reached perfection. Upon perfecting his blade technique, Xia Chen bid farewell to his master and descended the mountain to experience the world. He journeyed eastward, learning from various masters of blade techniques, encountering bandits and armies along the way, engaging in fierce battles. At 20, he enlisted in the army, starting as a lowly soldier, honing his blade intent amidst the carnage. At 22, feeling a sense of purpose, he withdrew from the military and continued eastward until he arrived at the sea. Eastward to the cliffs, to gaze upon the vast ocean. Sitting upon a rocky outcrop by the seaside, Xia Chen repeated the basic blade movements, much like he did in his youth atop the mountain. During that year, he fished for sustenance, observing the tides and the sun's rise and set, allowing himself to become subdued. The fierce aura he had cultivated in the army washed away by the sea, rendering him an ordinary fisherman. Eventually, he laid down his blade, no longer fixated on practice, choosing instead to let things unfold naturally, embracing the life of a true fisherman. Yet, this fisherman harbored a passion. Each day, he would sit upon the rocks, gazing at the sun, often for an entire day. On an ordinary afternoon, as the sun sank below the horizon, completely swallowed by the sea, a smile suddenly illuminated Xia Chen's face. His eyes sparkled with a divine light, akin to a sun rising anew, dispelling the darkness of dawn. He grasped the spear beside him and casually swept it across the water's surface. This blade is named Dawn. Xia Chen's voice was soft, almost a whisper, yet resonated with unwavering clarity, akin to a deity proclaiming to the world. In that instant, the ocean, which had begun to succumb to darkness, erupted with brilliance. Fishermen aboard returning boats widened their eyes in astonishment, witnessing the extraordinary sight before them. Another round of the great sun ascends slowly, its radiance illuminating the world. The entire expanse of the sea is rekindled, as the originally smooth and tranquil surface is cleaved open, revealing the chasms of the ocean floor. This entire spectacle endures for a span of 5 or 6 breaths, before the vast and profound waters surge back in. Yet upon that surface of the sea, There lingers an essence of boundless, pure yang. Just a single stroke, and how terrifying it is. Chapter 51. The Unique System and the Sixth-Rank Martial Artist. Xia Chen opened his eyes, and within them, a radiant sun slowly retracted, transforming back into a singular eye, his dual pupils merging into one, indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Tides the great sun, the essence of the sword, he murmured. He lifted his gaze towards the position of the bright moon, feeling as if only a moment had passed. Yet he was struck by the profound sensation of having traversed over 20 years of life as vicissitudes. Everything he experienced in that world felt extraordinarily real, especially the insights he gained from sword practice. Yet, the memories began to blur, leaving behind only pure understanding. Xia Chen furrowed his brow. The recollections of that world were becoming hazy. He remembered many events, yet the specifics eluded him, save for the vivid memory of his sword training. It seems my system has undergone a transformation, markedly different from the player systems of my past life. The player systems of his previous existence could accumulate experience points to comprehend the essence of sword techniques and martial arts, but it was a direct importation. In this life, however, it felt as though he had genuinely lived an entire life, beginning sword practice at the tender age of 5, ultimately gaining enlightenment at the age of 23 in the EC. This was an experience he had never encountered before, although the memories of that world were fading. The sensations remained strikingly genuine, as if they were not fabricated. You have successfully comprehended the pure yang sword intent in the small world, and by observing the vast ocean, you have grasped the true essence of the tides, creating your own sword technique. Dawn. Exceptional performance. Reward. 1 low-grade small returning pill. Host. Xia Chen. Age. 17. Realm. Peak of the 7th rank. Cultivation techniques. Qiyang body refinement method. Shouyang demon breaking sword. Dawn. Sword techniques. 1 forbidden pure yang sword intent. Realm. Law true essence of tides. System space. 10 cubic meters low-grade small returning pill. Saves 3 months of arduous training. System all. Not yet unlocked. Cultivation speed. Tenfold enhancement. Fortune golden dragon cleansing and refining. Root bone talent. Superior root bone. Originally a waste body. Innate dual pupils. Awakening. 1. The system panel revealed a plethora of text. And Xia Chen scrutinized the information carefully. The insights gained from this enlightenment were monumental. The last time he entered the 9 Dragons Jade Seal, the impact of the Fortune Golden Dragon on him was profound, most notably reflected in his cultivation speed. Previously, his advancements in sword techniques, proficiency, and experience were incremental. But since that encounter, they had skyrocketed to direct enhancements of 10. Moreover, his root bone, once deemed a martial waste, had transformed into a superior root bone following the cleansing by the Fortune Golden Dragon. Even without the system, his self-cultivation would undoubtedly mark him as a prodigy. He was pleasantly surprised to have obtained a pill. Xia Chen felt a surge of joy. In his previous life, he had conversed with others on player forums, learning that while each player possessed a system, they were rudimentary and did not yield equipment or reward items. My system appears truly exceptional. Could it be that my rebirth and early entry into this world were not solely due to the 9 Dragons Jade Seal, but rather because of this system? Xia Chen's gaze flickered with contemplation, momentarily perplexed. He had always believed it was due to the Jade Seal in his palm. But now the mutation of his system caused him to waver in that conviction. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it further, trusting that the unknown would eventually reveal itself in time. He retrieved the small returning pill, which emitted a faint fragrance, although merely of low-grade quality. It promised to save him 3 months of arduous training. This world, though replete with pills, did not boast an abundance of those that could directly enhance cultivation speed. A spark ignited in Xia Chen's eyes. If he could procure the formula for this small returning pill, it would greatly bolster his future endeavors in establishing a personal faction. He envisioned the possibilities should he acquire mid-grade, high-grade, or even superior versions of such pills. In an impulsive moment, he tossed the small returning pill into his mouth. Instantly, a surge of fiery energy exploded in his throat, coursing through his limbs and bones. His blood began to boil. and his heart pounded thunderously, akin to the beat of a war drum, echoing through the courtyard. It was astonishing to think that this was merely the sound of a heartbeat. At this time, it was still mid-March, and the chill in the air had only just begun to recede, far from warm. The peach tree in the courtyard had just begun to sprout tender buds, with blossoms yet to unfurl. However, as Xia Chen sat cross-legged, rhythmically breathing, the temperature in the courtyard began to rise. Bizum, who had been tidying up Xia Chen's room, sensed the shift in the courtyard and hurriedly pushed open the window. What she beheld would forever be etched in her memory. Xia Chen was seated beneath the peach tree, and behind him a magnificent vision unfolded. A vast, boundless ocean, stretching endlessly, with towering waves crashing in a breathtaking display of might. This was Baiju's first encounter with the ocean. She had often heard tales of its immense expanse, but today she witnessed it firsthand. Just then, a great sun slowly ascended from beneath the horizon, akin to dawn breaking, illuminating the world and enveloping Baiju in a warm, overwhelming aura. The sun steadily rose to its zenith, transforming into a blazing orb of light. The entire courtyard was instantly illuminated, and the flowers bloomed. The peach tree burst into full bloom in an instant, radiating unparalleled beauty, mesmerizing Baiju. Is this a miracle? Young master. Truly remarkable. Xia Chen opened his eyes once more, and this time a flash of lightning coursed through them. His eyes had grown increasingly extraordinary. He had officially stepped into the 6th rank martial artist realm. At this moment, Xia Chen felt an inexhaustible surge of power. The enhancements he had gained overnight surpassed his previous strength tenfold. Although at this stage, unless one reached the 3rd rank or higher, one's realm did not define everything. The 6th rank was nonetheless regarded as formidable throughout the capital. Young master is truly impressive. Baiju, regaining her composure, hurriedly dashed out of the room. Let us keep tonight's event a secret from the outside world. This is a secret meant for just the two of us. Xia Chen bestowed a radiant smile upon Baiju, who gazed at his exquisite visage, her heart racing uncontrollably. Rest assured, young master, I understand. I want to speak of this outside. Even if, in the future, the princess weds into our family, I shall keep this secret between us. Bizou replied. Her cheeks flushed, adding a final note softly. Chapter 52. Why on earth are you so handsome, brother? Nightfall enveloped the surroundings. Baiju poured steaming water for Xia Chen and remained by the wooden tub. Young master, allow me to wash you. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Baiju's lively eyes. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xia Chen nodded. Baiju was now his personal maid, and as a native of this world, he saw no need to impose modern sensibilities or uphold a facade of virtue. Unless one's strength is formidable enough to alter the world, one should refrain from resisting it or striving for singularity. With cheeks flushed crimson, Baiju approached Xia Chen, unfastening his belt and assisting him in shedding his garments. Instantly, a physique resembling a work of art was unveiled before her, standing at only Xia Chen's chest height. The proximity allowed her to feel the potent energy radiating from him, her gaze becoming entranced. She remained transfixed until the sound of splashing water snapped her back to reality, revealing that Xia Chen had already immersed himself in the tub. Regaining her composure, she hurried to the tub's edge, her delicate fingers dipping into the water as she began to wash him. However, her mind wandered as she scrubbed. Young master, you are truly impressive. In the depths of the night, Xia Chen extinguished the lamp and, as he settled into bed, noticed a small figure stealthily approaching from the adjoining room. Despite the darkness, his keen eyes discerned Baiju's scant attire, a mere lilac garment barely concealing her form. Bizou, he called softly, startling her. What is it? Is there something else? Silence enveloped the darkness until, after a pause, Baiju's timid voice emerged. The mistress instructed me to take care of your needs and to warm your bed tonight. Her words were scarcely audible, and at that moment, her face burned with embarrassment. Xia Chen remained silent, aware that this was a custom of the prominent families. He had previously refrained from such intimacy due to not having reached the 8th rank, and thus being unable to consummate. I do not require my bed warmed. You may sleep in the adjoining room tonight. With a sigh, he expressed his thoughts. Though he was neither a paragon of virtue nor a hypocrite, he was not one to rush matters either. Bai Zhu would eventually belong to him, and given her youth, there was no need to hasten. Are you rejecting me, young master? Silence lingered before Bai Zhu's voice, now tinged with sorrow, broke through. That is not my intention. Seeing her tear-streaked face in the darkness, Xia Chen felt a headache coming on. Forget it, come here, but truly, it is just to warm the bed. He lifted the covers, and a soft figure akin to a kitten nestled into his embrace. In this feudal era, where change was unattainable, one must yield. A person may wield the power to physically destroy another, yet one cannot forcibly alter another's mindset. Morning arrived. Xia Chen awakened to resume his martial training, having sent Xia Chen to request a leave of absence. He planned to attend his fiancé's poetry gathering the following day and then confront those who had wronged him, imparting a lesson to them about consequences. The previous day's verbal duel was merely an appetizer. Bai Zhu, emerging from slumber, wore a radiant smile, her gaze dreamy. Although nothing intimate had occurred between them the previous night, their relationship had undeniably progressed to a new level, evolving from strangers to familiar confidants. On the third day, Xia Chen's internal clock roused him at the appointed hour, awakening Bai Zhu, who had been resting in his arms like a small cat. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and emerged from the covers, her fair skin exposed to the cool air, clad in a light garment. Are you going to meet the princess today, young master? Not quite. I am merely attending a literary gathering, Xia Chen replied, shaking his head and playfully tousling Bai Zhu's hair. Sleep a little longer. I can rise on my own. Not at all. I must assist you in dressing. Since the gathering is at the princess's residence, you must look exceptionally handsome to avoid being looked down upon. As she spoke, Bai Zhu hurriedly climbed out of bed and began to help Xia Chen dress. At a quaint eatery along the central avenue, serving lamb soup, Xia Chen remained unfazed. Are we truly in a hurry? The princess's residence is merely a few hundred meters ahead. Let's finish our breakfast first. Have you not heard that esteemed guests always make their entrance last? He continued to sip the delicious soup without lifting his gaze, addressing the increasingly impatient Xia Chen beside him. This lamb soup is quite delightful. It is authentically prepared, and I find it to my liking. Observing Xia Chen's calm demeanor, Xia Chen sighed and joined him in enjoying the soup. For reasons unknown, Xia Chen sensed a certain detachment from Xia Chen towards the renowned second princess, as if he held no anticipation whatsoever. Yet, Xia Chen treated everyone with grace and warmth, even beggars in the city, leaving Xia Chen perplexed. Let's go. After leisurely finishing his soup, Xia Chen rose and beckoned Xia Chen to follow. Owner, how much do I owe you? Young master, there is no charge. The owner approached cautiously, head bowed, a broad smile adorning his face. Although he did not recognize Xia Chen, the young man's striking appearance and demeanor marked him as someone of considerable status, and the owner dared not accept payment for his modest establishment. Indeed, here you go. My young master always pays for his meals. Without a word, Xia Chen produced a piece of silver from his pocket and placed it on the table before departing, leaving the proprietor in awe. Whose young master is this? Such refinement. I have never seen the like. Oldly murmured to himself, lost in thought, completely unaware that this individual was none other than the illustrious Xia Chen, the talk of the capital. At the Princess Yao Wang's residence, an array of carriages and palanquins filled the entrance, bustling with activity. Scholars clad in scholarly robes and noble youths in splendid attire presented invitations with beaming smiles as they entered the princess's abode. Look, that woman is remarkably beautiful. I have never witnessed such loveliness. Which noble family does she belong to? Her demeanor is simply extraordinary. The lady in purple is of great significance. She is the personal maid of Princess Yao Wang. Is she truly just a maid? She surpasses the daughters of other noble families in beauty and grace, truly worthy of being by the princess's side. As the crowd gathered before the princess's residence, they caught sight of a stunning figure in purple, sparking a flurry of whispers. Some bold young men attempted to approach her, only to be met with her indifferent refusal. Is this Miss Xia waiting for someone? Who could command such attention from Miss Xia, making her wait for so long at the entrance? Could it be that Princess Pingyang is arriving today? Or perhaps the crown prince or the third prince? Only these few individuals would warrant such regard from Princess Yawang, sending her personal maid to await at the door. As the crowd murmured softly, the previously tranquil demeanor of Miss suddenly brightened. Following her gaze, they beheld a young man approaching. He was strikingly handsome, with brows like ink paintings slanting gracefully into his temples. His eyes were long and profound, dark yet shimmering with starlight, as if concealing boundless emotions and wisdom. His complexion was fairer than snow, and his face resembled a jade crown. Clad in a flowing azure robe, he stood tall and upright like a pine tree, his movements exuding an elegance akin to that of an ethereal being, captivating all who beheld him. Upon seeing the meticulously adorned Xia Chen, Ziyue's eyes sparkled, and she found herself unable to look away. The onlookers cast envious glances at Xia Chen, silently lamenting, "Brother, how can you be so strikingly handsome, leaving us feeling inadequate?" They exchanged glances, suddenly feeling overwhelmed by the pressure. The literary gathering had yet to commence, yet they already felt outclassed. Despite their own careful preparations, the disparity between them was stark. Their hearts ached, and what made matters worse was the sight of the object of their affections. Missy, taking the initiative to approach this young man. I have met the esteemed son-in-law. Chapter 53. The Heavenly Phoenix Pavilion. At the entrance of the princess's residence, all onlookers were rendered speechless by the scene before them. Their goddess, Lady Xia, exhibited such a demeanor before this gentleman. Come on, is it merely your handsome appearance? We are all men of stature. While you may possess a modicum of good looks, is it not a trivial matter? We have all gathered for the literary gathering. Why do you deserve such preferential treatment? The crowd simmered with indignation and resentment. Why are you standing at the entrance? Xia Chen inquired, glancing at Ziyue, somewhat astonished. I am here specifically to welcome the esteemed son-in-law. This is the princess's residence. Naturally, the son-in-law cannot be treated like an ordinary guest, Ziyue replied respectfully, standing beside Xia Chen. Today, Xia Chen appeared significantly more dashing than the day he donned the lantern-bearer uniform in the carriage. On that day, he exuded a rebellious charm, brimming with an almost ostentatious allure. However, today, clad in resplendent attire, he exuded the refined aura of a noble gentleman, opulent yet remarkably restrained. Upon hearing Ziyue's response, Xia Chen cast her a glance before surveying the assembly of scholars and young gentlemen gathered at the entrance, all eyes fixed upon him. He refrained from uttering further words at the threshold. Xia Chen suspected that, were it not for the presence of the emperor and the princess's residence, the envious gazes of the crowd might have ignited into a confrontation. Should that occur, he pondered whether to summon the imperial guards or the lantern bearers for assistance. Alas, human jealousy is a formidable force. With this thought in mind, Xia Chen nodded gently at Ziyue. Let's proceed inside. Ziyue led Xia Chen and Xia Qian through the throngs blocking the entrance. Once Xia Chen's figure disappeared from view, the crowd erupted into animated discussions. Who is this person? Lady Ziyue personally greeted him. What an impressive display. But why is he so handsome? With his arrival, what will become of us? Why worry? The literary gathering is a contest of intellect, not appearance. This man is likely just a decorative pillow, appealing but without substance. One young gentleman clad in brocade robes scoffed, looking down upon those who relied on their looks, unlike himself, who depended on family wealth. To attend a literary gathering with such looks, he must have ulterior motives, perhaps vying for the favor of Princess Yawang. Clearly, he seeks to live off her. Though I may not be as handsome, I take pride in not being dependent on anyone, Yang Wei declared, straightening his posture with a sense of self-importance. Yet, soon enough, his demeanor slumped. It seems I must rest. Maintaining this rigidity is rather exhausting. With a smile plastered on his face, he fanned himself, preparing to showcase his suave and gallant persona when a voice interrupted him. Chill, keep it down. Do you know who that person is? Who could it be? He is merely a pretty boy, seeking a patron. Yang Wei interjected disdainfully before the speaker could finish. The speaker's expression shifted nervously, glancing around, and then quickly covered Yang Wei's mouth. Wei Ge, you mustn't speak so recklessly. That individual has significant connections. Be cautious of being overheard. Who? Is it a prince? Another companion inquired, curious yet frustrated by the cryptic remarks. The man was none other than Xia Chen, the legitimate son of the Duke of Anong and the son-in-law of Princess Yaoguang. Hadn't news about him been the talk of the town yesterday? It is said he has moved out from the Duke of Zhendong's residence. What? He is Xia Chen? No wonder Lady Ziyue came out to greet him. The crowd's expressions shifted, suddenly enlightened. This was the princess's residence. Even though they were not yet wed, the emperor had sanctioned their union, making it public knowledge that their marriage was a foregone conclusion. Thus, Xia Chen had become a quasi-master of the princess's residence. Lower your voices. Do you not realize that Xia Chen currently oversees one of the 9 divisions of the Lantern Bearers, the Eagle Eye Division? Each division has distinct powers and jurisdictions, and the Eagle Eye Division primarily governs the capital. Given that today's literary gathering attracted a vast assembly of scholars and gentlemen from across the city, it stands to reason that personnel from the Eagle Eye Division have infiltrated our ranks. Perhaps every word we utter is being recorded. Wu Bai cautioned, his voice laced with trepidation, fearful of being overheard. The crowd's expressions shifted yet again, particularly Yang Wei's. The Lantern Bearers were notorious for their pervasive reach. They had not hesitated to annihilate prominent families over the years. Weigo, are you all right? Why do you appear so weak? You must stand firm. As the atmosphere grew tense, Yang Wei suddenly felt lightheaded, his vision blurred, and he faltered, collapsing to the ground. I can't take it anymore. I feel faint. I fear I cannot attend this literary gathering. I must return to rest. Yang Wei exclaimed, Banixtriken, having just spoken ill of Xia Chen at a volume that could not be ignored. Would Xia Chen send the Lantern Bearers after him for retribution? Quickly. Help Wei go back. Listen, I heard goji berries can help with dizziness. I have a recipe that uses goji as the main ingredient. It worked wonders for me last time. After the gathering, I shall personally bring it to you. One of his companions assured him enthusiastically. The entrance was in disarray, while Xia Chen had already ventured into the depths of the princess's residence. This is not the direction to the main hall for the literary gathering, is it? Xia Chen inquired, following Ziyue along the winding, picturesque path, admiring the surroundings. We are heading to the inner courtyard, Ziyue responded. Isn't it inappropriate for me to enter the inner courtyard? Xia Chen remarked, his gaze fixed on the magnificent fountain in the distant garden without lifting his eyes. Your Highness is no outsider. Even if you enter the inner courtyard, no one will speak ill of it. There is still ample time before the gathering begins. And as the son-in-law, you are family and deserve to rest first. Ziyue paused, turning to face Xia Chen, her expression earnest as she regarded his handsome visage. Xia Chen nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Ziyue guided him through multiple courtyards until they arrived at an elegantly scenic courtyard, steeped in historical charm. Heavenly Phoenix Pavilion. The plaque above the courtyard bore these 3 simple yet extraordinary characters, devoid of any signature. Ziyue glanced back at Xia Chen, pausing at the entrance to admire the inscription, then smiled gracefully. These characters were penned by the princess herself. Even the Grand Tutor has praised her calligraphy. Xia Chen acknowledged the beauty of the script, but his attention lingered not solely on the characters themselves, but on the significance of the words Heavenly Phoenix. After Princess Yaoguang ascended to the throne, her reign was marked by the era of the Heavenly Phoenix. Thus, from these characters, Xia Chen discerned that Princess Yaoguang harbored grand aspirations for the realm, demonstrating her lofty ambitions. Is there something amiss with these characters, Your Highness? Ziyue, perceptive as ever, detected a hint of unease in Xia Chen's expression. The script itself is exquisite. However, the term Heavenly Phoenix may be a tad too ambitious. The phoenix symbolizes soaring to great heights, aspiring for the heavens, which may come across as somewhat ostentatious. Xia Chen's gaze was remarkably calm, and his tone was subtly critical. Yet it was this very tranquility that caused a shift in Ziyue's expression. Your Highness is jesting. This is merely an ordinary courtyard name, Ziyue replied with a charming smile, quickly masking the peculiarity in her eyes. Haha, I merely spoke offhandedly, but if I were to name it, I would say 2 simple characters would suffice. Oh, does the prince have a more fitting name? Ziyue looked intently at Xia Chen, who stood at the entrance of the courtyard. her discerning mind momentarily perplexed as to whether his earlier remarks were mere banter or held deeper significance. The morning sun bathed Xia Chen in its gentle light, illuminating half of his exquisite face, making him appear as if he were a celestial being, radiant and resplendent. "How about we call it Yao Qi?" Xia Chen suggested, his smile radiant and heartwarming, his demeanor as gentle as jade, inviting and refreshing. Upon uttering this phrase, he stepped forward into the courtyard, no longer glancing at the three characters inscribed on the plaque. "Yao Qi?" Zua echoed, momentarily bewildered by the name, yet sensing an air of grandeur and sanctity within those two characters, as if they were imbued with profound significance. The more she repeated them, the more she felt an enchanting resonance, yet she struggled to grasp its essence. In this world devoid of Yao Qi and the Queen Mother of the West from myth, she was destined to remain ignorant of the true meaning behind those words. When Ziyue regained her composure, she noticed Xia Chen had already opened the door and entered the hall. "Your Highness, wait for me," Ziyue exclaimed, lifting her skirt as she gracefully rushed forward, her movements still imbued with elegance. Upon entering, she found Xia Chen had already taken a seat in the hall. "Your Highness, the princess is currently bathing and will require a moment. The imperial kitchen has prepared breakfast for both the princess and you. It will be ready shortly." Ziyue guided Xia Chen towards the dining area, her voice cheerful. Xia Chen raised an eyebrow, pondering the imminent encounter with the future empress. Is she that eager to share breakfast with me? Have our relations grown so intimate? One might mistakenly believe we are already an old married couple. Chapter 54. Princess Yawang Xia Chen sat quietly on a bench, the warm light flickering between the gilded beams. In the center of the hall stood a long table made of sandalwood, adorned with intricately embroidered satin tablecloths. Surrounding him were emerald screens, casting a soft glow that shielded him from the clamor of the outside world. Alone, Xia Chen appeared tranquil, like a fathomless deep pool, exuding an air of mystery. Servants stood silently around him, serving tea, yet he remained reticent, enveloped in an unusual stillness. In the depths of the courtyard, within a rather unpretentious boudoir, Yawang sat before her dressing mirror. Hearing Ziyue's detailed report, she murmured, repeating two words softly. The bronze mirror reflected a face of exquisite beauty, unmarred and flawless. Ziyue, standing behind her, picked up a wooden comb, the princess's long black hair cascading like a waterfall. I sense that the prince has something to convey. His attitude towards the term Tianfeng is rather peculiar. It feels as though there are no secrets before him, as if he sees right through me. Ziyue's delicate brows furrowed, her expression one of confusion. It seems my prince is more astute than we imagined. For the past 17 years, he has remained in hiding, concealing his brilliance and suppressing his talents. Wearing a light garment, having just bathed, Yawang's skin glowed with a tempting radiance. But why? Why does the prince choose to hide his talents? Is his situation within the Marquis's residence truly dire? Could there be those who wish him harm, seeking to extinguish his potential in its infancy, prompting him to masquerade as an ordinary man? Ziyue's voice, clear yet gentle, revealed her bewilderment. 14 years ago, Marquis Anong went to the Eastern Wilderness battlefield and fathered a second son. It is said that Xia Hao, with his extraordinary demeanor, garnered the affection of both Marquis Anong and his wife, while Xia Chen was met with indifference. Yet, Xia Chen remained the legitimate eldest son. As long as this status persisted, the Marquisate would inevitably pass to him. Yawang's voice carried a mature and composed tone, reflecting wisdom. Her beauty resembled that of blooming peach blossoms in spring, her cheeks rosy and delicate as if made of fine jade. Her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, mesmerizing all who gazed upon her. She was enchanting, a celestial being who rendered the world around her devoid of color. Ziyue, standing behind her, gazed at the familiar visage in the mirror, lost in admiration, unable to tear her eyes away. Finally, regaining her composure, she spoke. Does the princess imply that Marquis Anong intends to bequeath the title to his younger son, Xia Hao, and that Xia Chen's existence poses an obstacle? Is the Marquis truly plotting against the prince? Yet, a tiger does not consume its cubs. Even after 14 years of absence, such cruelty seems implausible. The more Ziyue reasoned, the more she felt a chill, her mind conjuring Xia Chen's composed and confident smile, stirring a pang of sorrow within her. What trials must the prince have faced to grow up peacefully within the Marquis's residence? Surely, he has endured many dangers and hardships. No wonder he recently severed ties with the Marquis's household and moved out. I am uncertain of the exact reasons. Perhaps my speculations are misguided. Yao shook her head, a hint of confusion lingering in her brow. She sensed that matters were far from simple, as if she had stumbled into a cognitive trap. What was he doing now? Suddenly, she glanced at Ziyue in the bronze mirror and shifted the topic. He sits there quietly, merely savoring his tea. Such patience. According to the news from Li Wenzhou, Xia Chen enjoys reading military texts, possessing a calm demeanor and the bearing of a general. Today, he indeed exemplifies that. A smile graced Yao Wang's lips. Ziyue, what are your thoughts on Xia Chen? General Li holds him in high regard. Rumors in the capital can be misleading, but General Li's loyalty to the princess is unquestionable, and he would not deceive her. I have encountered the prince twice. While I cannot ascertain whether he possesses extraordinary talents, he is undoubtedly distinct from the ordinary. Ziyue pondered while gently styling Yao Wang's hair. Upon hearing Ziyue's words, Yao Wang took some time before nodding in agreement. Perhaps we can win him over. He might indeed become my husband in the future. There are certain matters that are inescapably tied to him. A contemplative glimmer shone in Yao Wang's lively eyes. By the way, we should minimize our contact with General Li Wenzhou from now on. He has recently been promoted to Grand General of the Dragon Guard, and his status is no longer the same. My father is quite suspicious and will undoubtedly assign someone to monitor General Li's interactions with others. We must exercise caution. Understood. Princess, I shall limit our correspondence unless a significant matter arises that necessitates General Li's involvement. Otherwise, we shall refrain from utilizing him as a pawn. Ziyue's expression turned serious, clearly aware of the stakes involved. Bring me my phoenix jade hairpin. I wish to wear it today. Suddenly, Yao Wang turned to the bronze mirror, admiring her unparalleled beauty. Did you not say that the hairpin is too ostentatious and that you wish to remain low-key? Ziyue inquired, surprised. The hairpin, a gift from the current emperor, was renowned throughout the Great Wu Dynasty. It was crafted from a rare red jade, resembling phoenix blood, and was meticulously carved by the finest artisans and the contemporary celestial master. This phoenix jade hairpin was originally bestowed upon the Empress of the Wuzong Emperor. Now, it had been passed down through the royal family for 6 centuries. At 16, Emperor Wen gifted it to Yao Wang, yet she had only worn it once. Today, she intended to don it again. I possess few adornments. This hairpin is the only one I can present, so it serves well to embellish my appearance. Ziyue smiled, no longer questioning, and rose to retrieve the hairpin. She understood clearly that the princess, naturally beautiful, had refrained from wearing any accessories since the age of 15 to allow other young ladies and noble women a chance to shine. Yet, the princess's collection of adornments was still considerable, and her choice to wear the phoenix jade hairpin today indicated its significance. With gentle hands, Ziyue produced a delicate jade box. Unveiling the hairpin glowed a vibrant red, intricately carved, with feathers that seemed poised to take flight as a phoenix reborn from the flames, brimming with vitality. Once adorned with the hairpin, the princess's aura transformed entirely. This gathering of literary talents requires a touch of significance. Yao Wang mused to herself while surveying her reflection, seemingly explaining to Ziyue, "It appears you have donned it specifically to meet the prince." Ziyue teased, playfully unveiling the truth of their close relationship, unrestrained by formality. At this, Yao Wang's ears flushed slightly, but she quickly masked her embarrassment, her gaze regaining its composure. "Nonsense. Hurry and check on Xia Chen. I cannot let him feel neglected after waiting so long. I shall be there shortly." With a gentle push, she urged Ziyue, who departed the room with a smile in her eyes. Chapter 55. The first meeting with the Empress Xia Chen harbored a calm demeanor as he patiently awaited the arrival of the Empress. At last, he beheld Ziyue, gracefully approaching in a flowing purple gown. "Your Highness has kept the Duke waiting," she remarked with a hint of apology. Ziyue offered a respectful bow, her steps delicate as she drew near Xia Chen, her red lips parting slightly as she spoke. "There's no need for concern," Xia Chen replied, shaking his head, his gaze unwavering. Xia, unable to discern whether Xia Chen was genuinely untroubled or merely concealing his irritation, recalled that he had been kept waiting for 3 cups of tea. The princess had just completed her grooming, having taken extra time to prepare for their meeting, and thus sought to alleviate any misunderstanding. Xia Chen smiled gently, dismissing her worries. "You are overly concerned, Miss Xia. I am not troubled by the wait. A little longer is of no consequence." He remained indifferent to the trivialities of the situation, whether it stemmed from an intent to assert dominance or from genuine preparation. However, a shadow loomed within him since entering the princess's residence. He appeared composed, but was ever vigilant and cautious. From the chronicles of his past life, he recognized the depths of the second princess's cunning, which were indeed formidable. The fierce rivalry between the crown prince and the third prince had culminated in a desperate rebellion, the door-seizing incident, wherein the third prince, pushed to the brink, sought to seize power by any means necessary. In stark contrast, the second princess had remained in the shadows, only emerging at the last moment to restore order with swift, precise, and ruthless efficiency. The fact that even amidst the bloodshed of royal lineage, the 8 princes remained, with their claims to the throne intact, was unsettling. According to tradition, one would expect a choice of a male royal to ascend, yet both the civil and military factions surprisingly supported the second princess's rise. This indicated a level of influence that was both alarming and impressive. She had ensnared the loyalty of the realm, deftly manipulating the political landscape. Now, the realization that such a formidable individual was to be his fiancé, he weighed heavily upon Xia Chen. How could he not be on high alert? Although he possessed an advantage as a half-player with certain enhancements, Xia Chen had learned from the fates of countless players before him, who had perished at the hands of these natives. What troubled him most was the question of how he himself had met his demise during the door-seizing incident in his previous life. Was it truly an accident? Or had the second princess, in quelling the insurrection, inadvertently caused his death? "Your Grace, the princess has arrived." The voice of Xia broke through his reverie. Xia Chen turned to see a woman emerge from the side hall, breathtakingly beautiful. She was indeed the most exquisite he had ever encountered. Following closely behind her was a charming girl brimming with vitality, Li Wei. "Greetings to the princess." In a moment of daze, Xia Chen immediately stood and bowed respectfully. Regardless of his conjectures, he understood the importance of maintaining decorum. Yao Guang scrutinized the young man before her, her enchanting eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. He was undeniably the most distinguished individual she had ever laid eyes upon, his appearance flawless. "There is no need for such formalities. Please rise," she instructed, her voice calm, a subtle smile gracing her lips, one that she herself had not noticed. Li Wei observed Xia Chen with curiosity from behind Yao Guang, and upon catching her gaze, he offered a nod before redirecting his attention. "Please, take a seat." Yao Guang gestured for him to sit across from her. Soon, a stream of maidservants entered, presenting an array of exquisitely crafted dishes, each portion small but artfully prepared, appealing to the senses. "Are you hungry?" Yao Guang inquired, her gaze fixed on the handsome youth before her. "Not particularly," Xia Chen replied with a calm nod. An awkward silence enveloped the room as Yao Guang lowered her head, observing the dishes being served, contemplating how to break the stillness. Typically eloquent and astute, she found herself at a loss for words today, as this man, her fiancé, differed from her expectations. According to reports, Xia Chen was described as warm and gentle, humble and courteous, exuding an air of nobility, often adorned with a smile. Yet, upon this encounter, he exhibited a demeanor that felt somewhat distant, even cool, prompting Yao Guang to furrow her brow in confusion. Was there a discrepancy in the information she had received? The two sat in silence at the dining table, the atmosphere thickening. Xia furrowed her brow. The Duke was neither overly loquacious nor shy, and his current demeanor did not suggest nervousness. "I have heard that the Duke is quite the literary talent, even praised by His Majesty. Have you prepared anything for today's gathering?" As Yao Guang's advisor, Xia felt compelled to dispel the oppressive tension, for this first meeting was crucial. They needed to establish a connection without discomfort. Indeed, Ziyue's words shattered the heavy atmosphere. I am but a martial man, here primarily to witness the talents of our great Wu's youth. Xia Chen smiled, responding cheerfully. In that fleeting moment, he recognized his earlier misstep. His preconceived notions about the second princess had led him to approach her with undue wariness. However, he reminded himself that the past had yet to unfold, and he had recently entered into engagement with her. Moreover, his younger brother, the future pillar of the Great Wu, Prince Xia Hao, was but 13 years old. Rumors had circulated regarding the Empress's interest in Xia Hao, yet such claims seemed unfounded. After all, the Empress had ruled for decades, exerting unparalleled power, and no force remained to rival her. If she truly favored Xia Hao, they would have undoubtedly been united by now. Throughout history, the Empress had remained solitary, seemingly fixated on the Tao, even selecting a young child from the royal family as her successor. Furthermore, she had mysteriously vanished during the early days of the Qi revival era, with whispers suggesting that it was Prince Xia Hao who had orchestrated her disappearance. Such notions were not baseless, as the subsequent collapse of the Great Wu Dynasty had indeed benefited him. By deducing the past from the present, Xia Chen was aware of the pitfalls of presumptive thinking. He resolved to immerse himself in the current moment, to experience life as it unfolded. As for the outcome, whether it could be altered or not, he would strive with all his might, undeterred by challenges and perils. With this thought, Xia Chen offered Yao Guang a radiant smile. Chapter 56, Phoenix Claws. Within the room, the atmosphere relaxed considerably. Both Yao Guang and Ziyue were perplexed, unable to fathom why Xia Chen's demeanor shifted so markedly in just a fleeting moment. It was their first encounter with the princess's regal presence, and thus a sense of trepidation enveloped them. Sensing their thoughts, Xia Chen smiled and offered a brief explanation. There's no need to be nervous now. Yao Guang's lips parted slightly, and upon uttering those words, she herself was taken aback by her own girlish demeanor. Upon first seeing Her Highness the Princess, she felt as if the princess were a phoenix soaring high in the heavens, radiating brilliance and exuding an aura of supremacy that rendered her heart anxious and bewildered. However, as she settled into her seat and beheld the princess's unparalleled beauty, her tension eased significantly. Xia Chen, with an air of elegance, sat directly across from Yao Guang, their proximity intimate, his gaze gentle yet not fervent, a perfect balance of distance. Initially, Yao Guang maintained eye contact with him, but at that moment, she shyly averted her gaze, feeling a strange discomfort she had never experienced before. Our princess's beauty is undoubtedly the most exquisite in the realm, Li Wei suddenly interjected, her gaze fixed earnestly on Xia Chen. Though our princess may be the most beautiful, claiming her to be supreme is somewhat exaggerated. Ziyue chimed in with a smile, sensing that Xia Chen's assertion of her supremacy was not merely flattery. It seemed to echo his earlier concern about the significance of the phoenix. With aspirations as lofty as a swan, he might indeed soar to great heights in the future. Xia Chen picked up his chopsticks and sampled a piece of phoenix claw, savoring it with a smile. His casual remarks sounded as if they were mere banter, yet across the table, Yao Guang's gaze sharpened, fixated on him as he enjoyed his breakfast. The room fell into a brief silence, broken only by the elegant sounds of Xia Chen's eating. As a woman, regardless of her grand ambitions, what does it matter? Suddenly, Yao Guang smiled, and the room blossomed like spring flowers under radiant sunlight, a beauty so captivating it rendered one spellbound. Her interest in the man before her burgeoned. If she were to dismiss his words as trivial, she would indeed be foolish. Is Yao Guang foolish? Certainly not. In fact, she was exceedingly intelligent. Xia Chen believed that few in the entire Wu dynasty could rival her intellect. Thus, Yao Guang was assured that her fiancé had a profound understanding of her, even grasping some of her foundational truths. Yet, a potent sense of insecurity gnawed at her, for she felt as if this man could see through her, leaving her exposed and vulnerable in his presence. Moreover, she realized that she scarcely knew this betrothed man. Much of the information she held about him was inconsistent, as if he were shrouded in mist, obscuring her vision. Do you have a fondness for phoenix claws? In an instant, Yao Guang's thoughts spiraled, but she quickly regained her composure. Shifting the topic, the phoenix claws are delicious and juicy, especially those from the princess's residence. They possess a unique flavor. Xia Chen had already partaken of a bowl of mutton soup before arriving, rendering him nearly full, yet he genuinely found the phoenix claws delightful. Within the delicate dish lay only 3 claws, of which he had consumed 2. Yao Guang observed him in silence, feeling an inexplicable nuance in Xia Chen's words. I heard that today the son of Minister Lin will attend the literary gathering. Recently, there have been rumors in the capital that the prince consort is exceedingly talented, perhaps even surpassing Minister Lin. It seems that the minister's son may pose challenges for the prince consort. Xia felt compelled to interject, internally sighing as she realized she had become a lubricant between the two. It was merely a rumor circulating in the streets. The arrival of the minister's son would provide an opportunity to witness whether he possessed the same charisma as Minister Lin. Xia Chen remained indifferent, engrossed in the exquisite delicacies before him. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze and inquired, "Who else will be attending today's literary gathering?" In response to the prince consort, some sons of high-ranking officials, as well as several young talents from the National Academy and prominent scholars from the White Deer Academy, will be present. Additionally, Master Tianhai from the Heavenly Dragon Temple and possibly someone from the Celestial Master's Manor may attend. As Xia enumerated the names, Xia Chen couldn't help but glance at her with newfound interest. While it was not surprising that the sons of officials and students from the National Academy and White Deer Academy would attend, the presence of esteemed scholars from the White Deer Academy indicated a gathering of considerable prestige. More significantly, the participation of the Heavenly Dragon Temple and the Celestial Master's Manor was rather extraordinary. The abbot of the Heavenly Dragon Temple and the Grand Master of the Celestial Master's Manor were among the most formidable figures of the present age, and humanity's dominance stemmed from having 5 such eminent individuals, earning them the title of terrestrial immortals. Each possessed unfathomable strength. Both the Heavenly Dragon Temple and the Celestial Master's Manor resided within the capital, yet both held an aloofness from worldly affairs, their status remarkably exalted. Xia Chen cast a deep glance at Yao Guang. The ability to draw these 2 establishments to a literary gathering was truly impressive. "Why have you stopped eating, Prince Consort?" Li Wei, who had been about to summon a maid to bring more phoenix claws, noticed that Xia Chen had set down his chopsticks and curiously inquired, "This phoenix claw is so delectable. I fear that if I indulge too much, I might become addicted, and it would be difficult if I cannot enjoy it daily." Xia Chen jested with a smile. "Is that so? You can always come here often to enjoy them," Li Wei replied with innocent sincerity. Suddenly, Yao Guang gazed at Xia Chen and uttered, "You may visit often." Xia Chen looked at her in surprise. "Visit often? Why not simply move into the princess's residence?" He mused internally, but ultimately refrained from voicing it. Since we are not yet married, frequent visits to the princess's residence might invite gossip. After a brief hesitation, Xia Chen spoke. "Do you fear what others might say?" Yao Guang's lovely eyes met his with unwavering resolve. Chapter 57. Heroes of the World. In the room, both Xia and Li Wei gazed at Yao Guang with a hint of astonishment. They had not anticipated the princess's candidness. Indeed, as soon as Yao Guang uttered those words, she felt a pang of regret, realizing the ambiguous nature of her statement. The two had yet to be wed, and her remark appeared to be an implicit invitation for Xia Chen to visit her home. Regardless of her intentions, such a statement could easily lead to misunderstandings. Upon this realization, Yao Guang discreetly cast a glance at Xia Chen, only to find him maintaining his calm demeanor, a gentle smile playing on his lips, seemingly unaffected by any misinterpretation. If the princess is untroubled, then naturally, I too shall not be, Xia Chen thought, his smile radiant and his demeanor composed. Subsequently, the two tacitly chose not to pursue the topic further. Yao Guang savored her breakfast with small, elegant bites, her movements exuding grace that even captivated Xia Chen. Yet, this gaze from Xia Chen rendered her somewhat self-conscious. It was her first experience dining under such scrutiny, a sensation both peculiar and novel. Consequently, she silently accelerated her eating pace while maintaining her elegance. Thus, the breakfast concluded without much fanfare. Xia Chen, striving to remain composed. Repeatedly reminded himself not to overthink the situation, treating it instead as an unconventional courtship. Should the princess make some preparations, I shall first visit the literary gathering, he suggested, observing Yao Guang as she finished her meal and delicately wiped her vibrant lips with a silk handkerchief. His interest in Tianlong Temple and the Celestial Master's residence peaked. After a moment of contemplation, Yao Guang replied coolly, "It is about time. Let us go together." She rose, and Xia Chen pondered her intentions as he watched her retreating figure. In the capital, no literary gathering of such grandeur had occurred in the past 5 years. Yao Guang had expended considerable time and effort to orchestrate this event, undoubtedly with intentions beyond mere amusement. She sought to attract talented individuals, to gather aides and supporters. Xia Chen recognized this fact. He understood that accompanying Yao Guang would inevitably influence her attempts to cultivate her image as an independent and strong woman, thereby prompting him to suggest departing ahead. However, he did not anticipate that Yao Guang would openly disregard the implications of their relationship, thus presenting themselves together to the public, a clear signal of their amicable rapport and mutual satisfaction regarding their impending union. These thoughts flitted through Xia Chen's mind as he caught up to Yao Guang, walking beside her toward the outer courtyard. Why concern himself with the opinions of others? If the princess showed no reluctance, why should he? He had no extramarital entanglements to hide. As they strolled side by side, the vastness of the princess's residence allowed Xia Chen the opportunity to inquire of Yue, trailing behind. Who from the White Deer Academy has arrived? And what of the Celestial Master's residence? Yue responded, "From the White Deer Academy, we have the esteemed scholar Lu Tong, who has descended from the mountains with his disciples. He arrived in the capital a few days ago. As for Tianlong Temple, Master Tian Hai is present, and if all goes well, the Celestial Master's residence should be represented by the Taoist Xianjinzi." Nodding in acknowledgement, Xia Chen felt enlightened. He had researched notable figures in this world since his arrival. The White Deer Academy was a renowned Confucian institution in Dawang, boasting a millennia-old heritage. Lu Tong, a figure of legend, had endured 15 years of rigorous study, achieving success in the imperial examinations at the age of 20. He became renowned as a prodigy. However, at 32, he had submitted a formal petition to Emperor Wen, urging him to allow the people to recuperate and to refrain from engaging in warfare, as the aftermath of the Huaiyang and Nanzhan battles had left the nation in turmoil, with burdensome taxes afflicting the populace. Unfortunately, this petition incited the emperor's ire, leading to Lu Tong's resignation and indignation, returning to the White Deer Academy to devote himself to the classics. At 45, he emerged as a distinguished scholar. Now, 2 decades had passed since Lu Tong's departure from the capital, and the political landscape had undergone significant changes. Had Lu Tong aligned himself with Yao Guang during this gathering? Or had she orchestrated his return to the capital at this opportune moment? Xia Chen's familiarity with Lu Tong stemmed from his previous life. In the era of the Empress, Lu Tong ascended rapidly, ultimately becoming a cabinet minister, where he implemented numerous policies that revitalized the economy of Dawang, laying the groundwork for its military conquests. As for Master Tian Hai of Tianlong Temple, he was a figure of considerable renown, eloquent and well-versed in Buddhist philosophy. Though born into Tianlong Temple, he embraced teachings from Confucianism and Taoism, mastering the principles of all 3 schools. He was also one of the 6 direct disciples of Master Long Shu, frequently visiting the palace to engage in discussions on Buddhist doctrines with Emperor Wen. Regarding Taoist Xianjinzi from the Celestial Master's residence, he was among the most prominent second-generation disciples, renowned even among the close disciples of the old Celestial Master. While his fame paled in comparison to the previous 2 figures, Xia Chen did not underestimate him. Xianjinzi was a sage whose wisdom belied his simplicity, a reservoir of latent potential, a seemingly modest literary gathering, yet it concealed a multitude of future luminaries who would ascend to the historical stage. Xia Chen felt a surge of urgency. He had almost overlooked the significance of this event, grateful that he had not missed it. He speculated whether the 2 individuals from the White Deer Academy and the National Academy had arrived. Considering their ages, they were likely just over 20. Vivid images of the future materialized in his mind. During the era of the Great Unification, Confucianism flourished, overshadowing both Buddhism and Taoism, even becoming the orthodoxy of thought. Among the brightest stars were two scholars named Su Xingchen and Feng Zhiru. Each hailed from the National Academy and the White Deer Academy, respectively. One achieved the remarkable feat of becoming the youngest prime minister at 29, while the other broke into the second tier of Confucian and Taoist mastery at 31, setting a record for the fastest ascent into Wang's history. Their talents and backgrounds made them subjects of comparison and discussion across the realm. Both had received the Empress's favor and remained loyal to her. It remained uncertain whether they would be courted by Yaoguang at this gathering. As they traversed a narrow path, Xia Chen's thoughts drifted far and wide, traversing the river of time, attempting to discern the most suitable path for himself while maximizing his own interests. Soon, they passed through numerous courtyards and arrived at the main hall, where a cacophony of voices filled the air. Many attendees had already gathered, some seated, their gazes drawn to the sound of approaching footsteps. In an instant, they beheld the extraordinary Yaoguang and the figure standing beside her, Xia Chen. P.S. Gratitude to Huili Miao for the generous reward of explosive update celebration. My sincere thanks. I had initially intended to add a chapter specifically for this brother, but due to recent busyness, I have yet to complete it. This chapter is temporarily on hold, but it shall surely be returned. Tomorrow, I shall journey home from school, and starting the day after, I will embark on a mode of increased updates. Having made this statement, I hope not to be met with disbelief. Haha, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all my brothers for their unwavering support. Additionally, I humbly request a wave of generous contributions. Thank you, my brothers. Chapter 58. He, my fiancé. The once lively hall fell into an immediate hush. All eyes were riveted upon Yaoguang, who radiated an extraordinary brilliance. Yet, even her resplendent presence could not entirely eclipse the radiance of the man standing beside her. He was tall and upright, akin to a towering pine, clad in impeccably tailored attire that accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist, presenting a flawless silhouette. His visage seemed to be a masterpiece sculpted by divine hands, with brows arching like swords and eyes deep and captivating, as if concealing a multitude of stars. Beneath a prominent nose, his lips were elegantly contoured, exuding an innate nobility. He stood there, a subtle smile gracing his lips, reminiscent of the gentle warmth of spring sunshine melting the ice, charming and inviting. His ethereal aura suggested he had stepped from the realms of poetry and art, quietly commanding attention without striving to be the center of it. Have you met Her Highness the Princess? The crowd bowed in unison, but their peripheral gazes were drawn curiously to Xia Chen. Who is this man? How extraordinary he appears standing beside the princess. Could he be a prince? With the Emperor's offspring being few, only 4 princes and 3 princesses, many had never encountered a prince, leading to rampant speculation. This pair was indeed a match made in heaven, standing together like celestial beings in perfect harmony. Unbidden, thoughts arose in some minds. How had I not known of such a striking figure in the capital? As the crowd's thoughts swirled, Yaoguang's clear voice cut through the chatter. Please rise. Today's literary gathering requires no formalities. With a graceful lift of her hand, she commanded the room. Xia Chen quietly observed the surroundings, noting the spacious hall and courtyard accommodating hundreds without a hint of crowding. On the opposite side of the hall, a middle-aged eunuch directed the proceedings, flanked by beautiful maidens and more eunuchs efficiently arranging fruit platters and beverages. That is eunuch Sun, the steward of our princess's residence. His management skills are exceptional, Ziyue whispered, noticing Xia Chen's gaze. Xia Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Although the princess's court was still in its formative stages, there were indeed some remarkable talents under Yaoguang's guidance. Have you met Her Highness the Princess? Just as Xia Chen searched the crowd for a target, a distinguished-looking man in his 40s approached, accompanied by 3 scholars in scholarly robes. Master Liu, no need for formalities. Yaoguang quickly invited the middle-aged man to rise and take a seat. They were in a private chamber that allowed them to survey the entire literary gathering while retaining an element of privacy. Xia Chen assessed the seemingly modestly dressed middle-aged man and instantly recognized his identity. Lu Tong, the esteemed scholar from the White Deer Academy. It was clear that Yao Guang had long established a connection with him, and his visit to the capital was undoubtedly arranged by her. Xia Chen mused, and soon after, he heard Lu Tong's voice resonate. The princess summoned me to the capital. I trust it is not merely to attend a literary gathering. Indeed, the current political landscape has evolved. Master Lu possesses extraordinary talent. It would be a waste to confine him solely to teaching. Furthermore, with your mastery of the 4th rank of the Mingxin realm, a breakthrough to the 3rd rank of Lion's Hang will likely require engagement with the world. Currently, the left vice minister of the Ministry of Rights has a vacancy, and I have recommended you to my father. Yao Guang spoke slowly, sitting in the central position, her demeanor already reminiscent of an emerging empress. I resigned in anger years ago. The emperor was quite displeased. I fear Lu Tong pondered, voicing his concerns. After resigning, he had retreated to the White Deer Academy, vowing never to return to court. However, having reached the 4th rank of Mingxin realm, he had gained clarity of purpose, shedding distractions and returning to his true self, thus no longer rejecting the idea of court life. Yet, he remained patient, awaiting the right opportunity. Master Lu is indeed gifted. While my father was angry back then, he is magnanimous and will not hold a grudge on this matter, Yao Guang asserted confidently, fully aware of her father's character. As long as her father's interests were not compromised, he resembled a wise ruler. 20 years had passed. The events of the past were long behind. Lu Tong nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further. After 2 decades of retirement, returning to office as a 3rd-rank minister would place him at the core of power in the Dawu dynasty. He understood that if it were not for Princess Yao Guang's recommendation, it would be challenging for him to attain such a position, even with his illustrious reputation. Contemplating this, Lu Tong could not help but reflect on his journey. 20 years ago, he was merely a 5th-rank official, and now he was poised to become a 3rd-rank minister. The 3 young scholars behind Lu Tong beamed with joy, thrilled at their teacher's ascension to a high-ranking official, knowing it would greatly benefit their futures when they passed the imperial examinations. Lu Tong and Yao Guang continued their conversation openly, with no attempt to conceal Xia Chen's presence. Their relationship appeared to remain purely professional. Although Lu Tong had received a favor, he had not entirely aligned himself with Yao Guang. May I inquire as to this young gentleman's identity? Lu Tong finally succumbed to curiosity, glancing at Xia Chen. He had noticed this young man upon entering, whose extraordinary demeanor and appearance were impossible to overlook, even in his silence. This is Xia Chen, my fiancé. Yao Guang introduced him succinctly, her tone straightforward and unembellished, revealing her relationship with transparency. So he is the prince consort. Lu Tong was taken aback. Having been away from court affairs for years, he was not well versed in the happenings of the capital. Since his arrival, he had made it a priority to familiarize himself with the political landscape. He had heard the name Xia Chen repeatedly over the past few days, a rising star in the officialdom, the legitimate son of the Duke of Jindong, only 17 years old, and the one who unraveled the recent sensational military defense map incident. Xia Chen's accomplishments had propelled him to the position of principal in the Department of Lanterns, overseeing the Eagle Eye Division. Whispers suggested that the Emperor intended for Xia Chen to eventually lead the Department of Lanterns, as the Emperor harbored reservations about outsiders. If such rumors held any truth, Xia Chen might become the most powerful foreign relative in 6 centuries of the Dawu dynasty. Regardless of the veracity of such claims, Xia Chen's youth promised a boundless future. After all, he was of a direct bloodline of the Xia family. The 3 disciples behind Lu Tong gazed at Xia Chen with a mixture of admiration and envy, fully aware that they could not harbor any resentment. People truly live varied destinies. They were already in their 20s, yet still merely holding the title of Jinshi, while Xia Chen, at 17, had ascended to a 4th-rank official. More critically, he commanded one of the 9 divisions of the formidable Department of Lanterns, wielding power far beyond that of a typical 4th-rank official. Chapter 59. The Discourse of Confucianism and Taoism. Not only that, but in recent days, Lu Tong had heard numerous whispers regarding Xia Chen in the capital. Though not one to indulge in gossip, the fervor surrounding these tales was inescapable, and even without interest, he had absorbed some details. For instance, The esteemed son-in-law had received accolades from His Majesty, who had expressed his admiration by stating that Xia Chen's intellect surpassed that of the chief minister Lin Hanpu, and his literary talents rivaled those of the greatest scholars in the realm. Furthermore, it was said that this young noble had fallen out with the Xia family, becoming the first direct descendant in nearly a century to move out. These tidbits piqued Lu Tong's curiosity, yet he had not anticipated that the individual before him would be none other than the prince consort. Rising to pay his respects, Lu Tong was swiftly followed by his 3 disciples, who understood that this youth, despite his tender years, was already at a level commensurate with their master. Strikingly, for reasons unknown, upon encountering Xia Chen, they sensed an intangible aura emanating from him, subtly influencing their hearts to feel no envy, but rather a desire to draw closer and follow him, a realization they were unaware of themselves. "Master Lu, you flatter me," Xia Chen replied with a gentle smile, rising with a demeanor that was neither arrogant nor dismissive, but rather imbued with humility and grace, endearing him to those present. Hearing the prince consort articulate the Confucian tenets of ruler and minister, father and son, Lu Tong noted that Xia Chen must have studied Confucianism, as his words seemed to resonate with the essence of the philosophy. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Tong's curiosity prompted him to inquire further about Xia Chen's insights. "Your words, though simple, profoundly encapsulate the relationship between Confucianism and governance, reflecting the grandeur of our scholarly tradition," he remarked with admiration. The 3 disciples behind him were taken aback, for their master, one of the 5 great Confucians of Dawu, had bestowed such high praise upon Xia Chen. It was merely a moment of inspiration. Xia Chen humbly responded to the accolades. "At such a young age, to possess such character, it is no wonder you have garnered the emperor's favor. I recall my own youth, buried in books, striving for knowledge." Lu Tong gazed upon the young man, radiating warmth like jade, and felt a sudden pang of reflection on the passage of time, realizing he was growing old. If you are able to cultivate your thoughts and dedicate yourself to Confucian studies, perhaps your ideals will illuminate the annals of history, Lu Tong mused, fully aware of the significance such a statement held for the consolidation of imperial power. He felt that if these insights truly stemmed from this youth, then Xia Chen was indeed a seed of scholarly potential. Though slightly older now, with steadfast dedication to Confucianism, he might one day emerge as a sage within the tradition. Xia Chen smiled and shook his head. "I seek not fame, but rather the welfare of the common people, aspiring to bring them happiness. Thus, I yearn to engage in battle to defend my homeland." Yao Guang, who had been quietly listening, cast a more scrutinizing glance at Xia Chen upon hearing his words. "Alas, what a pity," Lu Tong lamented, genuinely feeling regret. Had he been able to mentor Xia Chen from a young age, perhaps he would have achieved great accomplishments. Yet, he recognized that, given Xia Chen's current status, he was no longer in a position to be the youth's teacher. "Pray tell, is there a student named Feng Zhiru among those you have brought from the Bailu Academy to the capital?" Xia Chen, having a clear objective, wished to ascertain Feng Zhiru's presence. Feng Zhiru did not accompany me to the capital," Lu Tong replied, shaking his head, much to Xia Chen's disappointment. "I have merely heard his name in passing." Xia Chen smiled, maintaining a natural demeanor. "Who is this Feng Zhiru?" Yao Guang inquired. Her keen intuition, sensing Xia Chen's casual inquiry, held deeper significance, as she was eager to gather talented individuals for her literary gathering. "Feng Zhiru is a scholar from Bailu Academy, who entered the institution a decade ago and was taken under the wing of our esteemed headmaster." Lu Tong explained in response to the princess's query. "Oh, to have been accepted as a disciple by Master Qi is no small feat. He must indeed be talented," Yao Guang remarked, her interest piqued. The headmaster of Bailu Academy was a prominent figure in Wu's Confucian circles, standing on the threshold of the second tier of scholarly excellence. Xia Chen's mind conjured the image of the headmaster, Qi Jingfeng, known as Mr. No Rescue, who had gained renown for his declaration upon achieving the 3rd tier of enlightenment. "A gentleman does not rescue." His words had echoed throughout the realm, earning him a formidable reputation among scholars. However, Lu Tong's expression turned to one of wry amusement upon hearing Yao Guang's praise. Regrettably, Feng Zhiru has not distinguished himself since joining the headmaster's tutelage, remaining at the 8th tier of moral cultivation to this day. I had hoped to bring him to the capital to experience its splendor, to mingle with the city's young talents during this literary gathering, perhaps inspiring him to advance to the 7th tier. But he declined, claiming he had yet to finish perusing Bai Lu Academy's extensive collection and did not wish to descend the mountain. Lu Tong shook his head, reflecting on the disappointment of being rebuffed despite his good intentions. He felt that the headmaster had misjudged Feng Zhiru. While he possessed commendable character, he lacked the innate talent for Confucian cultivation. Now in his 20s, Feng Zhiru would do better to seek official recognition in the capital rather than remain at Bai Lu Academy, where he might achieve some success and not squander his youth. To think he desires to read through all the texts of Bai Lu Academy? Yao Guang exclaimed, astonished. The academy boasted a millennium of accumulated knowledge, its vast library surpassing even that of the imperial collection. The notion that Feng Zhiru could aspire to absorb it all seemed absurd. Yao Guang's interest in Feng Zhiru waned, yet she sensed there was more to the story. After all, if Master Qi had chosen to take Feng Zhiru as a disciple, there must be something exceptional about him. Xia Chen smiled softly, choosing silence. He held no doubt that Feng Zhiru was not a mere mediocrity. The outcome spoke to the process, and Master Qi could not have erred in his judgment. Xia Chen recalled having heard that Feng Zhiru, though initially unremarkable at Bai Lu Academy, experienced a remarkable transformation during a thunderous night, ascending to the 3rd tier and making a profound declaration that shook the world. Xia Chen resolved to visit Bai Lu Academy soon, not necessarily to recruit, but to familiarize himself with this promising individual. Seizing the opportunity while public sentiment was skeptical, he could invest in a potential gem. A smile crept across his face as he contemplated this. The gentleman comprehends the world as a complex mechanism, governed by its own principles of operation and causality. He prioritizes the collective benefit of the populace. A gentleman acknowledges the limitations of resources and, from a macro perspective, endeavors to allocate them wisely. Should one engage in actions contrary to virtue or seek to rescue the multitude indiscriminately, it may ultimately undermine the moral fabric of society. The gentleman refrains from meddling, as a means of self-preservation and restraint. He assesses his own capabilities and avoids rashly plunging into perilous situations to render aid, lest he endanger himself. In the event of encountering a drowning individual, if he is not a proficient swimmer, the gentleman does not impulsively leap into the water, but rather calls upon a specialist to effectuate the rescue. Furthermore, the gentleman considers the mindset of those he might save and the repercussions that follow. Overzealous rescue efforts may foster a dependence on others for survival. The gentleman abstains from intervening, wishing for the individual to attain self-awareness, to independently resolve their difficulties, and to grow in the process. When a friend encounters minor setbacks, the gentleman does not hastily offer assistance, but instead encourages self-reflection and strategic thinking. This exemplifies the gentleman's philosophy of non-intervention. Throughout the realm, scholars have faltered, yet Xi Jinfeng has risen to prominence, becoming the leading figure of the grand martial Confucian doctrine. Chapter 60. The Scholar, the Monk, and the Taoist. In the side hall, Xia Chen, Lu Tong, and Yao Guang engaged in a lively discussion, with Ziwei occasionally interjecting insightful comments that left Lu Tong astonished. He had not anticipated that a mere maidservant beside the princess could possess such intellect. As for Li Wei, he remained indifferent to the spectacle, quietly savoring the pastries laid out on the table. Meanwhile, in the grand hall, the rumors regarding Xia Chen's identity had begun to circulate. His entrance alongside Yao Guang had captivated the audience. What? That person is Xia Chen, the fiancé of Her Highness? The crowd gasped, having heard numerous tales about him over the past few days. A 17-year-old 4th-rank official was indeed a rarity in the annals of the Great Wu Dynasty. With such a prestigious background, achieving such a high rank at a tender age, and being betrothed to Princess Yao Guang, not to mention his remarkable looks, left many feeling despondent. The young talents present could not help but think, how can we compete with this? Word spread that the renowned gentleman Jing Xian, one of the 4 beauties, would be attending today. He hailed from the esteemed Shao family in Jiangnan, known for their scholarly pursuits. Some spoke with gleaming eyes. The Shao family is a lineage of intellect, rumored to have royal blood from the previous dynasty. This was no idle claim. The Shao family had long intermarried with the imperial family, and many of their queens had originated from this clan. However, after the rise of the Great Wu, the Shao family suffered greatly during the national upheaval and retreated to Jiangnan. Fortunately, the Great Wu royal family had not exterminated them entirely. Now, 8 centuries later, the Su family, the current royal lineage, held power without fear of the Shao family. Just imagining the sight of the 4 beauties and the 4 beauties together was enough to elicit excitement from the crowd. My goodness, my friend, be cautious with your words. We are still in the princess's residence, and young Master Xia is present, someone cautioned, their face paling in alarm and creating distance from a speaker. Others nearby overheard the comment and exchanged peculiar glances. Eventually, one could not resist speaking up. I have had the fortune of meeting gentleman Jing Xian once. His appearance is indeed striking, ethereal even, yet, in both looks and demeanor, he pales in comparison to Xia Chen. The crowd exchanged glances of disbelief. How could the acknowledged beauty of the Great Wu be overshadowed? Just as they prepared to refute this assertion, the image of Xia Chen's countenance emerged in their minds, plunging them into silence. Such an unparalleled visage and presence seemed almost impossible to rival. Anticipation rose for gentleman Jing Xian's arrival. Surely a side-by-side appearance would settle the debate. The little cabinet elder has arrived. A voice called out, directing everyone's attention to the entrance. It was Lin Zihan from the Lin family, who was well known in the capital. At 25 years old, he had already attained the rank of 5th-rank official. Currently serving in the cabinet, he was not a cabinet elder, but rather a scribe under the elder's guidance, tasked with the transmission of documents and drafting official papers. Though his role was minor, it placed him at the heart of the Great Wu's political power. Many cabinet elders had begun their careers in this very position, leading some to suggest it was a stepping stone to higher office. Lin Zihan, with his distinguished demeanor, had chosen not to wear official robes today, having taken a leave to attend the literary gathering. Upon entering, he scanned the room, seemingly searching for someone. "Young master, the guests have arrived. They are in the side hall with the princess and the esteemed Lu Tong," someone whispered in his ear. "Lu Tong is here too?" Lin Zihan's gaze sharpened momentarily, but he quickly composed himself. He had accompanied his father during a discussion with the Minister of Rights the previous day, and from their conversation, he learned that Lu Tong was being reinstated to the position of Deputy Minister of Rights, a recommendation from Princess Yaoguang. Attending her literary gathering was consequently expected. "Shall we enter now? Patience is a virtue. If we enter now, others will surely think I am here solely because of him, that the Lin family lacks grace and is petty. My reputation is of little concern, but my father's honor must not be tarnished. The banquet will commence soon, and opportunities to measure his worth will arise," Lin Zihan calmly replied. He stepped aside, quietly enjoying his drink, while several young gentlemen and scholars approached him to engage in conversation, showering him with compliments. Lin Zihan maintained an air of poise, welcoming all, and soon a circle formed around him. As the attention of the crowd shifted towards Lin Zihan, a striking monk entered the princess's residence. Appearing around 30, he wore a gentle smile, his sharp brows and bright eyes exuding an air of elegance despite his monastic garb. Though he moved quietly, he nonetheless captured the attention of those present. It was Master Tianhai, who had also come. The crowd gasped in recognition. Master Tianhai had gained fame at a young age, known as the little monk Tianhai since he was 12 or 13. Now, he was referred to as Master Tianhai, frequently visiting the homes of nobles. He shared Buddhist teachings and gained considerable renown. At 15, he left the capital to wander the world as an ascetic, honing his spiritual essence through a life of beggary. His travels were a mystery, and no one knew the paths he tread or the countless miles he covered barefoot. It was known, however, that upon his return to Tianlong Temple at 25, he had cultivated a profound heart of Buddhism, shedding worldly distractions. That day, the temple radiated with light, and the sound of sutras echoed throughout the capital. Greetings, Master Tianhai. Even among the gathered scholars, respect filled the air in the presence of such a revered figure. Esteemed patrons, you honor me, Master Tianhai replied, a smile gracing his lips, his eyes gleaming as if able to see into the hearts of men. Daoist Xuanzhen has also arrived. Master Tianhai's gaze fell upon a middle-aged man in simple Daoist robes who approached, holding a wine jug and carrying a long sword on his back. He exuded a casual demeanor. Upon seeing Master Tianhai, Xuanzhen nodded in acknowledgement and, disregarding the gazes of others, settled into a corner table. In the side hall, Xia Chen, Yao Guang, and their companions observed this unfolding scene. Ziwa, it is nearly time. Please announce the commencement of the literary gathering, Yao Guang instructed, having noted the arrival of most guests. Chapter 61, Physiognomy. The literary gathering commences. Yao Guang emerged from the side hall, with Xia Chen and Lu Tong trailing behind her. Once Xia Chen stepped out, he led Xia Chen away from Yao Guang's entourage, finding refuge in a secluded corner of the grand hall beside a Taoist priest. Drinking alone is rather dreary, and I harbor little interest in this literary gathering. Why not share a drink with me? Xia Chen said, comfortably settling beside Xian Jinzi, raising his cup in a toast from a distance. Upon hearing the voice, Xian Jinzi, his vision clouded by inebriation, turned his gaze. The moment their eyes met, a jolt of realization struck him. His pupils constricted as clarity replaced his previous stupor. The wine cup he held slipped from his grasp, shattering upon the table, spilling its contents across the surface. What had he witnessed? An endless nine-clawed, true dragon coiled above Xia Chen's brow, surrounding him with ethereal purple energy, radiant and resplendent. Xian Jinzi was taken aback. When he steadied his gaze again, he beheld a youthful gentleman, resplendent as jade, adorned with a smile, raising his cup in salute. The boundless nine-clawed, true dragon had vanished, and the primordial purple energy dissipated into the ether, as if all that had transpired was merely a figment of his imagination. Had he been intoxicated? Xian Jinzi's mind was in turmoil. Xia Chen, slightly taken aback by Xian Jinzi's astonished expression, glanced at the spilled wine. Daoist, what troubles you? Do you feel unwell? Who are you? Xian Jinzi, regaining his composure, scrutinized Xia Chen with a mix of reverence and seriousness. I am Xia Chen, he replied with a smile. Xian Jinzi studied Xia Chen intently, inspecting his visage from every angle, growing increasingly astounded. So it is you. Despite residing in the Tianshi mansion, he had heard whispers of Xia Chen's name in recent days. Your physiognomy is quite extraordinary. You are no ordinary individual. Xian Jinzi spoke earnestly, though a twinge of insecurity lingered within him, for he had perceived nothing. Despite his mastery in physiognomy, he had never faltered in his observations, save for Yao Guang's enigmatic features. Yet with Xia Chen, he was utterly baffled. He could not discern his past, foresee his future, nor grasp his present. It was as if he transcended the annals of history, detached from the relentless flow of time. Could you elaborate, Daoist? Xia Chen inquired with keen interest, pouring Xian Jinzi another cup of wine. One must not divulge such secrets. The mysteries of heaven must remain concealed. Xian Jinzi shook his head vehemently, accepting the cup and downing it in one gulp to mask his disquiet. However, beneath this facade, a weighty apprehension pressed upon him. He previously glimpsed the purple aura enveloping Xia Chen and the immeasurable nine-clawed golden dragon swirling above his brow. Now, he found himself unable to discern the young man's features. This was indeed perplexing. If that earlier vision was not mere illusion, did it imply that this Xia Chen bore the traits of an emperor? How could that be, when in the current realm of Wu, he had only observed such features in the emperor, the crown prince, and Princess Yao Guang? Upon witnessing Yao Guang's physiognomy, he had been astounded, doubting his own perception. After meticulous observation and consultation with the old master, he remained convinced that Yao Guang possessed the makings of an emperor, though it was shrouded in ambiguity. This revelation had left him deeply contemplative. Could it be that the kingdom of Wu was destined to welcome an era ruled by a female sovereign? It was this unusual discovery that compelled him to grace this mundane literary gathering. Now, it appeared a fourth individual had emerged. The kingdom of Wu was robust, with the monarch reigning supreme. Yet even so, the aura of fortune could only manifest as a somewhat ethereal five-clawed golden dragon of limited length. Yet here was Xia Chen, seemingly accompanied by an infinite nine-clawed dragon, traversing realms unknown. Xian Jinzi's confidence wavered. Doubts clouded his mastery of physiognomy. Perhaps he had truly succumbed to intoxication, lost in dreams that birthed illusions. Xia Chen was puzzled. Why did Xian Jinzi seem so lost in thought? Was he perhaps fatigued from excessive writing the previous night, leading to a lack of focus? Let us drink. Xian Jinzi finally resolved, deciding to return for counsel with the old master. Though he prided himself on his singular prowess in physiognomy, the old master possessed a comprehensive understanding that was beyond his current capabilities. As Xia Chen and Xian Jinzi engaged in spirited conversation over drinks, discussing everything from politics to the culinary delights of street vendors, Xian Jinzi, seemingly buoyed by the wine, leaned closer to share his exclusive insights. Let me tell you, at the Rouge House on Suyu Street, though Miss Lian, you may not be the most beautiful, she is undoubtedly the most attentive. Spending a night in her company guarantees you will wish to stay forever. Xian Jinzi chuckled, shedding the ethereal demeanor he had previously maintained. Xia Chen marveled inwardly. Truly, he is a sage destined to carve a new path, unbound by the mundane. With a profound understanding of the Tao, I must seize the opportunity to explore Suyu Street with him. As Xia Chen reveled in his discourse with Xian Jinzi, the literary gathering thrived in the hall. Games of drinking, drumming, tossing pots, and flowing wine amidst poetic recitations filled the air with merriment. In the center of the hall, a troupe of performers entertained the audience. Xia Chen cast a glance and mused, each era has its own taverns. Essentially, this was no different from a lively bar. Losing a game resulted in drinking or performing poetry. And if only there were dice games, how delightful that would be. Xia Chen's thoughts wandered aimlessly, devoid of any desire to partake in the revelry. Was he discussing life with Xian Jinzi far more enriching? Despite his seclusion, many eyes were drawn to him. His striking appearance was simply too captivating, especially with the Taoist priest beside him. Xian Jinzi, though not widely renowned, was still recognized as a practitioner of genuine skill from the Tianshi mansion. Suddenly, a hush fell over the gathering, followed by gasps of astonishment. Young Master Jing Xian has arrived. At the entrance, an exceptionally handsome young man stepped in, accompanied by an attendant. Jing Xian, a smile gracing his lips, paused at the threshold, flourishing his folding fan with an air of distinction. He remained still, awaiting the chorus of admiration that typically ensued. He had long been accustomed to being the center of attention wherever he went. This pose was designed to accentuate his striking features, particularly showcasing his flawless right profile. He reveled in the attention, ready to bask in the forthcoming accolades. Come forth. Let me be the center of attention. Let the praises rain upon me like a tempest. Zhuan Zenzi, skilled in the art of physiognomy, upon his first audience with the emperor, was struck by a sudden change in color, filled with astonishment. He immediately knelt and proclaimed, "Last night, in a dream within a dream, I beheld a magnificent purple aura stretching across 9,000 miles in the sky, with divine dragons swirling amidst it, their heads and tails elusive. Now, upon encountering you, I realize that you are indeed this true dragon. I wish to follow you and serve you faithfully." Taoist History, Volume 3, Biography of Zhuan Zenzi, P.S. On this peaceful Christmas Eve, I wish all my brothers a future filled with safety and happiness. I will continue to update later tonight. Chapter 62, Strategic Guidelines. Jing Xian, exuding the grace of a gentleman, cast a subtle glance at the heavens, yet, to his astonishment, he was met not with the anticipated accolades, but rather with a collective gaze directed toward the young man in the corner of the hall. As Jing Xian lowered his eyes to survey the room, he discovered that everyone's attention was fixated on this young man. The moment his gaze landed upon him, his pupils constricted sharply. Although standing at a distance, he could only catch a glimpse of Xia Chen's profile, yet that mere silhouette sent a tremor through his spirit. That profile appeared remarkably handsome. A profound sense of pressure enveloped Jing Xian. How could a mere side profile evoke such dread? He pondered what marvels the full visage of this individual must hold. While Jing Xian harbored a degree of self-admiration, he was astute enough to infer the shift in atmosphere. It was undoubtedly related to the young man with the striking profile, as the crowd was comparing their looks. Though he had not yet seen the young man's full face, the reactions around him indicated he had lost. Jing Xian murmured to himself, realizing that while no words were spoken, the gazes around him conveyed everything. Silently, he tucked away his folding fan, feigning nonchalance, and with a natural smile, he strolled into the hall. Greetings to all. Jing Xian saluted the assembly, his demeanor impeccable. The crowd gradually regained their composure, now overwhelmingly convinced that Jing Xian had indeed been outshone. Xia Chen was undeniably a formidable presence. For reasons unknown, the weight upon their hearts lessened. If even the illustrious Jing Xian, one of the four handsome gentlemen, could not compete with Xia Chen, then perhaps they too could accept their inferiority. Who was this young man, and when did such a figure emerge in the capital? Jing Xian located Lin Zihan amidst the throng, who parted to allow him passage. He approached Lin Zihan and inquired softly. Lin Zihan, with an expressionless demeanor, replied in measured tones, "That young man's name is Xia Chen, the prince consort. Is that truly him?" Jing Xian's complexion shifted slightly. He had come to this literary gathering, partly for the sake of the illustrious Princess Yaoguang. Though he knew she was betrothed, 3 years prior, he had been fortunate enough to encounter her at a banquet, left in awe, and had since held her in his thoughts. Despite Xia Chen's rising reputation in the capital, Jing Xian doubted that Yaoguang would be drawn to a scion of a military family. Did Xia Chen comprehend the intricacies of court politics? Was he versed in Confucianism, Buddhism, or Taoism? He was merely a rough-hewn warrior. Yaoguang was a woman of exceptional talent and grace. How could she possibly favor Xia Chen? Jing Xian had confidence in his own intellect and appearance. Thus he had arrived today with an air of assurance. Yet now, he felt an unsettling pressure. His self-assured looks had been utterly eclipsed by Xia Chen. Have you witnessed his literary prowess? Is he truly the fool of legend? Jing Xian, ever cautious, realized he could not afford to falter in the realm of inner talent. He had been engaged in drinking with Taoist Xianzhen, opting out of the frivolities of the gathering. Lin Zihan remained calm and composed, unperturbed by the unfolding events. Jing Xian regarded him, understanding that Lin Zihan had come to this literary assembly with the intent of confronting Xia Chen. Lin Zihan had achieved success in the imperial examinations 6 years prior, and now held the rank of a 5th-grade official. He possessed both talent and background, rendering him independent of the need for this gathering to bolster his reputation. He had been quietly enjoying his drink, seemingly aware of his own limitations, likely recognizing that his rehearsed lines were mere echoes meant to please the emperor. Jing Xian grew increasingly convinced of his own superiority. Patience, the gathering has only just begun. Lin Zihan was as steady as a seasoned veteran. Who was he? The little minister. While many referred to him with an air of flattery, none could deny that Lin Zihan possessed genuine ability. Numerous observers claimed he bore a striking resemblance to his father, Lin Hanpu, suggesting that he might one day share the cabinet with him, creating a remarkable family legacy. Thus, he would not recklessly offend a favored individual of the emperor. Moreover, this was the princess's residence. Xia Chen was to be her future husband. Whether Princess Yaoguang harbored affection for Xia Chen or not, to insult him within the confines of the palace was tantamount to striking the princess herself. Lin Zihan, endowed with exceptional talent and having spent 6 years under the meticulous guidance of his father in the court, possessed a maturity of thought and vision that belied his youth. The jealousy and rivalry exhibited by Jing Xian and his peers appeared to him as mere child's play. Observing Lin Zihan's calm demeanor, Jing Xian felt a sense of tranquility wash over him as he settled down to savor his drink. He watched as the crowd engaged in games. His own curiosity piqued, and he soon joined in the revelry, reigniting the lively atmosphere. As time passed, the literary gathering unfolded on a grand scale, attracting nearly all the esteemed scholars of the capital, particularly those from the National Academy, who constituted a significant portion of the attendees. Some were yet to achieve distinction. but most had already earned the title of Jinshi. With the impending imperial examinations looming, this was an opportune moment to bolster one's reputation. Consequently, the caliber of the event was exceptionally high. Many eagerly took to the stage, showcasing their meticulously crafted couplets and poetry, eliciting nods of approval from the audience. Some even composed verses on the spot, garnering admiration from all. The entire gathering reached a crescendo of excitement. Initially, the event allowed for free interaction, with participants forming groups to engage in games, drinking, and reciting poetry. As the gathering progressed, it transitioned into a phase of creative expression, where individuals could present their best poems, essays, or various literary works in front of the assembly. This was an excellent opportunity for fame, and, as a result, attendees formed queues to showcase their talents. Some recited poetry, others performed musical compositions, and still others played the flute. Throughout this lively exchange, Xia Chen remained engrossed in his drink, genuinely disinterested in seeking notoriety. To be honest, he felt that he had already attracted enough attention in the capital recently, which contradicted his low-profile strategy of gradual development and preparation for future opportunities. Xia Chen maintained a clear perspective, aware that merely making an early appearance did not grant him the liberty to become complacent. This world was fraught with complexities, as many players from his past life had learned at a grave cost. With the onset of the resurgence of spiritual energy era still on the horizon, individual prowess would be of little use against the formidable machinery of the state. Thus, Xia Chen aimed to establish himself as a power holder within the great martial dynasty before patiently awaiting the right moment. Therefore, he preferred to act boldly in his endeavors while maintaining a discreet personal demeanor. The literary gathering, which offered superficial fame without substantial gain, was not something he intended to meddle in. Besides, he possessed the world library and could effortlessly unleash a few stunning verses or recite the essential 4 lines of the player's handbook to easily surpass these individuals. Akin to besting children in a game, Xia Chen believed that employing a sledgehammer to crack a nut was unnecessary. Should he choose to become a literary thief, he would reserve his talents for more worthy endeavors, as the literary gathering seemed beneath him. Unbeknownst to him, as he observed the animated gathering, an undercurrent of intrigue was stirring, with many eyes once again turning towards Xia Chen. It appeared he was content to watch the spectacle, intending to leave once the gathering concluded. However, they could not allow him to depart so easily. They needed to gauge his worth. Someone turned to the surrounding crowd and issued a directive. The Emperor's appearance was strikingly handsome, embodying an ethereal grace akin to that of a celestial being descended from the heavens, unmatched by anyone in the realm. One day, as he attended a literary gathering, upon entering the venue, the crowd was awestruck, captivated by his visage, feeling an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. At that time, the capital boasted 4 universally acknowledged handsome men, one of whom was the esteemed young Master Xia, who was also present at the gathering. Upon beholding the Emperor, he stood frozen in place, exclaiming, "Today, I truly behold a revelation. Such a remarkable figure exists in this world, far surpassing my own appearance." Consequently, the young Master Xia, overwhelmed by a sense of shame, henceforth refrained from considering himself a handsome man. Chapter 63. The Buddha of This Life. The poetry gathering continues. We have now reached the 3rd segment, where Yao Guang personally takes the stage, presenting several topics for spontaneous poetry, essays, and lyrics, encouraging literary creation without restrictions on form. Her appearance ignites fervor among the numerous scholars present. After all, she is a princess, and such opportunities for interaction are rare outside of this event. Amiba. In a corner, a voice of reverence resonates in Xia Chen's ear. He feels slightly intoxicated, having spent the entire morning drinking with Zuanzenzi. Master Tianhai. Despite his inebriation, Xia Chen remains relatively lucid, rising to nod respectfully at the eminent monk before him. Young Master Xia, will you not participate in the literary gathering? Tianhai's eyes sparkle with wisdom, his gaze remarkably profound. A gentle smile graces his lips, exuding an air of refinement. The gathering is merely a hollow title. The Buddha teaches the essence of emptiness. Could it be that Master is intrigued by such trivialities? Young Master Xia shows a remarkable understanding of our Buddhist teachings, Tianhai responds, his eyes gleaming as he brings his hands together in a gesture of respect. I have heard your words on the roles of monarchs and subjects, parents and children. They seem to encapsulate profound truths, yet appear incomplete. Thus, I seek your guidance. Tianhai's demeanor is humble, his poise exceptional. Though he may not possess the striking appearance of Jing Xian, he certainly commands attention among the crowd. As a revered monk, one might wonder why he remains entangled in worldly affairs. Rumors suggest that Tianhai possesses a pure heart, untainted by the dust of the mundane. However, it appears he has become somewhat ensnared by earthly attachments. Xia Chen, without responding, takes a seat and smiles. Upon hearing Xia Chen's words, Tianhai's perpetually serene expression shifts slightly. What do you mean by that, young master? Tianhai brings his hands together again, reciting a Buddhist mantra. Confucianism advocates engaging with the world, Buddhism teaches transcendence, and Taoism promotes avoidance of worldly matters. Yet, Master seems to navigate among the powerful and influential. In a decade spent refining the heart has not cleansed you of worldly impurities. Rather, it seems to have birthed a demonic heart within you. Xia Chen's eyes shine brightly as he gazes intently at Tianhai, as if he could pierce through the monk's physical form to uncover the hidden turmoil within. The moment Xia Chen speaks, not only does Tianhai's expression change, but even Zhuan Zhenzi, with his drunken haze, turns his attention toward them. Who can truly delineate between the pure heart of the Buddha and the heart of demons? I have my own path. Tianhai regains his composure, a smile returning to his face as he brings his hands together once more, exuding a sense of elegance and confidence. Tianhai gazes deeply at the young man before him, astonished that Xia Chen can so succinctly articulate his condition. The decade of heart refinement indeed led to complications. When he returned to the Tianlong temple, it was not due to the attainment of an immaculate Buddha heart, but rather because his master, Long Shu, personally recited scriptures to suppress the demonic heart within him. Few within the temple were privy to this truth, yet Xia Chen, he knows. The Buddha can save future lives, yet cannot rescue the suffering of this world. I possess a Buddha heart and wish to become a Buddha of this present life. A radiant smile adorns Tianhai's face. He emanates an aura of compassion, almost as if he is transforming into a Buddha to save the souls of this world. During his decade of heart refinement, he journeyed through the eastern wilderness, traversed the southern barbarians, visited the kingdom of Qing, beheld the mountains and rivers of the Great Feng, and ultimately ventured westward on a pilgrimage. Throughout his travels, he witnessed the immense suffering of countless beings, struggling amidst relentless wars, bandits, and lives deemed as insignificant as blades of grass. From that moment, he resolved not to withdraw, but to take action for the sake of the suffering masses. If the Buddha cannot save the people, then he shall be the Buddha himself. He seeks power to end this chaotic age. I possess a Buddha heart and wish for this world to transform into a pure land of divinity. Xia Chen gazes deeply at Tianhai, recognizing that his understanding of the Buddha's heart has diverged from contemporary Buddhist ideals. According to Xia Chen's perspective, this divergence is not erroneous. In fact, he is quite impressed. Yet in this era, such views are deemed heretical by the Buddhist community. One should be without attachment while cultivating the heart. Xia Chen speaks slowly, causing Tianhai to freeze in place, muttering to himself, "Without attachment?" To cultivate the heart without attachment refers to a famous line from the Diamond Sutra, which teaches that one should not cling to anything, be it external fame, material wealth, or even one's own beliefs, perceptions, and emotions. Such attachments lead to troubles and obstacles. Finding the heart. Though Tianhai harbors great compassion, he has developed obsessions and attachments. This is why Xia Chen claims he has nurtured a demonic heart. Then may I ask, what heart should one cultivate? Tianhai stands still, repeating Xia Chen's words. One should cultivate a pure heart, a heart of compassion. A Bodhi heart, free from the distractions and entanglements of the external world, giving rise to wisdom and enlightenment. Xia Chen responds calmly. Tianhai regards Xia Chen with utmost seriousness, intrigued by the young man's profound understanding of Buddhist principles. In the hall, many eyes are drawn to the interaction between Tianhai and Xia Chen, as well as Zhu and Zenzi, two individuals hailing from the esteemed Tianshi Mansion and Tianlong Temple, whose presence commands respect. Master Tianhai, what troubles you? Why you keep bowing to young Master Xia? Murmurs ripple through the crowd. What are they discussing? Why does it seem that Master Tianhai regards Xia Chen with such reverence and respect? As the spectators exchange whispers, Tianhai contemplates, are you suggesting that my path is misguided? That I should relinquish my attachments? His compassion for the world is evident, yet he feels the weight of his own expectations. In the future, I may be reassigned to the capital. If you wish, Master Tianhai, you may come to visit me. Perhaps then you shall discover your true path. Xia Chen joins his hands in a gesture reminiscent of a Buddhist master, a smile gracing his lips. One must apply their skills where they are most needed. Thus, I shall use my talents judiciously. Tianhai has willingly come to him, and he intends to guide him. With his opening words, Xia Chen captivates the room, momentarily silencing Tianhai. He invokes a profound principle from the Diamond Sutra, delivering a powerful revelation to Tianhai. While he refrains from outright challenging Tianhai's Buddha heart, he nonetheless aims to shake its foundation. Xia Chen chooses his words carefully, understanding that patience is crucial. Tianhai is a clever individual. If he senses too much intent from the outset, he may slip away. Currently, Xia Chen cannot provide a clear path for Tianhai. But if he indeed ascends to a position of authority in the capital, he will have ample opportunity to retain Tianhai within his domain. First, he must draw the fish in, and whether he can eventually nourish it remains to be seen. Tianhai is genuinely intrigued by Xia Chen's insights. This young man possesses a remarkable depth of knowledge regarding Buddhist philosophy. You, young Master Xia, are destined for a connection with our teachings. Should time permit, I invite you to visit Tianlong Temple, where we may explore the Dharma together. Tianhai bows respectfully. I have heard that young Master Xia possesses extraordinary talents and a scholarly demeanor, so much so that even His Majesty has expressed admiration. As the literary gathering nears its conclusion, might I have the opportunity to witness your gifts? Just as Xia Chen and Tianhai engage in lively discourse, someone finally rises, unable to contain their impatience. Why has he spent most of the gathering drinking and chatting in that corner, as if he exists in a different realm entirely? The murmurs of the onlookers continue, reflecting both intrigue and frustration. They had been patiently awaiting an opportunity, yet as the literary gathering approached its conclusion, and the chance remained elusive, they were compelled to force Xia Chen's hand. Master Tianhai embodies a compassionate heart, filled with empathy for all beings. In his youth, he lived as an ascetic, traversing the world, witnessing the profound suffering of countless lives. This led him to a grand aspiration, to willingly descend into the depths of the 18 hells to bring peace to the world. During a literary conference, Master Tianhai encountered the Heavenly Emperor, marking their inaugural meeting. Within this assembly, the Heavenly Emperor perceived the Master's lingering fixation and remarked, "One should give rise to their heart without attachment." Upon hearing these words, Master Tianhai experienced an enlightening epiphany. Shortly thereafter, he took refuge under the Buddha, thus establishing the presence of the current Buddha in our world. Buddhist History, Transmission of the Current Buddha, Volume 2, Chapter 64. A true man should care for the world. The banquet fell into an immediate hush as everyone turned their gaze towards the source of disturbance. Many internally exhaled in anticipation, for the main event of this literary gathering had finally arrived. Ever since Xia Chen's name had spread throughout the capital a few days prior, numerous attendees had come with the singular intent of witnessing him. Humanity is inherently envious. Xia Chen, with his striking good looks, had become a prince consort, achieved the rank of a fourth-grade official at such a tender age, and possessed a wealth of culture. How could one not feel a twinge of jealousy? While they had little to contest in other aspects, the realm of culture was their forte, and whether Xia Chen truly harbored any scholarly depth was still a matter of speculation. However, it was almost universally accepted among the crowd that Xia Chen's intellect was merely a fade, a display of superficiality. Thus, they aimed to use this literary gathering, particularly in front of Princess Yao, to expose Xia Chen's pretentiousness. How dare he feign erudition before such learned individuals? Could they tolerate such an affront? Indeed, young Master Xia, your declaration of ruler to ruler, minister to minister, father to son carries the air of a sage, yet I dare say that in a few years, you may very well become the sixth great scholar of our esteemed Wu dynasty. What a bold assertion that in a few years, 4 young Master Xia's talents rival those of Prime Minister Lin. I maintain that he has already achieved the stature of a great scholar. One by one, voices rose, deliberately amplified. Lin Zihan, who had been seated quietly, cast an impassive glance at the speaker, mentally noting the face of this student. How audacious for one to dare speak of his father, Prime Minister Lin. Though Lin Zihan understood the intent was to bring Xia Chen down through flattery, it nonetheless trampled upon his father's dignity, especially in his presence. It was akin to courting disaster. Princess Yaoguang and Lu Tong had also caught wind of these backhanded compliments. Lu Tong exchanged a glance with the stoic Princess Yaoguang before directing his attention to Xia Chen, curious to see how he would respond. With a calm demeanor, Xia Chen gradually rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping across those who had spoken, causing them to feel a chill and instinctively retreat a few steps. It soon became evident that this young man was not only exceptionally handsome, but also emanated a formidable presence. I am but a martial man, not well versed in poetry or literature. Today, I merely wish to observe the talents of our youthful scholars in the capital. You all may compete amongst yourselves. I shall refrain from participating, Xia Chen declared, raising his cup filled with wine in a toast to the assembly, then downing it in one gulp. The crowd was taken aback by Xia Chen's public admission of his lack of poetic prowess. Had he unwittingly conceded to their intentions? No, this would not suffice. Such nonchalant remarks, if circulated after the gathering, could lead many to believe that he was simply being humble, looking down upon them. Therefore, it was imperative that Xia Chen be compelled to compose a poem, allowing the crowd to ridicule him and tarnish his reputation in the capital. Young Master Xia is far too humble. Who in the capital does not know of your literary talents? If you do not showcase them today, could it be that you look down upon us scholars? 2 voices rang out in succession, drawing the crowd's attention to the speakers. 2 students from the Imperial Academy, Li Chun and Wang Ming, both of whom had garnered some renown and were considered frontrunners in the upcoming examinations. Their flattery dripped with condescension, establishing a moral high ground that effectively separated Xia Chen from the assembled scholars, insinuating that his reluctance to engage was a sign of disdain for them all. Could it be that young Master Xia believes our verses to be as childish as a game of pretend? Li Chun added provocatively, I have already stated that I harbor no interest in poetry and do not look down upon any of you. Each of you are the future pillars of our nation, destined for greatness. I came today merely to witness your talents and the grace of our Wu dynasty scholars, Xia Chen responded, feigning humility without showing anger or taking the bait to engage. This only solidified the crowd's belief that Xia Chen was devoid of genuine skill. With this thought, their fear dissipated, and many began to descend, eager to join in the mockery, hoping to gain notoriety in the capital once the event concluded. Regardless of the crowd's jeers, Xia Chen continued to shake his head. Eventually, even Jing Xian could no longer restrain himself. Rumors had been circulating in the capital, claiming that young Master Xia's talents surpassed those of Prime Minister Lin, creating quite a stir. Could it be that young Master Xia orchestrated this himself, seeking to elevate his name at the expense of Prime Minister Lin? Jing Xian's words were cutting, directly placing this heavy accusation upon Xia Chen. He was acutely aware that Lin Zihan's primary purpose for attending was to defend his father's reputation. Prime Minister Lin was a man of considerable stature. There were matters he could not address directly, but that did not mean he was indifferent. Xia Chen cast a profound glance at Jing Xian and then at the impassive Lin Zihan beside him. He recognized that the students, like rabid dogs, were advancing to nip at him, hoping to curry favor with this junior minister, especially with the examinations on the horizon. Securing the favor of a high-ranking official would undoubtedly illuminate their futures. Although Xia Chen held a prestigious title as a prince consort, his authority did not extend to matters of the examinations or the promotion of future officials. Thus, they were willing to offend him to gain favor with the junior minister. Lin Gongzi, the recent rumors in the capital are not of my making. His Majesty has indeed casually praised me, but he did not state that my talents surpass those of Prime Minister Lin. I wish to clarify this here today to prevent any impact on Prime Minister Lin's reputation. Whether you believe it or not, I shall only explain this once. This cup of wine is my toast to Prime Minister Lin. Xia Chen stood once more, filled the cup with wine, smiled at Lin Zihan, and drank deeply. His grand demeanor prompted many to nod in silent approval. Subsequently, Xia Chen did not retreat as before. He surveyed the assembly, his gaze flitting over each face present. Then, with a slight smile, he drew in a deep breath and proclaimed loudly, "Esteemed guests, I, Xia, confess that I am indeed unskilled in poetry, for I view poetry as a trivial pursuit, a pastime of peace. Yet now, the world is divided, and the situation in the Northwest is tumultuous. The common folk suffer greatly. A true man should harbor the plight of the people in his heart and aspire to strengthen the nation and enrich the populace. Thus, I disdain this trivial path of poetry." Xia Chen's words resonated powerfully, echoing throughout the hall, rendering the audience silent. Was he chastising them? Accusing them of neglecting the greater good in favor of aesthetic pursuits? As they grappled with his implications, Xia Chen's voice rang out once more. "In these chaotic times, our soldiers fight valiantly on the front lines, while the northern and western borders remain ever vigilant. I find little inclination to compose poetry amidst such strife, which is precisely why I have declined to engage until now. Though I may not favor poetry, witnessing your obsession with it in light of the unrest in the Northwest stirs my heart, compelling me to share a poem with you." Xia Chen's voice thundered, causing many faces to flush with embarrassment. Some even shrank back in shame. Indeed, while soldiers bled on the battlefield, they were lost in the trivialities of poetry, seeking shortcuts to fame in the capital. Xia Chen had effectively scolded them all. Emperor Taizu harbored grand ambitions and was deeply concerned for the well-being of the populace. Fully aware of the arduous struggles faced by soldiers on the front lines, aspiring to strengthen the nation and enrich its people. Therefore, he had little inclination towards the realm of poetry, seeking not to showcase himself through such means. At that time, students in the capital were all engrossed in the trivial pursuits of poetry, hoping to attain fame through their verses. During a literary gathering, the scholars pressed Emperor Taizu to compose poetry, but he repeatedly declined. Ultimately, driven to anger by their insistence, he admonished them, "You scholars should nurture lofty aspirations. How can you squander your days indulging in this trivial pursuit of poetry?" Upon his words, the hall fell silent, and the assembled scholars were left ashamed and abashed. Chapter 65. The Song of Conquest Must Be Sung. Upon the high platform, both Yao Guang and Lu Tong fell into silence, particularly Yao Guang. Though Xia Chen's ire was directed at the scholars, this literary gathering was organized by her. "Your Highness," Ziyue softly called from behind Yao Guang. "It is nothing. Do I lack such fortitude?" Yao Guang shook her head, smiling as she spoke. "Moreover, he is correct. Poetry is but a minor pursuit. Throughout history, no prime minister has ever governed a nation solely through poetry. The princess possesses great ambitions. Were it not for her gender, she would surely achieve remarkable success." Lu Tong remarked, nodding in admiration. "It is such a pity that her talents surpass those of the crown prince and the third prince. Yet she is constrained by her femininity. Otherwise, our great Wu would undoubtedly welcome a wise and virtuous sovereign in the future. And what of being a woman? Who says a woman cannot achieve great deeds?" Yao Guang replied calmly. Lu Tong was momentarily taken aback by her words. Yao Guang, smiling, chose not to elaborate further, her gaze drifting towards Xia Chen, who lingered in the corner of the hall. For reasons unknown, she found herself anticipating what kind of poetry Xia Chen would compose. In the hall, under the scrutiny of the crowd, Xia Chen addressed them solemnly. "Where are the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone? My lord, the materials have arrived. Please recite. I shall hold the brush for you, a eunuch hurriedly approached, presenting the finest writing implements. I shall do it myself. Xia Chen shook his head and took the materials. Then allow me to grind the ink and recite for you. Master Tianhai smiled as he approached Xia Chen, and before Xia Chen could respond, he began to grind the ink. The spectators were momentarily stunned. Master Tianhai, akin to a mere apprentice, willingly assisting Xia Chen in preparing the ink? Had the world gone mad? This was a disciple of Long Shu, one who did not even require formalities when in the presence of the princes. Seeing that Tianhai had commenced the ink preparation, Xia Chen ceased his hesitations. Soon, the ink was ready. Xia Chen, having diligently practiced calligraphy since childhood in the Marquis's residence, was skilled enough to produce flowing strokes that were both elegant and vigorous. As Tianhai beheld the first line, his eyes lit up and he pronounced it aloud, making it known to all present. The Song of Conquest must be sung to the tune of Wu Go, though merely the opening line. Its majestic spirit was already vividly conveyed. Quickly, Tianhai recited the second line. I vow to extinguish the realms of Qing and Defeng. At this declaration, the murmuring crowd fell silent, awestruck by the powerful imagery encapsulated within the verse. The vow to annihilate the nations of Qing and Defeng, to unify the realm, resonated deeply. Wu Guan, a crucial stronghold in the northwest, stood as a vital defense against these two nations. With this line, the grandeur of the poem was fully realized, igniting fervor among the scholars present. Yet, as Tianhai shifted the tone, a sense of melancholic heroism emerged, only to die for the nation on the battlefield. Why should one require a horse's hide to cover the corpse? The impact of Tianhai's words sent shivers down many spines. Some murmured to themselves, why should one require a horse's hide to cover the corpse? Excellent! A voice exclaimed from the banquet, someone unable to contain their admiration. Such grandeur indeed. Xia Chen's verses overshadow all our previous attempts. A young man rose, raising his cup in a serious demeanor towards Xia Chen. To everyone's surprise, it was Yuan Yongkue, the son of the Minister of War, who had previously remained inconspicuous. Lin Zihan quietly contemplated the poem, finding its essence increasingly profound. The soldier's unwavering resolve to face death without fear. This poem is the finest frontier verse our great Wu has seen in nearly 3 centuries. Lu Tong declared with a grave yet earnest expression. Ziyue repeated the 4 lines, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Yao Guang gazed at the radiant Xia Chen amidst the crowd, her thoughts unspoken. After completing the poem, Xia Chen bowed in gratitude to Master Tianhai. Thank you, Master Tianhai, for your assistance in preparing the ink. My help pales in comparison to the value of the Buddhist scripture you gifted me, Tianhai replied, hands pressed together in reverence, akin to a devout disciple. I shall certainly visit Tianlong Temple to discuss Buddhist teachings with you. With a nod, Xia Chen returned the gesture, then turned his gaze toward Taoist Xuanjin, who had been quietly observing. Taoist Xuanjin, should you have time, do visit me. I have fine wine. Let's drink together. Xuanjin, with hazy eyes, nodded in agreement. Xia Qian, let us depart, Xia Chen said to his awestruck companion, leading her through the crowd towards the exit. As they approached the doorway, Xia Chen turned back, meeting Yao Guang's gaze. Their eyes collided in the air, and ultimately, Xia Chen nodded before stepping away, disappearing beyond the threshold. Once Xia Chen had left, the crowd could no longer contain themselves and erupted in discussion. Incredible! What a poem! Such spirit! No wonder he is of the illustrious Xia family, proclaiming the annihilation of both the Qing and Defeng. Youthful yet with such ambition, could he one day emulate the legendary Hao of the East, penetrating deep into Defeng's territory and seizing its capital? Most scholars, lacking integrity, began to extol Xia Chen, completely forgetting their earlier disparagement of him. Lin Zihan, clutching his cup, sat in silence before finally rising. Let's take our leave as well. With that, he exited. Jing Xian remained behind, repeatedly murmuring Xia Chen's 4 lines, each recitation weighing heavily on his heart. Alas, not only does he surpass me in appearance, but now also in literary talent. Am I truly without hope? He gazed longingly at the enchanting Yao Guang, a wave of helplessness washing over him. Young master, are we truly leaving? The literary gathering has not yet concluded. What if the princess? On the street, Xia Chen voiced her concerns to Xia Chen. When they first asked me to compose a poem, my apparent reluctance was not to spare their feelings, but rather to gauge Yao Guang's stance, Xia Chen replied. His tone calm and unwavering. His primary objective was to test Yao Guang. The scholars were merely tools for his experiment. How laughable that they had felt triumphant, believing they had backed Xia Chen into a corner, compelling him to lash out in anger and compose a poem. He had been waiting to see if Yao Guang would speak up for him, to dissuade those who pressured him, yet he received no such support. Yao Guang chose silence. Perhaps she merely wished to ascertain his true capabilities, but by not standing by him, she had positioned herself against him. There was nothing more to say. Xia Chen's heart turned cold once more. Do you remember the faces of those who clamored the loudest? Xia Chen said expressionlessly. Behind him, Xia Chen sensed that his young master's mood was quite poor. Though his words were calm, they exuded an unusual chill. Remember, in a few days, after taking control of the Eagle Eye Division, have others arrange a few grand feasts as a reward for them. Xia Chen was known for his vendettas. Those who sought to rise by stepping on him, aspiring to ingratiate themselves with Lin Zihan, were utterly laughable, while Xia Chen could not pave their way to advancement. He could certainly ensure they plummeted into the depths of despair. Without imparting a lesson, the people of the capital would genuinely believe him to be an easy target. Additionally, assist me in investigating a scholar from the Guozijian named Su Xingchen. Find an opportunity to bring him to me secretly. Xia Chen gazed at the street vendors, his eyes distant, lost in thought. The great ancestor possessed a broad mind and a heart of benevolence. At that time, there were those in the capital who, envious of the great ancestor's exceptional talents, publicly challenged him. Yet, the great ancestor merely smiled and disregarded them, harboring no ill will nor seeking personal revenge. Because of this virtue, he was lauded by scholars across the realm. Thus, those with aspirations gradually gravitated towards the great ancestor, moved by his noble character, and wished to follow him. History of Xia, Volume 6, Annals of the Great Ancestor Emperor, P.S. This book is still in its infancy. Let us nurture it together, allowing it to flourish. Frankly, writing this book has demanded considerable effort, especially the classical Chinese at the end of each chapter, which has been quite taxing. This is my first foray into historical writing, and I wish not to disappoint this work. Alas, I have much to express, yet when it comes to articulating my thoughts, I find myself at a loss. Perhaps in the future, I will share more with my brothers. I am dedicated to crafting this book well, ensuring it provides great enjoyment for my comrades. Chapter 66, Exceptional Talents. On the streets, Xia Chen was taken aback, unable to comprehend why the young master would show interest in a student from the National Academy. Could it be that this student had offended him? However, he refrained from inquiring further and silently etched the name Su Xingchen into his memory. Xia Chen's primary purpose for attending the literary gathering was indeed to encounter Feng Zhiru and Su Xingchen. Yet, unexpectedly, neither of them had appeared. Though Xia Chen had been drinking, he had remained vigilant, hoping to catch a glimpse of Su Xingchen. From his understanding, Su Xingchen was deeply passionate about court politics, and with Yao Guang hosting such a splendid event, it was only natural for him to attend. Yet, to his dismay, there was no sign of him. Indeed, these exceptional talents, despite their current lack of prominence, possessed an inherent aura that made them difficult to recruit. Xia Chen was aware that these individuals were still biding their time, cloaked in obscurity, awaiting the opportune moment. Nonetheless, this literary gathering had not been entirely fruitless. He had made the acquaintance of Xian Zhenzi and Tian Hai, particularly Tian Hai, who had taken the bait he had cast. Future prospects appeared promising. With this thought in mind, Xia Chen entered a tavern, the clock nearing 2 in the afternoon. At the Yao Guang residence, they had only served beverages and snacks, and with his recent rapid advancement in martial arts, his appetite had grown considerably. My lord, not long after Xia Chen entered the private room, someone knocked on the door. A young gentleman in scholar's robes stood at the entrance, smiling as he regarded Xia Chen. His lips were red, teeth white, and his eyes sparkled like stars. He was reserved, yet an undeniable confidence emanated from his very being. The main hall outside was already filled to capacity. and noticing only 2 people had entered the private room, he boldly approached to inquire if he could share a table. The young gentleman was quite courteous, but to Xia Chen's surprise, he sought to share a table. Before Xia Chen could respond, Xia Chen frowned and rose. Although they were not arrogant nor oppressive like the privileged youths of the capital, accepting a shared table so casually was out of the question. Moreover, the reason they had reserved a private room was for peace and privacy, considering the young master's current extraordinary status. We do not. Of course we can. Xia Chen was about to decline, but Xia Chen interjected with a smile and stood up. His smile was radiantly bright. An ancient saying goes, Jiang Taigong fishes. Those willing are hooked. And now this fish had willingly swum into the net. This individual was none other than Su Xingchen, the person Xia Chen had been instructed to find. A prodigy destined to be recognized alongside Feng Zhiru of the Bailu Academy. They would be hailed as the twin stars of Confucianism and Taoism. His intellect was unparalleled, a strategist for the ages. A true exceptional talent with the capability to shape the world. Su Xingchen stood at the door, a smile gracing his lips. Yet his gaze remained keenly fixed on Xia Chen, scrutinizing him with utmost seriousness. It was rather dull for the 2 of them to dine alone, and with such a spacious private room, it felt wasteful to occupy it with merely the 2 of them. "My friend, please." Xia Chen performed the customary scholar's greeting, his gestures impeccable, exuding the aura of a learned man that concealed his martial heritage. "Thank you, my friend." Su Xingchen cupped his hands in gratitude, his admiration for Xia Chen growing as he regarded him with newfound respect. This imperial son hailed from a noble lineage, having attained a 4th-rank position at a young age. Yet he displayed no trace of arrogance. Even his attendants were not overbearing. Though he had initially intended to decline, he had refrained from harsh words. His presence here was not mere coincidence, nor was it due to an actual lack of seating. He was genuinely curious about this rising star in the capital who had recently gained acclaim. Having spent 7 years in the capital, he had formed opinions about many figures. But he had misjudged this son of the Duke of Andong. Particularly after learning of his involvement in the literary gathering, he was eager to witness this individual firsthand. Xia Chen did not believe that Su Xingchen was merely seeking a shared table. He had just exited the literary gathering, and Su Xingchen had followed closely behind. What a remarkable coincidence! Although it would be some time before Su Xingchen truly rose to prominence. Xia Chen was convinced that such a shrewd individual would not overlook significant court affairs. Therefore, Su Xingchen undoubtedly recognized him. What were his intentions? To observe him? Or did he harbor ulterior motives? Xia Chen fell into contemplation. The 2 young men wore brilliant smiles, yet their minds were as cold as ice, racing with thoughts. Meanwhile, Xia Chen scratched his head, somewhat bewildered by the unfolding situation. What was happening? He found it difficult to comprehend. "I am Su Xingchen, courtesy name Changya, a student of a national academy. May I inquire your name, my lord?" After taking his seat, Su Xingchen introduced himself without reservation, as there was no need for concealment. He had maintained an exceedingly low profile in the capital, and few were aware of his identity. Unbeknownst to Su Xingchen, Xia Chen, standing slightly behind him, felt his pupils constrict upon hearing the name Su Xingchen. His expression turned serious as he scrutinized Su Xingchen and then glanced at his smiling and warm-hearted young master. Suddenly, it dawned on him why his master had acted so strangely, permitting their guest to share the table. Wasn't this the very individual his master had instructed him to investigate? The opportunity had presented itself. Xia Chen's gaze towards Su Xingchen grew somewhat peculiar. "I am Zhang Sheng." Xia Chen cooperatively played along, adopting a pseudonym. Su Xingchen smiled and nodded, yet internally began to assess Xia Chen. He appeared magnanimous and approachable, yet there was a sense of caution. He did not relish revealing his identity while abroad. Su Xingchen had never assumed that Xia Chen was aware of him. He possessed extraordinary talent, which was precisely why he understood the necessity of discretion in the capital, avoiding any ostentation that might draw attention. To maintain a low profile, he had not even attended this literary gathering himself, opting instead to send a classmate to gather intelligence. Consequently, few outside his classmates knew of his name, which is why he felt comfortable using his real name. He was studying the way of kingship, aiming to identify the true dragon. Until he encountered a worthy sovereign, he must remain inconspicuous. He was quietly lying in wait, knowing that once he identified the right leader, he could soar to great heights and achieve fame across the realm. In his quest for a worthy sovereign, he had clandestinely met with the crown prince and the third and fourth princes, only to dismiss them in the end. This left him deeply disheartened, as he found no exceptional leaders among the current royal lineage of the Dawu dynasty. However, from his analysis of the national situation, it seemed that Dawu was nearing the end of chaos, and the foundation for unification was taking shape. This led him to doubt his own assessments of the world. When such thoughts crossed his mind, he contemplated leaving Wu Nation to seek the destined true dragon in the kingdom of Dafeng. Yet, recently, by mere chance, he heard the name of Princess Yawang. This piqued his interest and, upon further observation, only fueled his excitement, as she embodied the very qualities of a worthy sovereign he sought, a person capable of realizing his vision of kingship. However, he was perplexed as to why she was a woman. There had never been a female emperor in history. Xia Chen once again found himself ensnared in confusion, deciding to observe Yawang for a while longer. Given that this literary gathering was a grand event hosted by Yawang, it was only natural for him to pay close attention. Yet at that moment, Xia Chen caught his eye once more. Thus, he had come, intent on close observation. Two young men, each with their own motives, sat at the dining table, calculating and scrutinizing one another. Xia Chen, known by the courtesy name Chanya, possessed extraordinary talent and intellect bordering on the supernatural. One day, he visited an inn for a meal, only to find that all the seats were occupied. Coincidentally, the founding emperor was also present. The emperor, characterized by his magnanimity and fondness for socializing, noticed that Xia Chen had no place to sit and graciously invited him to join his private dining room, disregarding Xia Chen's humble status. Deeply impressed by the emperor's generosity, Xia Chen recognized that the emperor was no ordinary individual. He bore the qualities of a true sovereign and was destined for greatness. Consequently, a profound friendship blossomed between Xia Chen and the emperor. Chapter 67. The Great Rock Soars with the Wind. In the private room, Su Xiong, a student of the Guozijian, was asked by Xia Chen with a smile, "Why did you not attend the literary gathering held by Princess Yawang today?" Xia Chen responded with a calm smile, "My knowledge is too meager. I wouldn't want to embarrass myself there." He shook his head, exhibiting a composed demeanor. Xia Chen, with sparkling eyes, replied, "I must respectfully disagree with your statement." Xia Chen looked at Xia Chen in surprise. He had only intended to express modesty and anticipated that Xia Chen might merely chuckle or nod in acknowledgement, shifting the conversation elsewhere. However, Xia Chen's direct contradiction piqued his curiosity, prompting him to pause and listen intently. If you had attended the gathering, it would have likely overshadowed the other scholars, providing them no opportunity to shine. Your presence would be an act of generosity, allowing others to seize their moment. Xia Chen took a sip from his cup, gazing steadily at Xia Chen. Xia Chen was momentarily taken aback. Despite his keen intellect, he had not expected such an observation from Xia Chen. Was this a critique of himself? How could Xia Chen discern this? Though he had resided in the capital for many years, he had never exhibited his talents, remaining an enigma even to his close friends. "Haha, your words are truly delightful," Xia Chen chuckled, masking his bitterness with skilled acting. "At 22 years of age, I have taken the imperial examination thrice, yet have only achieved the status of a Xiaocai. If I possessed any real talent, would I not have at least attained the title of Jiren? I find myself idling away this precious time. I have heard of a magnificent fish known as Koan, dwelling in the frigid depths of the northern sea. This extraordinary creature can transform into a great bird called Peng, which surveys the world, awaiting the right moment to leap from the water and soar into the sky, traversing thousands of miles, ultimately rising to a height of 90,000 miles. Xia Chen recounted a parable, and Xia Chen's expression shifted. Although he had never encountered such a mythical fish bird, he grasped the essence of the tale. I have also heard of a bird that does not spread its wings nor sing for 3 years. Many perceive it as a feeble creature, yet a discerning individual observes, though it does not fly or sing now, it It will one day display its grand wings, though it is silent. It will eventually astonish the world. As Xia Chen concluded this fable, Su Xingqian's expression transformed entirely, his gaze sharpening towards Xia Chen. This was no mere coincidence or flattery. It was a profound insight. I believe you, Su Xiong, embody this very bird. When you choose to soar, you will rise to extraordinary heights. When you choose to speak, your voice will echo far and wide. Xia Chen laughed heartily, his demeanor exuding confidence and charisma that left others feeling inadequate. He continued, delivering a final, impactful statement. The Peng migrates to the southern sea, striking the waters for 3,000 miles before ascending to 9,000 miles. All things are born of yin and yang. Su Xiong, you are akin to this Kuan Peng, currently in the depths, yet harboring aspirations to soar, awaiting the opportune moment to harness the winds and leap into the skies. Su Xingqian listened in silence, feeling a chill envelop him. He had never regarded the talents of others with much weight, believing himself to be a mere observer of the grand performances in the capital. He reveled in the shadows, awaiting the right time to witness the unfolding of great events. Yet today, someone had boldly shattered his faade, exposing his pretentious retreat as a farce. Ha ha ha! I have always prided myself on my unparalleled intelligence. Looking down upon the world. Today, encountering you has made me realize I am but a frog at the bottom of a well, gazing at the sky. Su Xingqian laughed at himself, rising to bow respectfully towards Xia Chen. Xia Chen did not flinch, calmly accepting the gesture. At that moment, he projected an aura of profound depth and inscrutability. You, who do not cultivate your talents, see me as a frog peering at the moon. Yet, should you choose to cultivate, you would see me as a mayfly basking in the vast sky. Mr. Su possesses the talent to govern the world, yet remains hidden, awaiting a worthy master. Xia Chen inquired again with a tranquil demeanor, startling Su Xingqian once more. How could he possibly know this? What manner of person was Xia Chen? Did he possess an uncanny ability to read minds? Su Xingqian had never disclosed such thoughts to anyone. I merely feel my knowledge is insufficient. And in this prosperous age of the great Wu dynasty, my presence makes little difference. Thus, I remain unhurried. Su Xingqian finally spoke after a long silence, his tone cautious, yet still hesitant to open up fully to Xia Chen. He sensed the precariousness of his situation. Xia Chen seemed to know him intimately, while Su Xingqian knew little beyond mere rumors. Ah, is the world truly at peace? Yet, everywhere I look, there is suffering, with people unable to pay taxes, and even reports of daughters being sold. This is a sign of a dynasty in decline. Xia Chen spoke lightly, adopting the demeanor of a noble, yet articulating sentiments that would send shivers down one's spine. Su Xingqian's pupils contracted as he lifted his gaze, finally focusing on Xia Chen with newfound intensity, no longer shying away. His entire demeanor transformed, shedding any pretense of modesty. What do you mean by this, young Master Zhang? Call me young Master Xia. We are both astute individuals. You came here purposely. Let us not feign ignorance with one another. Xia Chen smirked, discarding any pretense. He aimed to deliver a profound impact on this young man, who considered himself exceptionally wise. Indeed, Su Xingqian's expression shifted again, a sense of trepidation flooding his heart. Who was Xia Chen? How did he know so much? Was the lantern-bearer truly as omniscient as rumored? Many matters had never been shared with outsiders. Chapter 68, On the World. Inside the private room, Su Xingqian felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles, yearning to escape, wishing to depart even for a fleeting moment. He despised this uncertainty and the fear of the unknown, which left him feeling profoundly insecure. The man before him, Xia Chen, was indeed perilously dangerous. A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. He glanced toward the door, only to find that Xia Chen had silently positioned himself there, seemingly guarding the entrance, but in reality, blocking Su's path to freedom. Su Xingqian sighed inwardly, believing himself to be exceptionally clever. Yet today he felt as if he had walked into a tiger's den willingly. Now that he found himself ensnared, escape was no longer an option. A subtle smile graced Xia Chen's lips as he observed the restless Su Xingqian. What troubles you, Su? Are you perhaps feeling a bit peckish? The dishes should be arriving shortly. Let's enjoy some wine first. Xia Chen poured a glass for Su Xingchen, who, biting his lip, accepted the cup and drained it in one go. Esteemed director, my actions today were indeed rash. I shall drink to my own folly. Su Xingchen acknowledged that he had not thoroughly considered his approach, having ventured forth to observe Xia Chen up close without any real understanding of him. He had underestimated the prowess of the world's heroes. There is no need for self-punishment. Simply answer my question, Su. Do you truly believe that the realm is currently at peace and prosperity? Xia Chen maintained his smile, yet there was an undeniable seriousness to his demeanor. Su Xingchen clenched his jaw, realizing that he could no longer evade the matter at hand. Failure to respond adequately today could result in him being unable to exit through that door. Should Xia Chen label him as a spy from the Inspection Institute or the Royal City Division, perhaps even accusing him of colluding with foreign enemies? It could lead to his imprisonment in the Lantern-Bearer's dungeon, a dire predicament indeed. Over the years, Su had kept a low profile, failing to establish connections with influential figures in the capital. Regret washed over him. Had he revealed more of his talents and befriended a few prominent individuals, he might not find himself in this predicament, devoid of allies. Although the Great Wu was militarily robust, its finances were faltering, relying solely on increasing taxes to remain afloat. Reports of citizens starving due to insufficient rations had begun to surface. In recent years, establishments in the capital, such as the Yang and the brothels of Suyu Street, had proliferated like mushrooms after rain, yet the cost of a visit had continuously decreased over the past 3 years. This indicated an intensifying competition within the industry, with an ever-increasing number of beautiful women entering the trade. The unfortunate reality was that ordinary families were unable to survive, resorting to selling their children. While life in a brothel was far from dignified, it was preferable to the prospect of starving to death. Su Xingchen's voice resonated with sorrow and indignation, prompting Xia Chen to regard him with newfound respect. This young man was perceptive indeed. He had discerned that the brothel industry reflected the current societal conditions and had grasped the essence of social issues through astute observation. Su continued, currently, the Great Wu is under the control of 8 princes who act like local tyrants, exploiting the common folk. Many are unable to endure, living in dire straits. What is more concerning is that a significant portion of these princes harbors ambitions of their own. Externally, we face threats from the kingdom of Qing and the Great Feng, with the situation in the northwest teetering on the brink of war. Indeed, the current state of affairs is troubling. While the Great Wu appears prosperous, it is akin to a fire fueled by oil. One misstep could lead to widespread chaos. Su spoke earnestly. Thus, you have remained in hiding, seeking a wise ruler to support when turmoil descends, to elevate the true dragon to the throne and gain merit alongside him. Xia Chen chuckled, as if casually remarking. Seated opposite Xia Chen, Su Xingchen felt a cold sweat break out. He knew, he had seen through it all. Even someone as composed as Su could not help but feel a twinge of fear and unease. He had not forgotten Xia Chen's current position, the lantern-bearer, a hound of the court, and the son-in-law of the reigning emperor. The Xia family had remained unwaveringly loyal to the imperial family for 6 centuries, which is why they had continuously earned the emperor's trust in military matters. Now, having been completely exposed, Su felt a deep sense of regret. A single misstep could lead to total ruin. Today, he might truly meet his end here. He had grand aspirations, dreaming of becoming a prime minister, not just any prime minister, but the one who would unify the realm and become the first of his kind in history. Yet now, his ambitions were in jeopardy before they even began. What are your thoughts on the other 2 nations? Xia Chen smiled again, posing another question. Though these 2 nations are somewhat decayed internally, they still possess loyal and capable ministers. Their national strength may have waned, but their fortunes persist. Su sighed, having envisioned the worst possible outcome. He decided to no longer hold back, speaking freely. Thus, the tripartite balance of power ironically renders our Great Wu, which seems the strongest, the most vulnerable. Yes, the emperor has a penchant for war, and currently, our nation is on the verge of internal collapse. If the emperor were willing to focus on recovery and appoint me as the chief minister, I could reverse this situation within 5 years. Su's words cut through the air like a drawn sword, glimmering with brilliance. He had recognized the looming threat of death, prompting him to abandon his previously cautious strategy. He sought to capture Xia Chen's attention with his extraordinary assertions, hoping to revitalize this deadlock and gain recognition from the influential figures in the court, even the emperor himself. If only someone would grant him an opportunity, he was certain he could demonstrate his worth. Though this was a perilous gamble, it was one he felt compelled to take. Xu Xingchen hailed from humble beginnings, yet possessed extraordinary intellect from a young age, unmatched among his peers. At the age of 7, a ragged Taoist visited his village. Exuding en extraordinary aura. The Taoist sought lodging at the Xu residence, and, upon discovering Xu's brilliance, tested his knowledge. At that time, Xu had already mastered the Confucian classics and understood many of life's principles, leaving the Taoist greatly impressed. Thus, he chose to remain with the Xu family, personally instructing Xu for 5 years. No one knew the extent of the Taoist's teachings, yet they observed Xu growing increasingly composed, displaying a maturity beyond his years. When he turned 13, the Taoist departed, leaving behind a book titled The Way of Kings. History of Xia, Volume 1, Biographies of Xu Xingchen, Chapter 13. P.S. Gratitude to The Boring Little White for the generous tip, prompting an additional chapter. Chapter 69. A momentous change in 5 years. Xia Chen quietly observed the radiant Xu Xingchen, took a sip of his drink, and casually remarked, "Are you suggesting that the current tripartite division of the world will persist? Without my intervention for the next 50 years, the landscape will remain fragmented into 3 factions, each mutually restraining the others. Though each harbors ambitions of annexation, none possess the absolute might to obliterate the other 2. Xu Xingchen replied with unwavering certainty, "Yet I sense that in approximately 5 years, our great Wu will encounter a momentous transformation. At most in a decade, the current state of affairs will undoubtedly shift." Xia Chen smiled at Xu Xingchen, articulating his own perspective. Xu Xingchen, with profound eyes, instinctively felt compelled to refute Xia Chen's assertion and elaborate on his reasoning. However, he quickly restrained himself, maintaining a serene demeanor, calm as a placid lake. "I understand your disbelief and your steadfast convictions. How about this? Let's engage in a light wager. In 10 years, we shall revisit these 2 pivotal moments I mentioned. If my judgment proves correct, you shall owe me a favor. As for what that favor entails, I will disclose it then. But regardless of my request, you must comply." Xia Chen gazed at Xu Xingchen, seemingly provoking him. "Do you dare to wager?" Xu Xingchen regarded the graceful youth before him, his thoughts deepening. Xia Chen had maneuvered him into a corner. Initially, he had anticipated imprisonment, yet now he discerned that Xia Chen did not intend to apprehend him, providing him with a glimmer of hope to fight back. "Very well, I accept your wager." Xu Xingchen's mind remained clear. He was somewhat puzzled by Xia Chen's intentions. He had prepared for the worst, but to his surprise, Xia Chen wished to gamble with him, granting him a chance at redemption. Winning or losing was a matter for the future, not something to trouble his present self. Moreover, he firmly believed that the global order could remain stable for at least another 30 years. His confidence was unwavering. Xia Chen chuckled at Xu Xingchen's words, his smile radiant. He had lured Xu Xingchen into his trap, and the man had willingly stepped in. "You appear restless and seem disinterested in this meal. You do not strike me as one who is hungry, so you may take your leave." Xia Chen waved his hand, signaling for Xu Xingchen to depart. Xu Xingchen felt a surge of joy at this statement, yet maintained a calm exterior, displaying remarkable composure as he respectfully bowed to Xia Chen. "Thank you, young master. I take my leave." With that, Xu Xingchen finally relaxed, his tension dissipating. Though Xia Chen was astute and cunning, he was still quite young and lacked experience. Xu Xingchen had expected to be imprisoned, but instead, he was released. Perhaps his analysis of the world dynamics had left Xia Chen astonished, prompting him to spare Xu Xingchen for the sake of their wager. Xu Xingchen chuckled inwardly, recognizing that he was merely a minor character to Xia Chen. His earlier words had ignited Xia Chen's competitive spirit, thus leading to this wager. He quickly concluded in his mind, while his thoughts raced. Su Xingchen wore a tranquil smile as he prepared to turn away and exit this place rife with turmoil. Just then, he heard Xia Chen's voice once more. "Come to the Lantern Man's office tomorrow morning. I require a clerk." Su Xingchen was taken aback. What? He immediately wanted to refuse. What nonsense! Follow Xia Chen to the Lantern Man's office as a clerk? He aspired to be a prime minister. Just as he was about to decline, Xia Chen's voice cut through the air again, this time devoid of warmth, cold and resolute. "Do not contemplate fleeing tonight or leaving the capital. Your speed cannot surpass that of the Lantern Man. I could find you anywhere in the world. I have noted every word you spoke today. It was sheer nonsense. Our great Wu is prosperous, the people live in peace, and the emperor governs wisely, yet you dare to spout such treasonous rhetoric. You must be a spy from an enemy nation, deliberately infiltrating our capital to spread such rumors. Moreover, you have been covertly following me today. Were you attempting to assassinate me?" Xia Chen glanced at Su Xingchen, whose complexion had grown pale, and continued, "Furthermore, you mentioned lying in wait for the opportune moment, seeking a wise sovereign to attain the glory of supporting a great cause. Are you plotting rebellion?" These last words struck Su Xingchen like an invisible blade to the heart, leaving him breathless. Cold sweat broke out across his body as he felt an icy chill envelop him. This was a deadly accusation. He had not anticipated that the previously amiable Xia Chen would so swiftly change his demeanor and turn against him. "Do you realize that such crimes could lead to the annihilation of your entire clan?" Xia Chen's words were chilling, steeped in a palpable aura of death. The murderous intent he had honed within the confines of the system's unique realm now loomed over Su Xingchen. Su Xingchen felt as though he had plunged into the depths of hell, with Xia Chen emerging as a demon from its abyss. He gazed into Xia Chen's descending eyes, which seemed to emit a strange light. In a daze, he envisioned a battlefield strewn with the dead, a scene of utter carnage, shattered bodies scattered everywhere. Though Su Xingchen considered himself exceptionally talented, he had never encountered such a dire situation before. Fear gripped him. After a considerable pause, he regained his composure, attempting to steady his mind and restore his tranquility. "My lord, you previously stated." "Did I?" Xia Chen interjected sternly. "I have just emerged from a literary gathering and, upon entering the tavern, discovered that a shadowy figure had been following me. This individual stealthily trailed me into the private room and attempted to approach me with malicious intent. I discerned your scheme and have been merely interrogating you. My loyalty to the emperor is unwavering." Xia Chen spoke with righteous indignation, even bowing in the direction of the palace from within the room. "Su Xingchen stay, Dumbao. I can attest that my young master has been interrogating you the entire time, and you not only possess a suspicious identity, but have also uttered many seditious remarks." Summer Qian, who had been standing at the door, chimed in, causing Su Xingchen's heart to plummet. Today, he witnessed the true nature of power, the manipulation of truth, and how black can be presented as white. Today, Su Xingchen conceded defeat. "You are an astute individual. I trust you will make the right choice. Tomorrow morning, I hope to see you at the office, rather than issuing orders for a pursuit." Xia Chen calmly took a sip of his drink, his expression devoid of emotion, exuding an overwhelming authority that left an indelible impression. When Su Xingchen first met the great ancestor, he felt the ancestor's benevolence and was deeply impressed by his profound wisdom. He knelt before the great ancestor, expressing his desire to assist in his endeavors, even accepting a minor role as a clerk without complaint, merely wishing to remain by the ancestor's side to learn. The great ancestor, recognizing Su's sincerity and determination, consented to his request. History of Xia, Volume 3, Biography of Su Xingchen, P.S. During the event, the more generous the donations, the more additional content will be provided. Free donations are also welcome. Chapter 70, The Resplendent Era of Extraordinary Talents Like Stars. Su Xingchen departed, utterly disheartened and lost. As he traversed the streets, he appeared as one bereft of a soul. The once astute and rational individual now found his thoughts in disarray, consumed by the emotionless voice of Xia Chen echoing in his mind. Exterminate the 9 clans. How could one misstep lead to such calamity? Su Xingchen had never anticipated that his singular error would invite such dire consequences. Outwardly, Xia Chen was renowned for his gentle demeanor and approachability, devoid of the airs typical of nobility. Su Xingchen had shared this impression, emboldening him to draw near and observe Xia Chen closely. Yet, he discovered too late that this man was cunning beyond measure. In an instant, the faade shattered, revealing a heart of malice. The thought of falling into the grasp of such a calculating individual filled Su Xingchen with despair. His aspirations of becoming a prime minister seemed dashed, relegating him to a mere pawn of the court, a lowly clerk with a lantern. In the Great Wu Dynasty, clerks were scorned by officials, and to become one would mark his life with a stain of failure, his future bleak and without hope. Contemplating this, Su Xingchen felt an overwhelming urge to find a tree and a rope, contemplating the unthinkable. However, as the thought crossed his mind, he swiftly shook his head. Su Xingchen, how foolish you are, he admonished himself. Though you may consider yourself exceptional, your spirit is fragile. To succumb to despair at the first sign of adversity is unacceptable. The calamity he faced was a direct result of his arrogance, having underestimated the formidable rivals of the realm. Moreover, the ruthless Xia Chen would surely not spare his family. Should he perish, they could easily be condemned. A true man must bear responsibility. Even if he must live a life of quiet desperation, he must endure, resilient as a wildflower, for nothing should bring him to his knees. Persevere, Su Xingchen. His mind raced with a torrent of thoughts, and in his final resolve, he clenched his fists, rallying himself. Yet, to an onlooker, this display was rather comical. Father, look at that uncle. He is so amusing. In our academy, when someone fails to recite the lesson, the teacher encourages us just like that uncle. A young child, holding a candied hawthorn, innocently pointed at Su Xingchen, a gleeful smile on his face. Xiaoji, how rude. Apologize to this gentleman at once. The child's father admonished him, then turned to Su Xingchen to offer his apologies. The child, merely 7 years old and named Song Ji, hailed from an ordinary family in the capital. Children speak without restraint. It's quite all right. Su Xingchen ziplip. Shaking his head, he smiled at the young boy, then turned and continued on his way. In a private room of a tavern, Xia Chen settled at the table. Young master, what is it about Su Xingchen that compels you to exert such effort to draw him close? With no outsiders present, he voiced his curiosity. He had observed the earlier scene, where Su Xingchen believed Xia Chen intended to mock him. Yet Xia Chen recognized that Xia Chen held Su Xingchen in high esteem, even if Su Xingchen did not approach willingly. He was already a target of interest for Xia Chen. This individual possesses remarkable talent. A potential prime minister, Xia Chen stated calmly. That cannot be. He seems quite ordinary, and he is merely in his early 20s, holding just the title of a scholar. There must be many more accomplished students at the National Academy. Xia Chen expressed disbelief, observing his master's composed demeanor without further comment. He fell into deep thought. His master had never before praised anyone so highly. What extraordinary ability could Su Xingchen possess? How does he compare to Prime Minister Lin? Xia Chen hesitantly inquired, instantly regretting his question. Was it not a futile comparison? Prime Minister Lin had wielded power for over 20 years, remaining steadfast in his position despite the emperor's suspicions. Furthermore, when did Prime Minister Lin become a standard for measuring talent? At that moment, Xia Chen interjected, Prime Minister Lin's abilities are indeed noteworthy. In the annals of the Great Wu Dynasty, he ranks among the top 10. The current troubles of the realm are not his fault, but rather the emperor's. Had Prime Minister Lin not been at the helm for the past 2 decades amid continuous warfare, the Great Wu Dynasty might have crumbled long ago, presenting a grim spectacle rather than the current thriving state. Yet, Lin cannot rival Su Xingchen. Xia Chen continued with a tranquil tone, plunging the room into silence while the clamor of diners echoed from the hall beyond. These patrons could scarcely fathom that within this small chamber, a critique of Prime Minister Lin was taking place, and that the esteemed pillar of their nation was deemed inferior to an obscure scholar. Xia Chen swallowed hard, momentarily taken aback by Xia Chen's assertion. While he harbored lingering doubts regarding Su Xingchen's exceptional capabilities, He trusted his master. If his master said it was so, then it must be true. That alone sufficed. Xia Chen gazed out through the paper window at the sky. Lin Hanpu indeed possessed great talent, ranking within the top 10 of the past 8 centuries. However, Su Xingqian could lay claim to a place within the top 3, even contending for the foremost position. He was a prodigious talent, destined to leave an indelible mark on history. Yet, a time of unprecedented upheaval was approaching, heralding an era of unification, followed by a golden age. Countless heroes would emerge like mushrooms after rain, with the most extraordinary among them taking the stage of history. Talents like Su Xingqian, in that forthcoming resplendent era, might find themselves somewhat overshadowed. Ensure someone keeps a close watch on him. We cannot allow him to flee under the cover of night. Xia Chen instructed Xia Chen, withdrawing from his reverie. Understood. I will personally oversee this matter tonight. However, young master, he seems quite astute. He must realize that we hold his fate in our hands. Even if he attempts to escape, we have our means to track him down, Xia Chen responded. It is precisely because he is clever that we must be vigilant. Scholars are often the most unpredictable, Xia Chen remarked cautiously, not presuming victory. Su Xingqian was the first true talent he had encountered, and he regarded him with utmost seriousness. Though this individual might not yet submit to him, nor be willing to serve, that was of little consequence. First, he must be brought into their fold. Even if his heart remained elusive, securing his presence was paramount. Chapter 71. The Celestial Master's Mansion. At noon, Xia Chen relished his meal with great delight and satisfaction. Meanwhile, the literary gathering hosted by Yao Guang had concluded. As the attendees departed, Yao Guang remained seated in the grand hall, holding a piece of paper inscribed with a poem, an exquisite composition penned earlier by Xia Chen. Her bright eyes lingered on the verses, lost in contemplation. Xian Zhenzi grasped a gourd filled with fine wine, a selection he had procured from the princess's estate, renowned for its exceptional quality. Although he appeared somewhat inebriated, he navigated the bustling streets without colliding with a single soul, moving with an ethereal grace that rendered him nearly invisible to passers-by. It was as though he had merged with the void, yet he remained palpably present, unnoticed by the throngs around him. In this moment, he seemed to be one with the Tao, embodying a peculiar state of being. He journeyed eastward along the central thoroughfare, ultimately arriving at a magnificent mansion that sprawled across a vast expanse. Notably, within its confines stood a towering edifice, a remarkable structure composed of 9 levels that soared skyward, evoking a sense of awe. This was none other than the Celestial Master's Mansion, the sacred ground of Taoism, presided over by the eminent Celestial Master, a figure of unparalleled prowess among the 5 foremost practitioners of the highest realm. Uncle Master has returned. Xian Zhenzi strode directly into the Celestial Master's mansion, greeted warmly by numerous disciples along his path. He held significant stature within the mansion, being one of the prominent leaders among the second-generation disciples. Although he was not a direct disciple of the Celestial Master, as the mansion comprised 3 distinct lineages. Where is the Celestial Master? As he traversed the Grand Hall, he arrived at the foot of the 9-story tower. Uncle Master, the Grand Master, is upstairs basking in the sun. A plump youth, who had been tinkering with something in his hands, quickly exclaimed upon hearing Xian Zhenzi's voice. Very well, Xian Zhenzi nodded, preparing to ascend the staircase. Yet, his gaze fell upon the object in the boy's hands, prompting him to inquire, "What are you working on?" "Indeed, Uncle Master, I am on the verge of mastering my alchemical art. I intend to create something extraordinary using alchemy. All things born of nature possess a spirit, yet what is artificially created lacks that essence. Thus, I have crafted a wooden figure, intending to imbue it with a soul through alchemy, transforming it into a true being." The chubby boy, Mo Ban, eagerly elaborated on his ambitious project. Imbuing a wooden figure with a soul? Bringing it to life? Xian Zhenzi was taken aback. While he recognized the boy's extraordinary talent in the craft, even the notion of transforming a wooden figure into a living entity seemed far-fetched. Bestowing life upon inanimate objects was a skill attributed only to the Creator, as they referred to the Tao. How has it fared? Despite his skepticism, Xianjinzi did not wish to dampen the boy's spirits, and instead probed further. Mo Ban's expression dimmed. I have failed repeatedly. My experiments have only resulted in momentarily animating the wooden figure, but that does not equate to imbuing it with a soul. It merely suggests I am manipulating it with my technique. Once I cease my infusion of energy, it promptly reverts to ordinary wood. Dejected, Mo Ban lamented the difficulties of mastering this technique. Therefore, I am now attempting to reduce the figure's size, exploring various materials such as jade, stone, and exotic metals. Hoping that this might yield success, Mo Ban soon regained his enthusiasm, his eyes gleaming as he focused on the small jade figure in his hands. I shall persevere. I must speak with the celestial master. Xianjinzi offered the boy a word of encouragement before hastily departing, partly due to his genuine errand to see the celestial master, and partly to avoid being ensnared in the boy's endless stream of imaginative ideas, which often left him perplexed. Mo Ban, however, was oblivious to Xianjinzi's departure, engrossed entirely in his small figure. As Xianjinzi ascended to the third floor, he encountered a woman clad in snow-white garments, her long hair cascading like a waterfall. Her visage was coldly beautiful, her eyes resembling distant stars, and her brows, though graceful, conveyed an air of aloofness. She moved with an ethereal grace, reminiscent of a celestial being untouched by worldly affairs, her presence both breathtaking and intimidating. Murong Yuyan, possessing an innate Tao physique, was born attuned to the Tao, yet emotionally deficient. Her 7 feelings had yet to awaken. Junior sister, Xianjinzi called out, halting in his tracks. Elder brother, she acknowledged with a slight nod, her expression remaining as impassive as ice. Xianjinzi had grown accustomed to this demeanor, understanding that her disposition was not personal, but simply her nature. Murong Yuyan was a cherished disciple of the celestial master. Choosing not to linger in conversation, Xianjinzi prepared to ascend further, his mind filled with questions that necessitated the celestial master's insight. Before departing, he paused once more, turning to Murong Yuyan. Junior sister, have you broken through to the 4th rank? I just achieved the breakthrough this morning. Her voice was cool and succinct, devoid of earthly warmth. It was precisely because her breakthrough was recent that Xianjinzi had detected it. Even someone as composed, as he felt a stir of emotions at this revelation. His junior sister possessed an astonishingly rare talent. At merely 18, she had already ascended to the 4th rank. Such prodigious potential justified the celestial master's decision to take her as a disciple. One could envision that, barring unforeseen circumstances, the celestial master's mansion would soon welcome a 3rd-rank master in her 20s. With that thought, Xianjinzi continued his ascent, momentarily shaken, yet quickly regaining his composure. He had his own path to follow. Celestial Master, Xianjinzi has come to pay his respects. Upon reaching the 9th level, he found himself in an open-air pavilion, where the azure sky stretched above. It was here that the Celestial Master often observed celestial phenomena at night, contemplating the grand Tao and seeking opportunities for breakthroughs beyond the 1st rank. Though his voice was not loud, Xianjinzi was aware that the Celestial Master would surely hear him. With the Celestial Master's extraordinary abilities, upon entering this stargazing tower, he had already stepped into the Celestial Master's domain. This was why he had encountered minimal resistance along his journey. The Celestial Master feared no assassination attempts. Those who underestimated the gravity of their actions and sought to harm the Celestial Master would soon learn why the 1st rank was revered as a legend among mortals. Chapter 72. The Dynasty cultivates luck. The sacred land cultivates virtue. Guomin, the ethereal voice of the old master floated into the ears of Xianjinzi. Upon entering, Xianjinzi beheld an elderly man with flowing black hair, a ruddy complexion, and skin that gleamed with vitality, reminiscent of a newborn. Despite appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, Xianjinzi knew that the old master had already surpassed a century in age. Old master, I find myself perplexed, and thus I have come to seek your guidance. Xianjinzi said respectfully. Even you harbor doubts? It seems you have encountered a formidable conundrum. Speak, and let me hear your thoughts. The old master reclined in a rocking chair, dressed simply, squinting contentedly in the sun, with tea nearby, exuding the ease of an ordinary elder. Today, at a literary gathering, I encountered a young man. In a moment of daze, I beheld a surge of violet energy emanating from behind him. A colossal, nine-clawed dragon loomed behind his forehead, its form stretching across an unfathomable distance. Yet, upon closer inspection, all vanished as if it were merely the intoxication of drink. Though I am typically impervious to inebriation, Xia Zhenzi recounted, still shaken by the memory, carefully organizing his words. Moreover, what troubles me most is that I could not discern the young man's visage. Each individual possesses a fate, a destiny, and their countenance reflects these elements. My inability to perceive anything suggests he may lack a fate, devoid of destiny. The old master, who had been squinting leisurely like an elder basking in sunlight, suddenly opened his eyes wide at Xia Zhenzi's words. What a pair of eyes they were, seemingly containing the essence of the sun, moon, and stars, unfathomably intricate, as if the Tao itself was in motion. What is the name of this young man? Reporting back to the old master, he is named Xia Chen. Xia Zhenzi replied earnestly. Is he not the one from the Zhendong Marquisate, who has recently become a prince consort and now oversees the Eagle Eye division? Indeed, old master. Xia Zhenzi nodded. The old master, possessing profound cultivation, was intertwined with the fortunes of the great Wu dynasty, thus not entirely detached from worldly affairs. Rather, he was well informed about the political landscape of the capital, choosing merely to observe its developments. I have calculated his destiny. He possesses an ordinary appearance. However, his betrothal to Yao Guang poses a dilemma, for her fortune is exceedingly potent. This is not favorable for him, as he lacks the fate to bear such fortune, thus foreboding an early demise. The old master spoke slowly, having calculated the fate of Yao Guang's suitor after the emperor arranged their marriage. Then why can I not discern even a fragment of his countenance? Xia Zhenzi queried, puzzled, believing himself competent in the realm of physiognomy. The old master remained silent, fully aware of Xia Zhenzi's proficiency in this art. Let me divine once more. The old master rose from his rocking chair, embodying the demeanor of a gentle elder, devoid of any imposing aura. After a moment's pause, the old master frowned slightly and grasped the tortoise shell once more to divine. Yet, astonishingly, he found himself unable to obtain a single result from the 64 hexagrams. None yielded any clarity. The old master murmured, and Xia Zhenzi, standing behind him, felt an unsettling calmness wash over him. Even the old master could not divine this. The old master attempted once more, now for the third time. However, as he cast the tortoise shell, it shattered mid-air before it could touch the ground, bursting forth with cryptic symbols. Unable to divine, unable to perceive, though grounded in the present, he eludes both the past and future. This is a variable. Has the heavenly secret undergone a transformation? The old master's complexion paled, his composure shaken. Old master, what is the matter? Xia Zhenzi's pupils constricted in alarm, witnessing the unprecedented event of the old master's shell shattering. This individual possesses profound karmic ties. He represents an anomaly. His future has already begun to shift, and I can no longer discern the heavenly secrets. After regaining his composure, the old master spoke gravely. Xia Zhenzi was astounded. The venerable old master, akin to a terrestrial deity, could not fathom Xia Chen. In this world, there are but two individuals whose roots I cannot perceive. One is Yao Guang, and now Xia Chen joins her. Strangely, these two share a bond of fate. Even more astonishingly, although I can vaguely perceive Yao Guang through the mists, I know she is a person of great fortune, bearing the countenance of a sovereign. Though still a princess, she has already begun to embody a part of the great Wu's destiny, potentially becoming the first woman to rule the realm, thus bringing an end to the chaos of past and present. Yet for her husband, Xia Chen, I find myself utterly blind. The old master's tone was intensely solemn. Xia Zhenzi felt both astonished and relieved. Astonished that even the old master could not penetrate the mystery, and relieved that it was not due to his own inadequacy, but rather the peculiarity of Xia Chen's fate. A person's fate is determined from the moment of their birth. Altering it is an arduous endeavor. Destiny, fortune, feng shui. Virtue accumulation, education, career choices, marital partners, influential connections, and health all play a role. Among these, feng shui and virtue can only slightly adjust one's fate. Yet achieving this is exceedingly rare and contingent upon one's inherent destiny. Beyond that, to change a person's fate, one must rely solely on. The old master paused, and Xian Jinzi, captivated by his words, interjected, "Old master, what other methods exist to alter destiny?" Fortune. The old master gazed into the distance, his eyes deep as the sky. Fortune is akin to national destiny. Ancient texts recount that in primordial times, our world was indeed populated by terrestrial deities, demons, Buddhas, immortals, shamans, and even extraordinary beings of immense power. Yet one day, our world dwindled. We faced defeat, with some perishing of old age while others sought distant lands. Xian Zhenzi listened, his heart yearning, captivated by the revelations. He understood that these were core secrets of the Heavenly Master's estate. Knowledge he would not have encountered had it not been for Xia Chen today. In those ancient times, there existed formidable dynasties and renowned sanctuaries of cultivation. The sacred lands cultivated virtue, while the dynasties nurtured fortune. The power of fortune is extraordinarily profound, allowing for the appointment of divine officials, receiving the incense of the world. Among the court's officials, one could bind their status to the fortune of the dynasty. With the blessing of this fortune, even those with inferior roots could cultivate at a speed tenfold, or even 100-fold compared to others to fundamentally alter a person's fate. One requires immense fortune. The old master turned to Xian Jinzi with a smile. Such immense fortune, does it imply that Xia Chen has acquired substantial fortune, enabling him to defy the heavens and alter his fate? However, as far as I know, the current fortune is finite, divided among our Great Wu and the Great Feng Kingdom. Where has he obtained such fortune? Xian Jinzi inquired, thoroughly perplexed. Chapter 73. The Pinnacle of the Age. The power of fortune in the world is finite, intricately linked to the strength of a nation. When the populace flourishes, the economy thrives, the military is robust, and exceptional individuals emerge. The essence of fortune becomes increasingly profound. In essence, it is proportional to a nation's overall strength. Entities such as the Heavenly Master's Pavilion and the Tianlong Temple, located to the west of the capital, though they refrain from meddling in worldly affairs, are inclined to assist the Great Wu Dynasty in safeguarding the realm, as they seek to partake in a portion of this fortune. Given the paramount significance of this power, even the foremost practitioners of the age must engage in the mundane struggle for it. Xian Jinzi was left in profound perplexity, pondering the origins of Xia Chen's fortune. Despite the alteration of his fate, there should still be some discernible elements. The old Heavenly Master spoke slowly. There is a great secret surrounding Xia Chen. He may possess an object that conceals the heavenly secrets, yet I sense he is more akin to an anomaly, an elusive variable. A brilliant light erupted in the old master's eyes as he stood atop the star-gathering tower, gazing towards the inner city of the capital, seemingly attempting to pierce the void to locate Xia Chen's position. An elusive variable? The way of heaven consists of 50, the great cycle of 49, with one variable among humanity. All things in the world have their destinies, yet it is precisely because of these elusive variables that fate can be altered. The old master's voice resonated like the sound of the Tao, and Xian Jinzi listened attentively to his teachings. Previously, you mentioned seeing a 9-clawed golden dragon of fortune spanning the boundless skies, accompanied by a surge of purple energy. The old master turned to regard the kneeling Xian Jinzi. Indeed, however, upon further scrutiny, it appeared as though I was merely imagining it. You are well versed in physiognomy. You have reached the pinnacle in this field. At that moment, imbibing wine, your mind was exceptionally clear, merging with the Tao. Thus you may have glimpsed that obscured corner. Xian Jinzi was struck with astonishment at the old master's words. Yet this spectacle is akin to that of an emperor. When I behold his majesty, I can only perceive half a zhang of purple energy and 3 zhangs of fortune. I have studied Taoist texts that state the golden dragon of fortune is a manifestation formed by the fusion of the national fortune and the power of destiny. Only when an emperor accumulates 10 zhongs of fortune can it potentially transform into a golden dragon of fortune. The old master fell silent, unable to provide an explanation for Xian Jinzi's assertions. Xian Jinzi continued earnestly. You have previously stated that Yao Wang's fate is extraordinarily unique upon her descent. She was accompanied by 10 zhongs of purple energy, which our great Wu's national fortune has autonomously integrated into her being. In the future, she may surpass all emperors of the past and present, achieving an unparalleled endeavor, unifying the world and consolidating all fortunes within our great Wu, thus successfully manifesting the true dragon of fortune. At that time, with this unified fortune, you may even shatter the constraints of the heavenly path and ascend to the legendary realm of extraordinary beings. Xian Jinzi's tone grew increasingly solemn. However, with this variable now in play, might it disrupt your plans? Should we not take advantage of his current weakness to rectify this anomaly? As he concluded, his voice brimmed with a sense of urgency. When Yao Guang was born, the capital was enveloped in purple energy, and the skies were adorned with purple clouds. An extraordinary phenomenon that compelled the entire city to kneel in reverence. At that time, the court believed it was a celestial sign of victory in the Southern Frontier War, heralding the current emperor's achievements as comparable to those of ancient sage kings. The emperor rejoiced and granted amnesty to the realm. Yet, Xian Jinzi understood that this celestial phenomenon was triggered by Yao Wang's birth. He was profoundly astonished. The birth of a princess had resulted in such a spectacle of purple energy enveloping the capital, a phenomenon that, throughout history, even those born with exceptional fortune and imperial destinies could hardly rival. Xian Jinzi was aware of this because the old master had discovered this secret, and due to his expertise in physiognomy, he was discreetly brought into the palace to shield the newly born Yao Wang's features from being perceived by others. If variables could be easily rectified, they would not be considered variables, the old master remarked. If you were to intervene personally as a first-tier master, who among the living could stand against you, aside from the other 4 first-tier masters? Xian Jinzi expressed his unwavering confidence in the old master's prowess. Ha ha ha. In the face of variables, who can claim absolute certainty? Furthermore, who can assert that no other first-tier masters have taken notice of this Xia Chen? The old master laughed heartily, exuding a harmonious aura akin to that of a benevolent elder. Yet, Xian Jinzi knew that the old master was not one to show leniency. In his youth, the old master had ventured alone with the Xuanwu sword to the eastern wilderness, vanquishing demons and monsters. The old master mused. Perhaps the leader of the Longshu is involved. Xian Jinzi's expression shifted as he recalled the contemporary head of the Buddhist sect, a paramount figure in the Central Plains. He could not help but reflect on the recent literary gathering, where Master Tianhai had approached Xia Chen. Were their interactions truly mere casual conversations? Ha 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 ha. I cannot say, for the affairs of the world are numerous, and I am but a humble mortal. How can I know it all? The old master chuckled with candor, casting his gaze towards the distant horizon, where the blue sky met white clouds and a gentle breeze wafted by. He continued, there is no need to harbor thoughts of violence. The existence of variables implies a reason for their being. The future remains shrouded in uncertainty. No one can accurately predict it, not even I. Perhaps it is precisely because of these variables that we may gain unforeseen blessings, such as the way of Tao. In the grand design of fate, we are mere mortals, incapable of contending with the heavens. Thus, we must allow things to unfold naturally, standing at the forefront. The old master faced an unguarded precipice, poised to step forward and plunge into the abyss. Yet, Xian Jinzi felt no trepidation for the old master's safety. He observed the old master, who at that moment radiated an ethereal aura, blending with the cosmos, enveloped in a profound essence of the Tao. Xian Jinzi sighed, realizing the chasm between himself and the old master, not merely in realms of power, but in mindset and comprehension of the Tao. If fate has brought you together, it may signify a destined connection, Endeavor to engage without ulterior motives. Allow things to unfold naturally, just as with Yaowang. Today, plant a seed, and in time, it may take root and flourish. I shall seek an opportunity to meet this young man and discern the mysteries he harbors. The old master stood with his back to Xian Jinzi, as if turning away from the world, merging into the Tao, his aura unfathomable. Yes, Xian Jinzi bowed respectfully. When he raised his gaze once more, he discovered he had already arrived at the first floor, before the star-gathering tower. The heavenly master's art, the turning of stars. P.S. This is the third chapter for today. I humbly request a wave of free rewards. Currently, this book ranks over 590. Let us strive to breach the top 500 by tomorrow. I shall continue updating, likely with 3 chapters. Chapter 74. The Idol of Scholars and the Troubles Brought by Exceptional Talent during a conversation between Xian Jinzi and the old celestial master. The events that transpired at the literary gathering gradually spread throughout the capital. Did the prince-in-law, Xia Chen, attend? Has he composed any poetry? How did he perform? Just days ago, someone mentioned he was the seed of a scholar. This gathering resembled a banquet of fate, with numerous scholars eagerly preparing to test whether Xia Chen possesses genuine talent and knowledge. In the afternoon, the tea house was bustling with patrons enjoying their tea, and a curious crowd gathered around a scholar returning from the literary meeting at the Guozijian. However, the scholar's countenance appeared troubled, and he hesitated to respond. "What is the matter, Shaoli? We are your uncles, having watched you grow up. We even supported your tuition when you entered the Guozijian. Now that you have achieved the title of Jiren and attended the princess's literary gathering, do you look down upon us and refuse to speak?" An elder, frustrated by the prolonged silence, exclaimed, "Chen Shu, do not make it difficult for Li Zhang." At that moment, another scholar dressed in a Confucian robe entered the tea house. He laughed and inquired, "What is happening here?" "Haha." Li Zhang confronted Xia Chen along with several scholars from Guozijian, pressuring him to compose poetry on the spot. I cannot fathom his reasoning. Regardless of whether he possesses true talent, he is a prince-in-law and the son of a noble family, currently a high-ranking official. How can we, ordinary folk, afford to offend him? Yet, he foolishly rushed in to challenge him, and I could not stop him. Zhang Zhongyong shook his head as he spoke, lamenting that if not for their shared childhood, he would not have spoken so much. Yet, Li Zhang remained ungrateful. I wished only to help him, but he accused me of hindering his rise to fame in the capital and even threatened to sever ties. Truly, one cannot be a good person nowadays. Zhang Zhongyong sighed, his tone filled with resignation while observing the attentive neighbors around him. If he had merely embarrassed Xia Chen publicly, it would have been one thing, but Xia Chen is evidently not someone to be trifled with. He rebuked them for being consumed by poetry and neglecting national affairs, warning against seeking shortcuts in their studies. In the end, he composed a poem that articulated his aspirations, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Zhang Zhongyong laughed heartily, while Li Zheng hung his head in shame. The poem was exceptional. After today, I fear no one will dare to claim Xia Chen lacks knowledge or literary talent. This is true renown in the capital. A true man should be like this. Zhang Zhongyong laughed, his demeanor exuberant, deeply admiring the essence of Xia Chen's poem. Xia Chen once again topped the headlines in the capital, becoming the subject of discussions during tea and wine gatherings. The most discussed aspect was undoubtedly the poem he had written, particularly the concluding lines, "Only to die on the battlefield for the nation. Why must one be wrapped in a horsehide to return?" These words resonated deeply with many, stirring their spirits. Director Xia was correct. Poetry is but a minor pursuit. Throughout history, which prime minister has governed the nation through poetry? It is practical deeds that build a nation. In these unsettled times, with the threat of war looming in the Northwest, we need capable officials, not so-called literary masters. Why has the Northern Defeng's national power declined in recent years? It is due to the glorification of literary pursuits, where scholars indulge in wine and merriment, oblivious to the pressing matters of the state. How can we forge a formidable army under such circumstances? Therefore, I can assert that if Defeng continues on this trajectory, it will surely be devoured by our Wu in about 50 years. Our nation must not follow in Defeng's footsteps and must remain vigilant against the corrosive influence of poetry on the minds of men. A scholar stood at the entrance of the Guozijian, proclaiming loudly, drawing many students around him, who nodded in agreement. We must study the classics and national affairs. But we cannot waste our energy solely on poetry. No prime minister has ever reached such heights through poetry alone. They have all relied on tangible actions. Thus, Xia Chen's name resounded throughout the Guozijian and among scholars, with many adopting his line, only to die on the battlefield for the nation. Why must one be wrapped in a horsehide to return? As their motto, believing that true men should serve their country loyally, even unto death. Some even entertained thoughts of enlisting. These developments were unforeseen by Xia Chen, who had returned to his home, where a young boy sat before him. Though he appeared to be merely 15 or 16, his face bore an innocent youthfulness. What brings you here? Third brother, I have come to pledge my loyalty to you. Xia Wen, seated on a stool, appeared excited, glancing around restlessly. You wish to pledge loyalty to me? Xia Chen replied, somewhat amused. Just as Bichu personally brought tea for him and Xia Wen. Yes. If Sister Bichu can be with you, why can't I? Xia Wen replied with a smile, causing Bichu to blush slightly at his words. That won't do. You are too young. Besides, does third uncle know of this? Xia Chen shook his head, recalling that Xia Wen had not yet turned 12 this year. But I have already broken through to the 8th tier of the refining essence realm. According to family rules, I am now eligible to venture into the world. Xia Wen stood up, speaking earnestly. You have advanced so quickly in the refining essence realm? Xia Chen was somewhat astonished, reflecting on how, at 17, he himself had yet to achieve such a breakthrough, realizing that Xia Wen's talent was indeed extraordinary compared to his own, which was rather mediocre among the noble offspring. Indeed, I owe it all to you, third brother. If you hadn't improved the foundational knife technique, I wouldn't have progressed so swiftly. Xia Wen scratched his head, grinning as he recounted the series of events. Originally, Xia Wen would have needed at least 2 to 5 months to advance, but under the direct tutelage of his uncle, Xia Chen, who taught him a technique called Shuyang Pmo Dao, he was able to harness the energy of heaven and earth to refine his body, thus achieving his breakthrough in just 1 month. I initially wanted to join the Imperial Guard, but they claimed I was too young. I then considered the border troops, but neither my uncle nor my father would allow it. So I decided to come and seek refuge with you. Xia Wen's excitement was palpable. Initially, Xia Chen and Xia Wen's father, Xia Han, intended for Xia Wen to remain at home to hone his martial skills, ideally breaking through to the 7th or even 6th tier before venturing out. By then, Xia Wen would be older, and they would be more at ease. However, Xia Wen was determined. Having finally broken through to the 8th tier, he yearned to see the world, even if it meant staying in the capital rather than enduring the monotony of the noble household. Xia Chen gazed at the youthful boy before him and sighed, recognizing that exceptional talent often brings its own set of troubles. Had Xia Wen broken through at around 14, his parents would likely not have been so concerned about his departure from home. But at 11, who wouldn't worry? He was still just a child. Chapter 55, Xia Han. In the hall, Xia Wen glanced around, noticing that Bai Zhu had already exited, and then spoke in a hushed tone. I know that the rumors about third brother having a falling out with the family are certainly unfounded, although third brother tends to be somewhat inconspicuous at home. Uncle and aunt have always treated you exceptionally well. Those external whispers are mere fabrications. Xia Wen lowered his voice, his youthful face brimming with earnestness. Uncle has declared within the household that he intends to remove me from the family registry. Surely, that cannot be false. Xia Chen shot Xia Wen a sidelong glance. Despite his words, he found himself quietly admiring the youth. Though he appeared brash at times, he was not foolish. Though I am unaware of the events that transpired, it seems that third brother and uncle have their own motive for acting this way, Xia Wen mused, scratching his head with a cheerful smile. Moreover, I mentioned to my father my desire to join you. He may have vehemently opposed it verbally, yet he still dispatched 3 family soldiers to accompany me. Does that not speak volumes? Xia Chen was taken aback by Xia Wen's words. Was it possible that Xia Wen's decision to seek refuge with him had the tacit approval of his third uncle, Xia Han? What developments had occurred in the family recently? Nothing of great consequence, but a few days ago, while in my father's courtyard, I overheard him conversing with my mother. He was quite inebriated at the time. I vaguely caught him mentioning a vacancy for a deputy minister in the Ministry of Rights, a position that should have belonged to him. The Ministry of Personnel had already submitted the proposal to the cabinet, but it was ultimately dismissed, claiming that my father was too young and required further honing. The position was eventually filled by a prominent scholar from the Bailu Academy. Xiaowen's head drooped, his spirits evidently dampened. He had seen his father inebriated for the first time, and it left a lasting impression on him. Xia Chen fell silent, his mind conjuring an image of his third uncle, Xia Hao, suave, refined, and possessing the demeanor of a gentleman. He always wore a smile when interacting with the younger generation, never differentiating between them based on talent or lineage. The Xia family wielded considerable military power, and with Xia Han's scholarly pursuits and governance, he was already treading on thin ice, especially given his political talents. With the imperial examination approaching, the Ministry of Rights held significant sway over it, making the deputy minister's position all the more crucial. If Xia Han were to assume such a role, even if he were not the chief examiner for this examination cycle, he would still be regarded as a mentor to the candidates. With a sigh, Xia Chen looked at Xiaowen and spoke solemnly. I understand that His Majesty harbors apprehensions towards our Xia family. He fears my father might cultivate a faction, and he is wary of our family extending its influence into the civil service. Should that occur, the Xia family would amass military power alongside literary support, and His Majesty would find his reign precarious. Xiaowen set down his teacup and stood, his youthful face now imbued with an icy resolve. Xia Chen was astonished by his brother's boldness. Although he appeared impulsive, there was a depth to him, revealing a keen intellect. Perhaps his father's choice in naming him Xia Wen was indeed prescient. This young brother had evidently inherited his father's political acumen. Truly, he was a remarkable talent among the third generation of the Xia family, second only to his biological brother, Xia Hao. Despite being only 11, he had already displayed extraordinary qualities. Moreover, it was noteworthy that he held no fondness for the current regime or the emperor himself. Indeed, he was a prodigious individual. Heaven's blessings are all bestowed by the sovereign. Xia Chen regarded Xiaowen calmly. I understand, third brother. I won't speak of this outside. The Xia family remains ever loyal to His Majesty. Xiaowen looked up at Xia Chen, grinning broadly. The two exchanged knowing smiles, a silent understanding passing between them. Stay with me. Tomorrow, I shall introduce you to the lantern bearers and arrange for you to serve as my attendant. All right, that sounds good. I've heard that third brother is now a fourth-rank official, overseeing the lantern bearers Eagle Eye Division. You must be quite esteemed. My father has been in the officialdom for over a decade and has only managed to achieve the fourth rank. Xiaowen's excitement was palpable, though wise beyond his years. He was still just a child of 11. Bai Zhu entered, personally escorting Xia Wen to the side courtyard to settle him in. Meanwhile, Xia Chen remained seated, lost in thought. His third uncle, Xia Han, had passed the imperial examination at the young age of 22, achieving the highest honors. Now, 36. He had a solid background and considerable capability, yet it took him 14 years to reach the fourth rank, a speed that, while rapid for others, was rather pedestrian for him. Something was amiss. Xia Han had studied at Bailu Academy in his youth and received accolades from the current headmaster, Mr. Qi. This alone attested to his scholarly prowess. The cabinet's rejection of his proposal was based on his youth, not his qualifications or capabilities. The deputy minister of rights, while indeed a position of significance, was merely a third-rank role, not the minister himself. What kind of reasoning was that? Xia Chen sighed, realizing why his uncle had become intoxicated. He was undoubtedly feeling stifled and unfulfilled. If this continued, his uncle's official career would reach its zenith with merely the title of deputy minister, with no hope of becoming a minister or entering the cabinet. It seemed that both his uncle and third uncle sensed the emperor's deep-seated mistrust towards their family, feeling both the need to curry favor and the weight of caution. By ascending Xia Wen to him, they were making an investment. The third generation of the Xia family was undoubtedly filled with exceptional talent, emerging one after another, though the outside world remained largely oblivious. Yet, Xia Chen and Xia Han were surely aware of the true potential of their next generation. Despite their youth, they exhibited remarkable promise. If the first and second generations of the Xia family had already aroused the emperor's suspicions, how could he possibly rest easy with so many talents emerging in the third generation? It appeared that Xia Chen and Xia Hao had recognized the peril facing the Xia family and had begun to take action. Thus, according to the trajectory of history, it seemed that the Xia family would eventually place their bets on Yao Guang, thereby evading the looming threat of extermination, allowing the third generation of the Xia family to shine brilliantly during the era of the Great Unity. Xia Chen murmured to himself, his eyes sparkling with brilliance, as his dual pupils began to swirl, exuding an aura of chaos, as if they could part the heavens. Chapter 76. Has my poetry become a model? The Lantern Bearer's Office. It has been 3 days since the esteemed director of the Eagle-Eye Bureau graced the office with his presence. Yet today, he finally arrived. Since his appointment, which instilled a sense of awe in all, the staff anticipated a tempest of activity. However, they were taken aback when Xia Chen chose to defy convention and remained absent from work for 3 consecutive days. It was only yesterday that they learned their director had attended a literary gathering, emerging victorious with his poem, which is now being fervently circulated throughout the capital. The poem composed by our esteemed director must be disseminated without delay. The capital and its surrounding regions fall under the jurisdiction of the Eagle-Eye Bureau, and within a single day, it is imperative that every individual becomes acquainted with this work. As Xia Chen entered alongside Xiao Wen, he overheard the voice of Master Zheng Ping, who was instructing his subordinates. Cui Hu and Lu Chun stood silently beside him, while the other 2 masters, Chen Song and Li Yu, were nowhere to be found. What is happening so early in the day? Xia Chen cheerfully inquired as he entered the hall. The director has arrived. Zheng Ping's visage transformed into a beaming smile, his previously stern demeanor giving way to one of delight. The director. The 10 or so lantern bearers present promptly clasped their hands in greeting upon Xia Chen's arrival. During his absence, they had come to a realization. Xia Chen's leadership of the Eagle-Eye Bureau was an established fact, a decision made by the emperor that could not be altered. Even in his absence, another would step in, for the emperor had lost trust in the lantern bearers and necessitated personnel from outside. Why are you spreading my poem? Xia Chen's gaze turned inquisitive. While he currently held the title of director, leveraging his position for personal gain seemed somewhat inappropriate. Fear not, director. This task is not for external ears. Propagating your poem has been decreed from above. Zheng Ping pointed skyward. Although they wished to mend their relationship with Xia Chen, they would not stoop to such a degree of impropriety. Xia Chen quickly understood. His poem was a call to serve the nation, embodying courage in the face of death. All the more relevant as the possibility of war loomed in the Northwest. The poem's release could inspire and mobilize the spirits of the nation, serving as a rallying cry. Thus, the lantern bearers had transformed his work into a political endeavor. We at the Eagle-Eye Bureau oversee the capital and its vicinity, while other regions are managed by our brothers in different offices. I assure you, within 3 days, your name will resonate throughout our great Wu kingdom. Zheng Ping continued, his voice earnest and filled with conviction. Congratulations, director. You are about to achieve renown across the land, he proclaimed, standing tall, then bending slightly in a gesture of respect, his voice booming. The moment Zheng Ping concluded, the other lantern bearers, especially the previously silent Cui Hu and Lu Chun, displayed subtle signs of discomfort. Brothers, thank you for your hard work. This afternoon, I invite you all to the Shang Tower for a drink, Xia Chen announced with a smile, patting Zheng Ping on the shoulder. This crafty fellow knew how to navigate the situation. Allow me to introduce my brother, Xiao Wen. Please arrange for his entry into the lantern bearers, following the proper procedures. He need not hold a position. Simply being by my side as an attendant will suffice. Today's gathering at the Shang Tower will also serve as his welcome banquet. Can this be arranged? Xia Chen inquired with a smile. Zheng Ping glanced at the youthful Xiao Wen, who bore a naive smile reminiscent of a simpleton. After a moment's consideration, he replied, with the director personally vouching for him, there will be no issue. I shall prepare the necessary documents this afternoon. No, before the banquet. Zheng Ping confidently patted his chest. a gleam of satisfaction in his eyes. The privileges of power were evident. What would take an ordinary person considerable effort to achieve was but a mere word for Xia Chen. Xia Wen gazed up at his brother with admiration, thinking, "My third brother is truly impressive. He commands the lantern-bearers, who are known for their defiance, and yet he has them all in line. I wish to have such authority and learn from him, so that I may discipline those who dare to defy." As this thought crossed his mind, Xia Wen's smile widened. Pure and innocent. However, the lantern-bearers regarded him with a peculiar gaze. Though he appeared to be around 15 or 16, his youthful features belied his true age. "This is the son of Lord Xia Hao, the Vice Minister of Rights." Cui Hu, who had remained silent until now, spoke solemnly. "Indeed, he is the child of my uncle. Alas, we are colleagues, so I shall be candid. This child had a falling out with my uncle. He wished to serve the nation, but my uncle was adamantly opposed, leading to a fierce argument at home. Ultimately, my brother ran away." Xia Chen confessed with a smile, not wishing to conceal the truth, as it was bound to come to light. The crowd's expressions grew increasingly strange, having missed the latter part of Xia Chen's statement. "He has broken through to the 8th rank?" Cui Hu could not contain his curiosity any longer. If memory serves, the records indicate that Lord Xia's eldest son, Xia Wen, is merely 11 years old, correct? Another interjected, astonishment etched on his face. An 11-year-old at the 8th rank. How can this be? The regulations of the town East Marquis state that one must reach the 8th rank before entering society. This revelation left the lantern-bearers, who were often regarded with trepidation by the common folk, utterly flabbergasted. Even Cui Hu and the usually taciturn Lu Chun were now fixated on Xia Wen, their expressions a mix of disbelief and intrigue. "I'm not that old. I will be 12 in just a few months." Xia Wen stepped forward, sheepishly scratching his head, exuding an air of innocence. However, this only served to further dishearten the others. The world was indeed a peculiar place. Was this truly the direct descendant of the town East Marquis, a family of such remarkable talent? It was worth noting that some within the ranks of the lantern-bearers were well into their 30s and still had not attained the 8th rank. Everyone must attend the banquet at the Shang Tower today. Xia Chen beckoned, his demeanor devoid of any official airs, yet the assembled crowd recognized the weight of his presence. The impression he had left on them was indelible. Though he appeared gentle, they understood him to be fiercely resolute and cunning, far from the harmless facade he presented. "Naturally, we shall attend the welcome banquet for young Master Xia." The lantern-bearers responded, bowing respectfully, their gazes toward the youthful Xia when now imbued with reverence. "Director, there is an individual named Su Xingqian awaiting an audience outside. He claims you summoned him." A lantern-bearer entered to report. Xia Chen smiled, feeling elated. Both the literary and martial aspects were now within his grasp, and the weather was splendid, enhancing his already buoyant mood. "I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the top 10 supporters on the gift leaderboard. Uninteresting little white, airy cat. Are we there yet? Chocolate choice. Mind boggled, Go Ji Xiang. Yu Hao Jean from Sars Island. Sunshine 3315. The moon remains still, bright moon shines on the southern bank, and leaf without flaws." I also extend my thanks to all those who have generously supported this book through donations, comments, discussions, and 5-star reviews. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 77. Thoroughly on the Thieves' Ship. Su Xingqian followed behind a lantern-bearer, whose haggard visage was marred by bloodshot eyes, yet his gaze shimmered with a peculiar fervor. He had spent an entire night awake, wrestling with his thoughts. Despite having resigned himself to his fate, sleep eluded him. He pondered extensively, and ultimately, he felt as though he had grasped something intangible. Why was Xia Chen making his life difficult? Was it merely for the sake of amusement? As the legitimate son of the Marquis and a prince consort, now holding the position of chief lantern-bearer, Xia Chen was in a realm far removed from Su Xingqian, who was merely an ordinary scholar at the Imperial Academy. It would be as trivial for Xia Chen to extinguish Su Xingqian's life as it would be to crush an ant. Could someone of such stature truly be motivated solely by a malicious desire to toy with him? Su Xingqian found this unlikely. There must be deeper reasons behind Xia Chen's actions that he had yet to uncover. As dawn approached, A sudden clarity pierced Su Xingchen's mind, and he shot upright in bed, his body trembling violently. Xia Chen was aware of his rebellious inclinations, his quest for a wise ruler. Yet instead of apprehending him, Xia Chen demanded that he serve as a scribe. Was it he who desired rebellion, or was it the Xia family? Su Xingchen's confusion transformed into enlightenment. His previously troubled thoughts were now shaken by this startling revelation. He was a person of exceptional intellect, and he should have considered this earlier. But he had been misled by Xia Chen into a labyrinth of misconceptions, only realizing the truth just before the brink of slumber. A startling glimmer ignited in Su Xingchen's pupils, a blend of exhilaration, agitation, and bewilderment. Xia Chen was a prince consort, and the emperor held him in high regard. Why would he seek rebellion? Was it truly the Xia family? Although the Xia family wielded considerable power, all evidence suggested their loyalty to the throne. Su Xingchen was perplexed. Even with his sharp mind, he struggled to comprehend it all. Nonetheless, he refrained from considering exposing Xia Chen, for doing so would undoubtedly lead to his demise, be it the hands of Xia Chen, the Xia family, or the royal court. The imperial family would never sever ties with the Xia family. Having unraveled these thoughts, a spark of excitement flickered in Su Xingchen's eyes. Only through destruction could there be rebirth. This was the very essence of what he had longed for. Su Xingchen entered the lantern-bearer's office, his gaze darting about. The outside world had long painted a terrifying picture of this place, likening it to hell. Yet now that he had stepped inside, he found the atmosphere far less sinister than anticipated, with people bustling in and out. "Please enter." The lantern-bearer guided Su Xingchen into a small courtyard, indicating for him to proceed. "My lord." Su Xingchen knocked on the door, waiting for a voice from within before he entered. Upon crossing the threshold, he beheld an exceptionally handsome youth seated at a desk, seemingly engrossed in work, while another youthful figure observed him with curious eyes. "Did you not sleep well last night?" Xia Chen, without lifting his head, seemed to perceive Su Xingchen's state with uncanny clarity. This only deepened Su Xingchen's sense of Xia Chen's inscrutability. "I was a bit restless due to excitement," Su Xingchen replied earnestly, cupping his hands in salute. "Excitement over the thought of treason?" Xia Chen continued, his head still bent over the documents, his tone calm. Yet Su Xingchen felt as though the words were a chilling echo from the abyss. Could he truly read minds? Su Xingchen shuddered at the thought. He was fortunate not to have harbored any intentions of reporting him. Had he done so, he might have met his end before even stepping out his home. "From now on, you shall remain by my side as a scribe, assisting me with documents and archives. Furthermore, your parents are aging, and you have been away for too long. In our great Wu, filial piety is paramount. It is our duty to serve our parents. I shall arrange for them to come to the capital. And I have procured a small courtyard next to my residence for your family to reside in," Xia Chen stated, still not looking up. The silent figure of Xia Wen approached and handed Su Xingchen a set of keys. Su Xingchen swallowed hard. Accepting those keys meant he was irrevocably aboard the thieves' ship. Whether Xia Chen was a benevolent ruler or not, he had no choice but to commit fully to this path. He understood that refusal would lead not to employment, but to imprisonment, and his family would suffer alongside him. "Thank you, my lord." Su Xingchen accepted the keys from Xia Wen, casting a glance at the affable Xia Wen before respectfully bowing to Xia Chen. Noon, the Xingdawe. The entire second-floor hall had been reserved by Xia Chen. The Sheng Tower was well known in the capital for its exquisite cuisine and, more importantly, its auspicious name, making it a favored choice for the affluent and powerful when celebrating joyous occasions. Who is the audacious figure behind this reservation? Patrons grumbled in the lobby. "Indeed, I usually dine in the second-floor private rooms. Why must I settle for the first floor today?" One young man, boasting of his connections to the Ministry of Revenue, fumed. Zhang Linda, the manager, a man in his 40s, hurriedly bowed to the disgruntled crowd. "Esteemed guests, I am aware of your loyalty to the Sheng Tower. However, the second floor is currently unavailable, having been reserved by the lantern-bearer. Should you inadvertently disturb the noble guests, it could spell disaster. I am merely acting in your best interests." Upon hearing the name lantern-bearer, The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Indeed, it is the esteemed Lord Xia Chen himself who has reserved it. I implore you to remain on the first floor or consider dining at our competitor, the Shun Tower. But please, do not ascend and disturb the noble guests. Zhang Linda, sweating profusely, ultimately suggested that the patrons migrate to the Shun Tower. The patrons, glancing at the second floor, found their anger dissipating. Even the young man who had boasted of his relatives in high office fell silent. On the second floor of the Shun Tower. Dear friends, today marks the entry of my brother Xia Wen and my companion Su Xingchen into service. I appreciate your presence. Allow me to raise a toast, Xia Chen proclaimed, filling a cup with wine and standing to deliver a brief, yet heartfelt speech, expressing his gratitude with an approachable demeanor. Su Xingchen observed the congenial Xia Chen and the obedient lantern-bearers in the hall, marveling at how this seemingly gentle figure commanded respect without a hint of arrogance. Seamlessly integrating with the crowd. Was this the essence of leadership? Chapter 78. I declare that whoever favors factionalism shall indeed favor factionalism. The atmosphere at the entire welcome banquet was harmonious, with Xia Chen naturally being the focal point of the evening. Among the attendees were at least mid-level officials of the 100 households rank. As the evening progressed, they mustered the courage to approach him for toasts. Xia Chen greeted each one with a smile, exhibiting no hint of arrogance and fully integrating himself into the grassroots. This demeanor gradually eased the anxieties of the crowd, which stemmed from their concerns about the youthfulness of their superior. They feared that this young man, eager to achieve merit, might resort to crude and reckless measures, leading to a harsh purge of these lower-level officials. Xia Wen and Su Xingchen were also surrounded by many, as it was common knowledge that these two were undoubtedly Xia Chen's trusted confidants. Though they merely held the positions of attendants and clerks, the steward of the Prime Minister's residence was comparable to a seventh-rank official, particularly Xia Wen, the legitimate son of the Duke of Zhendong. Despite his branch lacking a noble title, his father was a minor minister, a reputable fourth-rank official. Moreover, everyone recognized Xia Wen as a prodigy. At just 11 years of age, he had already attained the 8th rank, suggesting that he would undoubtedly become a significant figure in the future. Therefore, none dared to overlook his youth. I can't take any more. You all go drink with Brother Su. Xia Wen, with blurry eyes but a hint of sobriety, pointed hastily at Su Xingchen. Previously, he had not had the chance to drink at the Duke's residence, but buoyed by the crowd support, he indulged in the festivities, only to find himself inebriated soon after. Upon hearing Xia Wen's words and noticing his gesture, Su Xingchen quickly pretended to be drunk, leaning over the table. The banquet was filled with merriment as everyone drank to their heart's content. Meanwhile, seated beside Xia Chen were Zheng Ping, Cui Hu, and Lu Chun. Today, the Lord has truly indulged. Zheng Ping's cheeks flushed as he raised his cup towards Xia Chen. We are all brothers. What does it matter about indulgence? Xia Chen also lifted his cup, smiling as he clinked it with Zheng Ping's. However, I had originally reserved the entire second floor. Yet it seems it has not been filled, Xia Chen sighed casually. Upon hearing this, Zheng Ping, Cui Hu, and Lu Chun exhibited subtle changes in expression, each distinct from the other. The Emperor has tasked me with entering the lantern bearers, which actually comes with a mission. Xia Chen's tone was candid, as if he regarded the three as his own. Their expressions shifted dramatically. Even the usually composed Lu Chun cast a questioning glance. What is the mission? Cui Hu could not contain his curiosity. After being schooled by Xia Chen that day, he had become unusually obedient and compliant. The Emperor has indicated that over the years, the lantern-bearers have engaged in factionalism, forming cliques, and their subordinates have nearly developed into personal guards. Xia Chen paused, casting a glance at the three, particularly at Lu Chun, whose expression had turned grave. Thus, dispersing your subordinates that day was to save you. I hold all three of you in high regard. You are all intelligent individuals, and I trust you can comprehend my good intentions. Xia Chen patted Zheng Ping's shoulder and then that of Cui Hu beside him. He then turned to Lu Chun, who looked the most distressed, and spoke. The Emperor possesses a compassionate heart and a broad mind. Although you're the adopted son of Lu Li, you remain merely an adopted son. as long as you refrain from errant deeds during this sensitive period. These issues should not pose a problem. Lu Chun swallowed hard, cold sweat forming on his brow. He finally understood why the emperor had assigned such a young outsider to their ranks. The impetuosity of youth, the eagerness to achieve merit, naturally led to a more severe approach. This was the advantage of youth. Young people are most suited to wield the sword, and now this sword was directed towards the factional allies of his adoptive father, Lu Li. As Lu Li's adopted son, he should have been among those slated for elimination. However, given the current sensitive circumstances, you are no longer suitable to serve as the head of the Pear Blossom Hall. Are you willing to step aside temporarily and serve as my attendant? Xia Chen inquired calmly. Lu Chen remained silent. Xia Chen did not employ severe measures, nor did he accuse him of any crimes. He had committed no offense. Yet, with serene words, he sought to reclaim all the power Lu Chen held, which was far more severe than merely dispersing his subordinates. But Lu Chen knew he had no choice and ought to be grateful to Xia Chen for sparing him. According to reason, he should have been the first to face the axe. Now, merely having his power revoked was already a tremendous mercy. Returning to the Lord, I am willing. From now on, I shall serve as an attendant and remain by your side to repay your life-saving grace. Lu Chen raised his cup, speaking earnestly. Regardless of his sincerity, he knew he had to express gratitude to Xia Chen, for Xia Chen now held his life in his hands. In the 3 days since Xia Chen had arrived at the office, they were already aware that he came armed with the emperor's edict, representing the emperor's will. This was why they had clashed with Xia Chen before, yet today they acted as docile as obedient subordinates. Thus, Xia Chen successfully wielded the wine cup to dissolve military authority. Old Zheng. Xia Chen then turned to Zheng Ping, who jolted, responding quickly. My lord, I assure you I am not part of Lu Li's faction. Please see my loyalty. Zheng Ping hastily distanced himself, expressing his allegiance and eager to clarify his position, fearing Xia Chen might mistakenly associate him with Lu Li's faction. The emperor is undoubtedly intent on bloodshed. Every member of Lu Li's faction will face extermination. Ha! Old Zheng, I am not a murderous tyrant. There is no need for such anxiety. I merely wish to inquire. I've heard that Chun Song and Li Yu seem to be aligned with the crown prince and the third prince. Yes? Xia Chen shifted the topic, casually taking a piece of beef from the table to eat as he spoke. Zheng Ping relaxed but maintained an unwaveringly calm demeanor. As for these matters, I truly do not know. I dare not speculate on the crown prince and the third prince. However, should they involve themselves in the lantern bearers, it is indeed a grave offense. Our lantern bearers are loyal to the emperor. Ha! Old Zheng, you are quite amusing. As a veteran of the Eagle Eye Division, I'm still unfamiliar with many of the rules upon my arrival. I would like to consult you. Tell me, today I am hosting a banquet for the esteemed colleagues of the Eagle Eye Division, and you 3 have graciously attended, yet those 2 did not come alongside their entourage. What might that signify? Xia Chen shifted the subject once more, his tone casual, as if merely asking a trivial question. Cui Hu and Lu Chen's expressions grew serious. They knew the real crux of the matter was at hand. Disrespecting superiors and forming factions was a grave sin. Zheng Ping's gaze turned serious. What would be an appropriate punishment then? Factionalism carries the death penalty, confiscation of property, male members of the family exiled, and females sent to the brothels. Zheng Ping replied without hesitation, his voice cold. As soon as these words escaped him, both Cui Hu and Lu Chen exchanged deep glances with Zheng Ping, astonished at the transformation of their usually amiable superior. Chapter 79. Complete Domination. Upon hearing this, Xia Chen chuckled, picking up another piece of beef, and inquired once more. But what if they truly are the people of the crown prince and the third prince? What then? Cui Hu and Lu Chen understood that this question was far from casual, while Lu Chen observed Zheng Ping with a contemplative expression. The lantern bearers are directly under His Majesty. It would be a grave mistake for the crown prince and the third prince to interfere with them. I doubt they would place their people among the lantern bearers. Zheng Ping smiled slightly and continued. However, Chun Song and Li Yu are exceedingly arrogant. They appear to be allies of Lu Li. We cannot allow such factionalism among our ranks. Zheng Ping spoke with a serious and resolute tone. his words laced with a palpable sense of urgency. Ha ha ha, you are right, Lord Zheng. How could the crown prince and the third prince possibly extend their reach into our lantern bearers? One is the crown prince and the other the third prince. They surely have no intention of instigating rebellion. Why would they seek to infiltrate our ranks? Xia Chen laughed heartily, while Cui Hu and Lu Chun exchanged glances, both aware of the underlying meaning in Xia Chen's words. With Lord Zheng's guidance, I feel reassured. Cui Hu, Lu Chen. Xia Chen turned to face them, stating, "You both heard my conversation with Lord Zheng. Assist him in capturing Li Yu and Chun Song this afternoon, and also apprehend all the 100 households and 1,000 households from their two factions who did not attend the banquet. Can you accomplish this?" Xia Chen inquired calmly, prompting Zheng Ping to interject quickly. "Oh dear, my lord, it would suffice for these two young men to handle it. I am merely an old relic, and I haven't led a team in over a decade. It would be troublesome if I jeopardize the mission. Lord Zheng, precisely because they are young, I fear they may not maintain order. You are a veteran of the Eagle Eye Division, a figure of great renown among the lantern bearers. You must take charge of this matter. Moreover, with both of us bearing the responsibility, what could possibly go wrong?" Xia Chen smiled, not allowing Zheng Ping an opportunity to refuse. At that moment, Cui Hu discerned something unusual. It seemed that this lord had a special regard for Zheng Ping. He recalled Zheng Ping's steadfast position in the Eagle Eye Division for over 20 years, and suddenly found clarity. Thus he fell silent, bowing his head to eat, fully supporting Xia Chen's arrangement. It was imperative for Zheng Ping to lead the charge in capturing Li Yu and Chun Song. Having departed, Xia Chen was accompanied by Xia Wen, Xia Qian, Su Xingchen, and Ali Shi as they left the Xing Tower. The wind had risen. Cui Hu pushed open the paper window, standing by the second-floor window, gazing at the bustling capital of Dao. He extended his hand, feeling the breeze brush past his fingers, and slowly remarked, "Have we all feasted sufficiently?" Lu Chen remained seated at the table, his expression calm. Yet he suddenly shouted, "I am full." Instantly, several people stood up, responding loudly in affirmation. Lu Chen turned to Zheng Ping, stating earnestly, "Lord Zheng, you asked us to assist you. Please instruct us on how to proceed. Just command us, and we will execute your orders. Lord Zheng, your experience surpasses our collective knowledge. We are here to follow your lead." Standing by the window with clasped fists, Zheng Ping's lips twitched. These two young rascals were now exceedingly courteous to him, having previously regarded him with disdain, believing he merely relied on his seniority. Both of them had been headstrong and dismissive of others. Now, as they prepared to confront the crown prince and the third prince, they understood the gravity of the situation and had retreated like turtles into their shells. "You two must swiftly return to the office and gather your men. I will also arrange for assistance. This operation must be executed swiftly and discreetly. Once captured, disarm them and confine them in the lantern bearer's prison, ensuring no one approaches." Zheng Ping spoke in a low voice. "Yes." Lu Chun and Cui Hu replied in unison. The many lantern bearers exchanged glances, though unaware of the forthcoming actions. They sensed a storm brewing, yet it appeared that this storm bore little significance to them. Rather, they seemed to have transformed into the tempest themselves. Is this the result of following a capable leader? Afternoon, the entire lantern bearers faction was in a state of upheaval. Within the Eagle Eye Division, from the 100 households to the hall masters, all were apprehended. Some attempted to resist, but were nearly slain on the spot. Several hundred households were seized right before the eyes of the crowd. This instilled a sense of unease within the lantern bearers. Yet the issue was contained within the Eagle Eye Division, which alleviated some of their anxieties. Goodness, the new director of the Eagle Eye Division has been exceedingly ruthless. 2 halls, 2 hall masters, over 500 households, and more than 10,000 households were directly apprehended. This is rather terrifying. That Lord Xia acted so decisively, capturing so many individuals. Does he truly fear creating a significant disturbance? Young people are indeed bold. They have yet to be tempered by society. Thus they fear nothing. It seems that Li Yu and Chun Song may indeed be in peril this time. The remaining factions in the capital were taken aback by Xia Chen's actions. However, what charges were being used? To arrest so many lantern bearers without cause? Even as the director, this might be deemed improper. Some began to wonder what incriminating evidence Xia Chen possessed against these individuals, allowing him to act so recklessly. Let me tell you, I must emphasize this point. I have also heard it through the grapevine that Chen Song and Li Yu are suspected to be associated with the Crown Prince and the Third Prince. Is that true? What do the Crown Prince and the Third Prince intend to do? We are lantern bearers. This is a grave taboo. But wait, if these two are indeed affiliated with the Crown Prince and the Third Prince, shouldn't it be a closely guarded secret? How has it become somewhat common knowledge now? Some were taken aback by this revelation, while others with political acumen questioned. Who knows where this information originated? Regardless, it is merely hearsay. We should merely observe the spectacle. The high-ranking officials are embroiled in a power struggle. It would be best for us to remain uninvolved. If Chen Song and Li Yu are indeed linked to the Crown Prince and the Third Prince, then Lord Xia's audacity is understandable. It may even reflect the Emperor's intentions. Someone pointed skyward, causing the crowd to instinctively withdraw, hesitant to discuss further. Chapter 80. I am the one who made the Crown Prince's man. The third level of the Lantern Holder's prison. Release me. Damn it. Who gave you the audacity to arrest me? Where's the warrant? I am a hall master. As Xia Chen stepped inside, he was immediately met with furious shouts. What are you yelling about? Xia Wen approached and kicked the door of cell number 48. Inside was none other than Li Yu. Xia Chen, on what grounds do you detain us? What crime have we committed? Li Yu glared at Xia Chen, his eyes ablaze. You abuse your power for personal gain and harbor vendettas. I will surely report you to the commanding officer. Even if you're the prince consort, the emperor will not spare you. Li Yu, believing he had intimidated Xia Chen into silence, continued with growing confidence. Are you certain the emperor will not spare me? Xia Chen finally spoke, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Li Yu, who paled momentarily. Xia Chen departed, leaving Li Yu without further outbursts from his cell. As Xia Chen passed cell number 23, Chen Song, who had been sitting despondently within, suddenly brightened. Lord Xia, Chen Song hastily rose, clutching the bars and calling out. My lord, I was wrong. The reason I didn't attend the banquet today is that my mother is ill and I must care for her. Chen Song wept as he spoke, his performance evoking sympathy. Who does this old fool think he can deceive? Your mother is ill? Are all your subordinates' mothers also sick? You must not have just one mother. Xia Wen, following behind Xia Chen, chuckled at this. Chen Song's face stiffened, yet he did not relent. Gritting his teeth and solemnly stating, My lord, may I have a word? Xia Chen shot him a glance and moved a few steps forward, curious about what he had to say. My lord, I am a man of the Crown Prince. Previously, I was blind and offended you, but I have recognized my errors. From now on, I shall follow your lead in the Eagle Eye Division. You are still the husband of Princess Yao Wang, and my Crown Prince has always had a close relationship with her. Once the Crown Prince ascends the throne, you will undoubtedly reap the benefits. Perhaps the position of the Lantern Holder's commander will belong to you. Xia Chen regarded Chen Song with an odd expression. While Chen Song believed he had managed to impress Xia Chen, a confident smile emerging on his face. Did you not expect this? Surprised, aren't you? I am indeed a man of the Crown Prince. You have your background, and so do I. Chen Song silently rejoiced, thinking that this secret would surely turn his fortunes around. Perhaps he could even draw Xia Chen into the Crown Prince's camp. My dear Chen, do you suppose I had you arrested because we disobeyed orders and deliberately made things difficult for you by not attending the banquet? Chen Song instinctively replied. Xia Chen chuckled and shook his head at the response, finding Chen Song adorably foolish, oblivious even to the reason for his imprisonment. Lean a bit, Chen. Xia Chen beckoned, smiling as if calling a dog. Chen Song, eager, leaned his head through the bars, straining to listen. Xia Chen leaned forward, his tone gentle yet calm. I am the one who made the Crown Prince's man. Upon uttering these words, Xia Chen patted Chen Song's cheek, causing Chen Song's pupils to constrict as turmoil brewed within him. Is Chen Song truly foolish or merely pretending? This is the Lantern Holder, after all. You are the Lantern Holder's master. Do you really believe your actions are beyond reproach? To court the Lantern Holder and conspire with the Crown Prince while the Emperor is still alive. What? Does the Crown Prince wish to ascend the throne prematurely? to control the lantern holder and stage a coup. Xia Chen maintained his soft tone, while Chen Song was drenched in cold sweat. He felt icy dread. If he hadn't awakened to the reality by now, he would truly be a fool. Furthermore, now that you have been apprehended, do you think the Crown Prince will expend great effort to rescue you? Or will he simply send someone to silence you? Xia Chen smiled, and upon hearing this, Chen Song crumpled, utterly defeated within his cell. Xia Chen's laughter echoed, reminiscent of a villain. Xia Chen continued deeper into the prison, for his visit was not aimed at Chen Song or Li Yu. They were unworthy of his attention. He was here for 3 individuals of true significance. My lord, we have arrived. This cell houses Xia Chen. A door creaked open, and blinding light flooded the dim prison, awakening a man clad in prison garb, his face obscured by a beard and his skin pale from years without sunlight. Xia Chen stepped forward. The Lord wishes to see you. Xia Chen's mind fell heavy. He had been imprisoned for nearly 2 years, enduring a few whippings upon arrival, but thereafter neglected. Why would someone seek him now? I have seen the Lord. 2 years of prison food had instilled a sense of reverence in this once audacious youth, who now bowed respectfully before the strikingly handsome figure before him. 2 years ago, Xia Chen, along with several scholars from the Guozi Academy, petitioned the emperor, urging him to take greater interest in state affairs, advocating for a policy of non-interference, hoarding wealth for the people, and recuperating from years of conflict, even declaring that the Great Wu Dynasty must cease hostilities or face imminent peril. Thus, he was apprehended by the lantern holder, and now, 2 years and 3 months later, Xia Chen recited the charges, observing the young man kneeling before him. Xia Chen's expression shifted, finally settling into calmness. After 2 years of neglect, did they intend to execute him today? Straightening his back and adjusting his tattered clothing, he exuded an air of remarkable dignity, like a resilient bamboo, steadfast against the wind. Do you regret your words from back then? Xia Chen asked, his gaze steady. If given another chance, I would still choose to petition. I do regret being overly rash, thinking that as a scholar of the Guozi Academy, I could freely express my views on national matters. If granted another opportunity, I would quietly bide my time, diligently pursue my studies, and confront the ministers and the emperor directly about why they disregard the plight of the common people. The world does not belong solely to the emperor. It belongs to the millions of citizens. The people can no longer endure. If we do not restore peace and continue this endless warfare, the Great Wu will inevitably perish. Xia Chen spoke with unwavering calmness, yet his voice rang with conviction. 2 years in confinement had taught him much about humility and the weight of the world. Yet he still did not believe he was in the wrong. The world may fall, and the Great Wu may collapse, but it is the common people who suffer. Xia Chen gazed at the young man, radiating righteousness, studying him for a long while before finally breaking into a smile. The suffering of the people, the downfall of the people, Xia Chen said slowly, and upon hearing this, Xia Chen's eyes brightened. He repeatedly whispered Xia Chen's words, his gaze growing increasingly luminous, reflecting a shift in his perception of Xia Chen. Xia Chen, you are released. From this day forth, you shall accompany me as a scribe. Upon hearing those words, Xia Chen, who had originally embraced a mindset of resignation, stood frozen in place, his gaze fixed intently upon the retreating figure of Xia Chen. He had been liberated? Xia Chen, courtesy named Shoujing, was diligent and studious from a young age. At the age of 17, he entered the Imperial Academy for his studies. By the age of 23, he, along with his fellow scholars, composed a memorial addressing the ills of state governance, articulating incisive remarks, such as the notion that the realm did not solely belong to the sovereign, but to the myriad of people. Such rebellious statements led to his arrest by the authorities, resulting in his imprisonment. At that time, the founding emperor was serving as the chief of the lanterns, and upon observing Xia Chen's concern for the nation and its people, as well as his considerable talents, he decided to release him, allowing him to study by his side. History of Xia, Volume 13, Biography of Xia Chen. Chapter 81, Scholars, Merchants, and Rascals. In the dungeon of the Lantern Bearer, a young man, filthy and shackled, was slumped against the wall, fast asleep. Zhang Wenliao awakened. The booming voice startled Zhang Wenliao, causing him to jolt upright. Is it evening? Have we had dinner? He rubbed his belly, which grumbled in response, revealing the depths of his hunger. Having been imprisoned in a lantern-bearer's dungeon for nearly 2 years, he had long abandoned any hope of escape. As an ordinary rascal, how could he possibly leave this grim place? He harbored no grand ambitions. Merely surviving the dungeons was a stroke of fortune. Even if he were to endure another day, it was a day more than he expected. Come out. An ordinary lantern-bearer, adorned with a white badge, opened the cell door and spoke to Zhang Wenliao with an expressionless face. My lord, I swear I have spoken all that I could. I was misled at the time. I never intended to obstruct the lantern-bearers or act against them. It was all a misunderstanding. Zhang Wenliao glanced nervously at the open door, his heart racing. He had witnessed the brutal methods of the lantern-bearers upon his arrival, and for months he had languished like a dead dog in this prison. Was today the day they decided to rid themselves of this insignificant rascal? Come out. A lord wishes to see you. The lantern-bearer at the door raised his whip, ready to strike Zhang Wenliao, but ultimately refrained, recalling the nobleman behind him. How curious it was that this mere rascal had caught the attention of Lord Xia himself. The lantern-bearer urged Zhang Wenliao to hurry. My lord, please don't kill me. Zhang Wenliao quaked with fear. As he stepped out of his cell, he beheld 3 figures standing before him. In particular, the young man at the forefront was beyond description. Zhang Wenliao swore he had never encountered such a strikingly handsome individual in his 20-plus years. Was this a celestial being? Overwhelmed by this thought, he knelt, too afraid to rise. Xia Chen furrowed his brow. Was this Zhang Wenliao truly the one destined to shine on the battlefield? Lift your head, Xia Chen commanded sternly. Zhang Wenliao complied, his heart racing, uncertain of his impending fate. Zhang Wenliao, from this day forth, you shall accompany me as my bodyguard. Xia Chen's voice was devoid of emotion, while Xia Wen, following closely behind, regarded his brother with confusion. Why would he choose a mere rascal from the dungeon as a bodyguard? The earlier candidate, Xia Chen, had at least been a scholar. Yet this Zhang Wenliao seemed woefully inadequate for the role. Xia Wen felt he could easily overpower him with a single hand. Meanwhile, Xia Chen, still dressed in prison garb, silently assessed the kneeling Zhang Wenliao. Was this truly another fortunate soul chosen by the Lord? Zhang Wenliao stood frozen, watching as Xia Chen and the others turned to leave, feeling utterly lost. What are you lingering for? Did you not hear the Lord's command? Do you wish to remain here and continue dining on prison fare? Do you truly believe our lantern-bearer prison is a retirement home? The lantern-bearer, who had been observing from the side, scolded Zhang Wenliao, rousing him from a stupor. Can I really leave? Zhang Wenliao hesitated, astonished at the prospect of escaping the notorious lantern-bearer dungeon so easily. Though a rascal, he was not naive. Could this be a trap? A ruse to lead him out only to accuse him of escaping and execute him on the spot? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he shook his head vigorously. It was improbable. The lantern-bearers had countless ways to eliminate him, and he was no significant figure to warrant such elaborate schemes. Lord Shun Shuiyin greets you. A man in his 30s, dressed in prison garb yet impeccably clean, knelt before Xia Chen. Despite having lost his vast fortune and spent 3 years in the lantern-bearer dungeon, he retained an admirable composure and grace. You exhibit remarkable spirit despite your misfortunes. It seems you are quite resilient, Xia Chen remarked, observing Shun Shuiyin, whose spirit shone through even his tattered attire. Zhang Wenliao, trailing silently behind, swallowed hard. In comparison, he felt utterly inadequate. Thank you for your praise, my lord. Life inevitably leads to death. What is there to fear? Since I did not perish 3 years ago, it is evident my fortune has not yet run dry. After 3 years of waiting, I have finally encountered a noble master, Shun Shuiyin expressed earnestly, bowing deeply with his forehead pressed to the ground. You knew of me and anticipated my arrival to rescue you? Xia Chen asked, astonished. Was there anyone more prescient than he? I did not know your identity, nor did I foresee your rescue today. However, I surmised that 3 years ago, when my wealth was confiscated and I suffered in prison, I was but an insect in the eyes of that powerful figure. A commoner bears no fault for possessing treasures. That man coveted only my wealth, indifferent to my life or death. It was precisely this indifference that allowed me to survive. In the depths of despair, I contemplated ending it all, years of toil reduced to nothing. Yet, I resolved to gamble on the off chance that a significant figure might notice me for my business acumen. Thus, I chose to live to endure, even if it meant languishing in prison for 5, 10, or 20 years. As long as my life was spared, I would persist. This day arrived sooner than expected. Merely 3 years, and I await your lordship. Through my reflections, I have come to understand, possessing treasures without power is the original sin. Shun Shuiyin remained kneeling, his forehead firmly pressed to the ground, his tones somber yet resolute, embodying the resilience of a tenacious blade of grass in spring. Though I remain ignorant of your identity, my lord, your ability to rescue me from the lantern-bearer dungeon suggests you are not afraid of that powerful figure who sees my wealth. Therefore, I humbly beseech you to accept me. Shun Shuiyin's voice was unwavering. He recognized this may be his only opportunity and resolved to seize it. Please, my lord, accept me as your servant. From this day forth, you shall be my master. I seek nothing but your protection and a chance to showcase my talents. His plea resonated strongly. Zhang Wenliao gulped again, feeling increasingly inadequate in comparison. Here was someone who openly offered to serve the illustrious lord, while he himself had been too frightened to utter a word of gratitude. Zhang Wenliao felt a growing unease. Perhaps he was not measuring up. Meanwhile, Yu Shaoqian regarded Shun Shuiyin with newfound respect. Though he acknowledged the great favor Xia Chen had bestowed upon him, he could not bring himself to utter the words of servitude. Surely, he could repay this nobleman through diligent service without debasing himself in such a manner. In his heart, Yu Shaoqian began to solidify his resolve. Sometimes, it is only through comparison that one realizes their own shortcomings. Through the comparison with Shun Shuiyin, both Yu Shaoqian and Zhang Wenliao feel that their previous performances have been inadequate. Shun Shuiyin, born into a humble family, became an apprentice at a tavern at the tender age of 12. Possessing a keen intellect and quick wit, he gained the favor of his employer and was often seen by his side. Shuiyin was diligent and eager to learn. Within a year, he managed the tavern's affairs with remarkable efficiency. At the age of 14, he was promoted to manager, and within 2 years, the business flourished to 5 times its previous success. By the age of 16, Shuiyin decided to venture into self-employment, taking his savings to a neighboring city to establish a small restaurant, which attracted a multitude of patrons, leading to his first fortune. At 18, he opened his first tavern, and as his enterprise grew, he ventured into various trades, becoming a prominent figure. By the age of 30, he had ascended to the status of the wealthiest individual in Yunzhou, earning the admiration of his contemporaries as a commercial genius. At 32, Shuiyin sought to expand his business empire to the capital, drawing the attention of the influential elite. However, at 33, he faced a calamity when his family was persecuted, resulting in the confiscation of his assets and 3 years of imprisonment. Fortunately, the wise Emperor Taizu recognized his talent and rescued Shuiyin from his confinement, ensuring that his abilities would not be lost. Chapter 82. The Mighty Lord Xia. Xia Chen gazed at the kneeling Shun Shuiyin and nodded. Rise, for I shall be your support from this day forth. Upon hearing this, Shun Shuiyin prostrated once more in gratitude. Ding dong. Congratulations, player. You have gathered 5 remarkable individuals, meeting the criteria for the Dynasty struggle update. Would you like to proceed with the system upgrade? A crisp sound echoed in Xia Chen's ears as a system interface materialized before him. He discreetly averted his gaze after a fleeting glance, then turned to Shun Shuiyin, Zhang Wenliao, and Xiao Wen, along with Su Xingchen, who was in the room organizing documents. They formed a perfect quintet. Xia Chen's current system version was already at the Spirit Awakening level, and now he was on the brink of an upgrade. This would undoubtedly place him leagues ahead. Let us go, Xia Chen said to Shun Shuiyin with a smile, his spirits elevated. His purpose for entering the dungeon was to meet these 3, but he had not anticipated such an unexpected boon. He had successfully triggered the system upgrade conditions. One could say his system was initially at version 3.0, and with the impending upgrade, it would ascend to 4.0. Shun Shuiyin, observing Xia Chen's joyful demeanor, silently followed behind. This young lord, appearing to be merely in his teens, commanded immense respect from the lantern-bearers surrounding him. This was no ordinary dungeon, dubbed the 18 Layers of Hell. Most individuals incarcerated within for over a month either perished or faded away within its confines. Yet, this youthful lord could secure Shun's release with but a word. His power was indeed formidable. Lord Xia, what an honor to have you here in person. Throughout their journey, Xia Chen and the others witnessed numerous lantern-bearers greeting Xia Chen, who merely nodded in acknowledgement, leaving them astounded. They had not emerged from the dungeon for 2 to 3 years, when had such a young figure of prominence appeared in the capital. The world outside had evidently transformed. Li Tangzhu, I'm taking these 3 with me. Please inform me of any necessary procedures, and I shall handle them personally. In the hall of the dungeon's first underground level, Xia Chen addressed a middle-aged man in his 30s. The dungeon fell under the jurisdiction of the Lantern-Bearers 6th Division. The Confinement Division and the 1st to 3rd underground levels were overseen by Li Tangzhu. These 3 were not significant prisoners. Xia Chen could simply take them away, and he would ensure the formalities were properly managed. By evening, the release documents should be delivered to your courtyard. Li Tangzhu, previously savoring his tea with leisure, sprang up from his seat, cupping his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Lord Xia. I will ensure all procedures are meticulously followed. Please allow me the pleasure of treating you to a drink in the future. Xia Chen nodded, smiling at Li Tangzhu, and without further ado, turned to leave. Xia Chen and the others had absorbed every word of their conversation. Although their backgrounds and perspectives differed, they were undeniably astute individuals. They were astonished to realize Xia Chen's true identity, that this seemingly youthful lord was, in fact, the head of the Lantern-Bearers Division. What division he governed remained unknown to them. I have been imprisoned for over 2 years, unaware of the external world's changes. What manner of individual is this lord, wielding authority over one of the 9 divisions at such a tender age? This favor foretells a future of prominence in the court, Xia Chen mused to himself. His 2 years of confinement had profoundly altered his mindset. Once an idealistic youth, he now understood that to save his country, reliance on others was futile. He must cultivate his own strength, seize power, and take action. This was the true path to national salvation. At this moment, Xia Chen had transformed from a mere scholar into a pragmatic individual with depth and insight. This young man, having attained the position of division head, must possess an extraordinary background. Perhaps he is a scion of a distinguished family, earning the emperor's trust. With his patronage, my business shall flourish, free from prying eyes. Shun Shuiyan's spirits soared as he reflected on his 3 years of waiting, which had not been in vain. He had finally encountered a nobleman who recognized his talents. During his imprisonment, he had meticulously crafted an ambitious blueprint for his future endeavors, eager to demonstrate his worth upon his release. His business acumen had experienced an exponential elevation since 3 years prior. Unexpectedly, a visit to the Lantern-Bearers prison had turned into a fortuitous opportunity. He had secured a formidable ally, and perhaps he too could rise to prominence in the future. Zhang Wenliao, with a sense of contentment, entertained similar thoughts. However, his aspirations remained modest. He lacked grand ambitions. Had they adhered to their original fate, they would have had to wait another 2 to 3 years before being chosen by Yao Wang, marking a significant shift in their destinies. Particularly for Zhang Wenliao, his pinnacle moments were still over a decade away. Yet now, their destinies had taken an unexpected turn. Boss, why are you so anxious and formal? He is the head of the Eagle Eye Division, while we belong to the Confinement Division. Even if he outranks us, he is still our superior, but there is no need for such trepidation. Once Xia Chen and his entourage exited the dungeon, a lantern-bearer beside Li Tangzhu remarked, noticing the latter's respectful demeanor. What do you know? Did you not see how many were sent into the dungeon this afternoon? 2 of them were of my rank, both heads of divisions, who were also apprehended. Li Tangzhu glanced at his subordinate, then surveyed the surroundings before whispering. Do not be deceived by Lord Xia's youthful appearance and amicable demeanor. This is merely a facade. He is a formidable figure. 2 divisions, including their heads, have been taken down, and over 50 of your fellow lantern-bearers were sent here today. The subordinate, Wang Baihu, recoiled, a chill creeping down his spine. Doesn't this approach risk inciting dissent among the ranks? Would it not make everyone uneasy? Wang Baihu could not help but inquire. Indeed, their dissenting voices. Many from other divisions felt uneasy and sought out the commanding officer, urging him to intervene. And guess what? Lord Ma Song expelled everyone, even punishing several heads of divisions who spoke out. Wang Baihu's complexion shifted once more at this revelation. Li Tangzhu continued. Lord Xia is unlike the other division heads. The commanding officer's staunch protection of him speaks volumes. We serve as the Emperor's personal guards, while he is the Emperor's son-in-law. In the future, it may well be that all lantern bearers will bear the surname Xia. Thus, even if he does not currently oversee us, we must never offend him. Li Tangzhu patted Wang Baihu on the chest. Had this young man not been his trusted confidant, he would not have divulged so much. As Xia Chen entered his office courtyard, he spotted Su Xingchen diligently reviewing documents, pen in hand. Su was remarkably adaptable and astute. After only a brief glance at a case file, he could readily identify its flaws. His reviewing speed astounded Chui, who stood nearby in disbelief. Where did Xia Chen find such a prodigy? This individual, capable of unraveling cases with but a glance at the files, surely he must be a detective of unparalleled talent. Chui, who marveled, once again taken aback. Dear friends, today marks the first day of 2025. I wish all of you a happy new year. May the coming year be filled with success and joy each day. Originally, I intended to provide an update at midnight, but I have been feeling unwell since last night, experiencing nausea and diarrhea. My parents have also been feeling ill since the day before, exhibiting similar symptoms, leading me to suspect that our family may have contracted something. Throughout today, I have felt utterly drained, and I remain uncertain about how I will feel tomorrow. Based on my parents' symptoms, it seems likely that their condition will worsen. Therefore, I am unsure how to proceed with tomorrow's update. If my discomfort persists, I may need to take a day off. I wanted to inform you all in advance. However, I am committed to finishing today as writing and will be posting another chapter shortly. Thank you for your understanding. Chapter 83. A true man should learn to stand against thousands, my lord. Upon seeing Xia Chen enter, Chui, who quickly bowed in greeting. Su Xingchen, hearing the commotion, put down his pen and rose to salute as well. Xia Chen nodded, and at that moment, Lu Chen entered. He promptly reported, my lord. The two hall masters suspected of forming factions for personal gain have all been apprehended. How shall we proceed? First, conduct interrogations and gather evidence of their crimes. For those with severe offenses, execute them. For those with lesser crimes, revoke their positions as lantern holders. As for Chun Song and Li Yu, treat them as members of Lu Li's faction. Having served as hall masters for years, their subordinates must be tainted. Investigate them and present the evidence to the commanding officer, Xia Chen calmly stated as he took a seat. However, his words sent a chill through everyone present, especially Su Xingchen and the others, deepening their understanding of Xia Chen's authority. In just a few brief sentences, the fates of the two lantern-holding hall masters, along with over 500 house leaders, were sealed. Many among them might have minor issues, but their crimes were not worthy of death. Yet this was the inevitable consequence of political strife, choosing the wrong side. Understood. Lu Chen felt an icy dread in his heart. Had it not been for Xia Chen's protection, he could only imagine that he would also be awaiting a grim fate in a lantern holder's prison, for Li Yu and Chun Song were not Lu Li supporters. While he was undoubtedly Lu Li's adopted son, a target for elimination, it was solely due to the words of this young man that he had narrowly escaped calamity, and he felt a flicker of gratitude. Go about your tasks. Xia Chen waved his hand, and Lu Chen and Chui, who exited his courtyard. How do you feel? Xia Chen inquired, turning his gaze to Su Xingchen. Not bad. These documents aren't major cases and are not particularly complex. Su Xingchen humbo ziplit. With his remarkable intellect, these documents posed no challenge for him. He could easily unravel their intricacies and discover logical fallacies. Good. Allow me to introduce you. This is Yu Xiaoqian, who also hails from the Imperial Academy. From now on, the two of you shall assist me with these documents. Xia Chen nodded, while Su Xingchen had already noticed a few individuals behind Xia Chen, still clad in prison garb. Greetings, Brother Shoujing. 2 years ago, you boldly expressed your thoughts, which I greatly admired. Today, it seems fortune has smiled upon you, as you have been saved by our Lord. Xia Chen smiled and bowed. You know me? Xia Chen was taken aback, not expecting to encounter an acquaintance after 2 years in prison. I also came from the Imperial Academy. When Brother Shojing submitted his petition 2 years ago, I was studying there. Xia Chen replied with a smile. I never imagined I would meet a fellow student just after my release. What a twist of fate. But why? I seldom ventured out during my time at the academy and preferred to remain solitary, so it's no surprise that Brother Shojing has not heard of me. Xia Chen seemed to understand what Xia Chen was implying and responded with a smile. Xia Chen glanced at Xia Chen, realizing that he had never heard of this individual. Yet the latter was clearly aware of him. This suggested that Xia Chen either lacked talent or had grand aspirations. He leaned toward the latter. For with so many students at the Imperial Academy, how could Lord Xia have chosen him for document work? As they conversed, Xia Chen became increasingly convinced that Xia Chen was far from ordinary. Regardless of the topic, Xia Chen could engage and articulate his viewpoints. Through their dialogue, Xia Chen discerned that Xia Chen was indeed a person of genuine ability. Their discussions ranged from Confucian classics to state policies, ultimately touching upon significant world affairs. Both understood that they would soon be colleagues, potentially working together for a long time. They were both inherently proud individuals who preferred not to associate with simpletons who might hinder their progress. As their conversation unfolded, they silently elevated their evaluations of each other. Xia Chen, the famed individual from 2 years ago at the Imperial Academy, had not allowed his time in prison to diminish his intellect. Rather, he seemed to have gained profound insights during his confinement, emerging markedly transformed. Xia Chen marveled at this, casting a furtive glance at Xia Chen, recognizing his exceptional judgment and discerning talent. However, he pondered if this prince, by gathering so many capable individuals, might indeed harbor ambitions of usurpation. Meanwhile, Xia Chen was observing Zhang Wenliao. Can you read? I cannot. Zhang Wenliao shook his head. At 21 years of age, having previously been involved in gang activities, he had never had the opportunity to learn. Xia Chen glanced at the 2 scholars from the Imperial Academy, engaged in lively conversation, and ultimately decided to have Xia Chen teach. Shojing, my lord. Xia Chen hurried over. Aside from handling documents, dedicate 2 hours each day to teach Zhang Wenliao to read and write. Aim for him to recognize all commonly used characters within a month. Surprised, Xia Chen looked at the unruly Zhang Wenliao. Teaching him to read seemed like using a cannon to swat a fly. Clearly, the Lord held this ruffian in high regard. Of course, though he had his reservations, Xia Chen quickly agreed. My lord, did you not want me to be your bodyguard? I am but a rough man. Teaching someone to read. Zhang Wenliao hesitated, feeling that this was quite a daunting task. You, a martial artist of the 9th rank, are to be my bodyguard? Are you protecting me? Or am I protecting you? Xia Chen raised an eyebrow, amused. Zhang Wenliao's face flushed crimson at this remark. Ha! My 3rd brother speaks the truth. I wonder what my 3rd brother sees in you. With your skills, you cannot even defeat me. Summerwind chuckled at the exchange, playfully slapping Zhang Wenliao on the shoulder. Instantly, Zhang Wenliao felt his shoulder go numb, horrified by the realization that this seemingly young boy was far from ordinary. That slap felt like a mountain crashing down upon him. Was this innate strength? It was rather terrifying. Xiaowen, you two have a task. Xia Chen turned to Summerwind. Starting tomorrow, you will teach Zhang Wenliao and the others about the 9-yang military strategy. Teach them as the elders of our clan instructed you. Xia Chen gestured towards Xia Chen and Xia Chen. Both were momentarily taken aback. This 11-year-old was to be their teacher? 3rd brother, while discussing military strategy, is manageable. It is rather dull. I prefer practicing martial arts. I believe in defeating my opponents with my fists rather than words. Summerwind declared, waving his fists. The young man was astute, yet his character was still maturing. He favored resolving conflicts with physical prowess rather than verbal discourse. A true man should learn to stand against thousands. No matter how formidable your fists are, can you truly confront an army single-handedly? Xia Chen stated solemnly, gazing intently at Summer One and Zhang Wenliao with utmost seriousness. Within 30 years, Though martial prowess is significant, military strategy is paramount. If you truly master military strategy to a divine level, commanding an army, even the esteemed celestial masters of the celestial master's estate or the dragon tree abbot of the dragon temple would have to avoid your brilliance. That is the essence of being a true adversary to thousands. Xiao Wen and Zhang Wenliao were captivated by Xia Chen's words, while Yu Shaoqian and Su Xingqian, initially indifferent, now wore solemn expressions. They were uncertain whether Xia Chen's statements held any truth. Yet they were acutely aware of the formidable powers wielded by the Grand Master and Long Shu. Furthermore, Su Xingqian astutely noted a particular point. When Xia Chen mentioned that within 30 years, martial prowess would not surpass strategic warfare, what did that imply? Why specify a time frame? Could it be that this situation would be reversed after 30 years? Zhang Wenliao, once an ordinary rogue, had fallen into misfortune due to a grave mistake and found his fortune changed through the intervention of the Grand Ancestor. The Grand Ancestor rescued him and imparted the knowledge of reading and writing, generously sharing the Xia family's military strategies. He remarked, "A true man should master the art of facing thousands of adversaries and must not merely indulge in reckless bravery." Grateful for the Grand Ancestor's benevolence, Wen Liao engraved this lesson in his heart, diligently applying himself to study, ultimately achieving success. Finally, I have completed this chapter. I can no longer endure. I shall retire for the night and assess my condition in the morning. If it worsens, I shall take a day off. I appreciate the understanding of my brothers. Chapter 84. The Treasure Basin. As the words of Xia Chen resonated throughout the room, an enveloping silence fell over the gathered individuals, all struck by the profound impact of his statement. Could military strategy truly possess such formidable power? Even Xiao Wen, despite his youth and lack of keen interest in the art of warfare, found himself astonished. As a legitimate member of the Marquis's household, knowledge of military tactics was a fundamental requirement instilled in him from a young age. Hence, in terms of theoretical military knowledge, he had surpassed many across the realm. It is only natural, for the discipline of military strategy is vast and profound, a grand path that surpasses other forms of combat, such as martial arts, Confucianism, sorcery, and witchcraft. The mightiest strategists, leading their legions, forge a bond among their troops, creating a unified force. There are even powerful generals capable of summoning the very essence of the army, a soul that, once unleashed, drives away evil, striking terror even into the hearts of third-grade experts who might find themselves vanquished in an instant. Xia Chen earnestly conveyed this secret to a select few. Are you suggesting we rely on military formations? Xiao Wen's eyes brightened, though a hint of confusion lingered within. Their household was indeed well-versed in numerous military formations, some of which he had learned and mastered. These formations undeniably enhanced the army's combat effectiveness. Yet the concept of conjuring a so-called army soul was foreign to him. You shall soon understand, Xia Chen replied with a distant gaze, smiling as he refrained from elaborating further. However, Su Xingqian and Yu Shaoqian quietly committed his words to memory. Xia Chen then turned his attention to the quietly observant Shun Xuyan. Do you comprehend the task I am entrusting to you? My lord rescued me from imprisonment because he recognized my expertise in commerce, and I am eager to serve you faithfully. Shun Xuyan replied earnestly, being the eldest and most capable among them. In this era, merchants were often looked down upon, especially in a room dominated by scholars from the National Academy and the scions of the capital's elite, rendering his status even more menial. Thus, he seized every opportunity to showcase his intellect and demonstrate his value. Excellent. I possess 1,000 taels of silver. Tomorrow, I shall instruct the lantern-bearer to procure some merit funds from the underworld of the capital, totaling 5,000 taels. Do you have the confidence to construct a treasure basin for me? Xia Chen inquired with a smile. With your protection, my lord, shielding me from the pressure of the capital's elites, I shall unleash my full potential. Within 3 months, you shall witness the results. Shun Xuyan declared resolutely. Go forth and do as you will. Matters of commerce shall be entrusted to you, while I shall handle all else. Xia Chen proclaimed in high spirits. Currently, counting Lu Chun, He had gathered 6 exceptional individuals under his command. Though their loyalty had yet to be solidified, they were firmly within his grasp now. An escape was not an option. With that thought, Xia Chen rose and ventured alone into the inner courtyard. Let the system commence its upgrade. He had not forgotten the system's previous mention of an upgrade. After carefully examining the interface, he hesitated no longer. System upgrading to the Dynasty Conquest version. Required time, 1 day. A line of text manifested on the system panel as Xia Chen finished speaking. He remained unhurried, as 1 day was merely a fleeting moment. As dusk approached, the efficiency of Li Tangzhu was indeed remarkable. He personally arrived at Xia Chen's courtyard with 3 release documents. Thank you for your hard work. Li Tangzhu. It is my honor to serve Lord Xia. Li Yugong smiled brightly, embodying the spirit of a diligent worker. After a brief appearance, he tactfully took his leave. Here are your documents. From this moment forth, you are free, Xia Chen stated as he handed the 3 documents to the men. Thank you, my lord. They exclaimed in unison, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they grasped the documents, a moment that provided them with a more tangible sense of power. Time is of the essence. Let us depart. You 3 have just been released from prison, and I happened to acquire the adjacent courtyard yesterday. Initially intended for Su Xingqian and his family. You may stay there tonight. Thank you, my lord. They expressed their gratitude once more. And you, Su Xingqian, will you return to the National Academy tonight, or? Xia Chen turned his gaze towards him. Naturally, I shall accompany my esteemed colleagues. Su Xingqian ziplit pomtili, displaying his intelligence by recognizing the importance of avoiding special treatment. Xia Chen nodded in approval. As twilight deepened, the world transformed into a canvas of shadows. Upon exiting the court, the sun had completely set, and the encroaching night began to envelop the earth. Xia Chen and his companions rode their horses, traversing the central avenue into Weiyang Street, then onto Changle Street, drawing closer to Xia Chen's residence. Who goes there? Just as they prepared to turn into an alley, a figure cloaked in black appeared before them. Xia Chen swiftly maneuvered his horse to shield Xia Chen, his hand instinctively reaching for the blade at his waist. Meanwhile, Xiao Wan, brimming with excitement, brandished his fists, stepping forward with his horse. Zhang Wanliao, standing behind Xia Chen, glanced around in confusion before realizing his role as the protector. He quickly emerged from the ranks, though anxiety gripped him. The audacity of the figure halting Xia Chen's horse implied they were a formidable opponent, and he feared he might be struck down before he even had a chance to escape. Lord Xia need not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. My master wishes to speak with you. May I request you dismount for a moment? From atop his sturdy steed, Xia Chen regarded the cloaked figure with a contemplative gaze before gracefully dismounting. Young master, please reconsider. The individual's origins are unknown, and they appear to be a master. Xia Chen urged anxiously. Fear not. I sense no murderous intent. Should they wish me harm, yet manage to conceal their intentions completely, they would at least be of 4th-grade caliber. A master of such rank poses no threat. Even if I remain mounted, Xia Chen reassured, his demeanor calm and unruffled, prompting the black-clad figure to regard him with newfound respect. Xia Chen's audacity stemmed from his recent advancement to the 6th grade, while many in the outside world still perceived him as merely an 8th-grade talent, unaware that he had swiftly progressed through 2 grades in a short span. Now, even against a 5th-grade opponent, he felt confident in his ability to contend. As for 3rd-grade experts secretly infiltrating the capital, they would be met with the wrathful might of Long Shu and the celestial master the moment they revealed their aura. Xia Chen approached the cloaked figure, who surveyed the surroundings before quietly addressing him. My lord, I come with no malicious intent, but rather to convey greetings from my master. The black-clad figure smiled and nodded towards Xia Chen. Is your master situated to the east or northeast? Xia Chen inquired with a smile, gesturing toward both directions. Indeed, Lord Xia is astute. My master resides to the east. The figure pointed in that direction, visibly surprised that Xia Chen had discerned his master's whereabouts without prior disclosure. May I ask what your master wishes to discuss with me today? Is it to request leniency on my part? My master would not impose upon you, nor does he hold any grievances regarding your actions today. He understands that your intervention was not your intent. The matter at hand was merely a casual move made by my master's subordinate, which, while carrying some risk, has now been rendered moot. However, this idle move has a significant impact and is not easy to delve into. Otherwise, it would be detrimental to everyone. Therefore, my master wishes to request a small favor from you, to help eliminate this idle move. The figure in black pointed to his own neck and then mimed a cutting gesture with his right hand across it. P.S. I'm still feeling somewhat feverish today. My head is a bit heavy, but I shall write a little nonetheless. Chapter 85. The Countenance of the Unruly Sovereign. Xia Chen cast a deep glance at the cloaked figure before him, then shifted his gaze towards the east, the direction of the Eastern Palace. Although he had long anticipated such an event and had conveyed his suspicions to Chen Song, he was taken aback by the Eastern Palace's eagerness to silence him, and even more so by their choice to approach him. However, upon reflection, he deemed it entirely reasonable. The Crown Prince was undoubtedly a cunning individual who recognized that Xia Chen was merely a tool, an instrument employed by the Emperor to sever the Eastern Palace's connections with the Lantern people. Thus, it was only natural for the Crown Prince to boldly enlist his assistance in this covert elimination. My lord, our esteemed master shares a close bond with you. We are akin to family. In due time, our master shall invite you for a drink. Drinking is unnecessary, Xia Chen replied with a smile. Though we share a cordial relationship, you are well aware of the sensitivities surrounding my current position, which renders such conviviality impractical. However, the matter you proposed is feasible. It would be somewhat crude to allow them to perish in prison. I apprehended them and conducted the interrogation myself. Rest assured, your master will not be implicated. Simply relay this back to him. Xia Chen was already privy to the Emperor's intentions. The Emperor wished to eliminate the influence of both the Crown Prince and the Third Prince while avoiding any public scandal. If it were to come to light that the Crown Prince and the Third Prince had entangled themselves with the Lantern people, it would undoubtedly lead to a tumultuous upheaval. The Emperor merely sought to incite conflict between the two princes, believing that their rivalry was an internal affair of the royal family. Should the public become aware, it could lead to misconceptions of treasonous intentions on both sides, which would be a source of embarrassment for the Emperor and a scandal for the royal family. Confident in his ability to manage the situation, the Emperor remained unfazed, thinking that merely severing the prince's connections would suffice. A small lesson, indeed. With this in mind, Xia Chen decided to ride the tide and grant a favor to the Crown Prince. Unbeknownst to the Crown Prince, he feared that someone might exploit this situation to launch an attack against the Eastern Palace. The cloaked figure, upon hearing Xia Chen's words, was elated. He had expected to expend much effort and perhaps resort to coercion to achieve his aims, but he was pleasantly surprised by Xia Chen's swift agreement. This matter shall be entrusted to you, Lord Xia. Your actions today will surely be rewarded by our master in the future. The figure clasped his hands in gratitude before turning to depart. The man in black was from the Eastern Palace, seeking my assistance in silencing Chen Song, Xia Chen announced, riding atop his steed, not concealing the truth from those around him. Everyone was taken aback, their astute minds quickly deducing the Eastern Palace's ruthless rationale. Although it was a cruel notion, it exhibited remarkable audacity, yet it also bore the mark of an unruly sovereign. Su Xingchen spoke in a hushed tone, eliciting further astonishment from the crowd. None had anticipated him to be so bold as to critique the Crown Prince so openly. Yu Shaoqian cast a thoughtful glance at Su Xingchen, recognizing the latter's audacity. Xia Chen's expression remained impassive, refraining from responding to Su Xingchen's remarks. As he understood the importance of prudence, Su Xingchen glanced at Xia Chen, somewhat disappointed. His earlier boldness had been a test, as he suspected Xia Chen of harboring treasonous intentions, yet he found himself unable to ascertain the truth. Wait and see. Perhaps there will be another visitor tonight, Xia Chen remarked with a smile while riding his horse. Are you suggesting that the Third Prince will also send someone, intending to eliminate witnesses? Yu Shaoqian queried. This afternoon, he had learned of Xia Chen's esteemed background through Su Xingchen, discovering his connections to the illustrious Zhengdong Marquis household and his current position as the consort of Princess Yaguang, a fact that endowed him with immense prestige. It was clear that the third prince would not be inferior to the crown prince in audacity. Xia Chen erupted into hearty laughter, urging his horse to quicken its pace. That evening, another visitor indeed arrived, though the identity was not disclosed. The request was clear. Xia Chen was to ensure that Liu met a discreet demise in prison. Xia Chen smiled and nodded, extending yet another favor to the third prince. My lord possesses an uncanny foresight, Xiaoqian remarked as the six of them engaged in light-hearted conversation over tea in the courtyard. It is merely human nature. Xia Chen shook his head, refusing to take pride in it. Observing his companions, he continued, "This courtyard feels somewhat cramped. Once our business ventures flourish, we shall acquire the surrounding properties and renovate them, allowing each of you to reside in your own quarters. Haha, that will certainly require Mr. Shun's efforts. However, we find no discomfort here. This place is 1,000 times better than our previous confinement." Yu Shaoqian laughed, bowing respectfully to Shun Shuiyan. Shun Shuiyan quickly returned the gesture. "Mr. Yu, as a humble merchant, I'm unworthy of the title gentleman." "Ha. Mr. Shun need not belittle himself. What is a merchant, after all? A nation cannot thrive without commerce. My lord values you greatly. In the future, you shall oversee our commercial endeavors. We shall rely on you for our sustenance and necessities, so do not underestimate your worth." Su Xingchen said with a smile, raising a cup of tea in a toast to Shun Xuan. Although he had once possessed great wealth, he had often been looked down upon by scholars. Now, however, he felt deeply moved by the respect afforded to him by these two distinguished individuals hailing from the Imperial Academy. Xia Chen smiled at this scene, recognizing the significance of fostering relationships. Camaraderie naturally flourished when individuals lived under the same roof for extended periods. The following day, Xia Chen brought his companions to the court. The entire morning was spent in bustling activity, not due to the paperwork. Thanks to the assistance of the talented Su Xingchen and Yuan Qian, Xia Chen was free from such concerns. His primary focus was on selecting personnel. Having apprehended nearly all the captains and lieutenants from the two main halls, he was now tasked with rebuilding these structures. Thus, he sought to promote talent and elevate those loyal to him. In any organization, one must have their own trusted confidants. Without loyal subordinates, even the highest official merely holds a hollow title. True power is contingent upon loyalty and obedience, enabling one to command effectively. This is the essence of authority. The age-old challenge of forming factions has proven to be an enduring dilemma throughout history. Regardless of the heights of civilization, as long as humanity exists, factions will persist, manifesting in various forms and organizational structures. Xia Chen reflected upon the downfall of Lu Li, the former commander of the Lantern People, who had succumbed to factionalism. Now, he too was embarking on a similar path, albeit still far from the point of forming his own faction. Yet the essence remained unchanged, placing his allies in key positions. However, there was no alternative. To achieve his objectives and secure his position, he needed loyal supporters beneath him. Xia Chen meticulously scrutinized the personnel list, placing immense importance on this task, while Su Xingchen and Yu Shaoqian could assist with reviewing documents. The power of personnel appointments must be firmly held in his own hands. This is the foundation of leadership. He toiled until the afternoon, finally compiling a comprehensive personnel list. Just then, a melodic chime resonated in his mind. System, Dynasty Conquest version upgrade successful. New features added. Players, please check. P.S. My body still feels somewhat feverish, yet I am reluctant to procrastinate. I have persevered in completing this. Once I fully recuperate in a few days, I shall commence with additional updates. Chapter 86. System Update and New Features. In the room, Xia Chen's spirit was invigorated. Have new features been added? He spoke to the system panel, eager to explore the updates. New feature 1 of the Dynasty Domination version. Detection. Detection. In the world, there are distinctions among remarkable individuals, classified into 4 tiers: secondary talents, primary talents, top-tier talents, and extraordinary talents, to provide players with a more intuitive understanding of these individuals. The system presents their abilities in numerical form. Secondary talents. 80 to 89 primary talents, 90 to 94 top-tier talents, 95 to 99 extraordinary talents, 100 and above. Players can utilize the detection feature to assess the abilities of these individuals, aiding in the selection of worthy talents. New feature 2 of the Dynasty Domination version, System All. System All, the era of Dynasty domination has arrived, with prodigies emerging and various formidable leaders making their mark. To ensure players do not lag in this grand epic, the System Mall has been opened. The mall offers 5 items, with a refresh cost of 100 domination fragments. Players can exchange items based on their needs and available domination fragments. Note: capturing remarkable individuals grants domination fragments. New feature 3 of the Dynasty Domination version, Lottery. Lottery. Use 50 domination fragments for a random draw, potentially acquiring items not available in the System Mall. Though one might also waste the 50 fragments, it's all a matter of luck. New feature 4 of the Dynasty Domination version, System Space. System Space. The space capacity has increased to 1,000 cubic meters. Players can store all items, including living beings. Note: additional domination fragments are required to further unlock system space. Furthermore, when capturing living beings, they must be unconscious. Otherwise, the capture will fail. Xia Chen read through all the introductions in one breath, exhaling a sigh of relief. He had not anticipated that this system update would introduce 4 new and highly practical features. He opened the System Mall, his curiosity piqued by the items available. System Mall, Item 1. Inferior Small Returning Pill, 10 pieces, effect. 1 pill can sustain 3 months of Qi cultivation, effective across all major systems. Purchase price, 30 domination fragments. Item 2. Body Refining Pill, 10 pieces, effect. Increases the effectiveness of martial cultivation by 70. Purchase price, 20 domination fragments. Item 3. Marrow Cleansing Pill, 1 piece. Effect. Cleanses essence and increases innate talent. Purchase price, 100 domination fragments. Item 4. Purple Gold Dragon Horse Cub. Item description. Possesses true dragon bloodline. An exclusive mount for emperors. Can only be tamed by those of great fortune. Strength. 4th tier. Purchase price, 300 domination fragments. Item 5. J Brew, 10 gene. Item description. Spiritual liquor. Nurtures the body. Accelerates cultivation. Temporarily enhances comprehension. With a rich aroma. One of the finest wines in the world. Purchase price, 50 domination fragments. Xia Chen meticulously examined all 5 items. System. How many domination fragments do I currently possess? He felt a surge of excitement over the items, but was concerned about the quantity of his domination fragments. Player. Xia Chen. Domination fragments, 1050. Note: domination fragments can be obtained by capturing remarkable individuals and through the system's assessment of player strength. Secondary talents yield 50 fragments. Primary talents grant 100 fragments. Top-tier talents provide 150 fragments, and extraordinary talents reward 200 fragments. Seeing his count of just over 1,000 fragments, Xia Chen felt a wave of relief. With the system's updates, he had worried he might not acquire many domination fragments, which would be disappointing. After pondering for a moment, he recalled the small returning pill from the System Mall, which he had previously used and found to be quite beneficial. The other 4 items, apart from the purple gold dragon horse, were also very practical, capable of enhancing both his own abilities and those of his subordinates. However, Xia Chen did not rush to make an exchange. Instead, he rose and left the room, heading to the hall where Su Xingqian, Yu Shaoqian, Zhang Wenyuan, and Xia Wen were gathered. Let us assess Su Xingqian. Without hesitation, Xia Chen initiated the detection. Su Xingqian, half-step extraordinary talent, commander, 31, 86, intelligence, 99 100, politics, 92 96, potential, 4.5 stars, realm, Confucianism and Taoism, 7th tier. Upon seeing the data on the system panel and glancing at Su Xingqian, who was swiftly reviewing documents, Xia Chen nodded in admiration. Truly, a person worthy of his attention, even as the least capable commander. He held the potential to reach the realm of secondary talent. How is a half-step extraordinary talent determined? Xia Chen contemplated Su Xingchen's intelligence stat. Did it mean his intelligence was between 99 and 100, or fluctuated between the two? Hence, he was classified as a half-step extraordinary talent. Half-step extraordinary talent possesses greater potential than top-tier talents, and, under circumstances of potential eruption, may reach the level of extraordinary talent. If significant opportunities arise later, they might break free from the shackles of fate and undergo a leap in their life source. A line of small text gradually appeared on the system panel, prompting Xia Chen to ponder deeply. Now, let us assess Yu Xiaoqian. Xia Chen's gaze shifted to Yu Xiaoqian, although he was already aware of their levels. The data representation offered a clearer picture. Yu Xiaoqian, primary talent, commander, 3688, intelligence, 93, politics, 94, potential, 3.5 stars. Fate trait, Jade Shatter. In times of great crisis and significant decisions, all three attributes increase by 5. Realm, Confucianism and Taoism, 7th tier. Xia Chen's attention lingered on Yu Xiaoqian's fate trait. Despite being a primary talent, he had an additional fate trait. In life-and-death situations, this trait could unleash potential, boosting all three attribute values by 5. This means the commander could reach 93, intelligence could rise to 98, and politics could hit 99. This level was already comparable to the finest top-tier talents. Such a trait was indeed formidable. Xia Chen was astonished. Yu Xiaoqian had provided him with a significant surprise. With this skill, would he not be exceptionally suited to support a crumbling edifice and turn the tide? Chapter 87. An Extraordinary Talent. Assessing Zhang Wenliao. Xia Chen shifted his gaze from Yu Xiaoqian to Zhang Wenliao, who sat nearby, brow furrowed, yet serious as he practiced his reading. Zhang Wenliao. Half-step extraordinary talent. Leadership, 5295, intelligence, 8290, politics, 6385, fate trait, extermination of the unusual, against foreign tribes. All three dimensions 3, potential, 3.5 stars. Realm, martial Dao in 9th rank. Xia Chen glanced at Zhang Wenliao's attributes and nodded appreciatively, particularly noting his leadership potential, which could one day reach 95, placing him among the elite talents. Moreover, his fate trait explained why he was classified as a half-step extraordinary talent. Zhang Wenliao's potential was indeed remarkable, especially in confrontations with foreign tribes. If he were to be dispatched to the Eastern Wilderness battlefield or the Southern Front in the future, it would not be far-fetched to think he could excel there, particularly since the northern borders of Defeng also face threats from foreign entities. Xia Chen mused, then turned his attention to Xia Wen, who was practicing his martial arts in the courtyard. Xia Wen, extraordinary talent, leadership, 82-103, intelligence, 85-95, politics, 42-87, fate trait, breaking the army, when leading troops in a battle. All attribute values 3, potential, 5 stars. Martial Dao realm, martial Dao 8th rank. Upon seeing Xia Wen's impressive attributes, Xia Chen felt a surge of astonishment. No wonder he was deemed an extraordinary talent. His peak leadership score of 103 would have made him a luminary in any previous era, unmatched by his contemporaries. Despite his exceptional abilities, he was still overshadowed by his own brother, Xia Hao, who was rightly revered as surpassing their illustrious ancestor. At that moment, Xia Chen's thoughts wandered, filled with admiration for Xia Wen's prowess. Yet, in the grand scheme of the forthcoming era, he appeared to fall slightly short of his brother's capabilities, hinting at the astonishing potential Xia Hao possessed. The Xia family's fortune, cultivated over 600 years, was on the cusp of a remarkable explosion. They had already produced talents like Xia Wen and Xia Hao, yet even these two could not entirely eclipse the brilliance of their other kin. The stars shone brilliantly. As Xia Chen contemplated this, his spirit soared. "My lord." Just then, two figures entered the courtyard, Lu Chun and Shun Shuyan. "How did the task fare?" Xia Chen inquired, directing his gaze towards them. Lu Chun clasped his fists in respect and replied, "I have eradicated the Wolf Fang Society in the capital. I conducted prior investigations and discovered they were engaged in the trafficking of women and children, with numerous lives lost at their hands. This can be considered a benevolent deed. The total assets of the Wolfang Society are estimated to exceed 10,000. I have taken 5,000 and handed it over to Mr. Shun. The remaining 6,000 to 7,000 have been reported to the authorities. My lord, rest assured, I executed this matter with great care, ensuring it would not bring you any trouble. Lu Chan spoke earnestly, feeling a sense of relief, as this was the first task Xia Chen had entrusted to him, particularly one of such a clandestine nature. It was evident that Xia Chen would not eliminate him in return. Well done. Xia Chen nodded, then turned his attention to Shen Shuyan, who hastily reported, "Today, I scouted the capital and have selected a location. I have decided to open a tavern. On one hand, the tavern business is highly profitable, and I possess considerable experience in this area. I am confident I can recoup my investment within 2 months. On the other hand, a tavern attracts many patrons and serves as a social venue. Given that you hold a position in the court, although there are many watchful eyes, it is essential to remain attuned to the voices and movements of the grassroots." Shen Shuyan cautiously glanced at Xia Chen, having concluded that to demonstrate his value, he must not solely rely on business acumen, but strive to be a multifaceted talent. Xia Chen's expression remained unchanged, merely nodding in acknowledgement. "Now that you have chosen a location and developed a plan, with funding secured, proceed with confidence." "Yes, my lord." Shen Shuyan responded enthusiastically, clasping his fists. Meanwhile, Lu Chan felt a profound sense of pressure. It seemed that everyone around Xia Chen was exceptionally talented, not to mention Su Xingchen and Xiao Wan. Even the previously underestimated Shen Shuyan possessed remarkable insight. This sense of urgency ignited within Lu Chen. He realized he must showcase his own value to gain favor. While listening to their reports, Xia Chen began assessing their attributes. Lu Chen, first-rate talent. Leadership, 81-89. Intelligence, 90-94. Politics, 66-87. Espionage, 94. Potential, 3 stars. Realm, Martial Dao, 7th rank. Shen Shuyan, top-tier talent. Leadership, 76. Intelligence, 96. Politics, 68-82. Business, 99. Potential, 4 stars. Realm, unranked. Xia Chen noted that the two possessed not just 3-dimensional attributes, but a 4th dimension, indicating their status as exceptional talents. In particular, Shen Shuyan's business acumen, nearing a score of 99, stood out even among top-tier talents. Xia Chen also took a moment to assess Xia Chen, and to his surprise, Xia Chen had reached a second-rate talent level, with leadership at 86 and politics at 82, further underscoring the Xia family's burgeoning fortunes. In the week that followed, Xia Chen remained at the Lantern Bearer's office, maintaining a punctual routine. Although his days were orderly and tranquil, undercurrents of tension surged within the organization. Chen Song and Li Yu were sentenced to death for collusion and corruption, alongside 5,000-strong captains and over 2,000 captains, instilling fear among many. This marked the first time in over a decade that such a number faced execution within the Lantern Bearers. A stark reminder of the perilous nature of power struggles, more treacherous than the battlefield, where one faced no blades, yet could find themselves severed from life in an instant. Simultaneously, Xia Chen began promoting individuals within the Eagle Eye Department, utilizing Commander Ma Song's documents to transfer personnel from the other 8 departments into his own. He restructured the factions previously held by Chen Song and Li Yu, dismantling the existing power structures and reorganizing them to his advantage. Thus, he fully seized control of the Eagle Eye Department. Time flowed steadily, and before long, it was the end of May. Xia Chen had been in the Lantern Bearers for nearly a month. Both Xia Chen and Su Xingchen had undergone significant transformations during this time. Su Xingchen and Yu Shaoqian had fully adapted to the operations of the Lantern Bearers, with one managing case files and the other handling documentation, their collaboration seamless. Meanwhile, Zhang Wenliao had taken the month to familiarize himself with the fundamentals of literacy, and his demeanor had significantly transformed, shedding the rough edges of his past and adopting a more composed presence. In this month, Shen Shuyan's Tavern had been completely renovated and was now on the path to success. Xia Chen decisively set the opening date for 3 days hence. Today, the wind was particularly boisterous. Xia Chen sat in the courtyard, watching the wildflowers swaying in the breeze, quietly reflecting. Sir, a directive has been issued from above, compelling us to galvanize public sentiment and ensure that the capital and its surrounding areas are fervently enthusiastic. Lu Chun stood behind Xia Chen, clasping his fists and bowing slightly, his expression profoundly serious. The court may have resolved to go to war. P.S. I extend my gratitude to the brothers who have shown concern for me over the past few days. I am feeling somewhat better today. Chapter 88. War is the continuation of politics in the courtyard. Xia Chen heard Lu Chun's words with an impassive expression. He slowly spoke. Let Li Su and Zhang Jin handle this matter. They have just ascended to their positions and require some responsibilities. Without turning back, Xia Chen noted that over the past month, he had increasingly exuded an air of authority. His mere utterance commanded respect. Li Su and Zhang Jin were his newly appointed hallmasters. Yes, my lord. Lu Chen nodded and turned to leave. It seems war is imminent. What are your thoughts? Xia Chen remained in the courtyard, his voice carrying through the air into the room. Su Xingchen and Yu Shaoqian both looked up, their expressions turning grave upon hearing this news. Are we truly going to battle? Xiao Wen suddenly sprang from the room, excitement evident in his demeanor. His destiny marked him as one born for the battlefield, and though still young, his potential was already manifesting. Zhang Wenliao, who had been honing his physique in the courtyard, set down the boulder he had been lifting. The court is preparing to deploy troops. This matter has been unanimously approved by the cabinet. An official order should be issued within the next few days. Xia Chen explained the details to the assembled individuals. What do you believe are our chances in the upcoming battle in the northwest? Xia Chen's gaze turned towards Su Xingchen and Yu Shaoqian, both of whom possessed exceptional intelligence and innate military acumen. Particularly, Yu Shaoqian excelled in both literary and martial pursuits, boasting a commanding presence with a leadership value exceeding 90. Who will be the commander-in-chief? Su Xingchen inquired, recognizing the immense significance of a leader's role in warfare. It should be Grand Commandant Ouyang Jing, Xia Chen replied calmly. He had discreetly sent Xia Chen back the previous evening and learned that the Wen Emperor had not summoned his uncle to the palace in recent days, leading him to deduce the outcome. Although the Grand Commandant had not taken to the battlefield for many years, he was a seasoned strategist, known for his stability and prudence, preferring to methodically erode the enemy on the front lines. With the Grand Commandant's involvement and our formidable military strength in recent years, we should not harbor excessive concerns about direct confrontations. Our only worry is Su Xingchen paused, letting out a sigh. The primary concern is whether our nation can sustain the costs of this war. If the Grand Commandant fares well on the battlefield, we must not neglect the supply lines. Otherwise, tens of thousands of soldiers may find themselves in peril. Yu Shaoqian added gravely, we cannot afford to prolong this conflict. Otherwise, our nation's economy may collapse, and our treasury could be depleted. Su Xingchen stated seriously. The Daowu dynasty exhibited considerable confidence in its military capabilities. Yet even so, discussions on whether to deploy troops had lingered for nearly 2 months before reaching a conclusion. The reason? The treasury was nearly empty. In the past few decades, major conflicts had erupted almost every decade, restoring the Daowu dynasty's dignity and confidence, but exhausting its resources. Were it not for the support of Lin Shoufu and Yang Golao, the dynasty might have already encountered significant issues. Thus, this battle must be swift, like autumn winds sweeping away leaves, rapid and fierce, with the potential to alter the course of fate in a single clash. Unlike the slow attrition seen on the Eastern Wilderness battlefield, Xiao Wen's eyes sparkled as he passionately declared, "We must strike quickly." His keen battle instincts allowed him to pinpoint the crux of the matter. However, he continued, but the Grand Commandant prefers a steady approach, advancing step by step, methodically encircling the enemy until absolute certainty of victory is achieved. This could result in a stalemate that prolongs the conflict. It is perplexing. We can comprehend this logic. Yet how can the Emperor and the cabinet not see it? If a war is to be waged, would it not be more suitable to dispatch my lord's uncle, the Marquis of Anwu, Xia Chen? Zhang Wenliao interjected, scratching his head in confusion after hearing the group's analysis. In recent days, Xia Chen had been teaching him to read and write, and Xia Wen devoted an hour each afternoon to explaining military strategies, using significant battles from the past 50 years as case studies. Consequently, Zhang Wenliao's perspective and understanding had undergone a remarkable transformation, though his political acumen still had considerable room for improvement. Su Xingqian and Yu Shaoqian exchanged cautious glances at Zhang Wenliao's words, relieved to see Xia Chen still smiling. Little Liao, a general must know how to fight, but it is equally vital to understand strategy, human nature, and the larger political landscape. You still have much to learn, Xia Wen said, patting Zhang Wenliao's shoulder, his height barely reaching the latter's shoulder, creating a rather comical scene. Yet, his words carried profound depth, surprising those who heard them, given that he was merely an 11-year-old boy. Indeed, my lord's younger brother has a boundless future ahead, they remarked. Yes, Brother Wen, I will continue to learn from you, Zhang Wenliao responded, somewhat confused but determined to follow the younger boy, who stood a head shorter than him. Over the month, he had grown thoroughly convinced of Xia Wen's capabilities. Despite being only 11, Xia Wen's extraordinary talent and extensive knowledge impressed him. The military strategies that once perplexed him were now articulated with clarity and conviction by Xia Wen, earning his admiration. War is the continuation of politics. A unique instrument of politics, politics is a bloodless war, while war is a bloody manifestation of politics. All wars serve the purpose of politics, Xia Chen observed with a smile. Su Xingqian and Yu Shaoqian were taken aback by his words, their bodies tensing. My lord's summary is profoundly insightful. All wars indeed serve politics. This statement is exceptional, they acknowledged, recognizing the truth in his words. Please keep an eye on the situation at the Eastern Wilderness battlefield. War is approaching in the northwest, and their campaign should soon conclude. The treasury of the Dao Wu dynasty is nearly empty, making dual warfare unsustainable. Xia Chen instructed Su Xingqian. Does this mean that my uncle and aunt will soon return? Xia Wen's eyes brightened once more, but upon seeing his brother's unchanged demeanor, his excitement waned. If all goes well, they should return within 2 to 3 months, at the latest by year-end, Xia Chen replied calmly, gazing at the distant horizon. The blue sky and white clouds heralded the arrival of summer. Chapter 89, Heavenly Abode. The capital has been unusually boisterous these past few days. From the highest-ranking officials to the common merchants and laborers, everyone is engrossed in discussions regarding the military affairs in the northwest, with the Grand Marshal taking charge. Victory is assured. This battle will surely compel the young ones of Dafeng to kneel and plead for mercy. Ha! Let us storm into the capital of Dafeng. It is said that the eldest princess of Dafeng is as beautiful as a flower, the most exquisite beauty of the realm. The entire capital is abuzz with anticipation. And through the covert maneuvers of the lantern bearers, there is a palpable confidence in the upcoming battle. At this moment, the people's hearts are united. Yet, some high-ranking officials remain less optimistic, their faces marred with worry. There are many astute minds in the world, and the higher one stands, the more information one possesses, revealing the inherent risks of this impending conflict. A misstep could lead to the collapse of the situation in the northwest. Amidst such tensions, Shun Shuiyan's tavern, which he has been tirelessly preparing for a month, is on the verge of opening. Xia Chen places great importance on this establishment, as the economic foundation dictates the superstructure. Regardless of the endeavor, financial support is essential. Thus, acquiring wealth is imperative, which is why he sought to involve Shun Shuiyan. Invitations have been extended to all the esteemed officials from the vice-ministerial ranks and above, as well as to the crown prince, the third prince, and the princesses Pingyang and Yaoguang. Xia Qian, standing behind Xia Chen, reported with cupped fists. Upon hearing this, Xia Chen set down his teacup, the crystal-clear tea within exuding a delightful fragrance. Excellent. Please assist me in requesting leave for the day after tomorrow. I intend to personally oversee the opening. Xia Chen was in high spirits today, placing immense significance on the inauguration. He aspired for it to be a resounding success. establishing his tavern as the most renowned establishment in the capital. He had no intention of concealing his ambitions. There are far too many influential figures in the capital to keep it hidden. It is better to be forthright, allowing everyone to recognize it as his enterprise, thus deterring any misguided intentions. My lord, is it not a bit too ostentatious for our taverness opening? Not only have we invited the esteemed officials, but also the crown prince and the third prince. Will they actually attend? While they may not come personally, they will likely send representatives from their households, which suffices. As for whether the crown prince and the third prince will attend, that is their prerogative. I have extended the invitations. Xia Chen was indifferent. He had invited everyone. And if even 1 or 2 attendees graced the event, it would be a triumph. How has your training been progressing? Xia Chen inquired, prompting an excited expression from Xia Chen. My lord, the elixir you provided is truly miraculous. I have been consuming the body refining pill while practicing the yang breaking demon blade technique you taught me. My physical form is being tempered with remarkable speed, and having recently broken through to the 8th rank, I feel that in perhaps a month, I shall ascend to the 7th rank. The more Xia Chen spoke, the more animated he became, having gained a wealth of knowledge over the past month. The elixir Xia Chen provided was extraordinary. Originally, he anticipated that breaking through to the 7th rank would take at least over a year. Here, take this elixir and find a time to consume it. Xia Chen retrieved a jade box from his robes, unveiling a gleaming azure elixir within. My lord, what kind of elixir is this? Xia Chen asked, curiosity etched on his face, sensing that this elixir was not ordinary. This is a minor rejuvenation pill. It can save you 3 months of arduous training. Xia Chen replied calmly. 3 months of arduous training? Xia Chen was taken aback by Xia Chen's words. Such miraculous elixirs exist in the world. With this elixir, you should be able to reach the 7th rank in a couple of days. Go on and take it. Xia Chen smiled, envisioning a 16-year-old at the 7th rank as a prodigy in the capital. Xia Chen was generous towards Xia Chen, having grown up together, sharing the same lineage. Though they may be distanced, they are still kin. Xia Chen was not someone to be compared with others. He planned that once he had sufficient fragments of the competition, he would exchange for a cleansing marrow pill to completely transform Xia Chen's fate. Over the past month, those under Xia Chen's guidance had made rapid advancements, particularly Zhang Wenliao. Xia Chen had chosen an intricate technique for him, and with the assistance of the body refining pill and meticulous training from Xiao Wen, he had recently broken through to the 8th rank. June 1st, an auspicious day. The tavern opened by Shan Shuiyan is situated adjacent to Yongle Street, a bustling thoroughfare in the inner city and a commercial hub, a must-visit destination for the affluent elite. Today, from dawn, this street has come alive with excitement. What is happening today? Such a grand spectacle. The streets have even been washed. It feels as if they could be carpeted. Do I sense the air on this street has become fragrant? Is it merely my imagination? It is not your imagination. An 8th-rank sorcerer was invited earlier to purify the air of this street. From the entrance of Chonglu Street, young attendants were diligently cleaning, ensuring that the entire thoroughfare was impeccably arranged. The street vendors were not expelled, but were instructed not to obstruct the path, while lantern bearers stood ready, patrolling the area. Some small business owners, upon arriving at their stalls, were taken aback by the elaborate preparations. Are you aware of the tavern undergoing renovations in the center of Chonglu Street? A neighboring vendor whispered. Of course, it's that oddly decorated heavenly abode. What a bold name. Indeed, this tavern is set to open today. The fruit vendor glanced around and leaned closer to the tea house owner to whisper. Such a grand opening? The tea house owner was astonished. The preparations began at the street's edge, and this was indeed a considerable endeavor. This heavenly abode has a significant backer. I hear many distinguished guests are expected today. The fruit vendor spoke with an air of importance, revealing insider information as his nephew had been fortunate enough to be selected as a server at Heavenly Abode. I must tell you, this tavern opened in just 1 month, but the scale of the project was immense. It can be said to have been completely rebuilt in that short span. Though it is called a tavern, it resembles a small tower with 7 floors, and I have heard that each floor corresponds to different ranks of guests. For ordinary individuals, no matter how wealthy, they may only reach the 2nd floor. The 5 upper floors are reserved for the truly esteemed officials. The fruit vendor divulged this insider information, his expression filled with longing, pondering the mysteries that lay above the 2nd floor and who might be granted access to the 7th level. Isn't it extravagant for a tavern to go to such lengths? Will the proprietors really deny entry to those wishing to dine on the upper floors? The tea house owner questioned, astonished. Old Zhang, your perspective is too narrow. Dining is not merely about sustenance. It is also about status. We are all dignitaries. If I can dine on the 4th floor while you are relegated to the 3rd, it naturally elevates my standing and prestige. Do you understand? Hush, look at that carriage. A distinguished guest is arriving. As the fruit vendor spoke, his gaze darted around. And just then, he spotted a noble carriage approaching slowly down the street. P.S. Updates will continue tonight. If we can break into the top 100 of the gift rankings tomorrow, there will be at least 4 updates. I humbly request a wave of generous support. Chapter 90. Princess Pingyang. Yongle Street. Everyone gazed at the luxurious carriage that seemed to belong to the Princess Pingyang's residence. Someone recognized the emblem on the carriage, which was evidently modified, exceptionally spacious, and a blend of opulence and nobility. In front of the carriage, 4 tall, white horses trotted in unison, pulling the carriage, with a rider clearing the way, creating quite a spectacle. Why has Princess Pingyang come? Could it be that? Someone quickly recalled that today marked the grand opening of Tianshangju, leaving them momentarily dazed. If even Princess Pingyang has graced this establishment with her presence, what kind of status must the owner behind Tianshangju possess? Inside the carriage, a white-clad maid gazed at the alluring Princess Pingyang and remarked, "Your Highness, it is merely the opening of a restaurant. Given your esteemed status, surely it is unnecessary for you to attend in person. Xia Chen is, after all, my nephew by marriage. He has recently taken charge of the lantern bearers, and who knows, my imperial brother may eventually entrust the lantern bearers to him. It is only proper for us to show him this courtesy." Princess Pingyang's enchanting eyes sparkled with myriad emotions as she chuckled softly, appearing no older than 26 or 27, reminiscent of a ripe peach. I have indeed seen him once, at Baiulu during a performance when he apprehended the inspector. I witnessed the unraveling of the military defense case, but I never anticipated that in just a month or 2, he would progress so swiftly. As she spoke, her mind wandered back to that vivid scene at Baiulu. Though she typically shunned bloodshed, the image of Xia Chen fighting valiantly lingered in her thoughts. I have heard of his poetic talent, like that of a scholar, yet the reality resembled a rugged warrior, albeit a rather handsome one. At that moment, the carriage came to a gentle halt. "Your Highness, we have arrived." As Princess Pingyang disembarked, her gaze fell upon a striking young man standing before a grand building, which rose impressively, exuding elegance. On the plaque at the entrance, the characters Tianshangju were inscribed in bold strokes, resonating with grandeur and depth. "Your Highness," Xia Chen approached with a warm smile, accompanied by Shan Shuyin and others. "I never imagined Your Highness would take the time to visit. It truly brings honor to my humble abode. Once you stepped into Yongle Street, I received the news. Otherwise, I would not have needed to welcome other distinguished guests myself." He continued, "We are all family. You are opening a restaurant, and naturally, I must come offer my support." Princess Pingyang gazed at Xia Chen's handsome face for a moment, her smile radiant. "Moreover, I heard you mentioned in your invitation that you possess fine treasures. I simply had to witness them for myself. It is an honor for me that Your Highness can attend. I do indeed have something delightful for you to sample." Xia Chen replied with a grin, leading Princess Pingyang inside. As they ascended the steps toward Tianshangju, her attention was captured by the couplets adorning the entrance. "Did you compose these lines?" she inquired, her eyes shining brightly as she regarded Xia Chen. "It was indeed my humble creation." Xia Chen nodded with a smile. "Exquisitely crafted. The last line is particularly bold and grand, rendering the act of drinking in such an elegant and refreshing manner. It seems the signature of Tianshangju must be its fine wines." Princess Pingyang, dressed in a resplendent crimson gown, radiated maturity and beauty, while Xia Chen stood beside her, exuding an air of grace. The scene was breathtakingly picturesque. "Your Highness is indeed astute." The centerpiece of Tianshangju is indeed exceptional wine. I have partaken in numerous exquisite wines, including those favored in the palace, so my palate is quite discerning. Princess Pingyang's countenance glowed with mirth, her eyes sparkling like a spring's gentle waters, her laughter as delightful as blooming peach blossoms. It's said that she possesses an innate charm. Yet curiously, there have been no rumors of romantic entanglements surrounding her, and she remains unmarried to this day. Yet the white-clad maid behind Princess Pingyang understood well. Her lady had not smiled in the presence of outsiders for many years, maintaining an air of authority. Today, however, her mood was unusually joyous, her smiles abundant. "Allow me to showcase my wines to your highness shortly," Xia Chen said with a light chuckle, his demeanor today resembling that of a refined gentleman, devoid of the ferocity he exhibited at Baiyu Lu. This contrast struck Princess Pingyang. Though he had been fierce then, there was a certain masculine vigor about him. Today, he exuded a gentle elegance, akin to a noble scion, handsome and dashing. I have heard that Tianshangju is exquisitely designed, spanning 7 floors. May I inquire which level is suitable for my status? Upon entering the main hall of Tianshangju, Princess Pingyang turned and inquired playfully, "Which level can my status access?" "To the 6th floor," Xia Chen replied naturally, his gaze unwavering. "How audacious! My lady can only access the 6th floor?" The maid beside her interjected loudly before Princess Pingyang could respond. Princess Pingyang is no ordinary royal. For over a decade, under Emperor wins tacit approval. She has been involved in state affairs, wielding considerable influence in the court, with many officials aligning themselves with her, commonly referred to as the Pingyang faction. Given her esteemed status, she is indeed of the highest nobility. Only the emperor may ascend to the 7th floor. To everyone's surprise, Princess Pingyang did not express anger. Instead, her face lit up with a smile. "Your Highness is clever. That is precisely how Tianshangju is designed. Should the emperor himself, the revered Master Long Shu, choose to visit, the 7th floor will be opened." Xia Chen responded with a respectful gesture, a smile gracing his lips. "Then I shall lead you to the 6th floor." Hearing this, Princess Pingyang's eyes sparkled even brighter, her demeanor completely contrasting her usual authoritative self. Qing Luo Pavilion. Xia Chen guided Princess Pingyang up to the 6th floor, finally halting in a courtyard. Upon seeing the 3 characters, she couldn't help but read aloud, "Qing Luo Pavilion. Your Highness, the entire 6th floor encompasses only 5 courtyards, accommodating a maximum of 5 distinguished guests daily. Shall we take a look?" Xia Chen personally opened the door for Princess Pingyang and turned to her with a smile. "Such a vast floor with merely 5 courtyards has certainly piqued my curiosity. Today, I shall witness the wonders of your 6th floor." With her alluring gaze and myriad charms, Princess